And to those who bleed orange and black,
It is out of here.
good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
Ah, yes. Good morning, everybody. It's a Friday. We got a 3-day weekend coming up. It's a Reggae Friday. The Giants lost. They're back home this weekend against the Miami Marlins. But the biggest news of the day, the Brandon Aiyuk summer saga is finally over. And here this morning to talk all about it is my man Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy. Yours truly, of course, Marcus Boucher on a Friday morning. Dieter, we did it, baby. Brandon Aiyuk is signed, paid, delivered. What a surprise. Murph goes on vacation, and another big name signs here in the Bay Area. Brandon Aiyuk puts the pen to paper yesterday, 4-year deal, $120 million. And Dieter, we finally crossed the finish line with Brandon Aiyuk.
I can't believe it happened. I legitimately don't know what to do with my hands, Marcus. This came out of left field, if I'm being blunt. Given the way that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan were talking on Wednesday, the way that everything had been reported, all the things that had been trickling out, it sounded for sure as if the 49ers and Aiyuk had met an impasse. And isn't it interesting that the Cleveland Browns opened up a lot of salary cap space yesterday? A lot. For no good reason. And suddenly Brandon Aiyuk's like, you know what? I want to re-sign here. I want to make this thing happen. Because the 49ers said on Wednesday, John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, both in their own words, I'm paraphrasing, said at some point you got to play. At some point we got to do something here. Apparently there had been an offer on the table for a while. I'm a little skeptical of some of that reporting. But Brandon Aiyuk looked at his options. Looked at a very good option, an outstanding option from the San Francisco 49ers. And for him, the ends justify the means. All of this mess, all of this nonsense, it worked out for him. He won, man. He won. Congratulations to Brandon Aiyuk. And, man, if the Niners didn't have more work to do, it'd be much more of a celebration. But in the meantime, how about you throw Trent Williams some cash?
Yeah, I mean, that's another hiccup we got to get to. Probably the biggest hiccup of the offseason is paying Trent Williams. But it is good to pay attention to what's going on with Brandon Aiyuk and all the reports that came out yesterday, whether it was the Cleveland Browns clearing cap space, the report from Diana Rossini that the 49ers actually offered a third-round draft pick for Cortland Sutton that they were going to involve in a 3-way trade with the Pittsburgh Steelers. And after this offseason, after hearing about the trades with the Steelers, the Browns, the Patriots, the list goes on and on and on. Brandon Aiyuk took a hard look in the mirror and said, yeah, I don't want to be catching passes from Russell Wilson or Deshaun Watson, playing for third place in the AFC North. I don't want to go out to New England and play on the worst roster in the entire NFL. I want to try to compete for a Super Bowl here with the San Francisco 49ers. And to your point, it looks like Brandon Aiyuk got his wishes, got his payday, got the 4-year extension, $30 million per year, $76 million guaranteed. Now, you said it in your opening statement that Brandon Aiyuk won this contract negotiation. I would tend to side with you there because I did not think that BA was going to get more than $28 million. So what do the 49ers look like now going through another long negotiation? At the end of the day, they got the deal done, but they might have paid a hefty, hefty price and something that could handcuff him in the future.
Oh, yeah. No. I mean, let's be clear about this. They probably crossed that Rubicon months ago. They paid for Brandon Aiyuk with a credit card. I mean, almost literally. What's the going APR, APY on a credit card? Like 24, 25%?
Yeah, in that ballpark.
They paid Brandon Aiyuk about 24, 25% more than they had planned on paying him 6 months ago. Brandon Aiyuk hasn't played football in 6 months. In fact, he's in worse condition to play football for the 2024 season because of all of this. So you're going to get 3/4 of a season from Brandon Aiyuk, but you're going to pay 25% more for that season from Brandon Aiyuk. And again, we need to reiterate, this guy was under contract for this season. They could have made him play on the 5th-year option. Mea culpa here. I thought they were making him play on the 5th-year option. Brandon Aiyuk won. He won handedly. I don't think there's a negotiation to be had on if he won this contract negotiation or not. What did he give up? What did he lose? Nothing. He got the $30 million that he had been asking for all along. He got to stay with the 49ers, who were far and away the best operation that was available to him. He got the attention and the admiration that he wanted from this process. Clearly, that was part of it. Why else are you constantly meeting with John Lynch face to face? That's weird. That's not normal. How many times has Trent Williams said, you know what, John? You and I need to get into a room. No, you know what every other player in the NFL does? They say, go talk to my agent. That's what I pay him for. He's about to take a 1-2% cut of millions of dollars. Talk to him. I'm not equipped to handle this. Meanwhile, Brandon Aiyuk's like, no, you talk to me. You tell me how important I am, how good I am, how much you love me, how much you need me. And the 49ers caved in. This is now at least the third time in a row that the 49ers have just gotten raked over the coals in a negotiation. Christian McCaffrey a couple of months ago. Christian McCaffrey said he wanted a new contract, and the 49ers said, how much, sir? And then obviously the Nick Bosa one, where he made him sweat all the way up till the final couple days. At this point, you might as well make it 4 in a row with Trent Williams. I keep coming back to it, but we talk about Super Bowl. There's no Super Bowl 49 or 59 without Trent Williams, number 71, wearing red this season.
You are correct on that, and I got 2 points for you here. The thing with Christian McCaffrey and Nick Bosa and even Trent Williams, those to me are guys that are worth overpaying. Yeah, I still think Christian McCaffrey's underpaid at $18 million per year. He's the highest paid running back in the league, but that's the market. But if you ask me if I could pick Brandon Aiyuk for $30 million or Christian McCaffrey for 18, I'm taking Christian McCaffrey every single day of the week.
You're taking George Kittle at 15 and Fred Warner at 17. You're doing all of these things. But you said the key operative term here. That's the market.
That's the market.
Well, Brandon Aiyuk got the opportunity to do a quasi-free agency this month. And the market told him, actually, you're worth 30. You think you're worth 30? Guess what? You're worth even more than that.
Yeah, well, congratulations, because that's the thing if you want to get into debate about whether or not Brandon Aiyuk won the negotiations or the 49ers won the negotiation.
I would love to hear someone. Legitimately, I don't mean this in a crass way. I would love to hear someone's take on how the 49ers won this thing.
I'll tell you the argument that I saw yesterday on Twitter, and I've heard from radio stations around the country.
That's where we go for the good analysis,
I'm just letting you know all the takes here, just playing devil advocate.
I appreciate it.
People will tell you that, hey, Adam Schefter and Diana Rossini both reported that this was the same offer from early in August and that the 49ers did not budge. Now, I don't know how much you're buying that with the CD Lamb contract with the Dallas Cowboys, how that affected them. I mean, here's the thing. You could have offered him $30 million on August 10th or August 12th, but we do know that it's more than the initial $26 million offer that you gave him in the beginning of this offseason. So at the end of the day, Brandon Aiyuk ended up getting that money.
The offer wasn't even 26. The 26 was a updated offer. They started at $23 million, and they ended up paying him $30. That's a $7 million. It's 25% difference. Again, I don't care. I'm not a season ticket holder. I don't have to buy $22 beers. I am concerned about the salary cap, but you know what? A lot of that's funny money. A lot of that stuff doesn't actually matter, right? They've been having to deal with the salary cap now for a couple of years. And will there be some hard decisions? Absolutely. But the fun part about the NFL, the tragic part about the NFL, is sometimes these things take care of themselves. In fact, a lot of times these things take care of themselves. Do I appreciate that they had to get rid of Eric Armstead? No, you have to eat a big salary, hit all this stuff. But also, Eric Armstead's a guy who's constantly dealing with foot injuries. And as the great Bill Walton, the great late Bill Walton once told me, big man, when the feet go, it all goes. Yeah. He's a big man. Eric Armstead was a big man. Yeah. My point is merely this. I don't give a hoot about the dollars. I really don't. I do care that they overpaid. That's fine. That's more of a macro thing. But when we're talking about Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers and who won and who lost, I just don't see an argument for how the 49ers won this thing. They gave Brandon Aiyuk everything that he wanted. Everyone looked like an ass at the end of this thing. Everybody. And ultimately, the 49ers can convince themselves that, in fact, they did win because, well, you know, we got the player and he's locked up long term. Well, now Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers have to justify this level of investment. And in 6 months, with no football that's been played, they paid 25% more than they were planning to on a team that was very hardcore about we can't overpay anybody anymore. And then they went out and did that. At a position, I would note, that's easiest to replace right here, right now. At no time have wide receivers cost more money, and at no time are they easier to replace I'm not a market guy, but that's a bubble.
Yeah, I'm not a market guy either. I'm not a capologist, and we understand in the NFL, the cap moves, so it could move up. They could restructure contracts, so who knows how much of this is funny money or not. And I think at the end of the day, most 49er fans would have to take, hey, it's a win for both sides if this ends in another Super Bowl trip.
Yes, if it ends in another well, actually, you know what? I got to take a bit of umbrage with the exact phrasing. Mm-hmm. I don't give a damn if they go back to the Super Bowl. The only number that matters is 6, right? It's 7 million more, 6 million more. No, 6 Lombardi trophies. That's the only thing that matters. And the ends will justify the means just as they have for Brandon Aiyuk if the 49ers win the Super Bowl. The issue is by overpaying Brandon Aiyuk, which they unquestionably did. I know that's the market, but they had a number in their mind. I think it was a fair number. The market exploded. Brandon Aiyuk was right to get everything that he could. Credit to him. Credit to his agent. As messy as it was, it worked out for that party. But now that Super Bowl window feels a little bit tighter. This Super Bowl window, if it was ever something that you could think maybe it's like 2 or 3 years, maybe they got a couple more shots at this thing, that ain't the case anymore. They got one shot at this thing, and next year it's going to be a pretty harsh reset, given with Brock Purdy's contract and now Brandon Aiyuk's.
Yeah, and after all of this talk about Brandon Aiyuk in the opening segment, I think we both still believe that you need Trent Williams to compete for that Super Bowl window. That's the bottom line. We'll see if the 49ers figure out that deal this weekend, and we'll continue to talk about the implications of this contract, what it means for the future of the cap space, how it could affect Brock Purdy's contract, how it could affect Brock Purdy's development, what it means for Deebo Samuel, and all the questions that come after Brandon Aiyuk officially signs a 4-year contract extension worth $120 million with the San Francisco 49ers. And after all that, he went out to go celebrate by watching San Jose State beat Sac State last night to kick off the college football season.
Ken's on the board.
So we got some college football this morning. We got some Giants baseball. They got beat by the Brewers 6-0. They're back home this weekend taking on Gabe Kapler's Miami Marlins. We'll get a little Giants talk later on with Mike Krukow, but we'll get you the full guest list on the other side and continue the Brandon Aiyuk discussion. 808 KNBR is the number. Who won the negotiation, and does it really matter who won the negotiation if the 49ers end up winning the Super Bowl? 808 KNBR is the number. Dieter Kurtenbach in for Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the sports leader.
The pool water heated. All the trucks is filled up with gas, premium.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win tickets to the 49ers season opener presented by Levi's. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 11 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets into the 501 Club to see the Niners take on the Jets on Monday, September 9th. Plus, you also win a $250 Levi's gift card. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you. So stay tuned. We're going to give these tickets away at 9:30 this morning. It is all furnished by Levi's. You can find official rules at knbr.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
38 days this hold-in lasted, but the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, telling Brandon Aiyuk today, take your time, think about it. But you got a couple of options. Trade to Pittsburgh, or do you want to stay here in San Francisco and put the finishing touches on this $30 million per year deal? Now remember, he wanted to be up where these other guys were at around $28 million per year. Some of these other wide receivers, they had offered below that. He winds up coming in above that with $76 million in guarantees. So it took a long time to get here, but everybody gets what they wanted. A Super Bowl ready roster keeps a key piece, and Brandon Aiyuk gets to stay in an offense where he will see the football and get paid all that money.
NFL Network's Mike Garafolo breaking down the Brandon Aiyuk summer saga that ends with him signing a deal for 4 years, $120 million, $76 million guaranteed. BA becomes the fifth highest paid wide receiver in the league, the fifth man to enter that upper echelon of $30 million per year. And now we can finally focus on football, except for, this whole Trent Williams thing's going on. But I think today is a good day to reflect on everything that happened with BA this offseason. From the trade request.
Do we want to?
I mean, we can go down the line, Dieter. From the trade
PTSD
request
here
to the handshake/hug controversy with John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan on the field, to the trade request to the Steelers, the Patriots. I mean, the list went on and on and on. And now we can finally put this part of the story to bed for now. Of course, there are contract implications for the future of the 49ers,
no doubt,
paying Brandon Aiyuk all this money. But it's nice that we finally have a resolution to the summer-long saga that was the Brandon Aiyuk negotiations.
You mentioned it off the jump here. Brandon Aiyuk is now, it'd be 6 players in the NFL, wide receivers,
6,
who make $30 million more per year. 2 thoughts on that. 1, for weeks I've been maintaining what I've been told, which is that Brandon Aiyuk cared more about the annual value than he did the overall value, right? Mm-hmm. And while I think he did pretty well on the guarantees, a number that I had been throwing out for a long time was 74. Quick math on that. That's this year's 5th-year option, which is a fully guaranteed contract of about $14 million. That's a franchise tag, which is all guaranteed, and a second franchise tag, 25 and 30, which would both be guaranteed. You add it all up, it's about $74 million. If I'm Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers have been threatening to make me play on the 5th-year option, franchise tag me, and who knows, we might just do it again after that, I say, okay, you have just guaranteed me $74 million. Suffice to say I stay healthy. So I have to come in above that, and he did by $2 million. So he did pretty well on the guarantees in that he didn't take money out of his own pocket, at least when it came to that stuff. At the same time, the Niners didn't have to go to 9 figures on total guarantees, which is now something that is been done. CeeDee Lamb got $100 million guaranteed. Justin Jefferson got $110 million guaranteed. I mean, A.J. Brown has a shorter deal. He's still got $84 million guaranteed. That's a lot of guaranteed money there. 84 out of $96 million for A.J. Brown, fully guaranteed. So the Niners, if they won anything in this negotiation, is that they didn't have to guarantee a massive percentage of the 120. But again, this comes back to Aiyuk. There's a vanity play in all of this. And you know what? Hey, we all want to look a certain way. We all want to be perceived out here. This is a public-facing industry. but he wanted to be seen as a $30 million wide receiver. And you are now paying Brandon Aiyuk. Outstanding player. Mm-hmm. You are now paying him as much annually as Tyreek Hill. And y'all don't believe this is a bubble yet? Y'all think that the 49ers won this negotiation? Those two things are not the same. And it better start looking a lot more similar starting this upcoming season with Brandon Aiyuk. You better catch 100 balls. You better be that kind of receiver that's in the same class as an A.J. Brown, a C.D. Lamb, a Justin Jefferson, an Amon-Ra St. Brown, a Tyreek Hill, because you just got paid like those guys. Not getting into the nuance of it, the guarantees. You wanted 30. You wanted what that said to the world. Now you got to play like that. And frankly, I don't want to hear any excuses if he goes out there and has what would be an outstanding season, the same season again in 24 as he did in 23. That's not good enough anymore. The 49ers are paying for potential with this deal, not the past production, because the past production is worth $25, $26 million, and that's even taking into account the market explosion.
That's the thing about BA. He's coming off his best season in the NFL, second-team All-Pro. But those wide receivers that you listed ahead of him are all first-team All-Pro wide receivers. So that's the stride that Brandon Aiyuk needs to take. And I'm with you. I originally thought that the 49ers would not go over $28 million. I felt like that was a fair offer for Brandon Aiyuk. Now he's getting that AAV of $30 million per year. I didn't think that he was in the same conversation with guys like Devontae Adams, who was making $28 million per year. Now, of course, we could talk about the ever-changing market and how you are paying for possible production and what could happen with Brandon Aiyuk. Whether or not he turns into Devontae Adams, that's a whole other storyline that we can go to. But the progression we've seen so far is that he's tracking that direction, and that's why you reward him ahead of time.
That's not how you do good business, though. I mean, it's just you don't pay for something that you haven't seen yet. That's a bet. Yeah. What you're explaining there is a bet. Mm-hmm. And you know what? The house always wins with bets. Now, maybe the 49ers get lucky. Maybe they get rich off of this one. Maybe they look like geniuses, and $30 million is a steal. But you've already drafted replacements at the wide receiver position. Now, I don't know if we want to get out any further ahead on our skis with Jacob Cowing. I think he looks like a fine depth piece. He might even be something more than that. But for this season, let's maybe pump the brakes a bit. Obviously, the brakes have been pumped with Ricky Pearsall because the dude hasn't practiced. We haven't seen him play NFL football yet, even that exhibition stuff that we call preseason football. So we can't say that, hey, they could have just waited Brandon Aiyuk out because they got the guys in hand. That said, they're thinking about 25, right? When they drafted this year, you think about 3, 4, 5 of their first picks. Ricky Pearsall, he's not here for this year. You're not drafting him to fill a spot this year. You're drafting him at the time to replace Deebo Samuel as your Z receiver. Renardo Green, second-round pick. Well, you have Deommodore Lenoir. You have Charvarius Ward. You don't need Renardo Green. Now, I think he can start week 1 on the outside, but Isaac Yiadom can too. Rock Ya-Sin has looked pretty good. Like, you got options at that spot. You didn't need Renardo Green for this year. But you're sure as hell going to need him next year when you lose maybe both Ward and Lenoir, thanks to this Aiyuk contract, thanks to the Purdy contract, thanks to the Trent Williams contract, if all the stars align and the 49ers get their business done there. You think about Pooney. He wasn't supposed to be a guy thrown into the mix. Now, that just worked out, but now he is in the mix. Now you got a rookie at right guard. That doesn't typically work out. Maybe Pooney's the exception to the rule. Isaac Guerrero, do you need a running back? Hell no. You had running backs coming out of your ears. But you're looking down the line and you're saying, you know what, we're probably not going to have Elijah Mitchell next year because he's a free agent. He's always injured. They made that decision right here and now. They already put him on IR. We got some guys that we're going to be a little lighter at that position. Let's draft for next year. They were drafting in 2024 for the 2025 season. By the way, that's good business. That's good principle. That's how you should do your drafts. You don't want to be in a situation like they were after the 2019 season where they trade DeForest Buckner and they got to immediately draft his replacement in the first round. Then you're entirely tied to a player who might not work out. It's still a crapshoot, the NFL draft. The point is merely this. Your entire roster is now in serious flux because you have paid a wide receiver $30 million a year. You're paying him more than you've ever paid a quarterback in your franchise's history. Okay, you're paying him more than Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance made combined. You have established a core. The core is Nick Bosa, Brandon Aiyuk, and Brock Purdy. And everything revolves around those three guys from here on out. Are those the three guys that you really want to roll with as your core? Of all the best players that you have, everybody else became expendable when you overpaid Brandon Aiyuk yesterday. Fair enough. They decided that that's what they want to do. That's their business. It very well could work out for them. But let's be very clear. They paid Nick Bosa, top of the market. That's $30 million. They're going to pay Brock Purdy, top of the market. That's $55, maybe $60 million. And they just paid Brandon Aiyuk, top of the market, $30 million. I mean, dude, that's $120 million a year for three players on a salary cap that won't hit 300 for another 5. Maybe 3 if everything works out with this Brazil game next Friday. They're all in on 3 dudes. That's not, in my opinion, functional football roster building. And we're going to find out if John Lynch can make it work without having a middle class of player. Because the last 2 draft classes, we don't know anything about this one. It's looking good, but you don't know because they haven't played football. But the prior 2 draft classes sucked. They drafted like crap those 2 years they didn't have a first-round pick because they traded away for Trey Lance. And, oh, yeah, that thing happened. They are still digging themselves out of the hole from the 3 draft classes preceding this one. This roster is still a mile high and an inch deep. And now they're going to have to rely on their depth more than ever in 2025 and beyond. People talk about a Super Bowl window. It's 1 year. You better win it. Not getting there, not contending for it. You better win it because I think the entire world could be upside down, not to go full Kyle Shanahan, as it pertains to this roster in 2025 and beyond.
Small picture, small window. The 49ers are obviously better and have a better opportunity to win the Super Bowl this year, paying Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams. But what the effect is going to be
that second one.
Down the road. Yeah, you got to make sure to throw Trent in the conversation also. But down the road, 2, 3, 4 years, we will discuss how this is going to affect the Brock Purdy contract. Also got to talk about Brock Purdy's development with BA locked up for the next 4 seasons. And also what it means for guys like Deebo Samuel and whether or not the 49ers have been negotiating in good faith and if this is a good sign for future negotiations. Chris in Richmond, I see you on hold. We'll get to you after the break. We'll take your calls. 808 KNBR is the number. Who won the contract negotiations, Brandon Aiyuk or the San Francisco 49ers? 808 KNBR is the number. Bang the number, Tony. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher and Dieter Kurtenbach in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
4 years, $120 million for Brandon Aiyuk has to be a massive win, and it took so long for the 49ers to get here. This had so many different iterations, guys. And this deal, which, by the way, gets Brandon Aiyuk $47 million between now and April 1st of 2025. There was a time I really wondered, would they get to 30? I believe at one point in late July, it was $27 million a year. That's the offer. They worked and they worked and they kept grinding. At the end, it was either going to be Steelers or 49ers for Brandon Aiyuk. The Steelers didn't have a receiver that were never going to trade Pickens, didn't have a receiver to trade the 49ers. They couldn't do a deal. This makes sense for him to stay in San Francisco.
There it is. Ian Rappaport breaking down the behind-the-scenes look at BA getting the bag. Brandon Aiyuk, now in the upper echelon of $30 million wide receivers in the NFL. In case you missed it, in case you're just waking up, it's Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy. Hey, Tony, don't laugh. I was taking a nap yesterday, and I missed the initial news. So maybe someone's waking up this morning and finding out that Brandon Aiyuk signed to a 4-year, $120 million contract with $76 million guaranteed. And it's a thread that's been going around on social media, and a question we asked this morning: who won the negotiations? It seems like every time there's a trade or a negotiation or something, people got to figure out which side won. Well, it's looking like Brandon Aiyuk won because he got $30 million. But I do want to give some love to the 503 on the Golden State Lumber and Building Material text line. They said the fans won. It's not my money. It's not my problem. And at the end of the day, Dieter, I hate that we have to come on air every single day and pocket watch all of these NFL players and players from across the sporting world. I really don't care about the money because it's not my money, but there are obviously real-life implications of how this could affect the 49ers moving forward.
I disagree with the assessment that it's not people's money. It might not be your money as a Raiders fan, but for 49ers...
Hey, I buy beers at Levi Stadium. It's my money, too.
Okay, it is your money. Mm-hmm. I mean, this is the thing, and this is also your team. Now, I will always side with the team because normal people root for teams, not players. I'm not going to include all those weirdos on the internet who are LeBron stans or Steph fans. I don't deal with that. I don't deal with that. Those aren't normal people. Normal people have a team. I'm a Chicago White Sox fan. I mean, I'm shaky right now.
Still?
I mean, I don't have to actively participate in such a thing. But, like, just as I was raised Catholic, I was raised a White Sox fan. That doesn't mean that I can't, not show up to the high holy days. But it's merely to say people root for teams, not players. I don't care at all about checking these guys' pocket. If you make $30 million a year playing an entertainment product, like, dude, and I'm supposed to feel uncomfortable about noting how much you make? Do we feel uncomfortable about saying, hey, this guy got, what was it? Robert Downey Jr. is getting $95 million to do these Marvel movies.
Yeah, shout out Dr. Doom.
Does anyone feel weird about that?
No, not at all.
No. So this is part of the game. And also, it's part of the game because a lot of football these days, and listen, I can agree with this. I don't think people like it. I don't think it's very fun. It's certainly not what we got into this business to talk about, but it's an important part of it. A lot of this is just spreadsheet jockeying. A lot of this sport is having to figure out the numbers. Now, you can argue it's gone way too far in baseball, and you can be worried that it's going this way in football. I would argue that the sport of football and the physicality prevents anything like that from really happening, going full analytics, all that nonsense. But, man, like, this does matter. It does matter how much he got paid. I agree it's not technically your money, but you're the one bankrolling this whole thing. And if you're bankrolling this whole thing, you want to make sure that the business, at least the forward-facing part of this business, the side that you're paying for, you want to make sure that they're in good standing fiscally. And overpaying Brandon Aiyuk by 25% from where you were at in March doesn't strike me as a good fiscal decision. It's a good football decision.
Yeah, and I agree. That's the difference between the perspective of the front office versus the fan base. I think most fans will tell you it's worth it to overpay if it does lead to winning a Super Bowl.
Yeah, that's a big if.
It's a big if. It's a risk, but this is a betting game. Just like the 49ers are betting on Brandon Aiyuk turning into a top 5 wide receiver, fans are betting on this complete roster still being one of the best rosters in football.
Well, let me know when that complete roster gets put together because the most important player on the roster hasn't shown up to work yet.
They're still missing Trent Williams, which leads to the topic of how the 49ers are handling these holdouts, these hold-in, and these contract negotiations. I want to make sure to say what's up to our guy, Chris in Richmond, who's been hanging out in hold. Chris, good morning. Welcome to the Murph and Marcus Show. What are your thoughts on the Brandon Aiyuk contract and how the 49ers handle this situation?
Fellas, good morning. How we doing?
We're doing good, man. Brandon Aiyuk got paid. I'm not as good as BA, but I'm feeling good this morning,
I was
Chris.
looking to get the BA contract personally.
You know, I was thinking about calling my employer today and say, hey, you know what? I got 3 years left on my contract, but
I support your
someone
holding,
in Colorado
Chris.
got paid a whole lot more than me, so I'm gonna cry and complain about it. So I get paid what they do.
If you could start
See what happens to me, right?
If you could start making it really uncomfortable at work, you might have a case, right?
Yeah.
That's what Brandon Aiyuk did. I think we should all follow that lead.
I would see the front door. That's what happened.
Chris, after the show today, FaceTime me. I'll be Jaden Daniels. We'll go face to face, and we can tell your boss that he doesn't want you anymore.
They don't want me, man.
Yeah. How respectful.
All right, Chris, what's up, man? What's your take?
You know, I got two different takes on. Obviously, there's a negative take, which is, hey, what are you doing, man? How did this even perspire? Like, my concern is the next few years. It's not just this guy. It's, okay, what about the Debos? What about the McCaffreys? What about the key players that we have? We're going to have 3 years left on the contract. Well, we just saw Brandon Aiyuk cry, and he got what he wanted. So maybe we should sit there and stop in the middle of our 3 or 4 year contract and try and negotiate for another year or two. You don't think that's a little cancerous? You don't think that's going to sit there and be a problem? I see that as a huge issue. That's the first problem I have. The second issue is how he even handled it. The dude waited until we lost the Super Bowl where he didn't even show up. We lost the Super Bowl within minutes. I'm reading on Twitter about his campaign, which is really him, sitting there saying, I want out, I want to trade. What a freaking, you know what I'm saying?
Chris, I get you, man. It's been a frustrating offseason. I appreciate you calling in this morning. I think there's two ways to kind of respond to that entire take. You can look at the negatives on both parties here. I don't think Brandon Aiyuk handled it as professional as he could have, whether we're talking about the FaceTimes. Who knows if you even have to be professional in these type of settings, but also from the 49ers strategic standpoint, they claim to at least make the offer early. Now, Brandon Aiyuk never accepted that offer. But after seeing what Nick Bosa was able to do last year, dragging these negotiations until the last week of the season, I think it does kind of set the example that other guys say, hey, look, I can do the same thing. Even if you don't think Brandon Aiyuk is in that same class as a Nick Bosa, Trent Williams is probably looking at that saying, look, I am in the same class as a guy like Nick Bosa, so I can kind of mimic what Nick Bosa did last year.
Well, we talked about this yesterday. We talked about this for weeks. We talked about this for months. There's a big difference between setting the market, which Brandon Aiyuk has done, right? You've now put him in the upper echelon. That's a market-setting deal. It's 25% more than you were going to pay him between no football and no football. So, yeah, you set the market with Brandon Aiyuk, even if you didn't top out the market. Is Brandon Aiyuk a player that inherently, when you think about him, you think that should be one of the highest paid players in football? I would argue no. But here he is, one of the highest paid players in football. I would also say the same about Javon Hargrave, right? Like, he gets this deal, and you go, man, is he really like the 6th highest paid defensive tackle in the game? Like, okay, well, we'll see about that. And ultimately, he just kind of gets knocked down the list year after year. Inflation, it gets everybody. But still, you have a lot of guys making top dollar on a football team. And going to Chris's original point and the notion of Brandon Aiyuk getting everything that he wanted and this being cancerous, Brandon Aiyuk is not the first. No.
And he won't be the last.
He's one would hope he's not the last, because otherwise the season's over before it starts, because 71 is doing the same thing right now. Let's be very clear about why this got so contentious, why this was so difficult, and why Brandon Aiyuk was a bit flustered by the whole process. They have to get their money now. If you're getting paid, you need to get paid before this season, because there's no money next year.
You're saying Brandon Aiyuk went full J.G. Wentworth. It's my money, and I need it now.
That's right. That's exactly right. Call 877-CASH now.
Thank you.
And I saw a commercial for that yesterday. What the hell? Like, it's operating on levels that I missed out on. They're at a roller rink wearing, like, Viking attire And I'm like, am I high? Like, what happened? I was just sitting around with my kid watching Mizzou football, and suddenly I'm having a fever dream.
And
regardless.
here comes J.J. Wentworth. I need our digital team to kind of put Brandon Aiyuk's face on J.J. Wentworth for our next digital hit. But sorry, continue.
No. That was on me. And so I hadn't seen a J.J. I don't watch a lot of daytime TV, right? I'm not checking out Judge Mathis. You still do Judge Mathis?
No, I'm not on Judge Mathis.
Okay. I'm not a Jim Harbaugh. I'm not a Judge Judy guy. But the Niners don't have any money going forward. They're $29 million over the salary cap already for next year. And they can figure out ways to get around that. I can get into the details a little bit later. In the short term, you already saw Christian McCaffrey look at his situation and say, well, there's no money for me to get restructured or get a pay bump next year. Pony up now. You're looking at Trent Williams saying, actually, it's kind of easy for them to cut me at the end of the year. I'm 36 years old. I put in a lot of hard miles. And if the Niners are really put between a rock and a hard place, they might draft my replacement.
Well, especially when Trent has zero guaranteed money still left on his contract.
And it's really easy to move on from that contract if you're the 49ers. Do they want to do that? Probably not. But you know what? They're in a situation where they might have to do some stuff they don't want to do fiscally. And so Trent's saying to himself, let's make sure that I have some protection here, and then I'll provide some protection for your quarterback that you want to give $60 million a year to. The money is gone. It's already accounted for. And if you don't grab what's left right now that's sitting on the table today, there's no more coming down the pipeline. There is no second wave of cash for anybody. So the notion that what Brandon Aiyuk just did was cancerous, I'll only agree on this point. He is the one player who got paid market-setting money who does not strike me on this team as a market-setting player. And you might say, well, Javon Hargrave was a free agent, and they had nothing but money to spend, and they're going to get off that deal at the end of this year. Brandon Aiyuk is now one of the core three players on this team. And that core, as much as Fred Warner is an incredible player, as much as George Kittle's an incredible player, go down the line. Deebo Samuel's obviously an incredible player. You can go down with a lot of great players. There are three core players. There are three guys that they are locked into long term. Brock Purdy soon. They're going to give him all the money he wants and a little bit more. Nick Bosa last year and now Brandon Aiyuk this year. That's your three-man core. That's $120 million annually for three players. Everybody else has become expendable, and that's the only notion of sort of cancer or insidiousness that I'll throw on this thing, because they might be looking around and saying, Brandon Aiyuk even the best receiver on the 2024 49ers? And yet they're giving him this kind of treatment, and they're being tough with me? If I'm Trent Williams, my asking price went up a couple million yesterday, and I'm definitely not bluffing. I missed week one? Okay. Well, you know how to find me. I'll be in Houston. I'll be hanging out getting that sweet zero state income tax, right? I'm getting my 181 in down here. You can come and find me whenever you need me. But until then, I'm playing golf. I'm playing golf. And if you want to meet the price, which keeps going up, I'll come play football for you. And they got to get it done this weekend, or it's going to be a really big problem.
It's different being at the poker table with Trent Williams versus Brandon Aiyuk.
100%.
That's my big point. And I'll wrap up this segment just to address the topic of being a team cancer. Deebo Samuel and Dima Lenore both went on Instagram and social media yesterday and congratulated Brandon Aiyuk on the contract. So it seems like everybody's happy to get BA back in the building. I'm sure Brock Purdy is happy to get BA back in the building. But it brings up the question, who's more important for the development of Brock Purdy? Is it Trent Williams or is it Brandon Aiyuk? We'll discuss on the other side. 808 KNBR is the number. Marcus the Waterboy Boucher and Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the sports leader.
It's my money, and I need it now!
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Well, the Niners and Trent Williams have been talking, and we've heard Kyle Shanahan say this week he's been talking to Trent Williams, and the sense is that they haven't gotten close so far. But I think this team was really focused on trying to get this deal done with Brandon Aiyuk, and it took a lot of energy and attention. And now that Brandon Aiyuk is done, and now that that regular season opener, that Monday night game against the Jets, is a week from Monday, I would think that the 49ers' full attention and focus will shift over to Trent Williams, who's got no more guaranteed money left on his deal. They know that they want him back. They know they have to have him back, and it'll be up to both sides to try to figure out an arrangement that could get back their Pro Bowl left tackle.
All right, welcome back to the Murph and Marcus show on a Friday morning. Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy. He'll be back Tuesday. I'll be back Tuesday. I think Dieter's actually filling in on Monday, I believe.
Me and JD, 8 to noon.
JD and Dieter on Monday, a Labor Day special. If you're making sandwiches at 6 a.m., tune in to the Sports Leader. Me and Murph will be back on Tuesday, and maybe by Tuesday, the 49ers will work out a deal with Trent Williams, because as you heard on the rejoin, in case you're just waking up at 6:55 on a Friday morning, Brandon Aiyuk got paid yesterday. And you'd probably have to be going to bed pretty early if you missed that news yesterday in the afternoon.
Didn't you sleep through it?
I did. I was actually taking my late afternoon nap. I woke up, sent out a few tweets.
Multiple afternoon naps?
I like to spare them out. Sometimes I'll do an early afternoon nap. Sometimes I'll do a late afternoon nap. It's always weird when the Giants have a day game.
Like an appetizer?
No, nap.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Just for clarification. And we will clarify that the Murph and Marcus show is sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health, world-class care, closer than you think. Indeed, we're getting closer and closer to the start of the NFL season. And I think it's safe to say that we are actually in agreement that Trent Williams is more important to the 49er roster than Brandon Aiyuk this season. But could you make the case that Brandon Aiyuk is more important to the development of Brock Purdy 2, 3, 4 years down the road throughout the entirety of this contract?
No, 808 KNBR. If you legitimately think that Brandon Aiyuk is more important than Trent Williams now and forever, 808 KNBR. I'd love to hear from you. I'd love to hear that take, because I need that explained to me like I'm a toddler. I don't get it. How is Brock Purdy supposed to get the ball to Brandon Aiyuk if he's on his back?
That's a great question, and that's what the 503's checking in this morning says, that Trent Williams is more important to Brock Purdy's health than Brandon Aiyuk, which goes without saying. We've been pretty vocal this week that I don't want to see Jalen Moore week one going against that New York Jets offensive line. Hell, I'm not even that comfortable with Colton McKivitz as a starting right tackle. But the counter argument would be that Trent Williams is 36. Brandon Aiyuk is entering his prime. So we're talking about a player who is not technically skill-wise on the back end of his career, but age-wise, he's on the back end of his career, versus a guy that for the next 4 years should be entering his prime and has that ability to maybe take Brock Purdy to the next level.
again, it doesn't matter if he's not getting any protection. This is the worst offensive line in the NFC right now. If my estimation kind of plays out, it is unquestionably an awful offensive line as it's currently constructed. And I include Nick Sakelj at left guard over Aaron Banks because I haven't seen Aaron Banks practice yet. And as much as you can say that a broken pinky isn't going to affect him, hands are kind of important when you're playing offensive line.
You don't say.
I know. So, ultimately, Jalen Moore is not a viable option to start at left tackle in the NFL. He's a good swing tackle. You can get by for a game or two, and maybe that's all it will be. But that's not anything that you can pencil in and say, oh, we still have a chance to win the Super Bowl. Colton McKivitz, you have every right to be concerned. He does not look better than he looked last year, and last year he was arguably the team's biggest liability. You got Dominic Pooney, who everyone's really excited about as well. They should be. He has been very good in the preseason. He's been very good at preseason practices. But you got a rookie at right guard, a rookie. And ultimately, the 49ers in these preseason games and in practices have been running the vanilla stuff. What happens when they need to get complex? What happens when they have to do some gap stuff and they need to run trap plays with Dominic Pooney? I don't think he's built for it. There's a reason that they have him at guard and not tackle. He's a plotter. Now, when he gets his hands on you, they stay on you. And I saw that little pirouette that he did. I like him. But the fact that Dominic Pooney has been the story of camp tells you kind of everything you need to know about camp. We're talking about right guards here on the leader. Yeah. And then at center, you got a big issue with Jake Brendel, who has not been able to snap the ball effectively in practices at all. Now, I like Drake Nugent, the guy that they undrafted free agent out of Michigan, formerly of Stanford. I like him. I think he's the center in 25 and beyond. But you can't roll with him right now because he's got no anchor. And they couldn't play him at guard, which is why they had to move him to the practice squad. Again, just go through the offensive line one more time for me here with Marcus. Jalen Moore, Aaron Banks, who I'm washy on. Some people are in on Banks. By the way, hope you enjoy Aaron Banks now because he's not on this team next year, not with what he'll get given the explosion in the guard.
Would you say currently Aaron Banks is the second best offensive lineman if you're including Trent Williams in that conversation?
Yes. And how much of Aaron Banks' success is, Trent Williams stands next to me?
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess we're about to find out. And then Brendel, who I like Jake. I think there's a lot of positives to say about Jake Brendel, but the negatives are starting to outweigh those positives as of late. And this is an issue that the Niners have had again and again and again at the center position. You got a rookie at right guard, and you got Colton McKivitz, who's one of the worst right tackles in football, at right tackle. This is an offensive line that, if you're ranking them, the number starts with a 3, and there's a number after it. It's 30, 31, 32. This is a terrible offensive line. You bring in Trent Williams, and now it's average because he's just that good. So the idea that now, later, whatever, that Brandon Aiyuk is more important than a Trent Williams, I have a replacement for Brandon Aiyuk on the roster today.
Right now.
I can tell you who could take those snaps at X. Are they going to be as good as Brandon Aiyuk? Hell no. But I can give you 50% of the snaps for a Juwan Jennings. I can give you 25% of the snaps week 1 for a Ricky Pearsall or a Jacob Cowing. Or I can even throw a Ronnie Bell in there. Again, none of these guys amalgamate to become a Brandon Aiyuk. You want Aiyuk out there. But Aiyuk, of course, is under contract. And he was going to have to show up one way or another. So you get the deal done. Congratulations. He's part of your core. That's a decision that you've made. You have 2 tackles on the entire team. And they went and they didn't draft a tackle in the previous draft or the draft before that. The last tackle they've taken, legitimate tackle, I believe was Jalen Moore. So it's like, I could be wrong about that, but anyone want to point out, McKivitz, they don't have a backup plan. They have a swing tackle that they've slid into the position as a placeholder. They didn't draft any. Kingsley Suamati out of BYU last year. Didn't draft him. You could have traded up. You could have gotten Mims. You could have gotten a bunch of really good tackles. This was a good tackle draft. They said, no, we're good. Rosengarten out of Washington, a guy that they were high on. They let Baltimore sneak up and take him. They drafted for 2025. and they went and they got a backup corner. They went and they got a backup wide receiver, and they set themselves up to get rid of Devo Samuel. They set themselves up to get rid of Charvarius Ward or Diamador Lenore next year. Clearly, they did not see this Trent Williams thing coming because they don't have a backup for him. They don't have a backup today. They don't have a backup for the future. And what I fear is they'll get something done with Trent, and they'll do this all again next year because they were able to get 1 year of this done, which I'm not sure Trent's going to be down with, so we'll see. But this is my fear. And then next year, they're in a position where, Trent's going to retire. Trent's going to say he's done. And now we got to go out in our first-round pick, and we got to go get a tackle. And he's going to start day one. And now you're back in to the Buckner-Kinlaw vortex, which didn't torpedo the team or anything.
Yeah, but it didn't
certainly
work out.
didn't work. By the way, Javon Kinlaw, number one defensive tackle on the depth chart next to Quinn Williams on the Jets. So we get to see our old friend in week one.
Nice, but that's a good thing to point out. The 49ers do not have a current replacement or a future replacement for Trent Williams. And this is a team that has been reluctant to spend a first or a second round draft pick on the offensive line because they want to draft weapons, even though our good friend Jim Harbaugh does consider offensive linemen weapons.
As well he should.
As he should. And we should tell you that you are listening to KNBR AM and FM in San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. But, Dieter, it brings up the question that we kind of posed yesterday on the show, and I know our digital team clipped it, and we had plenty of responses on social media. What's going to happen with the future of Trent Williams? I truly believe when you look at this depth chart, when you look at Jalen Moore and Colton McKivitz as your only options, Trent Williams might be sitting on his couch saying, yeah, I'm going to watch those guys play on Monday night to show my value. And that's why I think Trent Williams' holdout could linger into the regular season. Now, I do think that he's going to play at some point this year. They will get the contract worked out. It's completely possible he misses 1 or 2 games. But yesterday, Dieter, you had the quote-unquote hot take of the day saying that you think that Trent Williams might retire or never play again in a 49er uniform.
Where's the hot take there?
I don't know,
Is
but
this
social
new
media was
information?
not happy with it.
Is this new information?
I mean, we've talked about Trent Williams possibly retiring for the last 2 or 3 seasons now.
It's not just that. He has openly threatened to retire if the 49ers don't pay him. What do you think staying in Texas is? What do you think not playing football is? He hasn't asked for a trade. He hasn't asked to be released. No. He hasn't asked to go play for another team. He has said, I will not play football unless you pay me what I'm worth. And what he's worth to him is $28.2 million per year. That's about $100,000 more than Tristan Wirf is going to make per season on his new contract. Penei Sewell at about $28 million. By the way, both of those guys absolutely deserve it. They're fantastic. But so is Trent Williams. Yeah. And again, when I say I'm not sure Trent Williams is going to play for the 49ers again, I'll double down, I'll triple down, I'll quadruple down. I'll put all the house money on it. The mortgage is bet right now. I think that's stupid that the 49ers would allow that to happen. But I am not going to pretend as if Trent Williams isn't a man of his word. I'm not going to pretend that Trent Williams is bluffing or that this dude is bloviating. That's my job. When Trent Williams says something, it's said. When Trent Williams threatens somebody, you better be scared. And the San Francisco 49ers are trifling a little bit here.
I mean, it's what I said to close out the last segment. Sitting down at the poker table with Trent Williams is completely different than sitting down at the
100%.
Poker table with Brandon Aiyuk.
100%.
The 49ers called his bluffs. He asked for a trade request. He said, look, we've got 3 different trade requests lined up for you. We've got agreements with the Steelers, the Browns, the Patriots. You just got to say yes to the dress, and we're shipping you out of here, and you're catching balls from Drake May.
Yes to the address.
Yeah, yes to the address. That works too.
Yeah,
we were talking TLC, yes to the dress the other day.
Don't start me.
Oh,
don't start me.
You're a TLC
Encyclopedic
guy.
knowledge.
Oh, wow.
Am I a TLC guy? No.
Your
Do
wife.
I have a television where I don't get control over all the time? You bet your ass.
Yeah, that makes sense. But the thing is, Trent Williams can say yes to whatever dress he wants. And he deserves to have the biggest rock on the block or the best dress at the wedding if we're going too far into this analogy.
Look at us fancy girls.
I know, look at that. But like Trent Williams has the ability to say, again, if I'm not out there week 1 against the Jets, good luck to Brock Purdy. Good luck protecting your $55 million investment for next season. Yeah. It's different without Trent versus being out there without Brandon Aiyuk.
They can win without Brandon Aiyuk. Is it harder? Yes, but they could have won without Brandon Aiyuk. I always like to go to Vegas because Vegas is very cold and calculated about this. Now, I don't actually like going to Vegas, but I'm talking about talking to the odds makers. If Brandon Aiyuk had, again, I hate to do this hypothetical because you don't want to put this out in the universe, but I got to put it out there. If Brandon Aiyuk had torn up his knee and was going to be out for the season, preseason, right? He comes to practice day one and, a terrible thing happens and he can't play this season. The 49ers win total over-under would not have changed. Would not have changed. We're already seeing it change with the Trent Williams news. Last year, Trent Williams missed 3 games. They lost them all. The offense looked like a shell of itself. I know some people are out here saying Brock played well. They scored 17 points for 3 straight games. Oh, but it was raining. Trent's a pretty good umbrella. What are we talking about here? They didn't look like themselves. Trent Williams is the most important person on this offense. That was true before this whole contract thing started. You got to pay him. And if the 49ers want to keep pretending as if Trent Williams is bluffing and that he'll just show up to work, they're going to find out the hard way that Trent Williams does not bluff. Trent Williams says what he means, and it stays said. And he is threatening to retire, whether that be for a year or 2 or forever, if the 49ers do not pay him. And don't try him, because he's literally done this before. Yep. He skipped the entire 2019 season on principle. He took a year of his prime and said, I ain't playing, on principle. He's standing on principle right now. I'm Trent Williams. You pay me more than anybody else because I'm better than anybody else. The 49ers have no negotiation ploy here. When I heard John Lynch on Wednesday being like, we're throwing out ideas, I got an idea. Pay the man his money.
Yeah, give him some guaranteed money. That's my idea.
It's not that. It's not just the guarantees. Because, again, as I was saying earlier, there is no money down the line. It has nothing to do with guarantees. This has everything to do with getting the annual value up and protecting him from being cut, which I guess is a guarantee argument.
But if he was still playing out this contract and had $28 million guaranteed, do you think that would have changed his approach this offseason versus going to this year, 100%. $28 million on the books, but there's no guarantee? Like, it's the same thing with Brandon Aiyuk. He doesn't want to step onto the field until he knows that he's got that safety net of the guaranteed money.
Now, by the way, this is the flip side of this. It's a good point. Trent Williams doesn't need the money.
Yeah.
Trent Williams is the richest offensive lineman in the history of football by a fairly significant margin, actually, at this juncture. Now, he won't be in a couple of years, but that's how it goes.
That's the market.
Trent Williams doesn't need this anymore. He wants it. He's willing to do it if the price is right, but he doesn't need this anymore. Trent Williams, you go, oh, well, he's never won a Super Bowl. What's Trent Williams need a Super Bowl for?
His legacy.
That's his decision. What does he care? He might not care.
Well, you play to win the game. I think he would tell you that he wants to win a Super Bowl.
Sure. And, I want to be a multimillionaire.
That is also true.
There's a lot of things that we all want.
We're still shooting for those goals, Dieter.
And listen, some of us can get there a little bit faster than others. Listen to this guy moving on up.
Hey, now.
I'm just saying, there's a lot of things that we want. Mm-hmm. The question is, how much are you willing to sacrifice to get them? And Trent Williams has made it pretty clear. I'm willing to throw this all away. I'm willing to throw away a Super Bowl dream. You need to pay me. I'm not showing up until I'm getting paid what I'm worth. And again, the flip side of him not getting paid is that he doesn't play. Now, you can call that what? To me, it sounds an awful lot like a retirement, but that's just me.
Now, Dieter, we're both betting guys ourselves. You're walking up to the sports book. You got to lay down a bet. Is Trent Williams playing at some point this season for the 49ers?
Yeah, because as dumb as the 49ers have acted in this entire process, I have to still give them enough benefit of the doubt that they're not complete idiots. Right?
That's a nice way to put it.
Listen, a lot of stuff that the 49ers have been doing over the last couple of months indicates some level of idiocy. But they're not so dumb as to pretend that Trent Williams doesn't mean what he says.
Oh, and that's the thing. You got to call Trent Williams bluff, but it does bring up a big question.
You don't call it.
Is it time to give the 49ers credit to John Lynch for re-signing their draft picks, hey, don't give me the funny face. I'm just reading what John Joe has on the rundown. 808 KNBR is the number. Is it time to celebrate the 49ers front office for getting the deal done with Brandon Aiyuk, or are you irritated about how this dragged out, and are you still frustrated with the Trent Williams negotiation? We'll take your calls and discuss more on the other side. Dieter Kurtenbach in for Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher
How you
on
doing,
KNBR.
Charlie?
104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Offensive linemen we look at as weapons.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Now, if some team had offered a wide receiver in return, that might have gotten the 49ers' attention, but there was no way that they were trading a receiver as good and talented and productive as Brandon Aiyuk without getting some type of frontline wide receiver in return. This was always going to be go time for all of these unsettled situations to see if any of them could be resolved. On Monday, Dallas and CeeDee Lamb reached the agreement. And now on Thursday, Brandon Aiyuk and the 49ers reach their agreement.
Brandon Aiyuk gets the bag. Happy Friday morning. It's Marcus the Waterboy Boucher, Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy. It's a 3-day weekend. It's a Reggae Friday. It feels like there's some good vibes because I got to say I'm happy. I'm happy that this damn contract negotiation is over. We can discuss whether or not you think the 49ers overpaid or if you didn't like the negotiation antics of Brandon Aiyuk. At the end of the day, Brandon Aiyuk is putting that pen to paper and signing a 4-year contract extension with the San Francisco 49ers, pairing them up for what we're thinking is the future of the 49ers franchise with Brock Purdy. Still plenty of questions to ask about the future of Trent Williams at 36 years old and whether or not he'll lace them up week 1. But before we went to our break, Dieter, I asked a question. Is it time to give John Lynch and the 49ers front office some credit? I'm almost going full Draymond Green, Bob Myers. Can somebody give Bob some blanking credit? Because there's been a lot of complaints this offseason about how these contract negotiations drag out all through training camp. And not just this season. Whether we're talking about Nick Bosa and Deebo Samuel, the storylines go on and on and on. But even after those past negotiations, the 49ers were still able to get to the NFC Championship game in the Super Bowl last year. Of course, they have not reached their goal of winning a Super Bowl. And I don't know if anybody's drawn any correlation to the negotiations over the summer to them not getting the job done in the big game. We're talking about a few simple plays here, and things can be completely different. But this morning, we are talking about the fact that Brandon Aiyuk's future will be in San Francisco and whether or not you give any credit for the 49ers drawing a line in the sand and getting the deal done with Aiyuk.
Okay, if they drew a line in the sand, then they all trampled over it by about 100 yards. What line in the sand? Oh, okay, no, whatever you need, Brandon. That's a line in the sand? I mean, listen, I got a toddler. I know how this goes. They win. They win a lot. I can draw a line in the sand. That doesn't mean it's got to be respected, and clearly that's the case here. Let's go to the Draymond Green, Bob Myers analogy. It's a good analogy, except for this one thing, which you alluded to. When did Draymond Green say that?
After winning multiple championships.
Oh, that thing, the most important thing. Mm-hmm. And so it comes back to this for me time and time again. Does this help the 49ers win a championship this year? Yes, in a soft way, to be honest, because Brandon Aiyuk, they could have made him play on the 5th-year option, traded him at the end of the season, and you go, well, you know, he wouldn't have really had a good year because he wouldn't want to be on the 5th-year option. It would have behooved him to have a pretty good year. I'm not sure that Brandon Aiyuk would have shown up anytime soon, but when he got in there, it would be in his best interest if he was on that 5th-year option to ball out in a way that he had never balled out before.
I mean, that's the thing. We're talking about him making $30 million per year. There could have been a possibility where he played out his 5th-year contract, tested the market next year with Jamar Chase, and who knows if he would have got that 32, 33, 34
he would have
with these other wide receivers.
He would have gotten it, just not from the San Francisco 49ers. Mm-hmm. I was under the impression as of Thursday morning that the San Francisco 49ers weren't going to go to 30. Clearly they did. And now they got a little bit in, guarantees maybe coming their way, right? They didn't have to give as much guaranteed money as they probably should have given for a contract of that magnitude. 76 out of 120? That's not a very good ratio for Brandon Aiyuk, but it's still $30 million a year for a guy who doesn't have a lot of miles on the odometer. So, in theory, he should be getting every cent of that. Now, there'll be some restructuring, things like that, but he should be getting every cent of that thing if he plays up to his capabilities. Yes, I guess we have to give the 49ers front office some credit here in that they got a deal done. And if this is where their priority lied, and clearly it is where it lied because they did this before the Trent Williams deal, then all credit to them. But I got a question inherently if they deserve credit. They didn't win the negotiation at all. They got rolled over by Brandon Aiyuk and his ridiculous agent, Ryan Williams, who, by the way, Brandon, pay the man his commission and get him out the door. I mean, he did not do you any favors here. You might have gotten everything you wanted as the end result. You could have gotten it in a way. You could have gotten it in a way that wasn't so embarrassing in public and unnecessary.
Well, especially with the connection between John Lynch and Ryan Williams. It didn't really seem like these were the most kosher negotiations with how public BA was with everything.
Entirely. So, yeah, you won. The ends justify the means, but that doesn't mean we're going to forget the means anytime soon. And I think there's a lot of 49ers fans out there who, yeah, you're happy. You have a very, very good player under contract, no longer disgruntled, all that. But people don't forget that easy. I mean, I still remember how messy and nasty and ridiculous the Deebo Samuel conversations were. And it's still hard to give Deebo the same amount of respect as I did before those negotiations because he was acting like a fool during a lot of that stuff. And it worked out for him. And all this is separate from the notion of how they are as a football player. But it's hard for me to look at Brandon Aiyuk the same way as a guy again because this was so out of character for him all the way to the very end. And shouldn't it be noted that we haven't heard from Brandon Aiyuk in a couple of weeks, and that's when the deal gets done? Brandon Aiyuk is going out here doing a bunch of stuff that's very un-Brandon Aiyuk-like, right? Very public, very dramatic.
FaceTimes and scrubbing Instagrams.
Extroverted, right? This is diva wide receiver stuff from a guy who just wants to go stand and watch some Mountain West football on a Friday night, or on Thursday night.
Yeah, shout out San Jose State.
This is a low-key dude, and he's doing a lot of high-key stuff. It's going to be hard for me to look at Brandon Aiyuk the same way again. Now, it doesn't matter. Who gives a damn? But, again, these scars that have been inflicted don't just go away overnight. And I think that the bigger question for everybody here is, can Brandon Aiyuk live up to his contract now? Can he do it? There's never any question that Nick Bosa could do it, that Trent Williams can do it, that Christian McCaffrey can do it, that Fred Warner can do it, that George Kittle can do it. We're going to find out with Brock Purdy, but he's a quarterback and you don't want to lose him. Brandon Aiyuk has to live up to his new contract. He's betting on himself, and the 49ers have fronted him the cash. I'm fascinated to see how it goes. If he doesn't have 100 catches this year, there's a problem. I don't want to hear anything more about, the system doesn't help him or, he was open in the Super Bowl. They couldn't get him the ball. They pay you $30 million a year. Find the ball. Throw it to yourself if you got it. Do some end arounds. I don't know. They found a way to get Deebo Samuel the ball when they had no other option. When you're paying a guy $30 million a season to be a wide receiver, find the ball. You are not now a byproduct of the system. You are the system. Brandon Aiyuk has the potential and the ability to be a player worth $30 million a year. But that's just potential and ability. He's got to manifest it now.
Keyword potential. And that's why he got paid $30 million. That's why this offseason, when there were reports around 23, 24, 25, 26, I said, hey, that's a fair ballpark for what Brandon Aiyuk is worth right now.
Right.
But, of course, these guys trying to cash in for the first time try to project for the future.
As well they should.
And they should. And who knows, Brandon Aiyuk, his trajectory, put up his best season last year. Second team All-Pro.
Yep.
He's going to need to take those steps now to becoming a first-team All-Pro wide receiver to justify this contract.
What he's already done doesn't justify the contract. What he could do might. This is still an if, right? Mm-hmm. This is not, as we've talked about, a legitimate top-of-the-market player. This is a guy who's a tier below. We want to just list off the best wide receivers in football. Think about the guy in Cincinnati right now, Jamar Chase. Everybody. Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, Sean McVay, Kirk Herbstreit. Everybody. Scarecrow and Salinas. Everybody is out here saying, well, I'll take Jamar Chase over Brandon Aiyuk.
Without question.
So what are we talking about here? We're talking about a guy who is second-team All-Pro, a guy who is now getting first-team All-Pro money. This only ends well one way. You start making first-team All-Pro, and that means 100 catches a year. That still means being the best blocking wide receiver in football. He's outstanding at that. He's a really, really, really good player. He's an outstanding player. He needs to be an elite player, and we can't be having a conversation on, oh, is he worth it anymore? It should be so damn obvious that we laughed at this notion a year from now.
Yeah, and the 49ers are viewing him as an elite wide receiver, or at least paying him through the business side. And real quick, before we check out and talk to Mike Krukow, Scarecrow is on hold, and he wants to talk about the business side of things with the 49ers. Yes, Scarecrow down in Salinas. What's up, man? What's your take on this Aiyuk contract?
It's been an interesting excursion into how the sausage gets made. The fact of the matter is the 49ers figured he's worth $30 million. What we think he's worth is kind of immaterial. The fact of the matter is they paid him, and now maybe it's the extra $2 million just to be done with it. And that seems to me kind of worth the $2 million. I mean, it's not my money that I'm paying, so that's kind of where I'm at.
I understand that take, Scarecrow, and that's what my take was when we were talking about the difference between the $26 million offer to a $28 million offer. The salary cap moves each and every year, it feels like, in the NFL. You can restructure these deals. So I guess the question is it worth it to Jed York to pony up that extra $2 million, Dieter?
Yeah, you can say right now that it's immaterial, and I would argue that that's correct, right? It's funny money to all of us until Kyle Juszczyk has to get cut, you know?
Until Eric Armstead gets cut.
Yeah, until now you're rolling out an offensive line that's somehow even worse because you had to let Aaron Banks go.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, and that all might be fine. A year from now, the salary cap cuts, the casualties, they might be so obvious and so easy that there's no problem. Or you might be really behind the eight ball on this one because now you're like, well, we were going to cut Javon Hargrave, but turns out we really need him because guess what? We don't have a backup defensive tackle as an option. Oh, actually, we have no defensive tackles because we got another guy next to him, Malik Collins, that's on a one-year deal. And I'm not sure if y'all have seen the depth chart lately, but there ain't nobody coming up the rear. They are weak at that position. They're keeping Kalia Davis around on IR designation so that they have somebody, anybody. There will be repercussions for this deal. And those repercussions might not reverberate at the same level of a Brandon Aiyuk, Kevin Wild success. You might say that's a worthy cost. But the idea that the cost is merely just $2 million or $4 million extra dollars or $7 million extra dollars, and yeah, the salary cap goes up. You don't think the 49ers know that? Mm-hmm. That's not a secret. Everybody knows the salary cap's going up. That's why Brandon Aiyuk's making as much money as he is today. That's why Brandon Aiyuk in April, when he had a $23 million contract on the table, now makes 30 because the salary cap jumped up by like $10 million.
As Fat Joe likes to tell us, Tony, yesterday's price is not today's price. And we'll see what tomorrow's price is on Brock Purdy, on Diamador Lenore, on Talanoa Hufanga, and all of these contracts in the future that might be affected by the Brandon Aiyuk contract. We'll get back into this contract in the future of the 49ers at 8 a.m. in our big hit. But coming up next is Mike Krukow for a little chop it up session of some Giants baseball, wrapping up their series in Milwaukee, seeing how the sausage was made. A couple brats out there. We'll ask Mike Krukow about that and the Miami Marlins coming to town this weekend. It's Marcus Boucher and Dieter Kurtenbach in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM and 6 at AM, the sports leader.
Can somebody give
John Lynch
credit?
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Krug right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, a lot of Brandon Aiyuk talk this morning, but it's time to talk some baseball with Mike Krukow. And as always, our conversations with Mike Krukow are sponsored by the Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. Giants wrapping up their road trip in Milwaukee yesterday with a 6-0 shutout loss. They're back tonight against the Miami Marlins with Blake Snell on the bump, and we'll talk about everything going on with the San Francisco Giants with Mike Krukow this morning. Mike, good morning. Murph is out in Scotland for a wedding, so we got Dieter Kurtenbach filling in this morning. How we doing today, Mike?
Who goes to Scotland for a wedding?
It's a great question.
I got married in Scotland, Mike.
Where?
Dundas Castle outside of Edinburgh. My wife is Scottish, though, so it was kind of baked into the deal.
Okay, well, that's a good reason. That's a good reason. That's legit. That's acceptable.
This other guy's he's on his third marriage, so maybe he just has to be outside of the country in order for it to count or something.
Third time's a charm, right, Mike?
Yeah, but how did Murph get wrapped up into that?
So it's his buddy.
Third weddings usually just send like a Costco gift card, right?
Yeah, it's a crazy story. And he was telling us about how some of his buddies are not showing up because they're just going to wait for the fourth wedding, Mike. That's the key.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of on that same program myself.
Yeah, but here's the thing, Mike. Usually when Murph takes a vacation, the Giants go on a little bit of a winning streak, but now they've lost back-to-back games against the Milwaukee Brewers. They're back to one game under 500, 67-68 on the year. What were your takeaways from that series out in Milwaukee?
Well, Milwaukee's a good team, and, they've got firepower up and down that lineup, and they can score quickly, which we saw in Game 2. In 5 pitches, they scored 5 runs against Kyle Harrison, who was throwing the ball well. So, against a good team, you can't make defensive mistakes, and you have to be able to make adjustments within your at-bats. The guy who threw yesterday for the Brewers, Savali,
yeah.
I mean, he goes 7 innings, he 2 hits him. That they couldn't be a drop after like the third inning. And his ERA is like 4.59. You're not thinking that this guy's going to be somebody that could shove it up your nose the way that he did yesterday. He's 7 strikeouts. He just kind of sat him down. So point being, when I see a guy who deals like that, and that can happen every day in the big leagues, you can run into a buzzsaw where you get some guy who just got called up from AA ball, can shove it up your nose. That's just the big leagues. If the guy has a good day, you can get victimized. But what you want to see in a game where a guy's got it going is you want to see adjustments with your swing. If a guy's got it going and he's got great breaking balls and his stuff is nasty, shorten up. Don't keep trying to hit the 3-run homer, especially when you're down 6-0. So I just don't see those type of adjustments being made within the at-bat. And I think that against an ace, you kind of get exposed that way. For the most part, you can rock along. You're going to get something to hit. Somebody runs into one, boom, you got 3 runs on the board. You could win with that. But when you have a guy who's schooling you and you don't make enough adjustments within the game, especially after the third inning, you get another hit. So I don't see adjustments made within each at-bat going through the 7th inning. And I think that's something that they need to improve upon. And I think that's just kind of where they're at right now. Go out there every day and try and get better. And yesterday it was one that wasn't a good game on any level, in any category. They were just not good. And but we say it every time. This time of year you can't overanalyze. Just get to the ballpark the next day and try and get better. That's kind of where they're at right now. Try and get better.
Mike, as much as the bats didn't come through yesterday and have been a little bit quiet as of late, Giants starters failing to go 5 in 5 of the 6 games on this road trip. What did you see from Birdsong yesterday and Harrison the day before?
Well, with Birdsong, like a lot of young pitchers, they don't really have the ability yet to evaluate what they're seeing. You get out on the mound and you're pitching to a guy, you have to learn the different nuances within the at bat. You need to learn what this guy's looking for. You get a feeling for it just by the way that he takes a pitch in a 1-0 count. Guy takes a pitch in a 1-0 count. He ain't looking fastball. Either that or he said, and especially let's talk about location right down the middle. If you make a 1-0 pitch with a fastball on the outside corner, well, there's a chance he's maybe looking for that fastball inside. But when you throw a fastball right down the middle in a 1-0 count and that guy takes it, he's not sitting on a fastball. Well, these are things that, you pick up along the way. So you throw that 1-0 fastball and he takes it for a strike. He's looking breaking ball. Why are you throwing a breaking ball in a 1-1 count? Throw another fastball. And these are little lessons you pick up along the way. So what I see with him is, he still has a little bit of nibble in his fastball. He doesn't quite believe in it. And what you learn, like every pitcher along the way, you learn the importance of 2 types of fastballs. And we always talk about how 2-seam fastballs and 4-seam fastballs, they're as different of a pitch to one another as a curveball and a slider. So, for example, if you throw a couple of 4-seam fastballs early in the game, that guy's seen your fastball now. He's seen that 4-seam fastball. Now you get into a 2-0 count where you have to throw a fastball. Well, throw the 2-seam fastball. He hasn't seen it. That's a different pitch. And these are things that young pitchers have to learn. And I think that their growth is a bit stunted because they don't hit anymore. They don't see the difference of a 4-seam and a 2-seam fastball. They don't realize that, wow, what the hell was that? Well, that's a 2-seam fastball. Well, I don't have that. Well, you need to learn it. How do I learn it? You grip the ball differently and throw it like a fastball. It's the easiest thing in the world to learn. But he hasn't learned that yet. So I see him nibble a little bit with the 4-seam fastball. The curveball and the split, they're great pitches. But when you're nibbling the fastball and they can take that away, seeing as a hitter that you're not throwing it for a strike, then they quit looking for it. They just sit soft at their back legs time to an off-speed pitch, and that's when you're in trouble. And that's what I saw with his outing. And this is what I've really seen with him since his 2 outings with the Rockies. He hasn't had that same type of fastball confidence consistently. But that's all part of the learning process. And if you're Brian Price, you can't shove all this at him in one big dose. You have to kind of do it in bits and pieces. Yeah. Let him digest it. Let him experience it. So Hayden Birdsong is going to be really good. But it's just going to be, these are the painful steps that's how you learn the game. You learn it by failing. And, he failed yesterday in a lot of ways.
Mike, we've had multiple conversations over the last couple of weeks about Kyle Harrison reaching a new career high in innings pitched at the major league level. Last Friday, we spoke to Bob Melvin. He said there's no plans for a innings limit for Kyle Harrison. So what do you think the plan is down the stretch for Kyle, and if there's any possibility of maybe them shutting him down?
Well, there's always that possibility, but people are so eaten up with this. Too many innings. If you're throwing mechanically sound, you can throw a lot of innings because you're not taking a lot out of your arm. If your mechanics are screwed up, you can throw 2 innings and take a week's worth of strength out of your arm. So the importance of being able to throw in a mechanically sound way are extremely important, especially this time of year. I'm watching him, and he's free and easy. He's got life on his fastball, and he's got a change up. He's got a breaking ball now that he realizes that it's more important for him to locate that breaking ball than when he first got to the big leagues. Hell, when he was in the minor leagues, they were so geared to the fastball, he'd just flop a slider over there. Nobody ever looked for it and didn't have to have great location. Well, you do at the big league level. So, and then they say, well, he's only throwing 91, 92. It doesn't matter if you have a good changeup. If you have a good changeup, you can establish a speed in the eye of the hitter, and then you can throw a changeup off it. You can get him off balance. What is pitching? Well, it's upsetting the timing of a hitter. Regardless of how much fastball velocity you have, if you have a good changeup, which he has, you can get people out with it. So I think that he's in a pretty good mechanical groove. I don't think that the innings that he's amassing now are taking as much out of his arm because of his mechanics being sound. So I don't have a concern for him.
Mike, what are you seeing from Tyler Fitzgerald as of late? We all knew that he wasn't going to be the second coming of Barry Bonds forever, but it does seem as if he's getting pitched a little bit differently now. A lot of respect coming his way. What are you seeing from him at the plate as of late?
Well, I mean, it's funny because they're pitching him in, and some of his home runs, if you go back and take a look at them, they're off the plate in right on his hands, and he still gets the barrel on it. But they're not giving him a lot to hit. So you really have to discipline yourself to stay in the strike zone, and that is the next stage. Once you get figured out, you get more respect. Guys start nibbling. They start going out of the strike zone more. And, you know, once you've had success, you want to keep having success. So you keep swinging, and they keep going out of the strike zone. So for him, the key right now is just get back in the strike zone, get better pitches to hit. The other thing that I think that is also a concern too is, you know, strength level. I mean, you see a young player, they never played in September or October every day at the big league level. And, you know, you get a little tired, but this is good. You need to find out what you need to do to get stronger so you don't get more tired as the season wears on. These are all part of the learning process. So I don't really have a big concern for him. I think he's still able to catch up to good fastballs when they're in the strike zone. I just think he needs to get better pitches to hit.
Last thing before we let you leave, Mike, got to ask you about the direction of this team over the final month of the season. 1 game under 500, 6.5 games out of the wild card. Earlier this week, Ken Rosenthal reported that Thairo Estrada, Taylor Rogers, and Tyler Matzik would be placed on waivers. What do you think is the direction of this team moving forward, and what does it mean for someone like Thairo Estrada to be placed on waiver, and who could potentially fill that spot at second base?
Well, everybody's getting excited about that, and it does. And you know, the only reason is because now they publicize that guys go on and they go on the waiver wire late in the year. That's been going on forever. I mean, everybody during the course of the year goes on waivers just to see what interest is out there. I mean, it's all about doing business within the game, and you have to find out, look, there's 30 teams. You don't always have the time to have a dialogue with every general manager or every president of an organization. So the waiver wire was created, so you throw a guy out there, and, well, maybe a couple of phone calls come your way that a possible deal might allow you to trade that particular player. It doesn't mean that player is going to get traded. It just means that it's how business is done. The fact that it's getting publicized now is causing all the hubbub, which, you know, really, I kind of laugh at it. It doesn't mean really anything. And going forward, get better. You've got a lot of players this year who've had to develop. Now they're learning about the grind and how much strength it takes to play at this level deep into the season. The first time I ever got to September, it battle-locked me so bad I was exhausted. I couldn't imagine September, let alone October. But these are things that you learn, and with a lot of young players. And this has been a developmental year for the Giants. If you think about all the young players they brought out of their organization that are on the pitching staff and that are in the everyday lineup now, this has been a positive year. I go back to 1996 when they lost 96. You know what the positive was that year? They got Bill Miller. They took Bill Miller out of their minor league system. They found they had a good player, and they used that year to put a player in their lineup. They got one, and they were happy. This year, they've gotten 2 really good contributing players. And, you know, this Grant McCray looks like, you know, he's going to be a pretty good player. But they've got Fitzgerald, and they got Ramos. So, I mean, from that perspective, it's been a good year as you go forward. So as they go forward, what do you do the rest of the way? Try and get better.
Yep, Giants back in action tonight at Oracle Park, 7:15 first pitch against the Miami Marlins with Blake Snell on the bump. Mike, always appreciate your insight, and we'll talk to you next Tuesday.
Got a bit.
There he is, Mike Krukow, always giving us the inside information on the San Francisco Giants. And, of course, those conversations are always sponsored by the Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every single model. Now, it's one thing to talk about the direction of the San Francisco Giants, but on the other side, we got to get back into the direction of the San Francisco 49ers. What does the Brandon Aiyuk contract mean for the future of Brock Purdy and maybe some other players on the roster? And if you want to chime in on who you think won a negotiation between BA and the 49ers, or if you're just happy that this entire saga is over, 808 KNBR is a number. The big hit is next. Dieter Kurtenbach in for Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win tickets to the 49ers season opener presented by Levi's. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 11 to 415-896 KNBR to win 2 tickets into the 501 Club to see the Niners take on the Jets on Monday, September 9th. Plus, you also win a $250 Levi's gift card. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you. This is the last day of this contest, so stay tuned. We're going to give these tickets away at 9:30. It is all furnished by Levi's, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
38 days this hold-in lasted, but the 49ers, Kyle Shanahan, John Lynch, telling Brandon Aiyuk today, take your time, think about it. But you got a couple of options. Trade to Pittsburgh, or do you want to stay here in San Francisco and put the finishing touches on this $30 million per year deal? Now remember, he wanted to be up where these other guys were at around $28 million per year. Some of these other wide receivers, they had offered below that. He winds up coming in above that with $76 million in guarantees. So it took a long time to get here, but everybody gets what they wanted. A Super Bowl ready roster keeps a key piece, and Brandon Aiyuk gets to stay in an offense where he will see the football and get paid all that money.
Oh, sing it, Dieter. The dog days are over.
Big Florence and the Machine fan?
The Brandon Aiyuk dog days are over, folks. Usually we're talking about the dog days of August in baseball, which haven't gone great for the Giants, but the dog days of the Brandon Aiyuk contract negotiations have ended. On August 29th, Brandon Aiyuk signs a 4-year contract extension worth $120 million, $76 million in guaranteed, and you heard Mike Garafolo from NFL Network break it down for you. The back and forth between the front office and Brandon Aiyuk. And at the end of the day, everybody's a winner, right? Brandon Aiyuk's getting paid. The 49ers have Brandon Aiyuk on the roster. But Dieter, you showed up this morning saying that there are some losers in this situation.
Yeah, there's a bunch of guys who aren't going to be on this team next year that are under contract because the 49ers are going to have to cut them in order to make enough salary cap room to fit in the 3 core players that they are going to have guaranteed. Well, not guaranteed is the wrong word. That's a specific word. But, assured $120 million combined to. And that'd be Brock Purdy at about $60 million a year, which he still has one more year left on his deal, but a lot of that money is going to come in. You know, some of that money at least is going to come in year 1 of an extension. They'll throw it on the final year of his current rookie deal, which is like $1.25 million. Brandon Aiyuk at now $30 million a year, and of course Nick Bosa, who's already in that class of player. That's your core 3 from here on out. So it doesn't mean that Fred Warner's gone or George Kittle's gone or a bunch of guys, but no one finds themselves not expendable at this point. If Fred Warner goes out there and looks like a complete shell of himself, which is not something I expect. I expect Fred Warner to have another all-pro season to continue to be the best middle linebacker in football. But if he slips at all, Niners might make a cut, right? George Kittle slips at all, the Niners might do the hard thing. Deebo Samuel isn't a winner today. Deebo Samuel's done in San Francisco after this year. The Niners have made their decision. They got to live with it. Might work out great for them.
Yeah, and you're mentioning the guys who have already been paid. What about the guys who have not been paid? Brock Purdy is the obvious answer. But what about someone like Diamador Lenore?
Probably
Demo's going to get paid. Hufanga, is he a guy that's going to get paid after drafting Jair Brown and Mustafa?
Gone.
That's a guy you can't afford after he was a second-team All-Pro, just like Brandon Aiyuk was. Of course, the ACL injury kind of hampered all that.
Yeah, I mean, so the question isn't, there's going to be a bunch of guys, as you said, that they can't afford. Mm-hmm. At some point, they're going to run into a player who they can't afford, but they also can't afford to lose. Yeah. And maybe they're already running into that right now with Trent Williams.
Yeah, that's the biggest topic of conversation moving forward, what's going to happen with Trent Williams. But we do want to get your reaction to what's going on with Brandon Aiyuk, the contract negotiations, whether you think BA won in the long haul, getting $30 million per year, $76 million guarantee, or if it's a win for the 49ers to re-sign one of their homegrown talents that they drafted in the first round. And we should tell you that you are listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And checking in first on the UMA guest line on the Big Hit is Sean out in Vacaville giving his take on whether Brandon Aiyuk or the 49ers won this negotiation. What's up, Sean?
What's going on, guys? I think Brandon Aiyuk won the deal. It's another situation where, the Cowboys won't be able to pay everybody. Eventually, if the Bengals pay Jamar Chase, they're not going to be able to keep their core together. And nobody's willing to take that hometown discount kind of thing like Tom Brady did for all those years. He never made a max contract or the highest in his position, but they built around him, and he was willing to take less money to build a Super Bowl team for X amount of years.
Yeah, it's a good point to bring up with Tom Brady, but also Tom Brady was taking a discount with Tampa Bay after winning 5 or 6 other Super Bowls with the New England Patriots.
But I think the
so
point
he's
stands.
able to afford it more.
I mean, I think Sean is right. Tom Brady never took top of the market deals, which he certainly could have done the way that Peyton Manning did and so many other quarterbacks did. He never did that. And that allowed the New England Patriots to build their roster in a way that no other team in the league was doing. And even the Buccaneers in his final years, to build a roster around players that you would say are quote-unquote middle class. Guys who are going for a ring, turned down $15 million to play for 7. Guys who maybe weren't that upper echelon top tier player, but guys who absolutely can help. You made an entire team out of Juwan Jennings, right? And those are quality players. And in a league where injuries are the norm and injuries have to be accounted for, I come back to this with the Niners again and again. This is not a deep team. This is a team that is exceptionally talented. And if we're playing Madden, they're going to kick some ass. But what happens when we get to November and December? This past season, the 49ers had, frankly, unbelievable injury luck. They were 4th in the NFL in adjusted games lost. That's when you take into account the value of the player to whatever degree you want to get into the analytics on that, and then the amount of games lost. But we saw what happened with this team last year when there was no Trent Williams and no Deebo Samuel for 3 games. They didn't look anything like a Super Bowl contender. Yep. They looked like scrubs. And listen, there's still the Trent Williams thing to work about. We've talked about it for the entire show. We'll talk about it for the rest of the show until something gets done or not. But the fact of the matter is, depth is still vitally important in this league. And every year the 49ers whittle it down just a little bit more and a little bit more. They're going to have to start drafting a hell of a lot better year over year. This draft class, which we all like right now, before they've played an NFL game, it has to absolutely hit. You need 4 or 5 guys out of this class. You already shipped one out in Jared Kingston. Well, you need to do that for another couple of years because now you are all in on 3 players and you're waiting for the rest of the highly paid guys to sort of fade into the black.
Yeah, it's not a surprise to anybody. We're not breaking news here saying that the 49ers have had the luxury of paying all these top echelon
100%.
players because of Brock Purdy's contract.
That's right.
This is a contract that we've been talking about with Brock Purdy since he took over in that Dolphins game against Jimmy Garoppolo. We're talking about what the future is going to look like in the Super Bowl window. And look, it's a strategy that the Seattle Seahawks use. Look how they were able to win a Super Bowl with Russell Wilson on that rookie contract. It's probably the number one way to be competitive right now in the NFL is to have a young, inexpensive quarterback and to build that roster around them. But at one point, the roosters are going to come home to cluck, or the chickens come home to cluck. I don't know. You're more of a country Midwest guy than me. I don't really know that analogy.
With the country nonsense. I grew up on the south side of Chicago.
That's country to me.
Okay, so let's just go through the last Super Bowl winners, right? Kansas City Chiefs. Well, they won one on Patrick Mahomes' rookie deal. Okay?
And then look at what they did moving on from Tyreek Hill and investing more in the offensive line versus the guys on the outside, and they still went back to win another one.
Okay, the Philadelphia Eagles. Jalen Hurts. Well, they lost.
Yeah, they lost.
You look at the teams that have been in the Super Bowl, right? Okay, so let's just go last year. Obviously, Brock Purdy on a rookie deal. Kansas City again the year before. Philadelphia Eagles. Jalen Hurts on a rookie deal. Rams beat the Bengals. Well, Matt Stafford was making a ton of money, no question about that. He won the Super Bowl. All credit in the world to the Rams. Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Burrow, rookie deal. Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Kansas City Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes, rookie deal. Tom Brady, less money than he had to. Kansas City Chiefs, San Francisco 49ers, Patrick Mahomes, rookie deal. Patriots and Rams before that, Jared Goff, rookie deal. This is not just a small thing.
Nope.
You either have an elite quarterback. We're talking Matt Stafford that one year, or, those guys Brady and Mahomes, or you have a very, very good quarterback on a rookie deal. Those days are ending, my friend, because Brock Purdy is getting paid after this season. Yeah, the 8 days of austerity are upon us.
Yeah, and we all know that Brock Purdy is going to get paid. We've had a few people calling in over the offseason. What if Brock Purdy has a bad season? Well, I think he's shown enough to the 49ers, finishing top 5 in the MVP voting. And anybody who has eyes and watches the 49ers play can tell you that Brock Purdy has ran the Kyle Shanahan system better than any other quarterback in San Francisco, and that's why he's going to be rewarded for what he's done over the last couple of years. I don't think we're going down the road where Tanner Mordecai's taking over next year so that you don't have to pay Brock Purdy.
Well, part of me wants the 49ers to do it just to see how good Kyle Shanahan is, but Kyle Shanahan knows. I'll echo your point. If it was so easy to do, why the hell is C.J. Beathard not doing it? Mm-hmm. Why the hell did we find the ceiling with Jimmy Garoppolo? Mm-hmm. Why couldn't Trey Lance get it done? Who else? Nick Mullins, Brian Hoyer.
That's my Nick in a box.
You know, Kyle Shanahan was out here when he first took this job. Mm-hmm. The clear goal was wait a year, get Kirk Cousins. Well, he got his Kirk Cousins. Say what you will about Brock Purdy. That dude is his Kirk Cousins. And when I say a Kirk Cousins, obviously there's some physical differences, and I think actually Brock Purdy is a lot closer to a Russell Wilson than he is to a Kirk Cousins, but the similarity is this. Brock Purdy is an offensive coordinator on the field. Jimmy Garoppolo sure as hell wasn't that. Trey Lance sure as hell wasn't that. And while maybe you could say, well, Beathard knew the offense like that, and Mullins knew the offense like that, and Hoyer knew the offense like that, those guys kind of suck. So it's a little bit different when you got a guy who can clearly make plays, likes pushing the ball, is an NFL caliber quarterback, no matter what these folks who don't actually watch the games want to say. Game management. I wish he'd managed the game. He's a little bit wild out there. This is exhausting to watch sometimes. But that dude at the line of scrimmage, Kyle can give him 3 plays. Brock Purdy can go up there. He can analyze what's going on the defense. He doesn't need it like Jared Goff and Sean McVay back in the day where they would snap the ball at 15 seconds. Why? Because that's when the microphone cuts out. So why the hell would you need to do anything else? We don't trust you to make decisions on the field. Brock Purdy is out there calling the plays. He has a few options from Kyle Shanahan, but he's calling the plays. He's the one checking as a rookie in his first start in the NFL. He's got his Kirk Cousins. He ain't going to let him walk out the door.
Kyle's got his Kirk Cousins down to the khakis and all of a Brock Purdy.
We're talking Coles,
They
baby.
do dress pretty similar, but here's the bigger question is how important is Brandon Aiyuk to the development of Brock Purdy? Because that's one thing we saw with the rise of his game last year, not just Purdy, but also with Brandon Aiyuk. It seemed like every Monday morning we were talking to Tim Ryan about playground Purdy or backyard Brock, as I like to call him. Well, a lot of those times where he's using his legs, getting outside the pocket, extending downfield, guess who's the man getting open? It's Brandon Aiyuk. And that's something that you're going off script outside of the Kyle Shanahan system. So to me, it is very important to have Brandon Aiyuk back, despite the fact that you might have overpaid him $1 million or $2. It's important to have Brandon Aiyuk for the future of Brock Purdy.
I think that's fair, but I also think that makes another statement, which is that we don't 100% trust Brock. And I think they're about to give 100% trust in the contract. So why is it that they feel so strongly the need to keep his number one option? You look at, we just went through the quarterbacks list of Super Bowl guys, and obviously it goes wider than that. Look at what's happening in Buffalo. We got to pay Josh Allen. He's a great quarterback. Yes. What are you going to do?
See you later, Stephon Diggs.
Ship out the expensive receiver. What's going on? You send these expensive wide receivers to teams that have cheap quarterbacks. Kansas City before that. DJ Moore ends up in Chicago. Mm-hmm. Keenan Allen ends up in Chicago.
That's why the New England Patriots were interested in Brandon Aiyuk to help the development of a guy like Drake May.
100%. The market has exploded because you do, in fact, Stefon Diggs being the best example. You need really good wide receivers to help the development of young quarterbacks. You need to give them somebody they can trust is just going to be open, because that's a hard thing to do at the NFL level. And when you have that safety blanket, you can now get to the floor of your potential and perhaps go beyond as the greats have. So what's it say that they're keeping Brandon Aiyuk around at 25% premium? What's that say about Brock Purdy? If Brock Purdy was really that kind of guy, why wouldn't they just let Brandon Aiyuk walk out the door and say, we can figure this out? He can do it with Ricky Pearsall. He can do it with Juwan Jennings. He can do it with Jacob Cowley. We don't need that elite wide receiver because we got the quarterback. A lot of other teams have said that. A lot of other teams have been successful with that. Why are the 49ers not in line with that? Is it nice to have Brandon Aiyuk? You bet your ass. It sounds like it's a luxury item, though, for a football team that right now should not be buying name brand.
for a team that has a lot of luxuries in Christian McCaffrey and George Kittle and all the talent on offense and on defense. So I'm with you there, especially when you look at them drafting a guy like Ricky Pearsall. And all we've heard about Ricky this offseason, outside of the injuries, is his ability to get off man-to-man coverage, his ability to get open, his route running over the middle. But that's also the biggest. That's the biggest strength of a Brandon Aiyuk.
Yes.
So when you're looking at paying $30 million for that skill set versus the skill set of Ricky Pearsall, it does raise those questions, and it's a conversation we can carry on to the other side. But before we get out, I did want to give a shout-out to Brett from Walnut Creek, who's checking in on the UMA guest line, talking about his take on the 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk's negotiation. Brett, what's up, man? What's your take?
Guys, what's going on? I think that's a complete win for the 49ers, and for a number of reasons. Look, the world of the NFL is about the passing game. It's about spreading out the defense. It's about creating matchups. 49ers are better than that than everyone. And Brandon Aiyuk has proven, since he's been here, a guy that can deliver that. The fact that it took as long as it did, in my opinion, was quite frankly politics. Who's going to budge first? Who really needs to make a move first? Do the Niners need to make a first? Does Brandon make a... At the end of the day, Brandon Aiyuk is going to create the opportunity for Brock Purdy to be a great quarterback. That's the real question here. It's not do we question Brock, but we don't need to pay Brock number one quarterback money. That's where I have struggled with it all off season. I don't need to pay Brock 1. I don't need to pay him 2, 3, 4, or even 5 quarterback money. So I don't need to pay him 70, 60, 50 million. I can probably pay him 48, 49, and I'll be fine. It is a total win for the 49ers. It enables them to keep one of the best receivers in the NFL. Debo is going to be great, but we all know he's out next year. Now Ricky Pearsall is in the mix. It's an absolute win. It's a smart choice. I don't know why it took so long, and they're going to be fine. I don't think it shows any less confidence in Brock Purdy. What it really shows is that the pair of them are going to be great together. It's Lincecum and Posey. That's what it is. Let's go.
Why are we saying that it shows any less faith in Brock Purdy when Brett's out here saying that they should pay him less? Seems like a lot less. Oh, we don't have to pay him 1 quarterback money, or 2 quarterback money, or 3. Let Brock Purdy know about that. Let Brock Purdy know about that, actually the 49ers don't have to pay him that much. Then Brock Purdy's going to go be a free agent somewhere.
Yeah, and Brock Purdy will get paid $60 million somewhere else. And Brett's not the only one who's called in with this take. Will Brock Purdy take a hometown contract? Why would he? Why would he take the discount when he's making less than $1 million per year? He's not even the highest paid guy on the 90-man roster, let alone the 53-man roster. He might be the lowest paid player on the 49ers right now.
There was a point when Brock Purdy, as the starting quarterback of the 49ers, didn't count against the 49ers salary cap. Everyone's saying, it's $1 or $2 or $1 or $2 million. Who cares with Brandon Aiyuk? Brock Purdy makes $1 million. He cares. That's the entire salary of Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
So, listen, you want to take money out of Brock Purdy's pocket? Fine by me. Listen, I don't want to pay him $60. I don't want to give him all that money.
Yeah, it'd be nice if you can get him for $30 million, but we're not living in a fairy tale land here.
This ain't Madden, and it ain't on easy mode.
Yeah, no, John Lynch definitely ain't experienced the Madden negotiations where you can just force through a contract, but they were able to figure out that contract with Brandon Aiyuk. Again, 4-year, $120 million extension. We'll keep this conversation going on the other side. 808 KNBR is the number. What does this mean for the future of the 49ers? Or are you saying blank it? Blank the future. I'm trying to win a Super Bowl right blanking now. We'll discuss on the other side. Dieter Kurtenbach in for Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win tickets to the 49ers season opener presented by Levi's. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 11 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets into the 501 Club to see the Niners take on the Jets on Monday, September 9th. Plus, you also win a $250 Levi's gift card. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you. So stay tuned. We're going to give these tickets away at 9:30 this morning, and today is the last day of this contest. It is all furnished by Levi's, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
The Brandon Aiyuk saga has ended where it began in San Francisco with a 4-year, $120 million contract extension that keeps him with the 49ers through 2028.
Welcome back to the Murph and Marcus show on a Friday morning. Dieter Kurtenbach filling in on a Reggae Friday while Murph's out in Scotland. He'll be back on Tuesday after the 3-day weekend. But I always do love a Reggae Friday. And it does feel like we've been talking about this Brandon Aiyuk contract for a long time. A long time, young Tony. I see you working back there, but it's finally over. Yesterday, pen met paper. Brandon Aiyuk inks a 4-year contract extension worth $120 million, making John Lynch and the 49ers sweat it out, going all the way up to less than a week from the start of the NFL season. Next Thursday night, we got Thursday night football between the Chiefs and the Ravens. We have a game out in Brazil next Friday.
You won't find it on Twitter, though.
And then, of course, we get 49er football Monday night against the New York Jets. Now, there are still concerns moving forward, mostly about Trent Williams. But today we've been spending a lot of time on the Brandon Aiyuk contract, what it means for the future of the 49ers, and what it means for the future of some of these players, whether it's the cap space they still have available this year for Trent Williams, whether it's going to affect Brock Purdy's contract next year, maybe a guy like Demo Lenore or even Talanoa Hufanga, some of the young studs that have not been paid yet. But I think there's two ways to look at it, Dieter. You're either all in now, trying to win now, or you're worried about the future. But if you are a 49er fan, take off that journalist hat. Is it all worth it to you if you win the Super Bowl this year and push those problems down the road?
Yeah, but that's the only way it's worth it.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't capitalize on this year right now, the future's not looking as bright as it did the day before. So, yeah, you better win it. Again, the only number that matters in this entire negotiation, I don't care about $76 million, I don't care about $30 million, I don't care about $120, I don't care about 4 years. The only number that matters is 6. It has to result in the 6th Lombardi trophy. It has to. And it's going to be a lot harder to do that in 25, 26, and 27 than it will be in 2024, given how this roster is about to undergo some pretty serious changes, not just because of Brandon Aiyuk, but because of Nick Bosa's contract, but because of Christian McCaffrey's contract to a degree, and certainly because of Brock Purdy's contract, though our last caller alleges that they can get that done on the cheap.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. I called the man Kirk Cousins. I mean that off the field, too.
Well, Kirk Cousins also got paid, whether it was a couple franchise
tags. He's an
tags
all-time bag getter.
or him getting the bag with the Atlanta Falcons now coming off that Achilles injury. We'll keep an eye on the Falcons and Kirk Cousins, but we're also going to keep an eye on Brock Purdy this season moving forward and what he earns this offseason, despite the fact that a lot of people make the argument he's already earned top 5 money because he was a top 5 MVP candidate last year.
Well, the 49ers have not played that negotiation well at all. They've made it clear to everybody and anybody. And this is something that they have mentioned openly in negotiations with Christian McCaffrey and with Trent Williams and with Brandon Aiyuk. Well, we're going to pay Brock. We're going to pay Brock. And all these guys are looking and saying, I need to get mine too. I don't care what you're going to pay Brock. Pay me. I'm worth this much. Pay me. And with Christian McCaffrey, they said, yes, sir. And with Nick Bosa, they said, yes, sir. And yesterday with Brandon Aiyuk, they said, after all that, you know what? Yes, sir.
Wow, Brandon Aiyuk went full Goodfellas. House burns down in a fire, blank you pay me.
Yeah.
Blank you pay me. And they ended up paying him $30 million.
And you don't think that Brock Purdy's going to do the same thing?
I mean, again, now, is this a bad kind of precedent, a bad standard for the 49ers to say?
Buddy, that precedent's been set 3 times in a row now. This is a trend.
That's the thing now. With Deebo Samuel, with Nick Bosa, now with Brandon Aiyuk, who knows how these contract negotiations are going to go forward, not only with Trent Williams, but Brock Purdy. But I guess the bigger question is it all worth it? Because even though Nick Bosa came out last year and said, look, I really did not have my legs underneath me until the first 5 games of the season. Deebo Samuel came out and said, I put trash on tape. That was not Deebo's best season by far.
Well, Deebo showed up to camp looking like me, so.
Yeah, so that's not a good sign for anybody, let alone Deebo Samuel.
Fair enough.
I want my Deebos in good shape. I don't care what shape Dieter Kurtenbach's in.
I mean, we all care. I mean, it's important now that we're being streamed, but you're right.
Oh, yeah, you are drinking a Coke Zero this morning.
Well, first off, that's an addiction, and I don't want to be shamed on the air. Second, you shouldn't be showing up to Camp Doughy even though you got that dough.
Mm-hmm. So now what are the negative effects? Because there were reports that the 49ers did not change their offer going back to August 10th, August 12th. There's been some conflicting reports. Brandon Aiyuk's agent, Ryan Williams, responded to those reports saying that these are not accurate. But if the deal was the same in the beginning of the August versus the end of August, wouldn't it have been beneficial for all parties to get the damn deal done and have Brandon Aiyuk actually get into football shape instead of showing up to camp and having his first practice 10 days before the first game of the season?
Well, you can make the argument that maybe this was all part of Brandon Aiyuk's plan.
God's plan.
I don't want to go and practice this football thing when I don't have to, so I might as well drag this out. I'll say this. I am pretty incredulous about this report from Schefter saying that the last 3 weeks have all been a fugazi, a scam. It's a nothing. It's a woozy. It's a wozy. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me. It doesn't line up. Oh, well, we've had this offer on the table for 2.5 weeks. And Brandon Aiyuk's what? Just been sitting on it? Like, you got the number you wanted. You got the years you wanted. You got $120 million with $76 million guaranteed. Like, you won all of this. And if you won this 2 weeks ago, what are you waiting around for? What are you waiting around for? If this was on the table, by the way, before the CeeDee Lamb contract, even more reason. What are you waiting around for?
Yeah.
Just to make him squirm? Just to make him squeal? Just to make everyone uncomfortable? That makes me think less of Brandon Aiyuk, if that's true, which I don't believe it to be true. I don't believe it to be true. This looks like the 49ers trying to spin this thing off the onset. And what does that say? What does that say about a deal where, let's just do the TikTok of it real fast. And I'm not talking about the app. Let's do the play-by-play, might be a better way of phrasing it. The report comes out yesterday. First going to the NFL Network guys. Okay, the NFL Network guys, you might remember, have a little bit of a relationship with Ryan Williams from that very, very weird and unprofessional thing that happened at Raiders training camp. If you don't know what I'm talking about, look it up.
Okay.
Brandon Aiyuk's agent is at Raiders training camp. They're doing a hit from Raiders training camp, NFL Network, and they're like, do you want to come on and talk about your client live on the air? Because we're talking about him, and you can clear this up. Let's play it. I want to hear this, young Tony.
Guys, it doesn't get much more awkward than this. Hi, Ryan.
Oh, God.
Brandon Aiyuk's agent, Ryan Williams, is in attendance here at Raiders practice.
Can we ask him?
Why does he not have a microphone? Well, why does he not have a microphone in his hand? Well, because he's declining comment. I asked him to come join us, give us an update, give us the best information he could possibly give, and he's like, nope, I am not commenting. He did say to me, nothing is done. He also said, stop paying attention to everything you read on X and think it's...
Ryan, if you can hear me, say something,
Yeah,
Ryan.
He can hear me. That's what makes this so awkward. So I got to give you a Brandon Aiyuk update. You know what? And if there's anything wrong with what I'm saying, just feel free to interject at any point. There is no deal for Brandon Aiyuk to go anywhere as we sit here. I told you it doesn't get much more awkward than this.
Yeah, that was August 7th. Obviously, a deal's been done. Now, here's the weirdest part about that, which you can't see. Ryan Williams stood in the shot the whole time. Okay? He not just said, I decline comment, and then got the hell away. He made sure that everybody could see how weird and awkward it was. I'm just going to stand right here. He wasn't even looking at anything. He was staring out onto a blank field. Weird, strange, awkward. So he gives I guess he felt bad about it after the fact. So he gives the news to the NFL Network guys. And they all tweet it out and they say, wow, great job, Ryan Williams. He wins. Yeah. Celebration. Ryan Williams, what an agent. And Ryan Williams is out here. He's tweeting away. Schefter didn't have the news first. Adam Schefter, fairly vindictive guy in this regard. Okay, let me tell you, firsthand experience. Mm-hmm. Adam Schefter doesn't like losing. No. There's a reason the man makes the big bucks.
Listen.
And so, Schefter puts out a tweet not long after. And it says what you alluded to. Mm-hmm. Actually, this deal has been on the table since August 10th. And that Brandon Aiyuk could have taken this at any point. Who do you think that came from? Who do you think leaked that information to Adam Schefter?
Well, I believe Adam Schefter covered the Denver Broncos with Mike Shanahan as a head coach.
That is
I can connect the dots to say...
Didn't he write Mike Shanahan's book?
Maybe Schefter has a connection to the Shanahans.
And you know who the Shanahans really liked? A certain safety that also played in Denver for a stretch.
Listen.
Man, I can't put two and I'm just not smart enough to put two and two together here. Luckily, our audience certainly can. So Schefter gets this news in from the 49ers front office. The first thing the 49ers front office says, not publicly facing, but clearly they're saying this thing because these guys are just mouthpieces for agents or front offices. These insiders. They're just puppets, marionettes. Regardless, the first thing the 49ers come out and say after they sign Brandon Aiyuk via Adam Schefter is actually we didn't get owned. We didn't get owned at all. We've had this offer forever. They start trying to spin a contract the second that it's signed. That speaks volumes as to how badly the 49ers got beat in this situation. They're out here spinning the second pen hits paper. The second that DocuSign cleared, they're out here spinning, saying, in fact, nothing has changed. We didn't get owned. Man, this might all end up working out, but that speaks volumes to me. They didn't say that with Nick Bosa.
No.
They didn't say that with Christian McCaffrey. No, it was a celebration on all accounts. So who won the deal? 49ers are telling you seconds after the deal is signed. No, we won the deal. No, you can't say we lost it. Dude, no one was alleging you lost it until you started saying something.
I'm not being defensive. You're being defensive.
That's right. I don't know what you're talking about. The copium is just, it's flowing.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Going back to last season, Nick Bosa won that contract negotiation. There's no questions about it.
No.
But it does seem like there's been a hyper-focus, especially this offseason, from the 49ers front office.
You had Kawakami just pounding this thing into
put out that image
system.
that they are not losing a negotiation.
Oh, yeah, we don't lose. And then the second they lose again, they're like, actually, we didn't. You're wrong. We didn't lose. We actually put the contract on the table on the 12th. Dude, we still just wasted 3 weeks of our life. So you know what? Everyone lost.
Yeah, it's hard for me to believe that the CeeDee Lamb contract situation did not affect the negotiation with Brandon Aiyuk.
If it didn't, guess what? Ryan Williams still a bad agent.
Yeah, so it's not a good sign. But at the end of the day, Brandon Aiyuk signs that contract. $30 million AAV, becomes the sixth wide receiver in the NFL to earn $30 million
Paying him as
per
much
year.
as Tyreek Hill.
4 years, $120 million. And it looks like he's going to be suiting up in the red and gold, not the black and gold or the black and yellow, not the Pittsburgh Steelers is my point. And on the other side, we've got some reaction from Pittsburgh Steelers fans and radio hosts about how they should have got Brandon Aiyuk and how this is the black eye on the franchise of the Steel Curtain. We'll talk more next. It's the cooler of content with some good sound on Brandon Aiyuk, Marcus Boucher, and Dieter Kurtenbach on 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the sports leader. Hey, what's up, everybody? Happy Friday morning. It's cheat day, but young Tony, you know I'm not cheating on this diet. And the diet I'm talking about is the Abundant Life Weight Loss Program. Because if you've been asking the same questions I was asking, if you're searching for the secret to losing weight and getting healthy a natural way with no drugs or injections, the team at Abundant Life Weight Loss has the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every single day. Their weight loss program makes it easy to lose weight and get healthy naturally and safely. I started this program over a month ago, and I'm down 20 pounds this summer. I'm feeling shredded, Tony, and I'm going to be looking good this weekend without my shirt on for Labor Day weekend. So if you want to dive into this program too, there's no counting points, Dieter. Those Coke Zeros, those are good for the diet. I've been drinking a lot of Bourbon Zeros. Little bourbon, little Coke Zero.
I don't think bourbon's good for the diet. You could be down more than 20 by now.
Hey, I'm still losing weight. That's the thing, and I'm not counting points or calories. I'm not having prepackaged meals, no surgery, no drugs or injections that have serious side effects. So if you want to learn more about this weight loss program, go ahead and schedule your free private weight loss consultation by calling 925-594-7110. That's 925-594-7110. Or visit online at abundantlifeweightloss.com. That's abundantlifeweightloss.com.
All right, everyone. Chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the Sports Leader.
All right, we're back on the Murph and Marcus show on a Friday morning. It's a Reggae Friday, and it's time for the cooler of content.
The cooler?
Coach, he's spitting the cooler.
Cooler.
And by the way, we do this segment every day. What did young Tony learn today? Can you believe this kid, young Tony, after working on this show for like 8 months, has still never seen the movie The Waterboy?
Yes, I can totally believe that.
Has no idea who Bobby Boucher is.
Yeah, and now he's too afraid to ask. No, legitimately, you could say anything about young Tony, and I'll believe it at this point.
Yeah, that's true. He doesn't know about me and
my naivete.
My wooden spoon that we're stirring up the cooler of content on today. What do you got, Tony?
By the way, at this point, it's like a bit. If I've seen the film, like, it's not as funny.
I don't know. It feels a little personal, Tony, but it's all right because we still got the cooler of content on a Friday, and we teased it for you. The fans out in Pittsburgh are not happy. I don't want to go apples and apples and compare this to, John Heyman saying Arson Judge is heading to the San Francisco Giants, but it almost felt like that, especially the way that Pittsburgh Steelers fans were reacting to the reports a couple weeks ago that the 49ers and the Steelers had a trade agreement in place. They were just waiting for the final sign-off from the 49ers. Guess what? Those sign-offs never came. Now Brandon Aiyuk has signed a deal with the San Francisco 49ers, 4-year, $120 million contract extension. And here was the reaction out in Pittsburgh from 93.7 The Fan and how everything fell apart with Brandon Aiyuk.
Listen, this is a black eye on the Steelers front office. It is. You can praise Omar Khan all you want. You can send the gifts. You can send the videos. You can send the Omar Coming gift from The Wire all you want. They have gotten universal praise for their job so far. They deserve heavy criticism here. They played a game of chicken with the 49ers for the last several months. They let receiver after receiver after receiver go by the wayside. And here we are with Jack Squat.
Jack Squat.
That is how I would describe their quarterback situation.
Yeah, enjoy Russell Wilson. Still curtain. Let's ride. And it's funny.
Here we are with Jack Squat.
Yeah, and Pittsburgh Steelers fans are not happy. I have a buddy who's a huge Steeler fan, and he blew up yesterday. He's like, I thought BA was coming. This is a bunch of BS, blah, blah, blah. But Dieter, is this a black eye on the Steelers organization?
Yeah. Let's be real, but, what's another black eye? That's just evening it out at this point. The Steelers have nobody but themselves to blame, and Steelers fans have nobody but themselves to blame.
Or the reporters that linked the reports.
Yeah, but
these were credible reporters, right? Can we say that?
Sure.
What does credible even mean in this world anymore?
Listen, I think there are plenty of credible reporters out there, and I'm not saying that the Steelers weren't involved in this to a degree, but you find me a credible reporter, somebody with the bona fide chops, somebody whose name rings true with the people. So I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about the NFL Network insiders. I'm talking about a Schefter, a Glazer, a Diana Rossini. I'm talking about the goats of this field right now, whatever that's worth. You find me one of them that said he was going to be a Steeler. You find me one that said he's going to be a Steeler. Now, I'll tell you a lot of other folks that are out here saying, done deal, he's a Yinza. I heard a lot of that stuff.
He's a Yinza.
From a lot of dudes who had a dog as an avatar on Twitter or X or whatever the hell you call it. A lot of dudes paying for blue check marks to get up in them mentions.
Oh, that's credible.
I saw a lot of that. And listen, I'm not saying that they didn't believe that. And I'm not saying that there aren't some guys who work for some radio stations out in Pittsburgh who didn't feel like they had some information on their hands. But the Steelers have only themselves to blame for the fan base getting all riled up because they got a leaky ship over there. And they got some people talking that shouldn't be talking because the deal ain't done yet. And then you got a bunch of people in the fan base who are willing to extrapolate to extreme levels that, hey, they put out a trade offer. Well, now that just means he's going to show up here. And that the 49ers, despite the fact that they have a Super Bowl window that's wide open, are just going to be like, you know what we don't want? Brandon Aiyuk. You know what would be better for us? What about a second-round pick? What about a depth guard? That would be so much better for us. This ain't Madden.
No.
This isn't Madden. So the Steelers, you go, is this a black eye on them? Absolutely. You want to know what's a bigger black eye on the Pittsburgh Steelers? Let me go through the quarterbacks they've had. Over the last, let's just call it 6 years.
Yeah.
Right? 6 years.
Let's go down this road.
First off, they picked Kenny Pickett in the first round.
Over Brock Purdy.
By 6 rounds over Brock Purdy. Kenny Pickett was the first quarterback off the board. Kenny Pickett, small hands, smells like cabbage. Shout out Austin Powers.
He's always had small hands. That's always been the knock on Kenny Pickett.
It's carnies. Regardless, they pick Kenny Pickett in the first round when we're all like, are you sure it wasn't Jordan Addison at Pitt?
Yeah, and real quick, shout out to Brock Purdy being the only quarterback from that draft class still on the roster of the team that actually drafted him.
And listen, Niners fans should not be taking a victory lap on anything because last time I checked, Trey Lance, pick number 3, and 2 first-round picks. At least the Steelers didn't go that far.
Couple first-rounders thrown in there.
Regardless, you got Kenny Pickett starting 24 games for you. Great job, everybody. Mitchell Trubisky has started 7 games for you in the last 2 years. I mean, outstanding work there, Omar Khan. Mason Rudolph has, Mason Rudolph has started a baker's dozen amount of games for the Pittsburgh Steelers. What do you know about Mason Rudolph other than one time he got hit in the head with a helmet?
Yeah, Myles Garrett went after him.
Ben Roethlisberger was back there barking and parking. I mean, Ben Roethlisberger couldn't move. Ben Roethlisberger looked like he showed up to the games with 2 leg cramps for like years, and he's been the best quarterback. And now he's a first ballot Hall of Famer and a 2-time Super Bowl champion. During his prime, he was a beast. Then he stopped running, and then you're like, this ain't great.
Yeah.
He doesn't move.
Then he was a statue in the pocket.
Listen,
a big one.
The Steelers continuously win more games than they lose. Mike Tomlin's one hell of a defensive coach, one hell of a coach overall. You're out here with Mason Rudolph, Duck Hodges, 24 games of Kenny Pickett starting, and 7 Mitchell Trubisky starts, and you're saying that actually the reason that we're not going to be good this year is we don't have Brandon Aiyuk?
No.
You got Russ Wilson and Justin Fields. Russ Wilson, who was washed 2 teams ago, and Justin Fields, who ironically cannot see the field.
Yeah, and also, by the way, you still have George Pickens on your roster. You decided to let Deontay Johnson walk away this offseason.
Well, that's because he just kept going in and out of the injury tent, and he was taking up the trainer's time.
Yeah, that's it. And we know George Pickens ain't blocking nobody, so maybe that's why.
Well, when he does, though,
the
it is
Steelers wanted
spectacular.
Brandon Aiyuk. But yeah, there's bigger issues. But what does that also say about the Steelers organization? That they've had a winning record over all those years, even with those bad quarterbacks.
We're talking about, did they 49ers make a mistake by paying so much money to Brandon Aiyuk? This is why the market is inflated. There are teams out here who convince themselves that, in fact, if we just overpay this receiver, everything's going to be okay.
Nope.
That's not how this works. It's a quarterback and a head coach league. If you have the quarterback right and you have the head coach right, you're going to win a lot of games. If you just have one of those things right, you're probably going to be around 500. Guess which one the Pittsburgh Steelers have?
Yeah, a 500 type roster.
They have a 500 coach and a first pick quarterback.
Well, that's why I was trying to figure out what was the big appeal about Brandon Ayuk going to the Pittsburgh Steelers.
They thought they could fix the quarterback.
I understand that him personally, he likes Mike Tomlin, but even with Brandon
say they
Ayuk
look alike.
on that roster, twin, where have you been? Even with BA on the Steelers roster, you're still competing for what, 3rd place in the AFC North? Those teams aren't passing the Ravens and the Cincinnati Bengals, and even the Cleveland Browns can put themselves in that conversation.
I mean, listen, the Giants know a little bit something about this right now. The San Francisco Giants, 4th place ain't any place you want to be, and that's what the Pittsburgh Steelers look like they're heading. And I'm not in on the Bengals, and I think that the Ravens are overrated. And you go down the line, like the Browns, come on, Deshaun Watson, get the hell up out of here. Like, I'm not high on the NFC North, but I'm sure as hell not high on the Pittsburgh Steelers. And it feels like big changes are coming over there. And if the idea that Brandon Ayuk is the straw that broke the camel's back, let me tell you, that camel has been sick for a long, long time.
Yeah, and lucky for you and all of our listeners, our next guest knows something about 49er football and also about AFC North football. Former Cleveland Browns safety and, of course, former 49er safety Dante Whitner joins us next to break down the Brandon Ayuk conversation and what his expectations are for the 49ers Week 1 against the New York Jets. It's Dieter Kurtenbach in for Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the sports leader.
Circus folk, nomads, you know, smell like cabbage, small hands.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Welcome back to the Murph and Marcus Show on a Friday morning, on a Reggae Friday. Brian Murphy on vacation out in Scotland. He'll be back on Tuesday, so it is
the home of reggae.
Dieter Kurtenbach filling in on a Friday morning. And Dieter, it's time to get in our weekly hit with Dante Whitner. Dante, always appreciate you coming on the morning show. How we doing today?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing great. Not as good as Brandon Aiyuk, but I think we're all doing pretty good this morning.
Dante, what'd you tell this guy? He won everything.
Well, I told him not to step back on the field until he received a contract that, was comparable to what his value is. And I know what it means for an NFL player to not only remain healthy, but to go out and perform at a level and consistently get better year by year and then crack that golden code that every NFL player wants to crack, and that's make it to a Pro Bowl or be an All-Pro, which means that you're 1% of the 1%. And during training camp, we see how vital Brandon Aiyuk is to this offense, and hopefully they can get him acclimated enough to where he can make an impact on Monday night. But congratulations to the 49ers for, getting his services for another 5 years, and congratulations, mostly to Brandon Aiyuk for achieving the inevitable, and that's get a max contract as a wide receiver.
Yeah, Brandon Aiyuk becomes the 6th wide receiver in NFL history to now be bringing in more than $30 million per year, which Dante tells me that they're paying him like an elite wide receiver. Now, this is a guy that's coming off a career season, was second-team All-Pro, so maybe the 49ers are paying for the projection of him being a first-team All-Pro wide receiver. How do you see the development of Brandon Aiyuk continuing, and if he will turn into that 1A wide receiver?
Well, look at his track record. During 2020, he was in the doghouse. During 2024, he's a second-team All-Pro. He's made multiple clutch catches in the playoff games and, fourth down. And majority of his catches, they go for first downs. When you have a guy like Brandon Aiyuk and he's integrated in a Kyle Shanahan offense, and it's not about just what he does when he receives the ball, is he's able to make plays after catching the football, and then the extra effort that he gives to spring Christian McCaffrey and those other offensive threats. So he's a guy that you can definitely build around. He's a true number one wide receiver, and he did all of this without even getting, top percentile in targets, right? He gets his 4 to 6 targets a game, and he made the best of them. So Brandon Aiyuk is a top-tier wide receiver in the National Football League.
Yeah, and Dante, we've been giving our reaction to the contract details all morning long, but I like to go inside the locker room. We saw yesterday Deebo Samuel and Demo both congratulate Brandon Aiyuk on social media. I'm sure there's thoughts out there from maybe a guy like Brock Purdy that wishes he could get a full offseason with Brandon Aiyuk in. But what is that feeling in the locker room when one of your teammates finally gets paid?
Well, secretly, majority of the guys are really rooting for any player to get paid. We know how hard it is, how difficult it is, the training, the discipline that it takes, and the consistency it takes to achieve this. And, secretly, they won't come out in the media and say, oh, man, we're waiting for Brandon Aiyuk to get paid, or he should sign this contract and get out here and practice with us. They understand the business part of it, so it's jubilee going on in that locker room, and it's just going to accelerate what they need to do early in the season, and that's start fast.
A rising tide lifting all ships is what I'm hearing here, but it also creates some issues for the 49ers down the line fiscally. Now, maybe those were already caked in. Maybe the Niners already modeled this thing out, but are there also some guys in that locker room who are looking at this now and saying, whew, this might be my last year here, as if it's already not perilous enough being an NFL player in the modern era?
Absolutely. There's some guys looking around, and they understand it's a business, but there's 31 other teams in the National Football League, and you're on one of the best teams now, and this is a year-by-year thing. There's no guarantee that any of those guys that could be possibly thinking that could be healthy at the end of the year. It only takes one play to, have a severe injury or a setback that you can never come back from. So, you got to hit it and strike it while it's hot. And that's what the guys are doing. They're on a 1-year contract for everybody right now.
Dante, I want to ask you about the guys who are paid to cover guys like Brandon Aiyuk. And actually, let's even go one step beyond that. Let's talk about the last line of defense and Malik Mustafa. Now, Niners are looking really good in the secondary right now, better than I can remember them looking, well, hell, maybe since you were playing for them. I mean, it's been a minute. They look fantastic back there. But I know that you spent some time with Malik Mustafa recently, the rookie out of Wake Forest. I imagine you see a lot of yourself in him. What did you see when you spent some time with him and watched some tape with him?
Well, sadly, I didn't get an opportunity to watch the tape with him. He has some previous engagements, and then we tried to work around it, and then it just didn't pan out. And, what I do in the off season is it's not just a one-off thing. I pull up the All-22 with a lot of different safeties around the National Football League, from Daniel Thomas and the Jacksonville Jaguars, Rashawn Jenkins with the Seattle Seahawks, and I can just go on and on. And even Tom Brady had a guy that he worked with consistently outside of his coaches to keep him accountable, to make sure his footwork was proper, to make sure his release and his arm angles, make sure he was doing the things that it took to keep him at the top. So a lot of these guys, when they're professional athletes, it's probably best to seek counsel outside of your coaches so that you can get individual attention and somebody that can hold you accountable that actually did it at a high level. So we haven't really got an opportunity, but I do see a lot in myself. But just like all young safeties, the game is fast when you come into the NFL from college. You're relied on to be the quarterback of the defense, and you can get motion shifts, you can get different personnel groups, and a lot of the defenses in the NFL are really difficult to comprehend when you first come into the league. And then you'll have offensive coordinators and players that'll suspect a weakness in your game, and they'll exploit it. And they'll exploit it until you fix it. So when I wanted to get on with him is because I watched the All-22 from all 3 preseason games, and I do see a lot of physicality and contact courage, and he's really good around the box. But just like all young safeties, you have to get really good with understanding what the quarterback is thinking, where he wants to go with the ball, why he wants to go with the ball, how you can actually manipulate him into doing things that he doesn't want to do and give him improper reads. And then everything is repetitive. So when you're breaking on the left side of the field in cover 2 and cover 4, it should always look the same versus certain routes. The same for middle of the field breaks. And even though things might seem like, oh, it's not that important, it'll be that one play or that one thing in your technique that doesn't allow you to make that one play for the team to win a game, right? So that's all I wanted to do is get on with him and show him those things. But I see a lot of myself in him. I just want to speed up his process because I know the coaches probably don't have the time to give him individually because there's a bunch of different guys in that room.
Dante Whitner is a voice here this morning on the Uma Guest Line, and you are listening to KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. And Dante, earlier in this conversation, we mentioned that Brandon Aiyuk is coming off a season where he was named second-team All-Pro. It feels like some people have forgot that Talanoa Hufanga was also a second-team All-Pro before ending his season last year with that ACL injury. Now, he was able to avoid the PUP list. Not sure how much of a chance you've had to see Hufanga at practice, but what have you seen in his recovery, and what are your expectations for the season?
He didn't practice at all coming off the ACL injury, but he did work a lot with the trainers on the side and conditioning and drills. But that's different from being a defensive back in a live football game where you have to react to everything you see. You can't say, okay, I know the ball is going here, I can plant off my left foot. And you have to get comfortable with being around in the box with guys falling around your legs, especially when you're coming off an ACL injury. So I don't know how much we're going to see of Talanoa Hufanga. And then he has to take into accountability that he's a free agent at the end of the year. And if you're not 100% healthy, it'll probably hinder the way you perform on Sundays. And if it hinders the way you perform on Sundays, you can't demand what you want when it comes to contract negotiations. It's probably best to be 100% healthy so that you can be at your best, whether that's 8 games, 6 games, going into the playoffs. You want to be 100% when you step on the football field. So I believe that he knows that, the 49ers know that. So hopefully he's going to be smart with it. But, you know, he's a tremendous asset to the secondary whenever they get him back.
Yeah, and Dante, I wanted to follow up on Hufanga being a free agent next offseason. A lot of people are looking forward to the 49ers cap space and what's going to happen with Brock Purdy, but I'm wondering if this Brandon Aiyuk contract is going to affect what's going to happen next year with guys like Hufanga or even maybe someone like Diamador Lenore.
Definitely. I believe that with the projectile of Diamador Lenore right now, he's going to demand top dollar. If he goes out and performs the way that he performed in training camp during the season, and he can crack a Pro Bowl or an All-Pro, he's going to demand up to $30 million a year like the top cornerbacks do. So I think that he'll probably outprice himself from the 49ers if he has a great season. The same for Talanoa Hufanga. When you pay guys, there's only so much to the pie. So when you pay certain guys and then the quarterback is coming up, it's going to be very difficult to pay everybody. This is why you have to hit in free agency. This is why you have to hit in the draft. And you have to have a strict developmental process that these young guys go through so that they can be implemented in a championship organization and understand the systems. So Talanoa Hufanga could possibly be replaced in the starting lineup by Malik Mustafa. This is why you draft a guy to play strong safety, but his development is what's going to either put him on the field or keep him on the sideline.
Dante, with the switch back to a cover three, at least that's what the 49ers have been showing in practices. That's what they've said they want to do. We'll see if it comes to fruition. Obviously, you have to be multiple in this league to be successful, but a lot on the shoulders of a young Jair Brown. I'm a big Jair Brown fan. I think he has a chance to be a star, but when you're in cover three and you're the free safety, it's all on you, man. That is a tough, tough job. And you think about the great free safeties and cover three set. I mean, they're not just good. They're elite. And that's what it takes to have a defense go to all-time great levels. And that's where the 49ers want to be. That's the kind of talent that they have, or they think they have, going into this year. But it is a lot riding on Jair Brown. What's your takeaway of his preseason? What's your takeaway of him as a player? And do you think he's ready for that role of being the last line of defense as a single high this season, should it come to that?
Well, that's a guy that started in a Super Bowl and had an interception on Patrick Mahomes. So he's played at the highest levels. And, last year he had a chance to learn from Tashawn Gibson, who I had in Cleveland, who understands how to communicate with the young guy, make sure he's in the right positions, make sure he's disguising properly. So he didn't have to worry about it. This year is going to be the first year that the 49ers organization in about 15 years haven't had a Pro Bowl veteran type guy back there. It started with myself and Deshaun Goldson, and then Eric Reed came in, and I was able to have him, right? And then we made the Pro Bowl together, and then I left, and then Eric Reed and Antoine Bethea, who were two Pro Bowlers, quarterback generals back there. And then you had Jimmy Ward, and you had Jaquaski Tart, who were veterans, who were right there on the brink of possibly being Pro Bowl guys.
Great players.
And then you had Tashawn Gibson, who was a two-time Pro Bowler, come in for the last few years. So this is the first time that you're going to simply be relying on young, pretty much unexperienced safeties to be the general and the quarterback of the defense. And I think that Jair Brown is up for the task. I watched him in training camp. I see his disguise techniques. He's working on fundamentals. He has really gotten his hand on the football a lot during training camp, and the angles to the ball, the tackling, the physicality, it's all there. But it's going to be some times during the season where the secondary isn't playing well. They might give up a couple big plays, big touchdowns, a focal point or a time in a game where he's going to have to step up and be the leader back there and get guys back on track and back on task. That's what we haven't seen him do, and I believe that he's up for that. So I feel like that's right now one of the weaknesses right now, if I should say any weaknesses on the defense, would be the safeties, because you have George Odom, who hasn't really played the position a lot, really a special teams guy. He had a great training camp, but playing every snap on defense is a little different, and they will single you out and they will attack you. So I want to see how they play together, but it's all going to come down to that front. They revitalize the front. They have to get consistent pressure to take pressure off of the secondary.
Last couple minutes here with Dante Whitner on the UMA guest line. And Dante, before we let you go, we've got to ask you about Trent Williams. 49ers figured out the contract negotiations with BA, but still no Trent Williams reporting to camp. What are your thoughts on Trent Williams' style and how he's holding out, and what's your confidence level of him being out there on the field Monday night against the Jets?
Well, at 36 years old, multi-time Pro Bowl, all-pro guy, one of the best, if not the best player, pound for pound in the NFL. I think that it's vital that he gets out there if the 49ers want to have success. Jalen Moore has played better, but he's not Trent Williams. And we've seen what happened when Trent Williams wasn't out there last year, 3 games. The offense can't move it. They can't run it. Christian McCaffrey was ineffective. Brock Purdy was ineffective. And then that makes your offensive weapons like George Kittle, Brandon Aiyuk, and Deebo Samuel ineffective. So I think that it's vital that you get Trent signed. Right now he has the leverage. He's one of the best players in the NFL, and Tristan Wirfs from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers just set the market. And he's saying, hey, how many years do I actually have left? Am I a valuable piece to this offense? And I want to get paid top dollar. So hopefully they can figure it out. It sounds like both sides want to figure it out, but the sooner you get Trent Williams in the building and get, pretty much your 11 of 11 on offense, the better off the offense is going to be.
Dante, before we let you go, and appreciate the insight here, I want to go through the 6 corners that they kept on the team, or the 6 defensive backs that aren't safeties, because I always find it weird calling a nickel back a corner. I mean, they're not in the corner. Why are we calling them a corner back in the nickel? Whatever. That's another conversation for another day. But Yadam, Luter, Lenore, obviously, Renardo Green, Rocky Ya-Sin back, and Charvarius Ward. This is as deep a corner group as I can remember in recent Niners history. That's usually been a bugaboo for this team, and they're usually scrapping to find guys. They're loaded up at this position this year. What do you like about this group?
Well, it's definitely a strength on defense, and they have more length than they've had in the past, and more all-around talent, more versatility. And when you talk about guys like even Luter Jr., he's a developmental project, 5th-round pick, who was injured last year, but he's gotten better and better. And he has great ball skills. He's a physical specimen, and they're going to continue to develop him. His primary role will be on special teams first and foremost, but he'll be ready to go in the game if things happen. I believe that with Deommodore Lenoir and Charvarius Ward, you have Pro Bowl corners. Those guys are playing at another level. Their technique is flawless. They're attacking the football. They're consistent. They're available, and they tackle well. So you have 2 all-pro guys if they can stay healthy. In the slot, I believe that Renardo Green is going to come in if he has to and go on the outside. Yeah. And Isaac Yadam, a lot of length, 14 PBUs last year. I believe he started about 7 games, but he has a lot of length, a lot of attitude and stickiness. He understands football. He understands leverage. He understands where his help is, and he uses it to his advantage. So you have a bunch of different guys who can go inside, outside, and then you throw Renardo Green in there, rookie out of Florida State. He's consistently gotten better. I think we saw that in the 3rd preseason game, and they're just going to continue to sharpen him in case he's thrown in there, because right now with the starting 3 corners, it's going to be Deommodore Lenoir inside, Yadam outside, and on the other side, Charvarius Ward. So if they can consistently get their hands on wide receivers with that length, I think it's going to help the defensive line get home. And, it's a strength for this 49ers defense this year.
Dante, great breakdown and insight as always. Appreciate you stopping by the morning show today. Enjoy college football this weekend, and we'll talk to you soon.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, there Dante. He is, the one and only Dante Whitner, giving his thoughts not only on Brandon Aiyuk and Trent Williams, but also the 49ers defensive backfield heading into the 2024 season. We'll react to what Dante had to say and get your reaction on Brandon Aiyuk's contract and Trent Williams still not having a contract done with the 49ers. 808 KNBR is the number. Marcus Boucher and Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy on KNBR 104.5 FM, 680 AM, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Stay locked into KNBR all day for your chance to win tickets to the 49ers season opener presented by Levi's. When you hear the cue to call, be caller 11 to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets into the 501 Club to see the Niners take on the Jets on Monday, September 9th. Plus, you also win a $250 Levi's gift card. We love our loyal KNBR listeners, and we want to reward you. So stay tuned. This is the last day of this contest. We're going to give these tickets away at 9:30 this morning. It is all furnished by Levi's, and you can find official rules on KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
I believe that with the projectile of Diamador Lenore right now, he's going to demand top dollar. If he goes out and performs the way that he performed in training camp during the season, and he can crack a Pro Bowl or an All-Pro, he's going to demand up to $30 million a year like the top cornerbacks do. So I think that he'll probably outprice himself from the 49ers if he has a great season. The same for Talanoa Hufanga. When you pay guys, there's only so much to the pie. So when you pay certain guys and then the quarterback is coming up, it's going to be very difficult to pay everybody. This is why you have to hit in free agency. This is why you have to hit in the draft. So Talanoa Hufanga could possibly be replaced in the starting lineup by Malik Mustafa. This is why you draft a guy to play strong safety, but his development is what's going to either put him on the field or keep him on the sideline.
Dante Whitner breaking down the butterfly effect of the Brandon Aiyuk contract and what it means for guys like Demo, what it means for Hufanga, what it means for Brock Purdy moving forward. And, of course, we're moving forward on a Friday morning. The Murph and Marcus Show. Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy. Dieter, your reaction to Dante's comments about Demo getting the bag and maybe moving on from Hufanga after BA's big payday yesterday.
That ain't a bag. That's the dumpster, right? 30 okay. Maybe he gets $30 million total, but $30 million a year for Diamador Lenore. The market is broken. Right now, the top corners in the NFL make $20 million a year. Yeah. Now, that is going to be an issue as it pertains to Charvarius Ward, right? Because Charvarius Ward's out here. He's making $13.5. Yes. His contract is effectively up. It goes into a void year next year. So if they want to restructure, well, he's one of the best corners in the NFL. He's a top-of-the-market player at that position. And so you're talking, hey, we need to get something done with you. Well, he's going to say, I'm not playing for $13.5 million again. I'm done. I'm a free agent. 22, 23, 24. Now we're talking because that's the way the market's gone since he signed his contract with the Niners. Diamador Lenore is a slot, okay? And let's be specific about this. The Niners are not pretending as if he isn't a slot. And, in fact, they're being very deliberate to label him as a slot in this league. When they put out their little roster on Twitter the other day, he wasn't listed as a cornerback. He was listed as a defensive back on the official photos that the Niners put out on Twitter. Diamador Lenore is a slot, and there's a reason why the Niners are doing that. Because, yes, the top corners make 20, not 30. And maybe down the line, in a couple of years, maybe they will make 30. At this point, who isn't getting 30? But slot corners just got over 10. And now slot is base in the modern NFL. Everyone thinks, 4-3 or 3-4. Forget that. We're talking 30 stack, 33. Or we're talking 4-2 with a nickel back as your base. You are in a true 4-3, 3 linebacker set, or in a true 3-4, 4 linebacker set. 20% of the time, 15% of the time, maybe it's 10% of the time this year in the NFL with the proliferation of quasi-spread offenses, the proliferation of the Sean McVay 11 personnel, all that. You got to have a slot corner on the field snap after snap after snap. It's a very valuable position, but so is tight end, and tight ends get paid half as much as wide receivers. Ask George Kittle or Travis Kelce if they're as important as any wide receiver on the team.
As Christian McCaffrey, where he
$19 million
in importance compared to these wide receivers who are making $30 million.
100%. So Diamador Lenore might deserve that, but the market, much like the market said Brandon Aiyuk deserves more than the Niners were willing to give him, even when he signed a $30 million contract, the market said, we'll give you 32, 33, 34. He signed for 30. Okay, that's what the market said. The Niners were under the impression that he was worth $22, $23, $24 million just a couple months ago, but the market exploded there. The market's going up across the board. Rising tide lifts all ships with the salary cap increases. But if you're a nickelback, if you're not a true outside corner, going up, shadowing the number one receiver, you are now in a class of players that just got over 8 figures a year. This is the first year in which we've had a nickel corner make more than $10 million a year. His name is Kenny Moore. He plays for the Colts. He's an outstanding football player. There might be another one in there because there have been a couple of moves, and I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty of it. What I'm saying is that Kenny Moore is out here, and he's, I think, the best nickel. He makes $10 million a year. It might have gone up to about 12. I got to go into that a little bit here. But Marlon Humphrey, great corner for the Ravens, $19 million. Jalen Ramsey was a great corner at one point, but he plays for the Dolphins. He makes $20 million. Denzel Ward, outstanding player for the Browns, outside corner, shadowing the number one, $20.1. A.J. Terrell for the Falcons. Not sure he's as good as these guys, but he's out here making $20.25. And Jair Alexander, who we can all agree is a top corner in this league, maybe not the top corner, but a top corner, is at 21. So Diamador Lenore is going to get the bag, and he probably will price himself out, but we're talking about $13 million a year as opposed to $30. And with Charvarius Ward, who was not mentioned, that's a big factor too. And this is why you went out and you got a guy like Renardo Green. This is why it was so important that they hit on Isaac Yiadom in free agency, why Darrell Luter had to continue to progress. They're in a good position at corner. They're fine about that. They're also in a good position at wide receiver, right? They got Cowing, they got Pearsall. They decided to give the money to Brandon Aiyuk. That's their prerogative. They're not in a good position, though, at offensive line. No. They don't have a back. They got a swing tackle. Jalen Moore's a good swing tackle. Hell, if you wanted to, I wouldn't even mind Jalen Moore being your full-time right tackle. I can live with that. I cannot abide by someone not named Trent Williams starting at left tackle for this team this year, next year, and we can have a conversation the year after that, and that's if they draft somebody coming down the pipeline. Because a lot of people are saying, well, what's the plan here? What's the plan here? Well, you have to get Trent Williams under contract. You have to do it. I'm in full agreement. The plan would be what? You draft a guy next year and then you plug him in immediately? Well, now you wasted a year and you probably wasted another year there. And that's if this guy hits. That's if this guy's any good. You can't go out and sign a top-level left tackle with the money that you have available to you. You just gave Brandon Aiyuk 30. You just gave Nick Bosa 32. You're going to give Brock Purdy, if some listeners are to believe, 42, 43.
Yeah, bump that up a little bit.
Yeah, I think it's probably about $20 million more than that when it's all said and done. So there's no plan at tackle right now. So they better sign Trent Williams to whatever the hell he wants.
And that's been the biggest difference for me is you see the 49ers investing in Jair Brown and Mustafa as a replacement plan or a plan B for Hufanga.
Yeah.
We've seen it with Ricky Pearsall as a plan B for either Brandon Ayuk or Deebo Samuel. Even maybe with Renardo Green as maybe a plan B.
100%. I think Renardo Green could start outside corner this year, but you're right. They cross-train him. That was the big term, right?
Yeah.
Oh, we're cross-training them. I don't know if he'll be as good as Diamador Lenore because he's a little bit lankier. I don't know if he could play that slot at the same level. Demo, the second that he stepped on the field, you go, what the hell's he doing on the outside? This dude's a slot. This is your K'Wan Williams replacement.
Well, that's why I will ask you when we're talking about the value of playing in the slot, playing inside versus playing outside.
It's about double the money.
We just got done talking about the CeeDee Lamb making $34 million a year.
Where's he play?
He plays in a slot.
Where's Amon-Ra St. Brown
He
play?
plays in a slot.
Where's Cooper Kupp play?
So what's more valuable, to have Demo Lenore inside guarding your number one wide receiver, like all the guys we just named, versus playing the outside? Wouldn't you think that would boost the actual value because of the versatility of Demo's ability to play inside and outside?
It has, but no one's saying that these markets are rational. No one's saying that this makes any sense. I do think that Diamador Lenore, if you are operating in a vacuum, could go and say, I'm as good and as important as any of these players that are making $21, $22, $23 million. I'm going to be on the field every blanking snap, right? Because you're going to have me outside, and then when we're really getting down to brass tacks, which is the majority of snaps, I'm on the inside, and this is every team in the NFL, is except for maybe the 49ers, because that's not their personnel groupings. That's not how they like to play the game. But every other team in the NFL is going 3 wide, and you saw, again, CeeDee Lamb, Puka Nacua last year without Cooper Kupp. Now Cooper Kupp's going right back in. Think about the X-receiver that we talk about with Brandon Aiyuk, this exalted X-receiver. Yeah, there are still guys out there like that. We got a DJ Moore on one side. Here's an A.J. Brown over. Apparently, you need the abbreviations to be playing X-receiver. But Brandon Aiyuk, right? He's getting bagged because he's a great X-receiver, great outside blocker. In this scheme, exactly what you need. But yeah, it's vitally important, but that's not to say that these markets are rational. Yeah. Kenny Moore just got $10 million a year. He's the best in the game at that position. Diamador Lenore, by the end of this season, I think will be able to say the same thing. That doesn't mean that he's going to get the kind of bag that an outside receiver, a Derek Stingley, a Sauce Gardner are going to get when their contracts are up. It's not fair, but it ain't fair to, George Kittle, that he's making half of what receivers make. Mm-hmm. It's not fair to centers that, Creed Humphrey, as important as any offensive lineman in football, yeah, he's getting the bag, but he ain't getting paid like a left tackle. Some positions don't have that value. A lot of positions do these days, but some positions, running back is a great example. Christian McCaffrey's the exception to the rule. So it's not to say that these markets are rational, and that makes it all the stranger when we talk about the Brandon Aiyuk contract. Because while their market is exploding, I would argue that they've never been more replaceable. Yep. And the example of that is cornerback's a good example of this too. Their market's exploding. I would say they've never been more replaceable. Why? The outside game is everything at the college level. There's nothing going on in the trenches anymore. It's all spread out. It's all wide. And yes, that's proliferated into the NFL. That's important in the NFL these days. It's more perimeter-based than it's ever been. But that's also where you can get more talent than ever before. And have the 49ers been good at drafting wide receivers or been good at drafting cornerbacks? Or have they just had more bites of the apple because there's actually more good players at those positions at the college ranks? I'd say it's a little bit of both. And that's what makes the Aiyuk thing so strange, that they overpaid the guy.
I mean, to your point, to wrap up the segment, look at the Kansas City Chiefs. Not only moving on from Tyreek Hill and then going out and winning a Super Bowl, Ladarius Sneed, who was locking up Brandon Aiyuk and Deebo Samuel in the Super Bowl, he's now playing for the Tennessee Titans. So these guys
they've done it a couple times now.
Exactly. They've gone through the cycle. And Dieter, my dad, always told me, life ain't fair, Marcus. You get what you're going to get. And on the other side, we'll get your reaction to the Brandon Aiyuk butterfly effect. What does it mean for Brock Purdy? What does it mean for Demo? What does it mean for Hufanga? And what does it mean for your Super Bowl expectations for the 49ers this season? 808 KNBR is the number. We'll get your take on BA next. It's Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM at 680 AM, the sports leader.
I've always been a reggae guy.
Sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
Oh, Levi's is already lit as the 49ers come out of the tunnel.
Be caller 11 now to 415-896-KNBR to win 2 tickets to the Niners season opener. Presented by Levi's.
We don't know all the guarantees and how the contract is structured, but suffice to say, Brandon Aiyuk made generational wealth on Thursday. That was finalized. But it also signals that the 49ers made a big commitment to him for the future, because for every dollar spent, that means less dollars that can go around. And the 49ers do have some big decisions to make in the future. Of course, Brock Purdy's contract next offseason is looming. That's going to be large. But they have so many other guys that either are veterans with rising contracts or guys who enter their contract years right now.
Our good friend Matt Mayocko on the 49er Talk podcast, giving his thoughts on the Brandon Aiyuk contract and the butterfly effect that is going to affect the 49ers moving forward. It is a Friday morning. It is Marcus Boucher driving the show today. Murph's out in Scotland for a wedding. So next to me is a man that got married in Scotland, Dieter Kurtenbach, and me and Dieter have been breaking down this Brandon Aiyuk contract all morning long. And we kind of jumped on a thread off of our conversation with Dante Whitner a few minutes ago about how this is not only going to affect guys like Brock Purdy, but Deommodore Lenoir, Talanoa Hufanga, and the guys on the 49ers roster who have not been paid. But the breaking news yesterday was Brandon Aiyuk finally got paid 4 years, $120 million, $76 million guarantee. Me personally, I thought it was a slight overpay for Brandon Aiyuk, but it sounds like the 49ers are betting on Brandon Aiyuk to turn into a top 5 wide receiver in the league. Dieter, just to reset for the 937 crowd, what was your reaction to the numbers and the details? Not the full details of the contract details, but what has come out about this deal with Brandon Aiyuk?
It's important to contextualize it and to understand where this fits in the grander scheme, not just for the 49ers, as we have done and we will continue to do here as whatever time we got left, but also as this fits in the rest of the NFL. The market for wide receivers has exploded. It's gone crazy. The 49ers thought they could get Brandon Aiyuk at $23, $24, $25 million 6 months ago. He hasn't played football. He hasn't been on a practice field, and he just got 25% more than the Niners thought they could get him at, which was a fair market price at the time. They just paid 25% more. They just paid for him with a credit card. And I'm not sure they have the funds to cover that APR.
Are you telling me they got Brandon Aiyuk on layaway?
Yeah. And worse yet, with money they didn't have yet.
So, Christmas is coming around. I can't afford those gifts.
Well, listen, I got kids, so I better find a way. Regardless, that's why I'm here. What do you think I'm waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning for?
Thank you, Dieter.
Regardless, let's contextualize this a little bit. This is one of the top 12 contracts for wide receivers all time. Okay? We're talking the overall number at 120. It's well within the 12. He's now the 6th player to make 30 or more million per year. He makes the same amount annually as Tyreek Hill. Just a little bit of a difference there, if you ask me. 7 of those top 12 are playing for a different team than they started with. 7 of those top 12 contracts. And that makes some sense, right? You hit the free agent market. You get teams bidding up the price. Hey, you're going to make more money than probably you deserve to make. In a way, that happened with Brandon Aiyuk because they were shopping him around publicly, saying, hey, go test the market. Come on back. And he came back and said, the market's looking pretty good. And the Niners were like, damn, that really backfired. Regardless, 7 of the top 12 of the top contracts ever came with a second or in some cases a third team for the player. 5 out of those 12 are guys coming off of rookie deals with their team. This is strange behavior for a team that's about to pay their quarterback. It's strange to bet on a wide receiver at this amount of money when you have a quarterback that with the money you're going to give him is explicitly stating, we think you're the guy. You're not a byproduct of the system. You are the system. Head coach and quarterback league, we're going all in on you. Now, sometimes that backfires. Deshaun Watson in Cleveland, obviously Russell Wilson when he went to the Broncos. That can backfire. But I think we all feel pretty good about Brock Purdy. we all feel like this is a guy who, when he says, I need $55, $60 million, you say, well, I don't know about that. But that's more of a reaction to the market as it is a reaction to Brock Purdy. The Niners think they have their guy. So why are they overpaying a wide receiver? Why are they going out here and making sure that they don't have money to go spend on the defense, that they don't have money to spend on the offensive line? I mean, you look at their defensive line, they have no starting caliber players for 2025 on their defensive tackle position. None, because they're going to have to cut Javon Hargrave, which I'm sure some fans are okay about, and Malik Collins is gone. He's on a one-year deal in effect. Who are the back? We're talking Kevin Givens? We want to roll that out, and you're trying to win a Super Bowl? I mean, this is an issue here. If Brock Purdy's the guy, why are you paying Brandon Aiyuk 25% over asking price for him? This is what the Dolphins do. Mm-hmm. The Dolphins just paid Tua. Well, the Dolphins also paid Jalen Waddle and Tyreek Hill. Why do you do that? Because you don't really trust Tua, do you? You're too afraid to lose him, but you don't really trust him. What you look at A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. They're both getting paid a lot of money with the Eagles. Why are you doing that? Because do you really trust Jalen Hurts? Do you really trust him? Clearly not.
I mean, it's something we see a lot with young rookie quarterbacks, whether it's Jalen Hurts in Philly or what the Texans did this offseason, bringing on Stephon Diggs. It's what the Bears are doing, building around Caleb Williams.
That's right.
Giving him plenty of weapons and plenty of options. So that's the big question, is how critical and how crucial is Brandon Aiyuk to the development of Brock Purdy, especially when you went out and drafted a guy this offseason, Ricky Pearsall, who's being kind of taunted as this great route runner, which is maybe Brandon Aiyuk's best skill set.
Yeah, I mean, listen, when they drafted Ricky Pearsall, it was pretty clear to me that he was going to be used as a Deebo Samuel replacement. Just because of the frame of a Ricky Pearsall, you probably want him more at Z than you do at X. And that's not to say he can't play X, but when you're thinking about the Shanahan system, the classic Shanahan system, you want a guy who can really block at that position. That's never going to be Ricky Pearsall's bailiwick. Like, he's just not going to be that kind of guy. He's not built like that.
But was Brandon Aiyuk that guy when he first came to the team?
No, he sucked at it.
Yeah.
And that's why he was in the doghouse. But he was built for it. There's a difference. And credit to Brandon Aiyuk. I thought Dante Whitner did make a great point in our conversation where it's like, well, look at his career so far. He's gotten better every year.
That is true.
Now, some of that has to do with Brock Purdy being his quarterback now. And Brock Purdy actually wanted to push the ball to the boundary as opposed to Jimmy Garoppolo or Trey Lance just wanting to throw it over the middle because they couldn't get it out there. But again, I come back to this. You are now putting together a core. The core is 3 players. It's going to be Brandon Aiyuk. He's in. Nick Bosa. He's in. And with Brock Purdy's contract, it's going to be him. Those are 3 guys that annually you'll be paying roughly $120 million to. You're going to be paying 40% of your salary cap annually to 3 dudes. You are going to have to make sacrifices in other places. And if I'm going galaxy brain on this, if I'm really trying to get wonky, if I'm going full accountant mode, I'm looking at wide receiver and I'm saying, we can make it work without Brandon Aiyuk. I can't make it work without throwing some money at defensive tackle, at defensive end, which they've done now a couple years in a row because they can't draft outside of Bosa, and they can't seem to get anybody to play on the outside in free agency either. Leonard Floyd already looks woeful. I mean, Yetur Gross-Matos is injured. There was some promise there. But you're keeping Sam Aquanu on the 53 for a day. You know, you're thinking that Alex Barrett's going to make the team. They're Drake Jackson is gone. He's persona non grata. Linebacker next to Fred Warner. I mean, everyone goes, "Oh, Dre Greenlaw is going to come back." What Dre Greenlaw are you going to get coming off an Achilles injury? I hope it's the same one. He's a really fun player to watch.
Absolutely.
Also, he's a free agent at the end of the year. So again, okay, then he is back. He is that guy. How much are you going to have to pay him? There's a lot of spots where the 49ers are going to have deficiencies because they got deficiencies there this year. They don't have the depth there this year. And you look at where they've been able to replace guys or at least have guys in the waiting. It's at wide receiver. It's at cornerback, safety to a degree. It's not at offensive line. It's not at defensive line. And maybe I'm old school. Maybe I'm behind the times here, Marcus. Tell me if I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just the old man barking at the cloud here. Seems to me as if you still win NFL games in the trenches, but maybe I'm an idiot.
I mean, especially when you come from the Shanahan system. That goes back to Mike Shanahan running the ball with the Denver Broncos. It's been one of my biggest mysteries with this John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan, 49er front office to not invest in their offensive line like they've done on the defensive line, and it's what we were talking about earlier. They have plan Bs for a lot of pieces on this roster. Whether it's talking about a guy like Talanoa Hufanga coming off the ACL injury after he was an all-pro safety, they drafted Mustafa. They drafted Jair Brown. You look at Ricky Pearsall coming in as a backup option for Aiyuk or Deebo Samuel. You look at Renardo Green. Maybe he's the backup option if you can't pay Demo now. They have options. They don't have that options on the offensive line, which leads to the conversation of why Trent Williams is so damn important. And probably the bigger issue this entire offseason, not Brandon Aiyuk, but hey, today's the day that we react to the Brandon Aiyuk contract. I'm looking up or against the clock. Dieter, any final thoughts? What's the most positive sign in this Brandon Aiyuk contract?
I mean, they have a very, very, very good player locked up for at least a couple of years. If we want to just play it without looking down the line, they are better for this upcoming season than they would have been on Wednesday. Because if nothing else, Brandon Aiyuk's coming in and he's happy. He's ready to rumble. Now, that could backfire, right? Just as obviously not paying him and having him be disgruntled can backfire just as much as it could have been a big win because now he's out to prove a point. Now he's got to be out to prove a point on the alternative. Hey, you paid me. You paid me for something really I haven't done yet. I could get there. I'm right on the precipice, but I haven't done it yet. I'm going to go prove everybody right. That could be a huge thing. And you know what? Worst case scenario for a football team, if you're going to have to take a step back, I'd like to have the quarterback throwing the ball to a guy I know can get open, right? If you're going to run with Pearsall, if you're going to run with Cowing, if Deebo Samuel is in fact gone, hey, you could do a lot worse than Brandon Aiyuk's a hell of a player. There's a reason the other teams in the league were like, we'll give you $32, $33, $34 million. We need a guy like you. The only reason that I have some reservations about this, which I fully expressed at this point, and maybe more than a few reservations, the only reason I have some reservations is I don't think the 49ers need him. It's a luxury good. Sometimes those things are really, really good, and I think Brandon Aiyuk is going to actually, maintain the brand value. I think he's going to live up to this contract. But do the Niners need a premier wide receiver? Because the way you structure deals in the NFL right now, I think a lot of teams, a lot of successful teams have said, actually, we're good without one.
Yeah,
and they've won.
It's a nice luxury for Brock Purdy moving forward to have Brandon Aiyuk, but I'm sure he would enjoy the luxury of having Trent Williams blocking his blind side Monday Night Football. Still one more issue to address before the start of the season. What's going to happen with Trent Williams? We'll put a bow on the show on the other side, give you our giant Sutter Health update. What did young Tony learn today, and what does this all mean for the future of the 49ers? Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher on KNBR 104.5 FM 680 AM, the sports leader.
Clock, 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 clock.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wrapping up a show on a Friday morning, Marcus the Waterboy Boucher and Dieter Kurtenbach filling in for Brian Murphy. Murph will be back on Tuesday after his trip out to Scotland. I'll be back on Tuesday, but Monday morning, Dieter and JD. 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., I believe.
That's right. That's right. You can sleep in a little bit before you get your fix. I got a question for you.
Ooh, hit me with it.
Who is going to be in the Bay Area first? Brian Murphy or Trent Williams?
Ooh, good question. Are we going to get to a situation where Murph refuses to leave Scotland and enters a holdout?
That'd be a good play for him, if I'm being honest.
Next Tuesday, I'm going to say Murph is back in the city, back in the studio, and Trent Williams will still be absent from 49er training camp.
Hanging in Houston. If there's one place I want to be in early September, it's Houston, Texas.
H-Town, swinging and banging, baby.
There's a lot of things swinging in
Yeah.
Houston, Texas. Right? Man, I do not like that town. Regardless, Trent Williams seems to like it enough, and he likes it enough that he's threatening to never leave.
Yeah, I would like it if Trent Williams got paid. I do like the fact that Brandon Aiyuk got paid. I know we've been talking all morning long about the contract details, what it means moving forward, but I'm just glad we can finally move on from this story, and the Brandon Aiyuk saga has been settled, but there's always question marks with the San Francisco Giants, who are back in action tonight against the Miami Marlins with Blake Snell on the bump. But before we get to the first pitch, Tony, we got to give the people a health update.
I feel like I'm a doctor in baseball.
Time now for your Giants Health Report, sponsored by Sutter Health.
All right, today's Giants Sutter Health Report gives you an update on Patrick Bailey, who was back in the lineup yesterday for your San Francisco Giants. Expect him to be back behind home plate tonight, catching Blake Snell. Here was Bob Melvin yesterday on the Bo Mel Show, giving us the latest updates on Bailey behind home plate.
Yeah, for sure. And we were kind of hoping this would be the case. You know, obliques can usually take a little bit of time. It wasn't as far over to the side. It was kind of more towards the stomach. You know, it was the prudent thing to do to put him on the IL, because if he goes out there and gets that worse, his season could be over. But I think we're in a pretty good spot today. He's back in the lineup on the first day available, and it's really nice to have him back in the lineup.
Patrick Bailey went 0 for 3 last night with a strikeout. I mean, the entire Giants team only had 2 hits, but we're looking for Patrick Bailey to get back in the box score today against the Miami Marlins. First pitch, 7:15. Of course, that is your Giants Sutter Health Update, sponsored from the doctors who never stop answering your questions, the cardiac specialty centers that never stop helping hearts. Sutter is more than 220 hospitals and clinics that never stop caring for Californians. Visit sutterhealth.org. And Dieter, we also got to take a visit to the school of young Tony and figure out what the hell did young Tony learn today.
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
That is the joke. He is very young. He is very innocent. And yesterday he learned that Dieter Kurtenbach could toss him across the room like DJ Jazzy Jeff in The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. But today he learned about the butterfly effect, because I made multiple references about the Brandon Aiyuk butterfly effect.
No.
Now, Tony never even knew there was a movie starring Ashton Kutcher called The Butterfly Effect.
I mean, no, you did not just find out about the butterfly. What about sliding doors?
No, the movie. I had not heard about the movie. I know what the butterfly effect is.
Well,
By the way,
fair,
good Travis Scott song.
You didn't miss. Jeez Louise. You didn't miss anything with the movie The Butterfly Effect.
Oh, Dieter, saying you're not a big Travis Scott guy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know,
We
man.
talked about this yesterday.
I mean, those McDonald's meals were pretty damn good.
I mean,
I think young Dieter just learned that Travis Scott had a McDonald's Happy Meal.
I knew about that, and I was judging and scoffing at the same time.
Now, you got to take that up with young Tony. Travis Scott's got to be at like the top of your list of rappers right now.
Cactus Jack?
I mean, top 5 for sure for me, yeah.
Top 5?
Who are your top 5 rappers, young Tony?
Ooh, I would have to say Kanye's up there. Kendrick is up there. Travis Scott. You could say Eminem for the old heads.
Oh, old heads.
Wow. Well, I mean, just in general.
Shots.
I mean, I know you're a big Eminem guy.
Yeah, but you also just called me an old head.
I'll say it a hip. A hip. I mean, what are you talking? Old heads? Eminem, he's making music today. I mean, it's not like we're talking about Steve Miller Band like the concert you went to the other day.
That was a great showing from the Steve Miller Band. Now, real quick, Tony, I want you to ask me who my 5 favorite rappers are of all time.
Top 5, who you got?
Dial on, dial on, dial on, and dial on because I spit hot fire.
That was first off only 3, and second, there's no way he got that reference.
Absolutely not. That's
no chance.
That's a Chappelle Show reference.
Beyond that, it's a reference to making the band. Don't Google it.
Oh, no chance making the band. With Diddy and, the cast of characters.
I think he was still Puff Daddy at the time. He was listen, maybe we should just stop talking about him.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, this dude,
the band.
Dude, he had a show called Making the Band, and he was making people walk across, Brooklyn, Harlem to go get him a cake, and the place wasn't even open. That show was ridiculous. Making the Band. It was a perfect spoof for the Chappelle Show, and that, my friends, is what young Tony learned today, sponsored, of course, by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. It's been a fun show the last 2 days with you, Dieter. They've gone fast, a lot of topics. Brandon Aiyuk gets paid. Steph Curry gets paid. Trent Williams has still not been paid, and the San Francisco Giants are back in action tonight, Dieter.
You're looking for some optimism from your boy. First off, you come to the wrong place. Second, I'll give it to you in spades on Monday if Trent Williams is in uniform. If he's got a new contract and he's ready to roll next week, buddy, now we're cooking. Now we're cooking with gas. If the 49ers have Trent Williams in uniform for practices next week, I'm in. But as of right now, I got to be thinking about next year because it doesn't seem like this year's going anywhere without Trent Williams. Hope I'm wrong about all that. Hope that Trent Williams gets his money. Brandon Aiyuk got his money. Brock Purdy's going to get his money. Young Tony's getting his money. Marcus Boucher's getting his money, and I'm getting the hell up out of here.
Look at that. One hell of a tease. If Trent Williams is back, you got positive Dieter on Monday with JD.
I'll be off stuff
until Tuesday. Murph is back on Tuesday, but coming up next is the Papa and Lund Show, and when it's time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service, your trusted oil change, tune-up, and smog experts. Papa and Lund breaking down the Brandon Aiyuk contract next.
They played a game of chicken with the 49ers, and here we are with Jack Squat.
Circus folk, nomads, smell like cabbage, small hands.
That's the end of the game.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
McCaffrey runs around Purdy, pressured. Purdy throws. Caught by Brandon Aiyuk. Touchdown! San Francisco. Aiyuk is on fire!
4 years, $120 million for Brandon Aiyuk has to be a massive win, and it took so long for the 49ers to get here. This had so many different iterations, guys. And this deal, which, by the way, gets Brandon Aiyuk $47 million between now and April 1st of 2025.
What do we talk about now? Brandon Aiyuk's got a done deal. We'll get into that conversation. College football was back last night. We got Labor Day weekend. We got tons of stuff. Trent Williams is still holding out, but we're actually going to talk 49ers as we're 10 days away from the opener, and Monday Night Football. Will unveil a poll for you today. It is Friday, which is awesome. Thanks for joining us, Papa and Lund, on a Friday edition of the show. So here we are. It's done. What do you think?
I want to know what the poll is today because we can go a lot of different directions on this. We're in late August now. Labor Day weekend is coming up upon us. September 1st will be Sunday, and it's the Aiyuk August agita is what we've had to live through, and it got tense there along the way. So, and that's why I got the Banjo Man 49er hat on today, the propeller. Because it literally seemed like whichever way it would stop, and the wind was blowing at that point. But you know what, John? It always came up on 49er logo. And it was a couple of weeks ago on this show that I went into Aiyuk is going nowhere. But that was the week before. So if you believe the national reports or not, when the Niners went to Nashville to play that preseason game on August the 10th, that is when the 49ers upped their offer. And we heard Mike Silver came on our show weeks ago, back in June, and said they offered 26. He wants 30. Amon-Ra St. Brown money. We heard they wanted 28. They'd offered up the offer to 28 a year. And then I'd gotten word that I think right around that time when we were in Nashville, the deal with Pittsburgh was not going to happen with Omar Khan. The most they were offering was a second and a third. And the Niners had upped it to 4 years, $30 million. I mentioned that figure to you last week and when I was in Vegas. The only sticking point was going to be how much guaranteed. And they got to $76 million guaranteed. Now, what's fully guaranteed on the contract? And we have to wait for the league office and all the details to come in. But August the 10th, when we came back from that trip to Nashville, and he was not on that trip, I really felt that he was going to be a 49er. I thought they're not going to do the deal with Pittsburgh, but then it was that week, John, that the Banjo Man propeller had started pointing towards western Pennsylvania, and we got the report they had agreed to a deal with a second and third in Pittsburgh, which we already knew. But then could the Niners take the third-round pick they got from Omar Khan and offer it to Payton's place, George Payton, the GM in Denver, Sean Payton, who really makes the calls there, and maybe get big Cortland Sutton, that ex-wide receiver? That was out there. Denver didn't want to do it for a third. Do the Niners ever want to give up the second or another pick? Niners are a good team, so a third-round pick is like a fourth-round pick to a lot of teams. So whatever it was, the Cortland Sutton option was not there. But all the while, they were trying to get Aiyuk done. But then last week, we fly to Vegas on Thursday the 22nd, and Brandon comes in, hopping in. He's all happy with his new haircut. As Vern Glenn educated us, John, the broccoli cut, I think it's called, looks good on him. And I had a nice talk with him, and I thought it's going to get done any day. And then this past week happened with the 53-man roster. He's on it, but he's not. He won't practice. They're starting to talk fining him, and he's passed a physical. Where is he? I was there the last couple of days, but you always thought it would get done. It could turn quickly. So I don't know what the ultimate final piece was to get him signed. But there has been, and with Nick Bosa certainly last year, the August angst. And I would put Trey Lance in that situation too, with Trey and Brock coming back from the elbow surgery, and then they traded, Brock going into the last preseason game to Dallas for a fourth-round pick, which turned into Malik Mustafa. So there's a lot of this. When you have Super Bowl aspirations every year, there's a lot of August agita, anxiety. But now you bring Aiyuk into it in this situation, and it really did get tense for a while. But I don't think you ever wavered. There was a couple of moments there where we got in the media now. They don't wait to be correct. They want to be first. And there were a lot of reports that he's going to Pittsburgh. It's a done deal. We had one national radio guy weeks ago say, hashtag sign new deal, whatever it was, that it was done. So along the way, the agent gets involved. There's a lot of leakage going on. You get thrown off the trail. But it was tenseful. I'm hoping now, even though the team is not going to practice this weekend, they're off for Labor Day, and they're not coming back till Tuesday, September the 3rd, that Brock and Brandon can get out there and begin to hone their craft together and begin to lock in next week on the New York Jets. And then obviously, what are we going to talk about? The next thing is they're not hashtag full squad, David Lee. They got to get Trent Williams in here.
Yeah, we'll get into Trent Williams and all that entails as well. But our long national nightmare is over. We've talked about Brandon Aiyuk so many different ways. And you said this early on. Other than Jimmy Garoppolo, which we saw firsthand at training camp, that was the weirdest thing I ever saw, him in that backfield and everything, and never thought he was going to come back, and he said goodbye to the media, and then he came back, and just that whole weird thing that happened Brock's rookie year, and he goes down against Miami, and Brock comes in. That was probably the strangest one. But in terms of, and I made fun of this, these guys who do their, these guys like Adam Schefter and Rappaport and everything, they do a really good job. But, I mean, nobody really had a clue. And nobody had a clue on this whole thing. It went back and forth, I think, even the 49ers. The last time you and I spoke, that's as frustrated as I've ever seen John Lynch. And there were reports that they tried to revitalize trade talks with some teams. It was too late. Once teams set the 53-man roster, they weren't getting a player back. Teams just went, you know what, unless it's just so lopsided in our favor, the only thing they could have got back at that point was draft picks. The Cortland Sutton thing flew long ago, so there was really nothing out there. And so here, both sides are kind of between a rock and a hard place. Brandon's trying to get what he's trying to get. The Niners can't get any players to help them right now in a Super Bowl window. And when John spoke last, when you were down there, it just seemed like they were stuck. They were both incredibly frustrated, and I don't know what changed between then and then. There was reports by Diana Rossini saying that the offer hadn't changed in 3 weeks, but then Ryan Williams tweeted out that's not factually correct. So what did change? And I'm with you. I think that the 120 was out there. I think that is accurate. It all came down to how big of a check, how much money am I getting? Ian Rappaport saying he's getting $43 million by next April 20 of 25. So that's a big chunk of it. I don't know, with all these guarantees and funny money and all this kind of stuff. And I looked at the back of the contract, and that thing's obviously inflated. So he got the $30 million, but is he really going to get that? All that stuff. The reality is it's done. But that was one of the strangest things, probably behind Jimmy, as far as this 49er regime. That was the strangest thing I've ever seen from this exact regime.
It was more quiet last year, but the Nick Bosa one was stressful. And Nick Bosa was not done going into Labor Day weekend. He was not done coming out of Labor Day. He was not done until like that Thursday we were flying to Pittsburgh, and he barely even worked out and went out and played. So that one, and he got, Aaron Donald and more money. He was the highest paid non-quarterback in the history of the NFL. Now he's been passed by all these wide receivers, so it's amazing. But, I mean, the age we live in now with social media, it's nonstop, constant with the reporting, and a lot of it is misinformation, disinformation, so you can't believe. But it was, honestly, I didn't know which way, Banjo Man's arrow was going to point. I think the 49ers could have pivoted a number of different ways. Based if George Payton said, we'll give you Cortland Sutton for a third, is Aiyuk a Steeler now? And then how does he do a deal with Pittsburgh? They're not. He made more money. So it is just what you weigh. And they have to make a hard call on the roster for this year and next year.
Next year, yeah, we'll get into that, a lot of that.
But I go back to hard negotiations. I mean, Le'Veon Bell in Pittsburgh went through some hard negotiations. Wound up sitting out an entire year. Antonio Brown in Pittsburgh and the circus that he caused with the Raiders and with New England. I mean, Aiyuk hasn't been to that extent. But I do go back, and it's Labor Day Friday, the 2018 year with the Raiders and Khalil Mack. And I was gone from the Raiders then that offseason. But I remember vividly that Saturday, September the 1st, and Khalil Mack was 2 years removed from a Defensive Player of the Year award, but he was still a very good player in 2017. John Gruden comes in, and he doesn't want to give him the money. Danny Ventrelli does the contract with Tom Delaney with the Raiders, and they don't bring Khalil Mack back. The Niners wanted Khalil Mack. They would have given him more than what the Bears gave him. They gave him 2 1s and a third, whatever it was. The Niners would have done that to get Khalil Mack. So I just had him in the back of my mind. Sometimes great players get traded, and it's always for financial reasons. So I thought they would keep Aiyuk, but there were moments, John, where you just didn't know because the market for wide receivers exploded. Everything. So many factors were involved. I think the hold in, sometimes it's better to be like Trent and hold out, where no one hears from you, they don't see you scowling. They don't see you muttering words in the hallway or making bad eye contact with anybody or saying things you shouldn't say. You're just gone. No one sees you. When you want to make a deal, I'll come in with my electric rolls and we'll roll. But I honestly thought at the beginning of this whole offseason, wouldn't it be nice to give Brandon Aiyuk a contract very similar to Deebo Samuel?
That was what we talked about at the beginning.
How naive. Because now I'm looking at Deebo and his contract. And the one thing is, Brandon Aiyuk and Deebo are tight, extremely tight. They were in back-to-back drafts. Deebo 1 year earlier than Aiyuk in 2020. When you look at Deebo's, what Aiyuk, and I don't know, I'm just looking at the numbers, what Aiyuk has been fighting for is the guarantee on the back end of the contract, and we'll find out exactly how many of those dollars are guaranteed in the back end of the contract in year 4, John. But that's the part of Deebo's contract that is not guaranteed. And now the irony is, Aiyuk got hit. Now, you could trade Aiyuk. There's no now trade in that, and he can be traded with his contract. The new team can take him, kind of like the Jets and Joe Douglas took Hassan Reddick from Philly. He had a contract problem, but there's no bad contract with Aiyuk, but you don't have to go pacify him if you want to trade for him in the offseason. He's still tradable, and maybe you have to do that at some point, but I thought, naive me, that, give him a contract similar to Debo's.
But that was before everything exploded.
Exploded.
I mean, you and I were talking about that a lot. Those 3 contracts that were 3-year deals. At the time, it didn't seem ridiculous, but boom, 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 boom. Within 30 days, it was because everything went crazy.
I thought it was important to keep. And Debo and Aiyuk, they're not going to be petty to each other. But if you're Debo, you're looking at the money he got, and then we'll have to see the structure of the deal. What Aiyuk has been fighting for with his agent, Ryan Williams, is I'm sure to get the money guaranteed. Not just the average annual value, but he sees his friend being talked about. All they talked about on draft day and around the second day of the draft was trading somewhat Aiyuk, but mainly it was trading Debo. Why? Because that contract is big this year. They can get out from it next year. Aiyuk and his people wanted to ensure it's going to be hard for you to get out of year 4. We'll see exactly how the contract is structured. But the August Aiyuk agita. It's giving me agita, John. I'm getting dizzy. Which way is it pointing now? Banjo man.
Oh, man. All right.
On the Niner logo in it.
The Brandon Aiyuk deal is done. We'd love to hear from you. Just the whole saga itself. Are you just sick of it or just happy that Brandon Aiyuk is there? Or is there a faction of 49ers fans who would have liked the trade instead? 415-808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. That is both the call-in line and the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. Your choice. We'll continue the conversation. We'll give you the guest list coming up next, as we always do, and there's a ton still to talk about. Trent Williams' deal is not done. We can actually start talking some 49ers, as we are only about 10 days away from Monday Night Football against the Jets. How does Brandon Aiyuk's presence affect that? Plus, when is he going to be ready? How effective can he be in week number 1? We can move to that conversation as well. A ton to get to. We'll do it on this Friday. Thanks for hanging out. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The great Dante Whitner, former 49er, and you see him before and after 49ers games on NBC Sports Bay Area. Joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the impact of Brandon Aiyuk's contract on other Niners players. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us, Papa Lund. Brandon Aiyuk, deal is done. Give us your thoughts, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR, both on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line and the call-in line. How fast will we be ready? We'll get into all those conversations, but did you happen to – wait, Up and Adams, Kay Adams is like, boom, she's on it. And she had George Kittle on, and you might have to see this. Hopefully it comes through in audio pop. But this is about as giddy as I've heard George Kittle before. Here's George Kittle on the news that Brandon Aiyuk is back.
I'm just happy that it's over, and I get Brandon Aiyuk back on the football field, and I get to see his smiling face every single day in the locker room. That's what I'm looking forward to because he's such a good dude. I'm looking forward to just starting this journey again with him. So let's get that boy. Let's get him out there catching football passes for Mr. Purdy.
Did you text him? Have you talked to him yet?
He's a little busy. I definitely shot him a text, just say congratulations. But he probably has a few hundred text messages going through his phone right now because he kind of had a life-changing moment. So we're all excited for him.
I mean,
what college football game was BA last night?
Oh, Sac State. Sac State, San Jose State. Yeah,
at San Jose State.
Yeah, I guess that's how he celebrated.
Who
now
won?
me,
the Hornets beat him.
I just saw the video. I don't know who won that game last night. I was too busy watching Dion. He's got a gray beard. You got to shave it if it's all gray. But anyway, that's beside the point.
I have many thoughts on him, but we'll save that for later.
I know it's a lot. We have a lot today, but I don't know. If I don't know what the number is. I know it's 120, and who knows how much of that he gets. And we hear $76 million and $43 million due by next April. Whatever the case may be, that's a lot of money. I don't know if no offense to anybody who ever went to Sac State or San Jose State, Chris Townsend, but I mean, wouldn't you have celebrated in a little bit different of a fashion?
Let him celebrate the way he wants. He wanted to go watch ball. Maybe he jumped in the receiver line. Sac State. I remember doing a Sac State UC Davis game years ago, and they got some good wide receivers there. They throw the ball around. And San Jose State, Mike Perez, they've always had good passing games. So anyway, I hope he's back. It's in the South Bay, obviously, and Brandon lives down there. Mm-hmm. And honestly, even though it's Labor Day weekend and the players are off Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, they'll come back Tuesday, and then off Wednesday, and then Thursday, I just get them on the field and running routes with Brock would be what you want. And, it's the overall money here, and Kittle talk about it. So, why did this deal take so long to get? Because the Niners are the most star-studded roster in football, one of the most ever. They've got 9 guys that made the Pro Bowl last year. They've got 5 All-Pro guys. And now, with Aiyuk's salary jumping, they have 8 players, John, whose average annual salary is more than $15 million a year. And some of it's slidden around because of, bonus payments made. But basically, Bosa's got $34 million a year. Aiyuk's got 30. Debo 23.85. Trent currently at 23, but we may invert that, and he may go to like 32. We'll see. Hargrave, the Gravedigger, 21. Fred 19. McCaffrey 19. Poor George Kittle. It's not enough to be the best tight end, complete tight end in football. But you play that position. George is at $15 million a year, and then Brock next year. Brock's going to go from 0 to 60 faster than any car Trent Williams can buy. 0, he's not quite at $1 million, so 1 to 60. $1 million a year deal to $60 million a year. It's unbelievable the amount of outlay, and then. Having to redo Brock, having to redo Demarius or Charvarius Ward and Demo Lenore, and obviously Dre Greenlaw and Aaron Banks and all of it. It's going to be a hard roster to keep totally together, but we'll see. Thanks to that other great tight end and his girlfriend, the salary cap in this league exploded last year, and it's going to go up more next year and the year after. So before we start bidding adieu to some of these guys, the cap will explode again. I think even more so in the last year, John, and then again a second year. So, and we'll see how they structure the contract. I know David Lombardi's been looking at it, and it is mainly backloaded outside of the huge signing bonus he gets, just to spread that out a little bit. But yeah, I like that. Brandon Aiyuk likes ball, John. Go to a game last night, jump in the receiver line, then wake up this morning and get to 49 and run 4,900 routes with Brock Purdy over the weekend.
And look, we'll get into how it affects things. I heard there was a promo that I just read that said Dante Whitner talked about how it affects things. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think today is a day of celebration. We have plenty of time to how it's going to affect things and what the future is for the 49ers and this kind of thing. And I know that's what was part of the reason. And Brock Purdy, and we're not stupid, and the positional rankings and all these kind of things and how many guys are getting paid and all that. I think that's for another day. The biggest thing that would be on my mind as a fan today would be, okay, great. It's finally over. It's done. You don't have to talk about it every single day. Deal's done. How fast, with 10 days to go, can Brandon Aiyuk get up to speed? If there's 60 offensive plays, can he play in, 40 or 45? I think you and I talked about this with Nick Bosa, and you're right. The game got out of control against Pittsburgh where they win 34-7 in week 1, so he didn't have to play all those. But I think he played in like 35 snaps or something, and like you said yesterday, it was mostly in the first half, so he did play a lot. So at this position, I think if Trent comes in, we were talking, I think, Dante, a couple of days ago, he doesn't have to move as much, fast twitch, blah, blah, blah. It could be easier for Trent to come in. But for a guy like Brandon Aiyuk, there's always tweaks to the offense. He's got to get back on the same page with Brock Purdy, even though they've worked a ton together. All these kind of things. He hasn't been on a competitive football field since February of last year. So what is realistic to expect from Brandon Aiyuk on Monday night?
He's your starting X-wide receiver, and he'll play as much as his cardio. That's what today is. And he's been in the building before. He had to pass the physical, and I assume he ran the tempo test, whatever they call it, the conditioning test. So, that's what Dustin Little and Dustin Perry do. They're experts. He'll be able to feel it. Now, when I go out, run 4,900 routes, you don't want to overdo it right away. I think the first thing is, maybe put shoulder pads on him and pants and cleats and just go run, And, at some point, when they come back next week, I want, Ike Yadam and Charvarius Ward and Demo to lean on him a little bit. And certainly with the length of Yadam and the length of Charvarius, simulate Sauce Gardner. Because I think there's no doubt Robert Saleh. And I'm not sure if he does that a lot, John, but yeah, he does. What am I saying? It's Sauce Gardner.
Yeah.
He does shadow guys around.
He does, yeah.
Saleh didn't do that with the Niners. They didn't do it unless it was to cover up Sherman as far as, boundary side or field side. And it's not that dramatic in the NFL, with the where the hash mark is, because they're not as wide as college. But anyway, he's always in good shape. I haven't seen him do much at all. I saw him jump on a bike on the sideline in Vegas, and then Antonio Pierce saw him and Marvin Lewis, and he jumped off. So I haven't seen him sweat in a long time. I'm sure, he's typically he knew. I think he knew that he was going to play for somebody on September the 8th or 9th. So like Trent, he's been trending, to get ready to play. Not exactly in football shape, so maybe not exactly the number of snaps. But last Friday when we were in Vegas, you asked me, of the three, who do you think is most likely to play? Mm-hmm. And I had Aiyuk right there with Trent, and I think they'll both play. But I wasn't sure about Ricky Pearsall because the shoulder injury is a problem. Subluxation is the term, which is a partial dislocation. It's not what Jung-Hoo Lee did. That thing came out and it was hanging and you got to pop it back in. It's partially dislocated. But I think he's going to play in this game a week from Monday night, John. That guy, when Larry Kruger joins us, we're going to do it more. I'm not sure what they're going to do with him. Jawan Jennings hasn't worked out a lot himself. I haven't seen him in a long time. So I think, how much is Brandon going to play? He's going to start at X wide receiver. Debo's going to start at Z. And then when they go three wide, I'll be anxious to see how much do we see Jawan Jennings in that F wide receiver spot, and how much do we see Ricky Pearsall. Ricky could also sub in, as can Chris Conley for Aiyuk when he needs a blow, and Jennings as well. But Ricky Pearsall's ability to run routes, they're going to have to probably harness that left shoulder up, John, but that guy is elite as far as making you miss in space. And if they rotate coverage, put Sauce on and Brandon, and you can get to him a little easier at X wide receiver up on the line. And they got DJ Reed, they got other guys, but he's different than Jawan Jennings. Jennings is a great man beater, but I'll be anxious to see just in that third wide receiver spot on opening night, especially in light of Jawan missing so much time in camp, and also Ricky did as well. How much do we see in that third wide receiver spot? Number 14, Ricky Pearsall, or number 15, Jawan Jennings?
Let's ask Matt Mayocko about that coming up next, plus how the contract extension came together. Matty joins us on a Friday as we get you ready for a week, about 10 days. We still got Trent Williams to go. We'll get into all those conversations with Matt next. It's Pop and Lund only here on the Sports Leader.
Sure, KNBR's got you covered on game day with Greg in the booth and John hosting pre and post. But NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayocko has your Niners news all week long. Here's Papa London Mayocko on the Sports Leader.
Thanks to Jonas, Papa and Lund. Brandon Aiyuk has a new extension. You probably know that, unless you, I don't know, maybe you're sleeping or something's going on. 4 and 120. We'll find out the particulars. We're in $76 million and $47 due by next April. Whatever the particulars are, you as a fan just care that he's back. Let's talk to Matt Mayocko about it. Was all over this story. Make sure that you're listening to the 49ers Talk Pod at Mayocko NBCS and multiple platforms from Matty, including our 49ers Insider. You hear him before and after games and multiple times during the week, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening?
Nothing too much. Hey, I'm dipping my toe into the YouTube thing, too.
I'm digging it. Well, you've done that. You look good.
I see the Giants cap. Tails gone wild sweatshirt.
Hit up YouTube and Twitch. Matty Mayocko.
I like the hanging plant behind you. Looks like you're being attacked by a lotus or something. I don't know.
Man, I like it.
I have to water that thing, I think, later.
Yeesh.
What are you guys up to?
Just hanging
out.
I
don't know.
Talk about today?
August has been really boring without, nothing
really
going on in
slow.
the month of August. The Aiyuk Ajida it's been giving me. You've been covering this team a long time.
30 years to be exact.
30, I know, John. They haven't won since. After we were talking, Steve Young called in. That team in 94, then you inherited the next year. I think they had 10 Pro Bowlers on that team. It was a galaxy of stars. And Dion was one and done. He wound up going to Dallas the next year. Just, Plan B free agency came in earlier in the early 90s. But then free agency really was involved then. And Steve called about, guys taking less. I'm like, how much did that team cost versus the rest of the league? So I think that's what this has been about, correct? Trying to keep all these stars here as long as possible because the 94 champions, they started to lose some of those guys.
Well, I think, when Jed York took over as the CEO, his whole thing was to try to be competitive every year. So as I recall, that 94 team at the very beginning of the salary cap, they pushed all their cards, or I should say all their chips, to the middle of the table. You can tell I don't play a whole lot of card games. And so, there was going to be a time, they knew this, there was going to be a time when Steve Young wasn't around and Jerry Rice and some of those guys on defense. And so they just wanted to, they knew that they were going to have to tear it down and try to rebuild it back up. But, yeah, I don't think that when Parag Marante and John Lynch and Brian Hampton and Jed York and maybe even Kyle's involved in those meetings too, when they kind of map out what they want to do as far as a 3-year plan, I don't think there's ever a time where they say, hey, let's really go for it this year and next year, knowing that the third year we're going to have to do a complete rebuild. So, we won't know the structure and all the real dollar amounts until it's filed with the NFLPA, because right now probably what you're hearing is what the agent is pushing out there. But I would be surprised if it's structured in a way where they're going to have to make these dramatic decisions at the end of the season. My guess would be that, they probably create some cap room or don't waste much cap room this year with this deal. And then next year is probably a low cap figure. And then, as far as the 3-year plan, probably, the 2026 season would be where you start to see, more of the guys, the recognizable names, the guys who've been around for a long time, where you start to see them kind of drift away and creating cap space for, potentially some draft picks that, they made last year or this year to sign those guys to second contract. So my guess is that, yes, the dollar amount is big, but there will be ways the 49ers can get out from underneath it, or pretty logical and reasonable exit routes that they can take to keep the bulk of the roster together. I guess my point is, don't expect like there to be one-off season where they get rid of George Kittle and Fred Warner and Nick Bosa all at once. You're starting to see it a little bit this year with Eric Armstead, longtime 49er, but they decided for the best of the organization, move on from him, and I think you'll see that, but not big clumps of players leaving every offseason, but one here, one there, that kind of thing.
Matt Mayocko joining us. Brandon Aiyuk has a new deal, and now, we'll talk about Trent Williams in just a second. Just as far as this, I don't know, strangeness of this whole thing, I mean, is this behind Jimmy Garoppolo as far as what you can remember? Just the back and forth, and is he going to get traded? And just from the beginning, and then, the wide receiver market blows up and it changes everything. I mean, just how strange this all played out?
Yeah, it's tough to rank them. I mean, this was pretty strange, and I think there's a lot of strange things that happened behind the scenes with this one. I mean, the fact that there were, trades agreed to, and all it would have taken was Brandon Aiyuk to sign off and say, yes, I'll go there. Yes, I'll go to Cleveland. Yes, I'll go to New England, and that's where he'd be. It also, I mean, I know we talked about this several weeks ago. The sticking point with the Steelers was that 49ers knew they couldn't get a wide receiver in return. And so they were looking to get a little bit more draft pick compensation to be able to flip one of those picks. And I'm sure they made tons of phone calls across the league. And we know of Diana Rossini was first to report about Cortland Sutton, that 49ers reached out to Denver to try to get him. And if they had gotten him, if Denver had said, yes, we'll take a third for Cortland Sutton, Brandon Aiyuk would be on another team right now. He'd be on the Steelers. So there were so many elements to this, and I don't think that there were that many moving parts to Jimmy, but just the strange, I guess they're kind of equal because of the strange optics during training camp. You had Jimmy behind the stands with fans taking video of him. You had, in months prior to that, you had him saying goodbye to the media and the fan base and see you down the road and wish you all well. And then with Brandon Aiyuk, there were certainly the strange optics of, him walking out on the practice field and the bro hug and the dabs and all that, and people going crazy with that, like, oh, that must mean he's back. While all that time, every option remained on the table. And, the 49ers had that deal ready to go with him since August 12th. And he sat on it. I don't know why he sat on it, but he did. Ultimately, both sides are to blame for why this took so long. 49ers could have come stronger earlier. And, Brandon said it himself that there were points in the offseason where he thought the deal was going to get done. Well, if it was that close and you're the 49ers and the wide receiver market has the potential of blowing up, make sure you get it done. That's the lesson to be learned from this. And then Aiyuk throughout just really never sent any clear signals that he knew exactly what he wanted. And he kind of slowed his roll, and maybe he just didn't want to participate in training camp. I don't know, but it's done, and both sides can move on, and we probably won't talk about this too much more, except if Brandon Aiyuk gets off to a slow start, he has some sort of soft tissue injury, or he just doesn't produce anywhere near the level that he produced in 2023 when he had 1,342 yards receiving and 7 touchdowns. So the onus is on him now to justify the 49ers giving him that money.
So the key thing is, and they would have liked to have got it done a couple of days earlier because you could have practiced this week. They're off today, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, come back Tuesday, and he'll be on the field on Tuesday, and hopefully he's working with Brock all weekend. Do you think Trent Williams will be here in time for that first Tuesday practice, less than a week, to get ready for the New York Jets? Now that Aiyuk is signed and he was holding in, and it was public, much more public with social media with BA, with Trent, it's been radio silence. It's been an old-school holdout. Is he going to get more than Brandon Aiyuk, average per year, and reset the tackle market? What are you hearing on the left tackle now, Matty?
Yeah, I mean, really there hasn't been much information about Trent Williams as far as what exactly he's looking for. Actually, there wasn't a whole lot of information, really, Brandon Aiyuk, of what he was looking for, because no one really knew exactly what what he was looking for. I think the 49ers were of the belief early on that they could just convert that non-guaranteed money to guarantees and they could get the deal done. But I think it's going to be more complicated, or it has been more complicated than that. Also have to factor in now that, his fines are, somewhere around, $4.6 or $5 million. I've kind of lost track of that. So, how is that taken into account? I mean, in essence, and those are fines that cannot be rescinded. So in essence, his base salary from this season goes from $20 million to $15 million. So how do the 49ers account for that? How do they satisfy Trent Williams? He's 36 years old. He has a lot of money in the bank. He doesn't need to play. He could walk away from the game today and still be a Hall of Famer. We know that. But as Kyle Shanahan said, typically when both sides want to get a deal done, it usually happens. And that's been the 49ers' stance from day one. They want to get something done with Trent Williams to get him here. Trent Williams, according to the 49ers side, has expressed that desire to stay around. And, one of the more interesting things, anytime I talk to Trent Williams, I remember talking to him early last season after John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan were both re-signed or signed to extensions, and really kind of like, okay, the 49ers are riding with Lynch and Shanahan for the foreseeable future, as well they should. But he really spoke highly of just that tandem and the leadership of the 49ers and the front office and just the entire organization. So, yeah, I think he entered this situation with a lot of respect for the way the 49ers handle business. But, hey, it is a business. They got to look out for what their best interests are, and obviously Trent Williams has to look out for his best interests too.
The other guy we were saying of the three, I think we asked you this a couple of weeks ago, who would we see, and now we're starting to see Ricky Pearsall. So how much do you expect to see of Pearsall now on Monday night? Do you think he would be a full go? What do you think about Brandon Aiyuk? Like last year we were having this conversation, and I'm sure you've talked and written about this, where, Nick Bosa, even though they were blowing out Pittsburgh, so they kind of pulled him out of the game, but they did play him a lot early. So how much Pearsall, and now with Brandon Aiyuk back in the fold, how much Aiyuk on Monday?
Yeah, I don't know that I can answer that question. I'm not sure the 49ers can really either. So they're off. Today's Friday, correct? So they're off Friday, Saturday, Sunday. They're off
Monday.
Mm-hmm. They practice Tuesday. They're off Wednesday. They practice Thursday. Thursday's really the key day. Tuesday is kind of the bonus day where they'll start to implement some of the game plan and probably deliver the game plan to Brock Purdy, and then just keep bringing out in pieces throughout the week. But Thursday is the big practice day. I think that the 49ers will go into this. I think they have a pretty good idea where Ricky Pearsall is with the shoulder, the stability, the strength. I'm not sure they know exactly where Brandon Aiyuk is. I think mentally Brandon Aiyuk is right there because he's been in meetings. He's watched some practices in person. I'm sure he's watched every practice on his iPad. So I think Thursday will be an indicator of how the 49ers want to approach this. And then in the case of Aiyuk and Pearsall, probably how they feel on Friday, then they'll start to really implement, the strategy of, I'm assuming Brandon Aiyuk will start this game. How many snaps? Are they going to limit him to 20 snaps or 25 or 35? And then with Pearsall, 49ers have to determine, is Pearsall in a position right now where, it's going to be he and Juwan Jennings kind of sharing that number 3 role, or a guy who had a really good training camp, Chris Conley? Do they elevate him? Well, they elevate Chris Conley. They're going to elevate Jacob Cowling because of punt return. So you're not going to have, 6 receivers, I don't think, active, or is that even, 6 receivers active on game day. So they're going to have to make some interesting decisions on how they want to handle. They've already handled the 53-man, but the number of guys who are active at which positions, that's going to be one of the things on their to-do list this week.
Matty, great stuff, man. Good to see you. We
yeah,
are you,
first
but
guest
it's good to see
go
you.
live streaming. But
we like this.
Right?
You're not a guest though. You're family.
Wow. Okay.
Family. Yeah.
I
mean, see, I'm like, hey.
So, are you going to the Giants or home this weekend? This is your last weekend off until when? Well, the Niners play some Thursdays and Mondays,
I have
but you don't get a whole lot of time off.
Other things? No, not a whole lot of time. But a couple things. You would love this, Greg. You should stop by tonight. A buddy of mine, his backyard, he has a very nice backyard, and he does these little shows back there, a lot of music. And so tonight he's having myself, Cam Inman, and the Z-Man telling stories.
Michael Zigaris?
Come on. Oh,
yeah.
What?
So
hide the women and children for Lizigaris. Oh my God!
Where is this? What area code am I going to? I'll go. I love that.
And hide the cell phones too.
Exactly.
Can I bring Jeff Tamalier?
Can I bring cell phones for sure, man?
I'm going to bring Tamalier for music.
If I don't have a job next week, it'll be because this got leaked. It's actually where Tamalier. It's that where Tamalier goes. Tom Stack, my buddy who lives in Lafayette. Tamalier's been back there many times with shows.
Oh, I remember he invited me to a party there a couple summers ago in his backyard. I got to go there.
Yep.
How great.
Yeah.
How great.
Yeah, that's a great point. You got to hide the cell phones. That's the big thing because he starts telling stories, and I mean, if he's in somebody's backyard, like he won't hold back, but he's not going to hold back now. So anyway, thanks, Maddie. Always great to catch up with you. We appreciate it.
All right,
Take care, Maddie.
There you go. YouTube and Twitch as well. We'll start having more and more guests on. You can see Maddie, and, of course, you can hear Maddie. So however you want to do it, but he gave us the insight into Brandon Aiyuk. More on a national level, we'll talk to Trey Wingo. He's got a new deal going on. We'll talk some NFL with him coming up next. Pop in London, only here on the Sports Feeder.
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you'd think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation. Call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us on a Friday. One of our favorite people is Trey Wingo, and he's going to join us to tell us what he is up to. Make sure you're following him at Wingo's. That's Wingo, like his last name with a Z. It's very, very simple. Make sure that you're following. And he's got a new gig, and he's got a number of different gigs, and we can talk some NFL with him, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. Hi, Trey. How are you?
Hey, guys. What's up, man? Really good to be with you guys.
You too. So tell us what you're up to. DraftKings pregame show, Power Up. What's going on with that?
Yeah, pregame Power Up on DraftKings. Going to be every Monday and Thursday night, 6 to 7 Eastern on DraftKings Network. Myself and a cast of incredible characters, including Claudia Bellafato and Emerson Latzia. Marshall Newhouse, former offensive lineman out of TCU, played for Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay, and Tom Brady up in New England. Just to name a few, will also be there. Get you set for everything you need to know about the primetime games all season long. We'll be there in Kansas City as part of DraftKings' extensive coverage of the season opener Thursday, and then the first show will start with that first Monday night game between, guys. You may have heard the New York Jets and the San Francisco 49ers.
Oh, the Aaron Rodgers are coming. I want to talk to you about that in a minute, but 1 week from right now, we're going to be looking back on that Baltimore-Kansas City game, and the Niners obviously look at the NFC West and the NFC, but always keep an eye on the AFC and the Super Bowl. So this game a week from yesterday, Thursday, September the 5th in KC. Trey, Baltimore, Kansas City is a rematch of last year's AFC Championship game in Baltimore. Will it be a preview of this year's AFC title game? Are they still the two best teams in the AFC?
Well, I think you have to say the Chiefs are. The Ravens are interesting. They're a little different. They've lost some pieces on defense. They obviously pick up Derrick Henry. And Lamar Jackson is in a tough spot, right? He's in a tough spot because no matter what happens in the regular season with Lamar, he won his second MVP last year. People are going to be like, yeah, but, right? Yeah, but. For example, with Lamar Jackson as their starting quarterback, the Baltimore Ravens have 2 postseason wins against 4 or 5 losses. With Patrick Mahomes as the starting quarterback for the Chiefs have 3 Super Bowl wins, let alone a 15-3 record in the postseason. Not that I want to bring that up to the good people of San Francisco, because that includes Super Bowl 54 and Super Bowl 58. I'm sorry. I'm just using it as a juxtaposition that with Mahomes, the Chiefs have more Super Bowl wins, 3, than the Ravens have with Lamar Jackson postseason wins, 2. So I think Lamar's in a really difficult spot. He can be brilliant for 17 games in 18 weeks, including the bye, but no one's going to really care until we turn to the postseason again. Then that's what they're going to need to see from him.
Absolutely. Trey Wingo's joining us, our guy. He's got a new show coming up on DraftKings Mondays and Thursdays, pregame Power Up. Make sure you check it out. And, of course, as we talked about, the Niners and the Jets for the first one, so nothing going on there with Aaron Rodgers and Robert Saleh coming back to take on the Niners. Speaking of the Niners, it's finally over, at least for us. Brandon Aiyuk coming into the fold after all this craziness with the 49ers. To you, A, just how crazy was it from a national perspective, and B, how quickly do you think he can get up to speed and take on the Jets on that Monday?
First of all, it was a roller coaster, and it was a roller coaster in a large part because Brandon was very public about everything, right? Remember that Instagram story he put up there with all the emojis, and it was money talks and what walks, and he was very upfront about all of this. Like a lot of times players just sort of retreat into the background and let their agent do the work, and that was not Brandon's style at all. He was out there letting everybody know along the way. It certainly was a lot of drama, but for you guys and obviously for all of us in the media, it was great because it gave us something to talk about, right? Like you don't want to just have to talk about baseball all summer long, so it gave us some juicy tidbits to have to keep our NFL. The Niners are, to me, I still think if you're asking me to grade every roster in the NFL 1 through 53, I think the Niners have the best roster in football. However, I have 2 concerns to start the year. What's going on with Trent Williams? And number 2, that calf strain for Christian McCaffrey. Like, remember, Joe Burrow started last season with a calf strain that he suffered in preseason and in training camp. And he was really limited for the first few weeks or first few games of the regular season. That was a quarterback. Now, Christian's whole job is his legs. Obviously, he has great hands. Don't get me wrong. I understand that. But most of everything he does is with his legs. So I'm curious to see how long this will be a lingering issue for Christian going forward.
No, they need him without a doubt, and I think his calf is fine. He's going to be clear to go back to practice next week full-time, Trey. But the calf, when it gets down low, gets into the Achilles, which leads to our guy, Aaron Rodgers, out of the darkness. And honestly, when you get ready for this game, and the Niners roster's loaded, but so is the Jets, and they add Mike Williams on top of Garrett Wilson and Breece Hall. But the huge X factor is the 40-year-old quarterback coming off a torn Achilles, and the guy that tore his Achilles is no longer a Buffalo Bill. Leonard Floyd will be rushing against him a week from Monday night. So where do you put the Jets? I ask you, Baltimore's lost a lot. Patrick Queen, their defensive coordinator, Mike McDonald. So Kansas City's there. Where are the Jets in the hierarchy in the AFC? And should we not be sleeping on them coming in here? And with the Niners' August angst, maybe be ripe for a big upset?
Well, the Jets are always fascinating to me, much in the same way you can't keep your eyes off a train wreck, right? I mean, it seems like it should work out for the Jets, but miraculously it never does. Like, it never does, right? They couldn't get to the playoffs with Brett Favre when he came over from the Packers. They haven't been to nor won a Super Bowl since before man walked on the moon. Okay, so now, but this is where it gets interesting for me, right? So they're a franchise. Let's be honest about it. They're perennially disappointing. There's a reason the phrase "just end the season" exists for Jets fans. So to fix the problem now, which is them not being able to fulfill what a lot of people think they can do, they bring in Aaron Rodgers, who is, without a question, first ballot, Hall of Fame, NFL quarterback, probably on the Mount Rushmore of the top 4 quarterbacks to ever play the game. I think that's a fair place to put him. But what's the one sort of bugaboo and the one thing that's really missing from Aaron's resume. And that's
can't beat the Niners in the playoffs. He's 0-4.
Correct. Consistent performance in the playoffs. Like I just mentioned, Patrick Mahomes, right? Patrick Mahomes didn't start until 2018. So he's been a starter for 6 seasons. And he has led the Chiefs to 15 playoff wins against 3 losses. There's only one active quarterback that can claim his team has beaten Patrick Mahomes in the postseason. That's Joe Burrow. The other 2 losses are to now the lead Fox analyst, Tom Brady. So now Aaron Rodgers' starting career with the Green Bay Packers began in 2008, a full decade before Patrick Mahomes. The Packers, with Aaron Rodgers as their starting quarterback, have a 12-10 record in the postseason. And we can count to numerous times where an Aaron Rodgers-led team has come up short in the postseason, whether it was a couple of years ago when Robbie Gould kicked him out of the playoffs in the snow at Lambeau Field, whether it was Tom Brady going up there in the COVID year and the Bucs, a warm weather team at a frigid Lambeau Field, found a way to beat Aaron Rodgers in the NFC Championship game. Or, as you alluded to, when the Niners ran it all but 8 times in the NFC Championship game and found a way to beat Aaron Rodgers. So all this big money is coming in on the Jets and Aaron Rodgers. And my question is, why? Like, I get it. The Jets have a good team. I get it. Aaron Rodgers is a good quarterback, great quarterback, Hall of Fame quarterback. They both have the same problem. They can't get it done in the postseason.
Trent Wingo is joining us. Here's the other thing, too, and I'm not disparaging Aaron Rodgers. Everything you just said about him is 100% true. He's one of the best. But he looks to me more like, everybody's assuming because Brady did this to 45 that it's easy to do. He's coming off an Achilles, and he looks more like Kenny Stabler than he does Tom Brady. I mean, maybe he does take care of himself to that level. I just don't know. But it's this assumption that he's going to come back at 40 off an Achilles and be great. There's a little bit of a question there, is there not?
I would absolutely agree with you. For example, if everybody could do what Tom Brady did, they would. I mean, let's just be honest about it, right? It's like someone, I can't remember who, somebody put up on a thing on Instagram. It's like, do you think these flag football players could play in the NFL? I was like, if they could, they would. I'm pretty sure there's more money in the NFL than in flag frickin' football. Like, I mean, if they had the choice, they would make the choice to play in the NFL.
Didn't the one flag player say he was better than Mahomes?
The one quarterback was like, dude, he's like 5'7".
Yeah, I think he was taking the ayahuasca in the dark retreat with Aaron when he made that comment. Look, I mean, like, if they could, they would. So just shut up with that, right? So to your point, if it was as easy as just, well, Tom Brady did it, we can all do it, everybody would do it. Everybody would do it. Or, to be fair, a large majority of the players would do it. But they can't. Tom is an anomaly, much in the same way Patrick is an anomaly. I think those are legitimate questions. And then you had that story that came out the other day from an unnamed agent. And I know people get all upset with, it's an unnamed agent, whatever. Well, okay, but like the things we're hearing from that unnamed agent about what's going on in the Jets facility are eerily similar to what we were hearing out of the Green Bay organization the last few years with Aaron Rodgers, right? Like it tracks. Like he's a difficult. What did Mark Murphy say, the president of the Green Bay Packers all those years ago? He's a complicated fella, which is the nicest way of saying what a pain in the butt. You know what I mean? So that's what that is. So we're seeing history repeat itself here a little bit. So yeah, I'm very curious. It should work, but historically it never does for the Jets. So add that to these stories about they gave him too much power. I mean, he missed mandatory camp because he had a trip to Egypt. I'm pretty sure Aaron, who considers himself a critical thinker, could read a calendar and could figure out when that trip might not coincide with mandatory minicamp.
He had a nice cat shirt when he walked into training camp. The Egyptian cat was nice. So they think they're going, they're optimistic about how good they are. But as we look at the totality of the Niners season, they won the NFC West the last couple of years. But the Rams, they were good last year. Seattle, they keep thinking they're rebuilding. They're not. They got a new coach. I thought Arizona was dramatically improved, going to get better. Do you think the Niners, I don't want to say it's a lock to three-peat, but are they still, Trey, in your opinion, the heavy favorite to win the NFC West again?
They are, in my opinion. I mean, it's outside of what year was it? Outside of 2020, they've had an unfettered run of success here of at least getting to the NFC Championship game, right? Let's just be honest. They made it to Super Bowl 54. They had that. They had the lead against the Rams in the NFC Championship game that year. And if what's-his-face, Jaquiski Tartt doesn't drop that arm punt, they probably go to that Super Bowl. They probably go to that one. And let's be honest, if you go back in the NFC Championship game that sent the Eagles to Super Bowl 57, go back and look at that game. Besides the fact that the Niners did not have a quarterback that could play, then you go back and look, even with that, it was little mistakes that sort of, you look at the score and they go, the Eagles blew them out. No, that wasn't the case at all. First of all, I don't think Devontae Smith ever caught that pass that set up the first touchdown. And then as they were punting it away to get it back to the Niners, there was a false start or roughing the kicker on that punt that gave a fresh set of downs to the Eagles. And then Josh Johnson fumbles on his own 50-yard line right before the half. There were little mistakes in that game that if they had a functioning quarterback, I think the Niners probably could have won that game in Philadelphia. So this team has been on a run really since 2019, outside of that 1 year where they had been right there on top of it. So yeah, I have to look at them as the team to beat. As I said, I think 1 through 53, they have the best roster in football.
Trey Wingo's joining us again. New show, DraftKings Network pregame Power Up with Trey Wingo. That's every Monday and Thursday, 3 o'clock Pacific before the NFL primetime games everywhere. YouTube, Samsung, Roku, Google TV, Sling, etc. It's always good to hear your voice, man. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it. Best of luck with your new show.
Appreciate it, guys. Anytime. Let me know.
Take care.
Thank you, Trey.
That is Trey Wingo. He's great, man. He's great. Plus, he said a lot of nice things about the 49ers, so we like that.
I love the picture of him here.
That is a great picture.
Is there an opening left on the chain gang? Are we keeping the chain gangs this year? Or are we
they
going
said
to
they
Hawkeye?
are. Can we not
keep them, right?
I guess
are we using Hawkeye technology in the virtual spot, whatever they say? The virtual, what is it called?
Yeah, I think they're still working it.
Virtual measurement
next year.
Are they using that? So it's not going to be used at all during the regular season?
No, they're going chain gang, that's a great picture. I don't know why they can't do it. I don't know why they can't do it. Does somebody not get paid? Like the chain gang gets fired? Does the chain gang?
Well, they checked it out in the preseason. They'll probably do it next year.
Yeah, next year is what they said. So, all right. Thanks for joining us. It's Pop and Lund. We will react to some of the things Trey Wingo said. If you missed the intricacies of the Brandon Aiyuk contract, we can discuss that. But the main story now is how quickly can he get in and how quickly can Trent Williams get in. We'll give you that next. Pop and Lund. Thanks for joining us on a Friday, only here on the Sports Center.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Tim Kawakami of The Athletic, he joined Tolbert and Copes yesterday to discuss Brandon Aiyuk finally getting a deal done with the 49ers. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the sports leader.
Well, the Jets are always fascinating to me, much in the same way you can't keep your eyes off a train wreck, right? I mean, it seems like it should work out for the Jets, but miraculously it never does. Like it never does, right? They couldn't get to the playoffs with Brett Favre when he came over from the Packers. They haven't been to nor won a Super Bowl since before man walked on the moon.
That's amazing perspective. I mean, I know it's true and we all knew it, but when you hear it out loud, it's crazy. Thanks for joining us, Papa Lund. You know that Brandon Aiyuk has a 4-year, $120 million extension in his pocket. We don't have exactly the breakdown yet. We'll talk about that. We're going to unveil a poll on that in about 11 minutes that we want you to vote on X. We'll tell you all about that at the bottom of the hour. Then Larry Kruger is going to join us for our weekly conversation. Plus, Krug joins us not only in pre- and post-game during 49ers games, but Niners Nightly from 6 to 7. Niners Nightly from 6 to 7 with Krug. That's going to start this Monday, so make sure that you tune in for that. So that's going to be very cool in addition to his Krug show on YouTube. So a lot of stuff going on. By the way, is that a new hat? If you're watching on YouTube.
Thank you, Zach King from Residency.
I like the black with the red, the white.
He sent me a box.
I got to get one of those. Ago. That's Trent's company.
I got a whole new box. Zach was there for the Player for a Purpose on Wednesday night, and Trent Williams owns a piece of that company.
Yeah.
So I thought, Zach's there? Is Trent rolling in the electric rolls in the parking lot? No one's heard from Trent.
No.
So we'll see.
Yeah.
So what Trey was saying, obviously, was they won Super Bowl III.
Yeah.
Jets over the Colts, and man walked on the moon shortly after. I think Gaylord Perry hit a home run right before about 30 minutes, July of that year, when Vita Blue made his debut in '69. But the Jets have the longest active playoff drought in the NFL. 13 seasons. Sacramento Kings off the hook a couple of years ago. So the longest droughts in the history of North America, or active in North American sport, not history, are the Jets and my Buffalo Sabres in the NHL.
Yeesh.
It's unbelievable. And Mike Silver will be appearing with us once in a while, on occasion, during the season. Just got back from Florham Park in New Jersey, the tri-state area, to visit with Robert Saleh, and he's tight with Aaron Rodgers, obviously. And there's a lot of pressure on Robert Saleh and the New York Jets to get off to a good start for one and win this year. And I think Joe Douglas as well. I mean, Zach Wilson was the number 2 overall pick in the draft. They took him right ahead of Trey Lance. And obviously he's no longer there. He's now in Denver, backing up. And they had to go get, Aaron Rodgers to come to New York. And I think the lure of Joe Willie Namath and just being in New York and getting out of Green Bay was the right time for Aaron to get out of the darkness. I'm just wondering how good they are, John, and I am concerned about this game just because Saleh's intel on the Niners, both offensively and defensively, and Kyle's coached against other coaches that have obviously been on his staff, both in other places and with the Niners, but no one that was as prominent as what Saleh is, and he does not call their defense, which does intrigue me. Jeff Ulbrich does. But Jeff's a former Niner. The Niners tried to hire Jeff Ulbrich to be the defensive coordinator this offseason after Spags and Belichick said no. They wanted him before Nick Sorensen, but the Jets wouldn't let him out of the deal. He wanted to come home. In any event, they have a great defense. We'll see if Hassan Reddick plays in this game. But they got Quinnen Williams, and see if the Niners run right at Javon Kinlaw. Quincy Williams, his brother to Quinnen, is a good player. C.J. Mosley, obviously the secondary anchored by Sauce Gardner, is really good. And then offensively, we don't know who they are at all. There's really no tape to look at to get ready for this game. Aaron Rodgers played a little bit in the preseason last year, and then he played 4 snaps in the opener against Buffalo. And you just don't know how it's going to work. They got Breece Hall. What a great player that guy is. He's kind of McCaffrey-ish in his ability to do it all. He's Roger Craig's cousin, the great Niner. Garrett Wilson is the wide receiver, obviously the slippery guy. And then Mike Williams is a Brandon Aiyuk-type X-wide receiver. Have they fortified their offensive line enough? We'll get into it more this weekend and start talking to you on Tuesday after Labor Day, Monday, and give you the scouting report. I think that's the key. And the reason the Niners and Aaron Rodgers is 0-4 against the Niners in the playoffs, and 2 were the Kaepernick, Jim Harbaugh Niners, but the last 2 have been the 49ers of Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch in this group, and the pass rush just overwhelmed them. Whether it was that Sunday night game in 2019, the Raheem Mostert game that Trey Wingo was talking about, but really it was the NFC title game, and then later in the snow in Green Bay, and the snow did lessen the pass rush, but the reason he got hurt last year, every time he dropped back to throw in that game against Buffalo, he had that look in his eyes we saw against the Niners in 2019 where we can't block these guys. And that was, Bulaga and Bakhtiari and the Packer guys, last year, Becton and those guys, and they're all gone. Are they truly better at tackle? Bringing in Tyron Smith, former Dallas Cowboy. I know Nick Bosa loves rushing against him, so we'll see how that goes. And on the other side, they got Morgan Moses at right tackle. They do have Fashanu, the young guy that can mix in a little bit, and John Simpson inside. I think the bottom line is here, this new version of the Gold Rush. Will Aaron Rodgers' new paid veteran offensive line be able to protect him? Or when he hits his back foot, are we going to see those dark eyes again where, somebody help me, we can't block these guys?
Well, and like I was asking Trey, look, Aaron Rodgers deserves all the accolades. Get the off the field weirdness and all the ways that he acts and his personal things and beliefs and all that kind of stuff. Throw that aside. I'm just talking as a football player. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. He's one of the best quarterbacks of all time. He's great. But a 40-year-old coming off of an Achilles, I'm glad they're getting him early because I don't know that he's going to be great early. I think that Aaron Rodgers is Aaron Rodgers, but coming off an Achilles at any age is difficult, and he's 40+, and he's not Tom Brady. There was a reason why we celebrated Tom Brady so much to play to 45. I mean, he didn't, eat anything that wasn't, out of his garden and all these different things, and there's a reason why Tom Brady looks the way Tom Brady looks. Aaron Rodgers doesn't look that way. Like I said to Trey, he looks like he's Ken Stabler at this point. He doesn't look exactly great. So, look, maybe he'll surprise me and he'll be tremendous against the 49ers, but there's a case to be made that if Talanoa is not going to play in week number 1, but when he comes back, they could make claim to being one of the best secondaries in the league. They certainly have one of the best corner combinations in the league. Their pass rush, if Leonard Floyd is there, plus I think Hargrave's going to be a lot better. I think he was banged up last year. I just think this defense is going to recapture. You got Fred Warner there. I know Greenlaw's gone, but this is a really, really good defense against a quarterback that, in my estimation, because of this Achilles injury, is not going to be able to move the way that he's moved in the past. So it's not that I don't respect the Jets. I do, and I certainly respect Robert Saleh and his defense, but I think Trent Williams is going to be there. I think they're going to get it done. I don't know how much Brandon Aiyuk can play, but sometimes when we look at the opponent, we start to get nervous and forget to realize that the 49ers are the most talented team top to bottom in the league. This is a massive game for them, and I think they're going to win on Monday Night Football. I'm not saying it's going to be easy, but I think that everybody's fascination with Aaron Rodgers, I'm back to let's see on him. Let's see. He's not automatic to me, because he's coming off an Achilles at 40.
Yeah, the Achilles is one thing. Just watching the clips, I think his mobility is back, and he worked hard to come back. He wasn't as effective his final year in Green Bay. Threw a lot of picks that year, and then they moved on from him. He's got to feel confident in the pocket. If he has an offensive line that gives him time, he's an elite thrower of the football. When Trey Wingo said put him on the Mount Rushmore, I went, what? But as far as pure ability to throw a football, the guy's won 4 most valuable player awards, including in 20 and 21. He won 2 early in his career. He won 1 Super Bowl. You can comparing him to Stabler. He has a lot of similarities to this.
I'm just saying he looks like him.
Well, but he's in good shape. He takes care of himself. He does. But Stabler won 1 Super Bowl. 1. They didn't put him in the Hall of Fame till he was dead. So they waited. Why did he win 1? He couldn't win the championship game. Whether it was against Pittsburgh, and mainly it was Pittsburgh, or Miami, or Baltimore, or Denver, his record in championship games was woeful. And Aaron Rodgers, he got to 1 Super Bowl and he won it, but he's had a lot of missteps in championship games. Amazing to me how he's never received a criticism. He's played poorly in championship games. The game that Trey was talking about when they hosted the COVID year against Tom Brady in Tampa Bay, Brady threw 2 interceptions in the 4th quarter of that championship game. Tampa Bay was beatable. That's the game Matt LaFleur kicked the field goal on 4th down when they got inside the low red zone and a goal to go. because they weren't good on first, second, or third down. He had no confidence that they were going to make it on fourth down. He did not play well in that game. So I'm not into legacies and all that. He's clearly a first ballot Hall of Famer, but he's the opposite of Tom Brady. Brady won his MVPs, but Brady was always good in the regular season. He was great in the postseason. Aaron Rodgers has won 4 Most Valuable Player awards. He's been to the Pro Bowl 10 times. He's led the league in passer rating 4 times, touchdowns twice. He's one of the great pure throwers of the football in history, but he only won 1 Super Bowl, and his record in championship games is bad, and specifically, he's never beaten the Niners in January. He's 0-4 in playoff games against the Niners.
All right, here's what you got coming up on a Friday. Thanks for hanging out with us. Papa in Lund, Brandon Aiyuk signs that new contract extension. So we've got a poll based on that coming up next. Larry Kruger is going to join us at 11:50. His thoughts, and of course, he was at the press conferences the day before with John and Kyle. Get his thoughts on the 53-man and move forward and actually talk some 49ers football. That at 11:50. Don't miss any of it. It's Papa in Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
In the NFL, there is no margin for error. One mistake can change the outcome of a game. That's why 8 out of 10 NFL players have a Sleep Number smart bed. As the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL, Sleep Number is proud to help players unlock their full potential through the power of quality sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number number 1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. Do you have a Sleep Number bed? Now you can get one during Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. You'll save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus, you get free home delivery on select smart beds when you add a base. It ends Labor Day, September the 2nd. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Only at a Sleep Number store or at sleepnumber.com. The official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Birdie out of the shotgun, drops a couple of steps, going to take a deep shot to Brandon Aiyuk. It's deflected.
Oh, he caught it!
Caught! Aiyuk caught it out of the air. A flag is also down. Did Aiyuk score? He got touchdown on the 2-yard line.
That's going to be DPI and a deflection, and Brandon Aiyuk never gave up on the football and came down with it at the 2 or 3 yard line.
Thanks for joining us. That was the one. Would it have made you sad if you couldn't say Aiyuk is on fire anymore?
Yes, John, I would have.
Were you thinking about that?
I'm glad.
Were you thinking about that during this whole process?
Bang, not a gang. That was the B.A.
Like
Ricochet. That
Very
was
nice.
the Aiyuk, the ladybug play. You know, that Tuesday after we got back from Nashville, when the report came in, there was a report there that the Niners were, well, first they, agreed to a deal to trade him to Cleveland, although I'm still hearing Amari Cooper was not in that deal. But anyway, the Pittsburgh deal, and they would have taken the third to get Cortland Sutton, and, the whole ladybug thing, that whole day in the NFC Championship game last year on January the 28th, and the Kindle Vildor off his face mask, that catch, the touchdown right after, that would have been his last home game. If they didn't agree to this contract yesterday, John, you can't do that. Yeah, we would have all been sad.
All right, Kruger's going to join us in about 15 minutes, give us his thoughts on the Brandon Aiyuk deal. Plus, we'll talk some Niners and Trent Williams as well. That in about 15. Don't miss that. But it is time for Friday's big poll. And yes, Danny's big poll has to do with Brandon Aiyuk.
Dude, grab my pole.
This is Danny's Big Poll.
The most important decision you can make right now is what do you stand for, Danny?
All right, very simple. Friday's big poll. The 49ers and Brandon Aiyuk finally got a deal done, but was it the right move? Here are your responses that you can vote on X right now. Should have traded him, played out the fifth-year option. They did the right thing, or lower contract offer. Those are the four. Should have traded him, played out the fifth year. They did the right thing, or lower contract offer. What is your thought? What do you think there? They did the right thing, I would imagine, right?
Do we have enough in here? Enough votes?
We literally I think we just clicked the button here. So let's, let me see if I can. Yeah, it's very, very early. We get about 25 votes on this thing. 80% say did the right thing. I would imagine that is going to run away with it today. And again, not that it's the thing I want to get into today, because this was just going to happen down the road. I mean, could you lose one of your corners, Ward and Demo, are free agents into the end of the year? You got Brock. We know all those situations. This will probably lead to not being able to pay some guys, but that's down the road for the 49ers. They got frustrated. Clearly, there was options and opportunities to trade him, like you said, that Broncos deal, or if he would have accepted the deal to Cleveland if Cooper was in that deal. There were situations. You could tell John was very frustrated the day that you were down there for the Players for a Purpose dinner, all that kind of stuff. But at the end of the day, I would imagine that most fans are happy that the 49ers kept Brandon Aiyuk, because without him, you're Cortland Sutton, Amari Cooper, I think you're a lesser team.
Yeah, those are good players in different ways. Obviously, Cortland Sutton with his size is so huge on the fade balls, being a true X, and Amari can play anywhere with his route running. But Aiyuk is just so important. I mean, obviously what he does as a pass catcher, and he was targeted slightly over 100 times last year and caught 75 passes and was second in the NFL in yards per reception, and he and Brock have a great synchronicity. It's just he throws him in the stem of his route before he goes, whatever way he comes out of the straight line part of his route. Brock's got it out, and there's confidence that Aiyuk is strong enough and physical enough, detailed enough, alert enough to get there, and he's going to be in the spot, and he throws him the ball. So I want to see that, get built back up quickly here in a couple of weeks' time. A week from Monday, it's go time against Sauce Gardner. And then what he does as a blocker, I think, is just, there are other guys that run routes like him. Amari is comparable, maybe even better. Certainly Justin Jefferson, Jamar Chase, Amon-Ra St. Brown. If it's third down, but Aiyuk is so big and strong on slants as an X, he can still power through it. But those guys run beautiful routes. What none of them do is block like Brandon Aiyuk. And he's gotten to be a better and better blocker as he's been in the system long enough, with first Wes Welker and then Leonard Hankerson, and always Kyle challenging him. And on Fridays, Kyle does the run game, video, and he calls you out. If you don't block the previous game, he will call you out in front of everybody. So we'll get somebody else on the field that'll block if you can't. So Ricky Pearsall, you want to play on September the 9th? Can you block with that bad shoulder? Can you get in there and have it stay in, and maybe it'll pop out? And if it does pop out, do you have to come out of the game for a while? How do you get back in the game? You got to block. And, one of the signature plays of the Niners, in the old days they call it a toss crack. Now they call it the pin and the pull, and Tim Ryan talks about it all the time, the pin and the pull, the pin and the pull. What is that? Well, it's a wide run, and if you're going, Trent Williams' way, for instance, the pinner is Brandon Aiyuk. He's the X-wide receiver on that side. He's the one that blocks the defensive end on that side, and they pull Trent Williams out in space, where you see the videos of Trent getting out and running, and there he is at 300 and whatever he is pounds, looking to take on a corner or a safety or pick off a linebacker. And then sometimes, when you bring Juszczyk in motion and Kittle in motion, you got all three of those guys blocking. It all works. The pull part of the pin and the pull because of the pinner, and that's Brandon Aiyuk. He's the one that's asked to pin on defensive end. So that's a signature play with the Niners that are running 19 toss or whatever they're running to the left side, Trent's side. So now you got the pinner, Brandon Aiyuk, and his ability to block and run routes the way he does, John. Now you got to get the puller, Trent Williams, in. I actually think that, and we'll see from David Lombardi and when the league office gets the full look at it. I don't know if it's up online now on social media, how they structured the contract. But typically, if people are voting on, you should have made him play under the rookie fifth-year option number of 14.1 plus. The cap number this year, John, is going to be lower than $14 million because of the signing bonus he gets. You could spread that out over the length of the 4 years of the contract. I don't know how much that'll aid to sign Trent Williams, but by giving him this long-term contract, you should be able to lower his 2024 cap hit, and maybe that does aid bringing the puller in the pin and the pull play. So, I would vote sign him. You had to get him in. You're a Super Bowl team, obviously, and he's your X-wide receiver, and he blocks his ass off. In a lot of ways, he's a perfect X-wide receiver for Kyle. Brock loves him. They have a great chemistry together. And then you'll worry about what the financial ramifications are, come after hopefully you have a parade and you win a Super Bowl in February. And then we'll see where the cap goes. Right now, that's a great unknown. It's going to spike. Will it go up as much from 23, 24 as it did this year, 24, 25, and 25, 26? Most observers feel like we're looking at historic escalations in the salary cap the next 2 years. So that's the unknown. The known is now you got Brandon Aiyuk back on this roster.
Well, and I think that teams are going to have to start thinking this way. The thing that, and I know we've talked about this a lot, and people are probably having their eyes, glazed back in their head when we talk about the numbers, because as a fan, they just want to have Brandon Aiyuk back, and then you worry about the future when you have to. It's all that Brock is on the horizon because, they are top heavy. I was looking at this morning. As far as running backs, they're number one in paying running backs positionally in CMC from an annual average value makes 19. Now they're number one in wide receivers. Aiyuk's at 30. Debo's at 23.8. They're number 3 in tight ends, and Kittle makes 15. They're number 1 on defensive line, and Bosa's number 1 on edge, and Hargrave's number 10 defensive tackles. Warner's the 13th highest paid linebacker now. DBs, but here's the one thing. Right now, what's saving them, and this is crazy, they're 32nd in quarterback pay in that quarterback room, but Brock is the 68th highest paid quarterback. He's at 1.004, 68th. So they've got that on the horizon, but as you just pointed out, the number is going up, and when they pay Brock, it's not like he's going to go from $1 million to 60. He's probably going to go from $1 million to 30, which is still a lot. But Brandon Aiyuk he wasn't making a ton either, and then he's going up to 30. So it is going to be a gradual thing, and by the midway point of the Brock Purdy contract, it's going to be a major, major thing, and they are going to have to make some decisions. But I think you have to operate as an NFL team now, especially one that's trying to win a Super Bowl like they are, as, look, we can't totally disregard the future, but we got to get this done, and then when the cap keeps going up, it's going to hurt, but it's not going to hurt as much as it possibly is possibly going to, because they're in this window. The number one thing that you just pointed out there is they've got to win a Super Bowl, because if you do all these things and then you don't win the Super Bowl, that's where the shame comes in. If at least you can say we got one and all the spending and all the different things and all of it was worth it, but if you don't win one of those things, man, it's going to feel empty.
I understand that. And what the pain of Las Vegas last February the 11th, to go to overtime with them, to score first in the overtime, to have a 10-point lead on them again and lose, it's hard. But it comes down to one or two plays. I mean, we pick one play, the third down blitz by Trent McDuffie. If Brock gets that ball out and they pick up the third down, they run the clock out, Moody kicks a field goal at zeros on the gun. And you know what? We don't have Labor Day weekend off because a week from yesterday, we're hosting that Thursday game. We're the Super Bowl champs. So, but my advice is, and I know, it ultimately comes down to the guys feel that way, the pain of losing. And Debo said, what drives? And Debo's in the best shape of his life right now. And he said, what motivated him? I lost 2 Super Bowls. I lost 2 NFC championship games. But just enjoy the journey. Just enjoy every day with this great collection of players. Enjoy Monday night. Enjoy every game. It's not 162. It's not 82. It's 17. And then, maybe 3 in the playoffs or 4. And there's not that many. So just enjoy it. The end will be the end, but it may come down to 1 or 2 plays. And, they're overdue on being the one. Maybe they blow everybody out, and they don't have to make it come that close. But it's a great football team. It's a great collection of talent. Probably the most star-studded roster in the NFL. And just enjoy it along the way. And if you win or lose or pass or fail, we'll see, how it all goes. And there's a heartbreak there, but I wouldn't give up, knowing how the Super Bowl ended, the NFC Championship game last year and the comeback from 24-7 down against Detroit. I'll remember that game till my last breaths, and Green Bay game, and the game in Philadelphia when they scored 6 consecutive touchdowns on 6 offensive possessions. You got to enjoy what you're looking at here. At times. I mean, with the Warriors and their dynastic run, I think at times we got spoiled. Like, they went 73-9? What? How did they do that? That's impossible. Well, it is possible. So let's just enjoy it. We'll figure out the cap next offseason. Maybe it'll spike so high that there is a way to keep the ones you want, and maybe you can't keep them all, but you'll have to make hard calls and truly keep the one you want. And this one with Aiyuk, and I applaud him. That's the way he plays football. He doesn't take snaps off. He kept coming at you, whether it was social media, I'm holding in, I'm showing up, I'm getting on the plane, I'm on the sideline, I'm here, my back hurts, I can't practice. I mean, I admire that partly, and he got his money. Now in typical BA, shut your mouth, there'll be a press conference next week, and then go out there and ball out. And it's going to be Sauce Gardner, the best of the best, the first game right out there. And as you mentioned earlier, certainly with Matt Mayocko, John, there's going to be a scrutiny on these guys. Monday Night Football, that's all they're going to talk about all day.
That's the next phase of this.
He doesn't drop passes, but if you drop one on a power slant in the game, they're all over you. So, but, that's why you make the money you make. You get the scrutiny you'll have to just live with. But let's just see where it all goes. But who knows? They may win the Super Bowl in a rout like, they have in years past, 55-10. The one against San Diego, obviously, with Steve. But, you don't know. But along the way, can we just enjoy the journey, take it step by step and week by week?
No, they have to win the Super Bowl or it's all dead. Yeah. It's all for nothing. I mean, all I'm saying is it would be a shame because, to be honest, as great as the Harbaugh teams were, they weren't like this. Yeah, this team is supremely talented, and they are clearly, to me, outside of Kansas City, they're the best team in the league. I just don't want to see Kansas City again. Can Burrow and the Bengals beat them, or can Lamar or somebody? Because I was with you. I thought they'd beat the Ravens last year, but we don't need to go down that road once again. All right, let's talk to Larry Kruger coming up next. Kruger's going to join all the shows.
I think he's at 12:30.
We changed it. Well, I thought, why did I say 11:50? I thought that Krug was 11:50 on my.
Krug is a busy man.
Oh, okay. Oh, did that get changed?
He's firing up tape for the Jets. He's firing up tape from those 4 snaps from last year.
Maybe I was thinking of last week. I don't know. 12:30 for Krug.
Krug at 12:30.
That's on me.
Yeah, he was on. We moved him up yesterday because I went out and watched the walkthrough.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Wasn't that what it was?
Yeah, maybe I screwed that up somehow. It's very possible. All right, keep them coming. Text line is wide open, and we have a poll up. Did the 49ers do the right thing on Brandon Aiyuk? 415-885-627. Give us your thoughts as well. Golden State Lumber and Builder Materials text line and call-in line the same. And we can just talk about the Niners as well. How you feeling now that they've got basically 52? They need to get that 53rd in number 71, but I do have confidence in that. We can hit on that next. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Thank you, Mark. You have a good weekend as well. Greg Papa back with you. We got college football coming up this weekend, and then it starts the red and gold a week from Monday against the New York Jets. Can't wait for football season, but along the way, I'll be preparing for the games by crushing some Tony's Pizza in the North Beach, the very best I've ever had. And I'm not alone in thinking that way. Tony's has been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and Grandma-style pizza. They make fresh pastas as well. They're spicy bucatini, one of my all-time favorites. Don't forget about Tony's other locations, like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style, cracker-thin, and deep-dish pizza pies. And one of his specialties, if you don't want to go pizza there, Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. They are delectably good. And save room for dessert. He's got the best cannoli in California, tiramisu as well. And the next day, wake up, take a morning stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And if you are going to hit Tony's Slice House fast casual restaurants, you want to get to Levi Stadium and the Niners are playing, Chase Center for Steph and the Warriors, and Oracle Park like this weekend. And I'm going to be there, I think, tonight for the drone show, and I'm going to get a slice of Tony's pizza. Well, Gabe Kapler get one as well, back with the Miami Marlins. So football season is underway, college football this weekend, but whatever you're watching, make sure you're munching on the best pizza in the world, Tony's Pizza in the North Beach.
Muffet and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Here's what we got coming up. We'll talk the Trent Williams situation since Brandon Aiyuk is back in the fold. We'll do that 10 past the hour. And then Larry Kruger is going to join us at 12:30. I double-checked that. Walter was right. I was wrong. So I've been dying to ask you this. So on the weekend before NFL action starts, I know what happens to you. Your weekend is Saturday prep, Sunday game. I know we have a Monday game.
We have a game on Sunday.
Yeah, you prep out on Saturday. You're just and then you're ready to go. So this is it. This is the last weekend before you're full go. What are you going to do this?
What do you think? What do you think I'm going to answer, John? You know me for how long?
Forever.
I have no effing idea. I will figure it out. I am going to the Giants game tonight.
Oh, nice.
Buddy of mine, Craig Minervini, is in town. He's done.
I know,
Marlins
with the Marlins, yeah.
So we're going to visit him and then go see the drone show after.
Cool.
So, and then tomorrow morning when I wake up, I could go any direction. I really have no idea. We'll plan it. It is nice to have Saturday, Sunday, and the Niners are not practicing on Monday. A lot of Labor Day weekends I do hang around in town because you got a Sunday game. It's kind of nice. You would have loved to have won the Super Bowl. But the way to rationalize it, I love this Monday opener. First of all, you get Labor Day Monday off because we'll be off from the show. But the Niners are not practicing on Monday. They come back Tuesday for a bonus day. And then off Wednesday, then go Thursday, Friday. And then, next weekend, not this Labor Day, the weekend after, is going to be wall-to-wall football with the Chiefs and Ravens on Thursday night, the game in Brazil. Eagles and Packers, Eagles and Packers.
Did you see if the Eagles, by the way, are wearing?
They're all
for
wearing
that game?
black because there's gangs in that area that what are the Packers going to wear? You can't wear green.
They are, well, they said I guess in that soccer stadium too that the rival of the team is they wear green, the rival, so nobody wears green in there. So the Eagles it's an interesting one. It's black pants, black helmet. Yeah, everything's black. But then Green Bay, I think, is going to wear their green jerseys. Because, they're Green Bay.
Well, who's the home team? Well, Green Bay has the throwback jerseys that look nothing like the Packers at all. So, I mean, they were warned about that because there's a gang element there, and the color green sets them off. But anyway, then we got Sunday football all day. The Sunday night game, the first weekend of the year, is a rematch of Rams at Lions, which is going to be so good. And then we have the Monday game. We'll be at the stadium all day on Monday. And again, we'll get into it more next week. The traffic is supposed to be a mess on September the 9th. School back fully in session. The game kicks at 5:15. I think the Niners are a little worried that the stadium's going to be half full or half empty, even though it's a night game. You don't want to. Aaron Rodgers, they got to go silent count in that game. The Gold Rush has got to feel them early in the game. So, we'll see, but that'll be after Labor Day weekend. Honestly, this is the one weekend that I can give somewhat full attention. We'll watch a lot of U.S. Open, and the match last night was hugely shocking. But I watched that after we watched Gus Johnson, Mark Jones. It was Mark Jones. But Mark's got a lot of...
he does. He's got a little Gus in him.
A lot of Gus in him, just some of the lines that he had. Anyway, with Prime, and just watching the way he coached his team at the end of the game, and the lack of defense that they have in the game. First of all, it was North Dakota State
last
night, Trey Lance's school against the Prime. So it was the Bison against the Buffaloes, and being from Buffalo, there's a big difference between the two. Even though there's a AAA team there for years known as the Buffalo Bisons, Buffaloes have the big hump in the back where Bisons do not. But in any event, what a game. I thought North Dakota State was going to beat them most of the game, John. First play on offense, they run the Christian McCaffrey Texas route over the middle, and the linebacker's so slow he can't pick up the back, and 50 yards later they pick it up. They wound up getting a field goal, and it was going back and forth, and North Dakota State played really well on the road. Dion had these glasses on, the sunglasses on early, then I think he was like his defense. Their defense is terrible. And they got lost. But at the end of the game, what the hell were they doing? With 1:41 remaining in the game, and I think there was one more timeout for North Dakota State. Maybe they had two. But you could essentially, and the play clock's not as long in college football as it is the NFL, but you could run the clock down to almost nothing. And if you do have to punt on 4th down, there's going to be seconds remaining. His son, Shedeur Sanders, throws a bomb on the 1st down. What are you doing? It is incomplete. And then they wound up having to punt the ball back, and North Dakota State, missed by like 4 yards, completing the Hail Mary into the end zone. But after they asked Deion about that play, and they got Pat Shurmur as their offensive coordinator, that's Fritz's son, who's been around the league forever, and Deion says about his son Shedeur's such a good kid, sometimes it cost him. That's his character. I'm like, come on, dog, not right now. What he was saying was he was trying to stat up his teammates more. And I don't know. I know they don't have the speaker helmet in college football, John. Who the hell's running that team? The head coach, Pat Shurmur? You're going to throw the son under the bus? Why didn't they run the clock out at the end of the game?
This will be Deion's last year. His kids are going to leave the program. He'll leave. It's a mess. It's a total mess. They're going to stink this year, like I said. I don't think he believes in the trenches or defense or anything like that. He just likes having flashy guys like himself on there. And they could have lost last night easily. I watched a lot of that game, which is, that's what I'm going to do all weekend. I usually take a trip to Reno and lay a bunch of bets for the season. That's kind of my tradition before, but I was in Vegas last week and I did all that stuff. So I'm just going to relax. I was in Phoenix and Vegas back-to-back and hot. Man, tomorrow I'm going to turn on college. Tomorrow has USC.
I'm going to watch college football all day
long. Oh, my God.
So I'm
USC, LSU, Penn State, West Virginia, Georgia, Clemson, Miami, Florida State, Notre Dame, Texas A&M. All that over the weekend. And what's great is that with this 12-team playoff, that you'll actually play somebody because you don't have to be undefeated. So even though a lot of teams are going to play the easy teams, like I think Ohio State's playing like Akron or something, there's going to be an element of that, but not as much. Teams are actually going to challenge other teams to see where they are because it's as long as you can get in the top 12. So if you win your conference, for example, and all that stuff, it doesn't matter if you have a couple of losses. If you're one of those upper teams, you're going to get to the 12-team playoff. So college football is going to be a lot more fun this year. Looking forward to it.
Well, this is the one weekend, so you asked me what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the Giants game tonight, see if I can find Gabe Kapler, have some Tony Pizza.
Is he in town?
Well, He was not on the Marlins charter coming here, but that doesn't mean he won't show up. He is the assistant.
He'll be I bet he's in a coffee shop right now somewhere doing a food review.
Is he in the Bay Area? Is there a Gabe Kapler sighting? Because it was one thing to play the Marlins in Miami earlier in the year.
And he was out on the field for that.
And honestly, watching Bob Melvin's team, if they improve dramatically as the way they play fundamental baseball in all elements of the game, they were sloppy as hell yesterday in situational hitting. I mean, everybody just kind of blamed Gabe for what happened last year. Now look at him. We'll talk a little bit more Giants later, but it'll be interesting to see how they finish up this Memorial Day or Labor Day weekend and then roll. But just going back to Colorado and Deion, I mean, I heard Mike Greenberg this morning on Get Up say that he thinks Deion's going to be the head coach of the Dallas Cowboys one day, and the quarterback's going to be Shedeur Sanders. Now, Sanders has great ability. His son, he does. That wide receiver, number 12, Hunter. Wow,
Travis Hunter.
What a rot runner! And
he's going to be a top 5 pick. He plays both ways.
Guy, he just snatched the ball away on the game-winning, the one that put him up 31-20. The play down the sideline. He is big time. Plus, he never comes off the field. He plays both ways, and whenever they do tackle, it is him. But Deion and the coaching staff, and at the end of the game, I know he didn't want to play North Dakota State. Like, why did you schedule? These guys win their level of championship every year, from Carson Wentz to Easton Stick to Trey Lance, and the guy last night played well. Their defense is terrible for one of the great. On his staff, he has Warren Sapp, and Warren is a quality control defensive coach, but still. He's a quality control coach, but he's arguably, as much as we have run-ins with Sapp, he's arguably the greatest 3 technique to ever play. And he's a first ballot Hall of Famer on one of the great defenses of all time. And Deion was one of the best corners to ever play. So you got the D-line, you got the secondary, and it's not all that about coaching, John, but their defense from the first play of the game last night, they got gashed. They are not a good defensive team. You think Deion, after this year, will no longer coach anywhere? College or pros next year? You think he's done?
No, I just don't think he's built for it. These fights that he's having in the media and all these different things, and if you criticize him, then he's not going to take questions from you. I mean, he's highly unprofessional, and I like Deion. I crossed
He was
paths with him
your
when I was in
guy.
Dallas. I mean, I
We had
like
him on
him.
during the Super Bowl, remember?
I mean, personally, he is really a really good guy. He really is. Behind the scenes, when he doesn't have the act going on and everything like that, he is really a good guy. But coaching, it's just there's so much politics to it and all these different things. And you've heard a lot of stuff coming out. A lot of kids, just as many kids left as came in there. And I don't know, both his kids are going to be gone. I mean, I just don't see him doing it past this year. It seems like a lot of aggravation for him. And for somebody to say that he's going to coach the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones doesn't like to be upstaged. Who upstages a program or a team more than Deion Sanders does? Jerry Jones liked to be a center of attention. He couldn't handle it when Parcells was there. He didn't like it when Jimmy Johnson was there. He likes a low-profile coach in which he can be the center of attention. And Deion Sanders takes every ounce of oxygen out of a room. I can't believe Jerry Jones would allow for that.
Yeah, I know. And Jerry, when he signed CeeDee Lamb, his comments after that were like, he reminds me a lot of Al Davis in Al's later years, there's no doubt. There's a strong rumor about Belichick either going to Chicago to coach that quarterback or, I know, Parcells and him clashed at times, but he had Jimmy. Would Belichick go coach Dallas? But my point is, what is Deion exactly doing? I like the way they ran the end of the half where they got that seam route and got the timeout in time to kick the field goal there. That's not a hard thing to do. But the way they mismanaged the end of the game, you got to blame it on your son, a college quarterback throwing a bomb on a 1st and down with 1:47 to go in the game? Run the damn ball.
It's not that hard,
kneel out. You got Pat Shurmur on the staff. Is anybody wondering, what are you doing? And then he tells the media, Shador, my son, he's just such a good kid. He wanted to give more yards. What are you doing here? Who's running the football? How much does he actually coach the game, John, is my question. What's he doing?
I don't think he's doing a whole lot. I think we've talked about this in regards to Harbaugh, but I mean, I think that's night and day. I think, like you said, he hires guys and then he lets them do their job, and then I think he likes to gallivant the sidelines and make headlines with the media and talk about God, and I think he's high profile in that way, but I don't know that he does much other than motivational speaking, which he loves to do anyway. And, get money from NIL guys and the boosters and all that kind of stuff. I think he's on the periphery of all those things. But when it comes to football, I think it's more speak than it is actually doing certain things. He might help a kid with technique or, something like that. But, I mean, like you said, to have your kid and then you're going to blame your kid on that whole thing, like, he's got autonomy to do pretty much whatever he wants. I don't.
What to do.
That's what I'm saying. I just don't think, like, at college, the college level, especially when the kids are moving in and out like that, they get sick of your speeches after a while. Like, they're fine. But grown men, Deion Sanders talking to grown men like that, they'd just be looking at him like, are you kidding me? They wouldn't respond to it. We know the difference between college and pro. It's just there is that whole thing of the rotation every couple of years of your team, and then they hear the same speeches. At the college level, I mean, nothing against Harbaugh. I think Harbaugh's going to do fine eventually with the Chargers, but we talked to former 49ers players, but by the end of it, it was like, I know, nobody's got it better than us. I get it. Like, that wears thin after a while.
And Jim, I think he was a good overall coach, and he set a direction. Obviously, his teams always win, but he got in the way as far as calling plays. Because back then, you couldn't call the play from the press box directly into the quarterback's helmet, the speaker in the helmet. It had to go from the press box to the upper level, wherever they were, to the field, and then in. That's why it took the Niners for everybody was going fast then. With Chip Kelly in Philly, the Niners could barely get the ball snapped. What the hell's going on? Because he's got Greg Roman upstairs calling the runs, and he's got Johnny Morton calling the throws, or David Shaw. And then Jim insisted they would say it to him. He had to be the one in the middle of it. It's like, really, Coach, can we just get rid of you and do it from... Anyway, I wonder what exactly is he doing on game day, but slowing down the process. And then with Deion, he's not calling anything. I don't know what he's doing there. But he's got... If they were going to play a flag game, I'd take Colorado. You got Sapp on the D-line. You got T.O. What is T.O. doing on that coaching
That's
staff?
a great idea. I don't know.
What does T.O. do?
No idea. Exactly. Deion and Terrell Owens on the same coaching staff.
They had Warren Sapp. How good is that team?
Oh, my God. Unbelievable.
First ballot Hall of Famers.
All right, Larry Kruger's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Brandon Aiyuk is done, but Trent Williams is not. How big of a deal is that? And we are, 10 days away from Jets and 49ers. We'll get into that next conversation. Once they get him in, then they are complete. We'll get into that conversation next. Then Krug at 12:30 on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The world-famous Matt Mayocko joined our show earlier this morning, and if you didn't see it, it was live, video and audio, so you can see that on our YouTube channel, which is awesome. But he was there to break down Brandon Aiyuk's contract extension. Check out that podcast and the YouTube and the video, and he was looking darn good on the KNBR app, YouTube, and KNBR socials. It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He has the answers to all of your tax issues, including, Steve, we're talking ERC again. What's going on?
ERC, 3 topics. 1, have you been sitting, growing a long beard, waiting for your ERC checks to come in? If that's your case, there's 3 different ways that we can hurry them up. I'd like to talk to you about that. Or what if you got a letter from the IRS that says, rejected? What if they rejected your claim? You only have 30 days to appeal it. And it looks to us like the IRS is using AI because they're rejecting claims for information they don't have. They don't have the information to know if you qualify or not. We want to file that appeal for you. Or if you're being audited, we want to represent you. The bottom line, if you have any of those things, 1, you're just sitting cooling your heels, where's my money? Or if you got rejected, or if you got audited, call us. We'll explain everything to you in our free consultation, and we're looking forward to hearing from you. The only thing you have to do is pick up the phone and say, hey, Steve, what's going on?
Hey, Steve, what's going on? It's really simple. If you haven't gotten that ERC check or if there's confusion, Steve's got your back on it. Give him a call right now, 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL or MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. The Papa and Lund Show now continues. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 6.8, the sports leader.
What can I bring for you on this glorious afternoon?
Well, Hector, here's the game plan. You're going to bring us 2 absolute martinis. You know how I like them, straight up. And then precisely 7.5 minutes after that, you're going to bring us 2 more. Then 2 more after that, every 5 minutes until one of us passes the out.
Who's Texas playing this weekend?
That's wonderful.
McConaughey's a Texas guy.
He is.
Who are the Horns
Could be on
playing?
The sideline. Now I got to look. I know they're playing. Who are they playing? I don't think they have a big high-profile one, but I could be wrong on that one. Let me.
I think they have a good game.
Colorado State. State.
That's a home game?
Yes. I wonder when we're going to start seeing Arch Manning. I know they already have a quarterback in place, but Arch Manning is being patient in the era of everybody gets paid in college. But he's going to hang out at Texas, and there you go.
He's not the starter there?
No, Quinn Ewers is the starter, and Arch is going to be a sophomore. So I thought he would bolt, but I think he's probably okay financially. Everybody's making money, so he's probably gotten money to stay by the Texas Boosters. So, all right, we're going to talk to Kruger at the bottom of the hour at 12:30. We shift our focus from one Brandon Aiyuk. He's got the 4-year, $120 million contract. We'll see what the breakdown is if you're interested. But Trent Williams next on the agenda, and as you've pointed out many times, kind of more of a traditional way to do this thing. No hold-ins, no hanging out, none of this kind of stuff. He's at the gym in Oklahoma, presumably working out and waiting to get this deal done. At the beginning, we thought it was kind of like Christian McCaffrey, guarantee a couple of bucks. Trent's going to be in, no big deal. But then Josina Anderson and others have said he's looking for real money here, and he continues to be out. And of the two, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we both thought Trent was going to be in before Brandon Aiyuk. So now where do we sit on Trent?
No, I didn't know. I thought Trent would get in. I didn't know what would happen first. But now it's Aiyuk's done, and he's in, and hopefully he's in the building. And, hopefully he signed his contract. One thing I want to see is a signed contract from, we got the notification from Ryan Williams and the picture of him all smiles, his agent. And John Lynch did clarify the other day when he spoke about his relationship with Ryan Williams. He's not exactly his agent. Like the last 2 deals that John has done to be the GM of the 49ers, he's done directly with Chad York. He did not have Ryan Williams involved, and he referred to Ryan more as a marketing guy. So I don't know if Ryan did his contracts when he was a player, but he was pretty clear he's not his agent now. So that relationship has been exaggerated a little bit, but they have a good relationship. Anyway, he got it done with Ryan Williams. I would like to see a picture of Brandon signing this contract and actually, being involved and everything being happy, maybe Kyle showing up. But it's been a busy time, obviously, for John Lynch to go through August and, July, the start of training camp. And that huge contract with Brandon Aiyuk. He's got another huge contract coming up with Trent Williams. I think they are all optimistic that it'll get done, where with Aiyuk, it could have gone any one of a million directions or many directions. He could have been traded. I wonder if Denver would have given up Cortland Sutton, and would they have, for the 3rd-round pick, would they have done that deal? And would Aiyuk have done a deal with Denver, and how much would they have paid him? Those are some of the richest owners in all of sport there. Or actually, he was going to go to Pittsburgh. And
right. It was going to be a three-way.
So he wouldn't have gone to Denver. And then Pittsburgh's owners are not lavish, and they already offered him less than 28. So in any event, it got confusing with Pittsburgh and New England and Cleveland and Washington was always kind of lurking there, not really with John's good friend Adam Lynch, but it's been a really busy, obviously, month of August for John. Hopefully he gets this contract done and then chills for Labor Day weekend, because he's got another job. The NFL operations department just sent it out. There are 2 new members of the NFL competition committee. Todd Bowles, the head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and John Lynch, the general manager of the San Francisco 49ers, are now on the NFL competition committee. Jeff Fisher, when he coached the Rams, was on that forever. Certain guys just kind of on it. Sean Payton was on that for a long, long time. Rich McKay, obviously, when he was the GM of the Tampa Bay Bucks, and now he's the president of the Atlanta Falcons. And it's been guys have been on there for a long time. I believe it's the first time John has been on that. So I think that would mean if the 49ers do make Super Bowl 59 in New Orleans this year, Bill Vinovich will not be the referee in that game.
How crazy was it that we go back to Las Vegas and then he's the referee for that game?
Believe
for the
it.
preseason
I was
game.
notified the day before and he was the referee of Super Bowl 58. And there was a big non-call, a holding call from Jarrett Jet McKinnon, the former Niner, on Fred Warner in that game that Vinovich himself didn't call. And then he also was the referee, the white hat in Miami, Super Bowl 54 for 49ers and Chiefs. Only time a referee has ever done a rematch between 2 Super Bowl combatants, and that was the one, obviously, on the Jet Wasp play that the Chiefs ran where Eric Fisher was beyond holding Nick Bosa. So when John's there, and I don't know if he's talking to all the officials, when he talks to Bill Vinovich, that will be interesting. But John Lynch is on the NFL competition committee.
Yeah, that is kind of interesting that he is taking that on. We'll talk to Krug at the bottom of the hour. By the way, we got to play this. Maybe we'll play this at 1:30 instead of 1 o'clock. Have you gotten a glimpse at all of Michael Robinson's doing a podcast now with Marshawn Lynch?
M-Rob?
Yeah, with Marshawn
What's he doing?
Lynch.
Marshawn Lynch, the backfield?
Yeah, and it's actually pretty funny. And we'll play this. Yeah, we'll play it at 1:30, but he's got a nickname for Christian McCaffrey, does Marshawn Lynch.
Marshawn Lynch?
He calls him the Snow Bunny Pearl. That's what he references.
It would have to be something white guy related.
Snow Bunny Pearl is what because and Robinson says it's a compliment actually, because he said, what are the running backs in the league right now that remind you of yourself? Which I think that Marshawn and CMC are quite different in their styles, but he called him Snow
Derrick
Bunny
Henry?
Pearl.
Who runs
no, he
like
said
Beast
McCaffrey, and I said
McCaffrey
I don't know about
runs
that.
like him?
Yeah, they're
Beast
really
Mode
different.
was a really good player. He only wishes he ran like McCaffrey.
Snow Bunny Pearl. Anyway, yeah, it's a pretty funny podcast, actually. So we'll play that a little bit.
Is he back on Amazon
later.
Prime on Thursdays, Marshawn?
Yeah, I got to go watch the whole thing. I only just saw bits and pieces of it, so I got to see that. But I hope so. I thought that was a perfect way to use him. I've always advocated to put Marshawn Lynch on that stuff, but then they put him as like a special correspondent, and he would go
Always
into
on
different,
tape. Always on tape.
100%.
Nothing
100%.
But
But
they let him come on to set one time live. And he dropped like 23 F-bombs in 23 seconds.
The best one ever was on ESPN, and he was with Justin Forsett, and they were up in some booster suite or something like that at Cal, and they were asking him about Cal, and I mean the girl, I felt bad for the girl from ESPN because she was interviewing him, and like you said, he just went off and railed like 3 Fs and an S, and she didn't know what to do. She was like, It was incredible. Like, but I mean, that's going to happen. And she was.
Is Richard Sherman? I know he's working on TV again. Is he fully reinstated with Amazon Prime?
A good question.
On Thursday night.
I don't know.
Season as well, Sherman.
Yeah. I mean, it's safe to say he's been fairly disappointing. I mean, when he retired,
like him on TV. I like him.
God, we had him on that one time from camp, though.
Yeah.
Remember how good he was? And I just thought, this dude is going to be like, he's going to be like what Brady has become or Greg Olsen has become. I don't know what Brady's going to be, but what Olsen's become. Like, I thought Richard Sherman was going to be a number 2 in a booth and just crush it. And now he's gone down the road of, like, he did that stupid Fox show and he's doing all these talking head shows. And I know he does Amazon, but I just thought he was going to be a lot better. I thought he was going to be a lot better. I thought he was going to be not that there's
Speaking of
wrong with what he
Tom
does,
Brady, we got to have a discussion either sometime today or next week. But with him, and it's effective immediately. And I thought this is a tremendous conflict of interest to have him own a part of the Raiders and then even be a broadcaster for NFL national games. That they want to put him on Raiders radio, that's one thing. They're not going to pay him $375 million to do that. Take my word for it. But he can't go as the broadcaster on the A crew for Fox, John. He is not permitted to go into any other team's facility when he's getting ready for the game, to witness practice, to attend broadcast production meetings in person or virtually. So how is he going to be the number one Fox analyst, replace Greg Olson with Kevin Burkhardt, when he cannot go and prepare like all the other broadcasters to do a game, and he's not allowed to go into another team's facility, witness practice, or talk to their head coach or coordinators? How's he going to do this?
Wait, he can't do the pregame sit down with the coaches,
no,
and the players.
And I thought it was going to be effective when he became a partial owner,
but he's
I'm
not
hearing
that
now,
yet, right?
They're saying it's effective immediately. The other owners in the NFL, you can do this job, but it is a conflict of interest, and he has no access that all the other broadcasters get. So how's he going to do his job?
That's interesting because if people don't realize, they go in beforehand and they get tons of information and they talk to the coaches and they talk
otherwise
to
you're
key
naked.
players. They talk to the quarterback. I mean, a lot of the insight they glean is from that very meeting.
And I don't know if they can take the transcript. You would think, Burkhardt goes in there and takes copious notes, but what's the difference if I just tell it to Tom Brady if I tell it to Kevin Burkhardt?
Right. Well, Tom's going to have a totally different angle.
Aaron Andrews or Tom Rinaldi. They're not going to get the kind of access for the Fox number one crew that they would. Everybody else is going to get to glean all the nuggets, and they tell them what Kyle tells them what they're going to play, who's playing and not. I mean,
certain things
how's
to look
Tom
for.
Brady going to do? How is he going to do his job as a part owner of the Raiders?
Well, plus
it's a
that
conflict of interest.
It is 100%. It is. They haven't pushed that through yet. I mean, the Raiders are never going to be on a national number one telecast anyway, so I don't know what.
Doesn't matter. He can hear things from what the teams that he's working, and the Raiders have them on the schedule, and he tells Antonio Pierce and Telesco and whatever. He's an owner of the Raiders. It's a conflict of interest to let him go into other teams' buildings, and they're not.
Interesting. No, that's for those who don't realize that's a huge deal to get those kind of insights and to have Brady not be able to do that because, like you said, they can take all the notes they want and all those kind of things. Brady would totally ask different questions too. It's not only the coach that you're getting information from that Brady can glean probably more than anybody else, but you're also talking to the other team's quarterback, some of the key players, those kind of things. You're talking to those guys and getting the insight so that you're more prepared than anybody to call that game. And for him to not get that opportunity, that's massive.
And they know if they tell something to Aaron Andrews or Rinaldi or Kevin Burkhardt, they're going to tell Brady. So they're not going to get the same flow of information when they get ready for a game. How can they?
I'm as anticipating as anybody will be for any of the games. It's going to be Brady. What's the first game they're doing? I forgot.
Dallas at Cleveland.
Oh man, that's right. Dallas at Cleveland. Man, that's going to get a huge number. I mean, Dallas always gets a huge number, but it's even going to get a bigger number because you just want to see how Brady is, so you can talk about it. And a lot of people are going to just write stuff bad against him because it's Brady and they don't like him. But we'll see. By the way, Crew's going to join us at the bottom of the hour. Before that, remember to keep on listening because you can win 2 tickets to the Doobie Brothers, which is September 8th at Concord Pavilion. At Toyota. Tune in between 10 and 1, so that gives you about another 30 minutes. We're going to give you the cue to call. Be the 10th caller at that point when you hear the cue to call. The 415-896-KNBR, 415-896-5627, and you're going to win. That is furnished by Live Nation. Find official rules at KNBR.com. Do we have a sounder?
Give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I want to get lost in your rock and roll and drift away. Hey. Give me the beat, boys, and free my little old soul.
I was thinking more like a CD or a CD. Your call, dude.
That wasn't bad, actually.
That was good.
Very nice. That was nice.
I want to hear Jesus is just all right. All right.
On sale now at livenation.com. Again, that is the Doobie Brothers, September 8th. Concord Pavilion. So stay tuned.
A week
stay
from
tuned
Sunday.
For the whole show, but a week from Sunday. Yeah. Sunday night concert. So there you go. All right, let's talk to Larry Kruger. What does he think of this new contract? When does he think Trent Williams is going to get aboard? And he's been down there for all of the practices, so we'll ask him what he thinks. Ricky Pearsall getting back into the swing of things. All those things with Krug next, only here on the Sports Leader.
I'm going to actually call him by his name, Kruger.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the Sports Leader.
Thank you so much for joining us on a Friday. Hope you have great plans for your long weekend. College football is back. We got another week until the NFL. Thursday, everything gets started. Larry Kruger's expected to join us momentarily. He's got a new show on KNBR, 6 to 7, which starts on Monday. Niners Nightly. Of course, he's got the Krug Show, and he's going to join us on pre- and post-game, plus all the shows during the week. So we'll talk to Krug in just a moment. One of my favorite names in all of the NFL, Cameron Dicker the Kicker, has a new deal. 4 years, $22 million for Dicker the Kicker. Big
This
news.
Kicker the Dicker, or Dicker the Kicker, or whatever it is, he's good.
He's good.
And they had profound kicking problems with the Chargers going back to San Diego for years. So he's going to be one of the highest top 5 kickers in the NFL, Evan McPherson and Graham Gano right up there as well. Which leads to, at some point, John, the Niners are going to have to give a new deal to your guy, Jake. early, just 2 years into a 4-year rookie deal. But and I think he's going to have a stupendous year. He was tight last year. All the pressure of following Robbie Gould and all of Robbie's postseason success and being a high draft pick for a kicker, he was feeling it. Remember last year going into the first game, he didn't kick. In that last preseason game, he had the quad injury against the Chargers, and Cameron Dicker, the kicker, he didn't kick in that game. People were freaking out, and he missed the extra point against the Broncos the previous game at Levi's, and then he opened the year by making his first 60 extra points, an NFL record, since they moved the kickoff snap line back to the 15-yard line. So you have to pay a lot of people, John. Get in line. Not only certainly Trent Williams sometime soon and next year, Brock Purdy, and then Charvarius Ward, Diamador Lenore if you bring him back, Aaron Banks, Talanoa Hufanga, but Jake Moody. Kickers get paid too, John.
Yeah, what's funny is I put out this tweet the other day that talked about the third rounders, and Fred Warner is obviously awesome, and they've had struggles with the third round, and I put a few guys in there that were looking good, and Jared Brown was in there, but I put, much to my chagrin, I put Jake Moody in there as looking good, and all these people freaked out. Oh, you can't have a third-round kicker and all this kind of stuff. So I deserve credit. I came around. I said that he was. Look, I know he missed an extra point in the Super Bowl, but he also kicked 250-plus yarders in the field goal, and for a short period of time had the record for the longest field goal in Super Bowl history, and those are not easy kicks. So, look, I think he's got a bright future because we've already seen the guy that was picked after him, the kid from Maryland, Chad Ryland, the Patriots waived him this offseason, and he was taking just a handful of picks behind him. So, look, it's still a crapshoot for kickers, but it looks like you said, that rookie year is usually the one where they've got the yips, and he did miss a few and all that kind of stuff, but usually as things get going, as long as you have that strong leg and everything like that, you get going. But it's a mental, everybody knows being a kicker is mental. So he's gotten through that rookie year, and he looks like he's going to be fine.
And also a big reason, let me know when Krug's ready to roll, we'll get him on the air, because Krug's watched every single practice, he knows. But the one thing with Jake, he's just much better on kickoffs than Robbie Gould. Robbie, especially later in the year, Robbie did it the 1 year at the end. Mitch did it initially, and then Wisnowski just wore down, and it affected his punting. And when he was just doing punting and not kicking off, Mitch was much better. But, Robbie couldn't touch it back as much as Jake and move it around. I think with this new dynamic kickoff rule, and we're going to find out really what it's all about in less than a week. That first Thursday night game, preseason, we saw some long returns. Garendo popped the 93-yarder, but really teams weren't showing what they're going to do. We could have throwbacks and misdirections, and another part of it is going to be the kickoff. And I honestly thought Wisnowski would do it again this year because he's a rugby player. He's a tackler. But Jake Moody and his ability to kick what Brian Schneider calls a dirty ball and put the ball on the ground in the landing zone between the 20 and the goal line and just hit it hard and let it bounce. I think that's going to be a real big benefit for the Niners this year, the kickoff ability of Jake Moody with this new dynamic kickoff rule.
All right, that's way too much kicker talk. Let's get back to everything 49ers. Larry Kruger, whose show starts on Monday, Niners Nightly, which is going to be very, very cool. The Krug Show, which you should be watching on YouTube, which is absolutely great. And he's going to be on all the shows, plus pre- and post-game. So it's great to have Krug back at Sports Larry K. Make sure that you're following him and watching all his great stuff. And he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's up, Krug?
What's going on, fellas? How are you?
How are you, man? Everything good?
Things are good. I'm glad the Aiyuk's in the fold, and that got done. I mean, I was starting to kind of wonder if John seemed very stressed. Kyle seemed very, very stressed. I'm glad that it all worked out.
Did they do the right thing? Because they came close to pivoting another direction. There was a deal there with Pittsburgh. They could have taken a second and third, taken the third, and gotten Cortland Sutton, who's a big, long X wide receiver. He can throw fade routes too, and they ultimately didn't want to do that, or Denver didn't want to do it for Sutton, and Aiyuk is the guy. It's a big number, 4 years and 120, 76 reported. We'll see about the full guarantees, Krug. But ultimately, did they do the right thing?
Well, I mean, I spent a half hour going down the Cortland Sutton, YouTube highlight road about 3 weeks ago. And, guys, what I saw was just a big physical receiver that doesn't get anywhere close to the level of separation that Aiyuk does. So, yeah, on the fades and on some of the red zone stuff, Greg, I think, Sutton would have been fine. But to me, this was the best result for this year. As far as did the 49ers do the best thing long term, I guess we can debate that once we see how this impacts Lenore and maybe Moody and Banks next year. But for this year, I don't think there's any doubt they did the exact right thing, because this is the best team that they can put on the field this year. This is a much better team than it would be if you had Cortland Sutton and no Aiyuk, in my opinion.
Well, and here's the thing, Krug, and I think the teams have to start thinking this way if they're in a Super Bowl window, and that's what complicated things. And obviously Brock Purdy complicates things because you got to save that money aside for him and all those kind of things. But you got to sign your best players, and then you worry about it, because the number is going to go up. Pop and I were talking a little bit earlier. The Raiders didn't want Khalil Mack, and they traded him because you can't have two $20 million. Only the quarterback makes $20 million. Well, that seems like ages ago, but it wasn't really that long ago. And, I don't know if I agree with paying receivers the way that guys are paying them, because they're not like quarterbacks. Wide receivers come into the league all the time. So, I don't know the leverage deal, but for a team in a Super Bowl window, I don't know what other kind of choice they had, because they weren't going to be better with Amari Cooper. They weren't going to be better with Cortland Sutton. They weren't going to be better with Kendrick Bourne and picks. They weren't. It just that wasn't going to work. So to have Brennan Aiyuk,
he's still on the PUP list. He's not healthy, Kendrick Bourne.
Right. Exactly. So look, they did the best thing, and then I think you have to worry about other things come down the road when they come down the road, because what if the cap just keeps going up and up and up like it looks it's going to? Then you know what? $30 million for a wide receiver, that's just going to be the norm.
And you got to face the Trent Williamses of the world in your room. Trent doesn't have 3-4 years left. He has 1-2 years left. And I think it would have been grossly unpopular if Lynch had traded him, Aiyuk, for 2025 draft capital solely. And they weren't. And then the other thing that I'd heard was that maybe the 49ers would have made the trade for the draft pick compensation and then kind of, without having a deal in place for Denver and with Denver for Sutton, and would just kind of see who shook free between now and November. But they don't have 2 months to wait. It's go time. The back end of this schedule is daunting. They have to bank wins in the first 2 months of the year. So I don't think that was a viable option either, really.
All right, so they got him signed, and hopefully we'll see a picture today of him actually signing his name, Brandon Aiyuk, on the X. He will be the X wide receiver a week from Monday. We know that. The Z will be Deebo Samuel. And you're in every single training camp practice. You're rolling video. You're watching closely. Jawan Jennings missed a lot of days. Ricky Pearsall did as well. Jawan with a hip and an ankle, what else, abdomen, whatever he's got going. And I didn't see him last week, and I saw Ricky Pearsall. When they go three wide, and they don't go three wide a lot, but when they go three wide, and maybe Aiyuk needs a blow here and there, but when it's Aiyuk and it's Deebo, how do you see? Because Ricky Pearsall's got the harness on the left shoulder. It was partially dislocated. It's not going to fully come out anymore. It may pop out, but it's not the kind that you have to pop back in. Then the Jets know that. But assuming he's in good health, and JJ is as well, what do you think they do with that F slot wide receiver spot? Do you think 14 gets more snaps, possibly over 15? Pearsall over Jennings opening night even, Larry.
Well, they love Pearsall, but I mean, I think they love him more long term, and I think they're going to be very kid gloves with him early on. At least that's what they've demonstrated this summer. They don't want to extend him too much. They don't want to push him too far. He's got the shoulder. Is it sublation or sublation? It's almost like a dislocation.
Partially dislocated.
There you
Partially,
go.
Not fully like Jung-Hoo Lee.
Yeah, which was a brutal injury this summer for the Giants. I would say that Jennings is going to get the first run as the third guy, but there will be certain situations that Pearsall will get some run, and I'm anticipating Jacob Cowing to have a role as well, because I think Cowing is maybe the essential piece, because he's the space creator. He's the guy that runs off the coverage. So I think you're going to see When they want to run off coverage and go underneath, they may spot Cowing on the field. When, it obviously depends on Pearsall's shoulder health, but Jennings gets the first run. I mean, he would have been the MVP of the Super Bowl if they had won the game. So I think he'll get the clear first run, but they'll work Pearsall in, and I think you're going to see a lot more Cowing than people think, just to create room.
Larry Kruger is joining us. Make sure that you check him out. Again, Niners Nightly is going to start on Monday, and of course the Krug Show on YouTube and wherever you get all those things. Does a tremendous job and has a great following on that. And he's going to join all the shows plus pre and post game. So it's great to have Krug back and talking 49ers with us. Trent Williams is the next hurdle to jump. What's your confidence level that he's back for the Jets?
I think he's going to sign in time, but I think it's going to be a judgment call. I really think, we're talking about a 36-year-old player who has not played. He owns a gym, keeps in shape, but everybody knows, football shape and training in a gym in Houston are not the same thing. So I think he signs between now and then, but I think unless it's done in the next 24 hours, and even if it is done in the next 24 hours, I don't know. I like what I've seen out of Jalen Moore, and I think the best that you're going to get out of Jalen Moore is in this first week when he's had on the tail end of a full preseason and all the practice reps. So I wouldn't be hesitant to go with Jalen Moore. It's not ideal, but I think you could get away with it for a week.
All right, jumping over to the defensive side, they've made a lot of changes, certainly in the D line, but the most profound change is the coordinator, going from Steve Wilks to Nick Sorensen. And you're there every single press conference when they bring Nick in. And we put his first one live on the air, and I frankly thought he was a little nervous, a little tight. His answers were brief. As he's more and more comfortable standing in front of the room, you guys, he's gotten better. It's not a big part of the job, but you have to stand in front of the room, not only as the ball father once a week on a Thursday, you got to do it every day. So how do you see, and then you got Brandon Staley, who will be upstairs watching the game and being involved. How do you think the change going to Nick Sorensen in D.C. will work out?
Well, I like it. One, because it's a players' league, and the players are the bottom line, and they've got to sign off on it. And I think that the players have. I get the sense from talking to Fred Warner that Fred is a big part of the reason that Sorensen got this job. And maybe I'm wrong, but he's a real big fan of Sorensen. So I think continuity is a big part of it. So I don't know that we're going to see a lot of changes. But, for example, 2 years ago, I was told that Chris Kasarik dialed up a lot of the games up front. Last year, Steve Wilks told me that he dialed up 100% of the games up front, and Chris had say in it during the week.
By games, you mean the twist stunts with the tackles and the ends.
Yeah, the twist and the stunts and all the different things that they do play up front. And games were a big part of what they did, it seems like in past years more so, I thought, than last year with Wilks. This year, I just asked Sorensen about it yesterday. I said, who's going to call those games up front? And he said that he's going to call it, but Chris is going to have a ton of input. So I think you're going to see a very – it's very difficult to know because we haven't had – the preseason, they show nothing. The continuity was a big part of why Sorensen's there, but I think you're going to see some differences in the games that they play up front, and a little bit – I think they're going to play more man this year than they've played a ton of zone. They've been a heavy zone team. I think they're going to play a little bit more man this year. That would be my guess. I think their skill. I think they match up better on the back end, and when you match up better, you typically will play more man.
All right, Krug, the new show on Monday. What are we going to expect out of Niners Nightly with the Krug?
Well, you know what? The beautiful part about this is, as Greg said, I'm spending all my time down there at Santa Clara. So, I'm going to get up every morning, go down to Santa Clara, talk to the players, go into the locker room, talk to the coaches, watch the practice, and I'm going to bring it back every night at 6 o'clock, and you guys are going to hear it first and foremost right there on the leader from 6 to 7. The latest from the locker room, the latest from the podium, the latest scuttle from the players, what I'm hearing from other media people. We'll have media interviews. We'll have player interviews. We'll have out-of-town, kind of behind enemy lines type things. We'll interview the softy maulers of the world and have some fun with that. And it will just be a different thing every night. We'll take phone calls. We'll talk Niners for a full hour. I'm fired up, really excited.
Are you starting this Monday? This Monday is Labor Day. Are you starting?
Yeah, we're starting this Monday on Labor Day, yesterday I had 3 really great conversations with Malik Mustafa, who's just Greg. This guy is such a great interview. You guys got to get him on. Drake Nugent who's also, I think, a tremendous get for the Niner practice squad, and Nick Sikel, who's, he's watched Brock ascend. Now he's got to find a new place to live. He's going to live with his girlfriend, let Brock live with his wife. But Nick's got to carve out his role as a pro, and this is his best. He's had a good camp, and they're giving him a real opportunity here, and he's got to run with it. So I love talking to the players, and I'm going to bring a lot of that to the
there
air.
every day. Mustafa, nice. is he keeping 43, or is he changing numbers? Do we know?
I don't know, but you know what? We had a great conversation about how he understands. Like a lot of guys his age who have never seen Ronnie Lott would never know the greatness of Lott. He's got an appreciation for all that. He's a really, really smart kid. I mean, there's good picks, there's great picks, and then there's that pick. I mean, that was a tremendous 4th round draft choice.
No doubt. By the way, I can speak for Pop, man. He's probably not doing anything on, a long weekend. He'd be glad to join you for probably the whole hour, actually.
This Monday on Labor Day, John?
Yeah.
I like how Pat going today.
I wore that for you because you are a coach.
I love that.
Media, I'm picking you to run my defense.
I love that hat, man.
Hey, Kruger, awesome stuff, man. We're looking
seriously,
forward to
man. I'm excited to be back with you guys. Nothing like being on the leader on the pre and post with you and Johnny and Dennis and Adam and Greg, you and Tim. Awesome, man. And now when I get the bear hugs from Tim, I might have to. Tim's a big boy, man. I mean, ponytail or no ponytail, when he hits you on the shoulder, you feel it.
Bro, he did that last week in Vegas, and I wasn't even expecting it. It was from behind. Like, when I can see him coming, I can brace. But, I didn't know it was behind me, and he was leaving. And, the hair's flowing and everything. All of a sudden, man, I get this, forearm shiver to, my back. It was like, oh. I knew exactly who it was. Because he's like,
my favorite Tim Ryan is Pop and Kim in, I think, Baltimore. And Mikey got the cut where Tim told the guy to shut up.
Yeah. I thought he was talking to me.
I did too. That's
Lamar
what it sounds
scored
like.
a touchdown.
Oh, it's so good.
You got a big mouth. Would you shut up? Well, I got to call the other team's touchdowns.
That was incredible.
There's a guy
hey, by the way, Greg, I thought of you last night. I did PA for Northgate football.
No way.
When they scored in Walnut Creek, when the first touchdown scored, I was tempted. Somebody sent me a text and Krug, steal from Pop and go with touchdown Walnut Creek.
Wow, that would have been amazing.
That's a lot of syllables.
What was your touchdown called? What was it? What's your touchdown called? Do you have one?
I just said touchdown Northgate. Oh, no. Touchdown. No, I went with this one. Touchdown Broncos.
Oh yeah, the Broncos. That's right.
I came this close to saying Bulldogs. I mean, how bad would that have been?
Wrong school?
The wrong school. That would have been bad. That would have been bad.
So amazing.
You got a big mouth. Shut up.
How about last night? You got the Buffaloes versus the Bisons.
Yeah, that
which is
confusing as hell.
It's the same, isn't it?
Oh my God, that's amazing.
That's so good, so good.
Oh, that's cool, Krug.
By the way, our guy Chris Babcock is on the call tonight at Monte Vista.
There you go.
My daughter goes to Monte Vista.
Touchdown Mustangs.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, my stepdaughter goes to Monte Vista.
Right?
He's doing the call.
High school football. Last night was freshman.
Play, and
oh my gosh.
He doesn't need a partner. He does
college tonight too. We get pro football around the corner.
Bro, that's
stuff's happening.
Babcock solo, just all Babcock all the time.
All
that's
Babcock
probably what that's probably what he needs. To be honest,
you know what, Greg? You should do stats for him.
I'm going to text him during the game.
You should do stats for him. That would be amazing.
Yeah,
that would be awesome. Babcock does stats for Greg. Greg does stats for Babcock.
I'm going to the Giants tonight, Krug, to have a cheeseburger with Gabe Kapler.
Oh yeah,
really?
Gabe will hang.
You think Cap comes back with the Marlins? You think he makes this road trip?
Oh God!
This is like
I'd give that hamburger a 60. I'd grade it a 65. A 65.
The same amount of wins the Giants have this year, don't they?
I'd like a little more fat, a little more smoke in it, Anyway, all right, Krug. We'll see you Monday. The Krug Show, all the time on YouTube. And
fired up, guys.
It's always great to have you, man. Thanks, dude.
Welcome back, brother.
Good stuff, guys. We'll see you down there.
All right, there is the Krug, Larry Kruger, the Krug Show, Niners Nightly, and of course all the shows and pre and post. So make sure that you are hanging with the Krug. All right, just got the list from Walter. We'll give you the foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to hear right now. In just a few minutes, top of the hour. It's Papa and Lund only here on the Sports Theater.
You got a big mouth. Shut up.
Greg Papa here, and making the transition from work life to retirement can be jarring and disorienting, but it doesn't have to be. Greg O'Donnell and the team at the O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but it doesn't have to be in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. Transition into retirement confidently and on your own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell today. He's the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group for a free review of your financial situation. Call him right now, 866-496-2300. That's 866-496-2300. Or visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com.
Give me the beat, boys, and free my soul. I wanna get lost in your rock and roll and drift away. Hey, give me the beat, boys, and free my little old soul.
I was thinking more like a CD or a CD.
Your call, dude.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I'm sending you something right now. What you requested.
Is it the signed Brandon Aiyuk contract?
Yeah, where the heck is your name here?
Official. It is official.
Yeah, here. I'm just sending it. You probably already have seen this. But there you go. There it is with the feather fountain pen that is so popular. The red fountain pen. There's Brandon Aiyuk with a kind of a cockeyed hat on. The Niners hat, the SF hat is kind of cockeyed. He's got a beautiful watch. Maybe he bought that with the new money.
I love
a couple of nice chains there. Very nice.
Right there.
He's got the glasses to make sure everything's good, and it looks like he's got the right in his hand. But the pen is sitting there, but then he's got like a regular Bic pen that he's signing with. Well, aren't you supposed to sign with the feather?
There's no ink.
You got to sign with a feather pen.
You don't want to use the feather.
You don't?
That's just for John Hancock and Van Franklin.
Oh, okay.
Don't
I
you
just
love
thought you
that?
signed with the feather pen, but he's just got a little regular old Bic there.
Yeah, I see that.
But it's going.
I do love me a
so
good
it's
Bic,
official.
though, John. A blue Bic? That's all I need.
I don't know.
Bites like a blue
Yeah, what
Bic.
I mean, the old feather pen is kind of a pain. Like, you can't stick it in your pocket. Although that is the worst thing ever. You ever stick a Bic pen in your pocket and then, like, later on it bleeds and you're like, oh, these pants are ruined. That's the worst.
I'm trying to read the terms of this contract here.
Best of luck. Even with your new procedure.
I don't know.
It's going to be very difficult. Yeah, I'm trying
Signed,
to look at it. But
sealed, and delivered. It is.
what kind of feeling does that got to be? We all sign contracts in our life, and usually they
What's his
favor
signing
the
bonus?
man.
For signing that, how much money does he get?
I don't know, but I'm looking at. I'm trying to look at it, but that must be a good day. Like what I would like is, how about I go to practice tomorrow? Or they're not even practicing today. He can
He's
go down.
out there right now with Purdy.
He's probably catching
He didn't
balls.
come in just to sign that contract. Right out there, run me a bang 8. Let's go.
Man, I'd like to just sign that deal, get the big Happy Gilmore check, and maybe go on a little spree, just for the heck of it. Maybe a car, a house.
I gotta find out what the signing bonus is.
His spree's a little bit different. What you got a magnifying glass there?
I'm looking at
trying to look at that thing. Only you. What does that say? I need
the
to know what
best ever
that
was
says.
when Ricky Henderson signed his deal for the A's for a short time. Ricky was the highest paid player in the history of Major League Baseball. He signed a 3-year deal for $27 million. What's it? 3 years for $27? Yeah, 9 a year, right? Or was it 9 for $27, 3 a year? May have been 9 for $27, 3 a year. Wow, think about that. Anyway, they gave him a signing bonus check for $3 million. I've told this story many times. Ricky actually took the actual check. He did not have a copy of the check. Dave Stewart's playing pool one night at Ricky's house. And he's like, that's pretty cool. You got the check there. He's like, Ricky, that's my actual check. He's like, what do you mean? He didn't cash the check. He took a copy. He didn't take a copy of the check. He took the actual check. He never deposited the check. He put it on his wall over his pool table. That was the year he broke Brock's record for all-time stolen base king. And remember, he got mad because he wanted the A's to get him a Testarossa for doing it?
Yeah.
Ricky, if you would have deposited the check immediately, you would have had the interest to buy your own Testarossa. Who does that? So Brandon Aiyuk, the one piece of advice, the moment you take that red feather pen to paper, get that
Take it to the
signing
bank.
bonus in a bank immediately.
Yeah, you gotta start getting interest. You got to start doing something, man. He's got financial people; they know that kind of stuff. Is it true? Maybe Steve's listening again today. The other thing was, didn't Steve stick a check in his desk for a long time, like $1 million check or
Steve
something?
Young?
Because he didn't feel like he deserved it or something. Wasn't that the rumor? That
Manny
Steve had like $1 million.
Ramirez had a $75,000 check in a cowboy boot in the clubhouse. The club
That just
was
means
like,
you have way too much
the club,
money.
he had to pick the check on Manny. It's a check for $75K.
I mean, seriously. I mean, that's a lot. But like Ricky putting the actual check on the wall for $3 million, that just means you have too much money. I mean, if somebody handed me a $3 million check, I couldn't get it in the bank fast enough. I mean, it would just be direct because I would lose it or I would drop it, and it would, it'd be like a paper towel on water. I would screw the whole thing. Like I would get that thing in the bank. And treat like I'd want a police escort to the bank, like the whole thing. Like I would be in there so fast with that check in my bank.
I would do it for him for the interest on it. Just 1 day's interest.
Right.
Unbelievable.
Insane.
Anyway.
All right.
Signed, sealed, delivered.
God.
You're my
Let's go.
man.
All right, it is time for the foreplay. Sorry, we got off a little bit of tangent there, but we often do. So let's get into it. Here is David Lombardi, our pal, and great with the contracts from The Athletic, how the 49ers finally got this deal done with Brandon Aiyuk.
The whole point of this exercise of the negotiation of playing hardball was to land an excellent receiver in Brandon Aiyuk long-term with the 49ers, but land him long-term with the 49ers at a price that allowed San Francisco to stay sustainable the year after paying Nick Bosa and the year before having to pay Brock Purdy, because Brock's going to have all kinds of leverage. The 49ers had leverage over Brandon Aiyuk. They used that leverage. They leaned into it, and they turned that into a contract that, at least on the surface right now, based on the clues that we have regarding the timing of the offer and the signing, it looks like they were able to fit the contract into their overall structure. Now, so by that, you can say that the 49ers won this negotiation. But Brandon Aiyuk is also now truly generationally wealthy, so I think he also won this negotiation. When two sides both feel like they have a victory, that's when pen meets paper.
I don't know who won. I do know this, that when we first started talking about this, you and I, and it was Debo, McLaurin, and DK, which were the three comps, which were about 3 years, $75 million with about 40 guaranteed, actually guaranteed. And now he's getting 30 a year, 120. There's funny money in there and all that kind of stuff. And there's $76 million being thrown around. I find it hard to believe that Brandon Aiyuk didn't win at the end of this whole thing, and he's the fifth highest paid on AAV wide receiver. So he's David's saying both sides won. If I had to pick somebody, I'd probably say Brandon Aiyuk won.
I couldn't hear David. It was too damn windy. Where was he? Was that from his YouTube channel?
Yeah, I thought he was on. He was on one of our shows, wasn't he? I thought he was on one of our shows.
He does YouTubes. All I do is get drops on David Lombardi's YouTube channel, and he's always like getting ready to jump in the bay and swim.
That's what I was going to say. He's always like near
English
a lake
channel.
or something.
I don't know where the hell he is. Couldn't hear him.
I could use a swim today. Is it nice out?
It's beautiful out, John.
Anyway, yeah. Maybe
Jump in the bay with Gabe Kapler.
No, me and Gabe I wouldn't think.
I got to find out if Gabe's coming back tonight.
You know what? I'm going to go out on a limb. I don't think Gabe's coming back. I just don't.
Really?
I don't think the vibes are good for Gabe. No. Yeah, from day one, it was a little
What
weird.
was my record a year ago at this time? What's your record right now?
About the
Fire and smoke.
That guy. Oh, goodness. Now we turn our attention to Trent Williams. Here is Dante Whitner on our show talking about Trent Williams and what he's going to bring to the table when it's done.
Well, at 36 years old, multi-time Pro Bowl, all-pro guy, one of the best, if not the best player, pound for pound, in the NFL. I think that it's vital that he gets out there if the 49ers want to have success. Jalen Moore has played better, but he's not Trent Williams. And we've seen what happened when Trent Williams wasn't out there last year, 3 games. The offense can't move it. They can't run it. Christian McCaffrey was ineffective. Brock Purdy was ineffective. And then that makes your offensive weapons like George Kittle, Brandon Aiyuk, and Deebo Samuel ineffective. So I think that it's vital that you get Trent signed. Right now he has the leverage. He's one of the best players in the NFL, and Tristan Wirfs from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers just set the market. And he's saying, hey, how many years do I actually have left? Am I a valuable piece to this offense? And I want to get paid top dollar. So hopefully they can figure it out. It sounds like both sides want to figure it out, but the sooner you get Trent Williams in the building and get, pretty much your 11 of 11 on offense, the better off the offense is going to be.
By the way, if they get Trent back, that's 10 of 11 starters. That would be John Feliciano, the only one that wouldn't. And I think we all agree Dominic Pooney might even be an upgrade there.
Possibly. John played well last year, but John's got a knee issue. They got to manage him. But when John's healthy and ready to roll, and hopefully Pooney stays healthy, that'd be a debate. Anyway, so they just signed Brandon Aiyuk officially to this contract, which is what, the second biggest contract in the history of the franchise behind Nick's.
Mm-hmm.
Average annual value. Nick got 34, BA got 30. What, Nick got 34, 32?
34. Yeah, he got 34 a year.
Where does Trent? I mean, in the span of 24 hours, 48 hours, whatever it is, what is Trent's deal going to be?
Well,
will it be larger than BA's average annual value?
I don't know if it's going to be that, but right now, number one's $28.6 million, so it's going to be higher than that, isn't it?
He wants to get paid, and he wants guarantees. And he ain't playing 1 or 2 years. He wants to play 3. He wants to play till he's 40. That's going to be very interesting to see what number Trent Williams ultimately comes in at. Will it be a bigger deal than even one that Brandon Aiyuk just signed moments ago? It's going to be close.
All right, here's more Trent Williams. This is Adam Schefter. I haven't heard this cut. I made fun of him on the Aiyuk thing. Let's hear what he has to say about the latest with Trent Williams.
Well, the Niners and Trent Williams have been talking, and we've heard Kyle Shanahan say this week he's been talking to Trent Williams, and the sense is that they haven't gotten close so far. But I think this team was really focused on trying to get this deal done with Brandon Aiyuk, and it took a lot of energy and attention. And now that Brandon Aiyuk is done, and now that regular season opener, that Monday night game against the Jets, is a week from Monday, I would think that the 49ers' full attention and focus will shift over to Trent Williams, who's got no more guaranteed money left on his deal. They know that they want him back. They know they have to have him back, and it'll be up to both sides to try to figure out an arrangement that could get back their Pro Bowl left tackle.
Anything
He
new there?
didn't say anything there at all. So I mean, what
He must not have a good contact with the Niners, or they just don't leak anything. I don't know.
Or Vincent
'Cause
Taylor from
that was a whole lot of
Elite
nothing.
Loyalty Sports, who represents Trent.
Yeah, that was a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So, all right, we continue to wait on Trent Williams. I have no insight into this. I just think he's going to be there. I think he's going to be there at left tackle against the Jets with no insight whatsoever. Because I thought he was going to be in more than I thought Brandon Aiyuk was going to be in, because that thing was getting nasty. But we shall see. Because, like you said, both sides, agent, none of that stuff. Nobody's talking. And Trent's
Who's more
hanging in the
likely?
gym.
I think Trent will sign this weekend, if not, right, a few minutes, few
Yeah.
hours. Is Hassan Reddick going to sign and play for the New York Jets? He doesn't know anybody in that
question.
building. He hasn't been to Florham Park except for his introductory press conference. And then he told Woody Johnson and Joe Douglas and Robert Saleh, I want my contract redone. You already knew that. So I don't know. But that'll be a big storyline going into this game. Is Trent going to be able to protect Brock's blind side? How many snaps can he play? And then Hassan Reddick. Are they going to have Hassan Reddick in this game? Hassan Reddick is a good player. Plays the run well, but he runs.
He tore Brock's shoulder off.
And he'll be over McKivitt's side. They're not going to put him over Trent's side a lot. He came from McKivitt's side in the well, actually that was McGlinchey in the NFC Championship game. But he'll be over the right tackle mainly if he does sign.
Yeah, and like you said, the difference is that, Aiyuk's thrown a lot of balls with Brock Purdy. Trent Williams is familiar, for the most part, with what the 49ers are going to do. Hassan Reddick's never practiced with the Jets. Never. Now, they could just say, go get the quarterback.
Yeah,
I mean, he's versed in doing that.
He gets one play call.
Yeah.
Sick him.
Right. I mean,
Go
that's
get
it.
your guy Purdy's right elbow like you did in the championship.
He
game.
comes in on third down. I mean, he could play a handful of snaps, but still, it is vastly different than what Trent and Brandon Aiyuk are up against when he's never even been in the building, never played in the defense. I don't know that he'd be, I don't know that he'd play much other than, like you said, maybe a handful of third down snaps. Go get the quarterback. That's about it. So, anyway, that's the latest. All right, we will save one Giants cut coming up next. Bob Melvin was not happy with yesterday. We've kind of shifted our focus a little bit, so we'll get into a little bit of Giants. We'll give you the one segment on the Giants, and we'll hit up with Bob Melvin, who was not happy with the performance yesterday during some day baseball against the Brewers. They come home against the Fish. And if you haven't heard Marshawn, we got some caboose for you featuring what Marshawn calls CMC. We'll do that at 1:30, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk, learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The the great Dante Whitner, former 49er, and you see him before and after 49ers games on NBC Sports Bay Area. You joined Murph and Marcus this morning to discuss the impact of Brandon Aiyuk's contract on other Niners players. Check out that podcast and more on the KNBR app, YouTube, KNBR socials.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of Giants baseball. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Look, it looked like an awful game for us, all the way around. Whether it was the pitching, defense, offense. Their guy pitched good. He had a good cutter, he had a good sinker, threw just enough off speed to keep us off balance. As the game went along, our at-bats didn't look any better. But we had a good game plan going in, didn't execute it. He pitched well.
Here's Angry Bob. Bob Melvin upset again. They lose 6-0. Now the Fish are coming to town. So looking towards next year, this was interesting. We had only 10 minutes on the show yesterday, and then award-winning Diamond Notes and everything before that. Before that loss, Giants put Tyro Estrada, Taylor Rogers, and Tyler Matzik on waivers, but Estrada and Taylor Rogers, the lefty, of note, which, I don't know what that means right now, and we found out earlier this year, I think it was Kevin Kiermaier. You can still play on waivers. Tyro did, but I think that says more about the future, which is they don't believe that Tyro or Taylor will be part of their future. Isn't that what that kind of indicates?
Well, this happens. This is just what's gotten out. I mean, go back to 2010 when the Giants got Cody Ross. He was placed on waivers. The Giants put a claim in just to keep him away from San Diego. There are more guys. Michael Conforto. I don't want to say it's for certain, but this is just what leaked out and what Ken Rosenthal got, that it was Rogers, Matzik, and Tyro. But you don't think they put on waivers Michael Conforto? I wonder about Mike Yastrzemski, even though they do like Yaz. And I'm not entirely sure about Ramos long-term, even Tyler Fitzgerald a little bit. We got to slow our roll on guys that have come up and have a couple of good months. And it takes a long time, years, to be a proven major leaguer. And he could have a great, look what happened to Paul Goldschmidt right now. A lot of guys just aren't the same players. It takes a special focus and ability and a little bit of luck to be able to sustain it for a long time. But they're at the crossroads here. The performance yesterday, they got 2 hits, John. 2 hits yesterday. 2. Got one in the first inning, drew a walk, had a little bit of a rally, and then really nothing. And the offense is just inert right now. They got to figure it out. And I thought, McRae looks fast, and put him in the outfield with Jung-Hoo Lee. You got to score. It's beyond me that they're mediocre, right average with the league. And baseball's depressed numbers-wise at batting averages. But, yesterday's performance offensively, Giants baseball, nothing like it. There's nothing. They got nothing going on offensively. And then Hayden Birdsong's just not been the same guy. He's got, and Mike talked about it this morning, Mike Krukow, he's got to develop a four-seam I didn't even know he doesn't throw a four-seamer. The two-seamer, he just runs all over the place. When they're spitting out his breaking stuff, he got into a jam yesterday where he could not throw a strike. The day before, Kyle Harrison got squeezed, and then he was missing by a little bit, but it happened 11 pitches, boom, out of the game. All of a sudden, you give up a 5 spot. Birdsong hits a wall. He's not been the same guy. I don't think they're tired late in the year. They're still learning how to pitch. They're young guys. Birdsong was in Double-A this year. It's amazing. Anyway, and then the sloppiness defensively. Pat Murphy pulls a double steal, the Brewers manager. It's a Billy Martin play. I would want to see the Giants do more of that. You've been talking about speed. They ran a double steal in Seattle over the weekend, but when you have McRae and, speed on Tyler Fitzgerald on first and third, go, run, steal, make them make a mistake, make them give you an RTI. So yesterday they didn't hit at all. 2 hits? Kidding me? The starters aren't getting deep in games. Blake Snell's going to have to go deep tonight. And then defensively, they're just sloppy. And you wonder about Tyler Fitzgerald. So I see where Bomel is getting frustrated. It's been a bad 2-3 weeks here. When Atlanta came in to start that series, they were 3 back of the Atlanta Braves in the loss column, John. And the Braves finally got cooled off a little bit last night. It took Philadelphia hitting 2 bombs to beat them. But you're 7 games behind Atlanta now in the loss column. And, they have the tiebreaker on you. And then on top of that, it's not just Atlanta. All of a sudden, the Cubs are ahead of the Giants. How'd that happen? 68 and 66. St. Louis is a 500 team. Giants are below 500. You got the Mets. So I never give up, but the math does not look good as you roll into Labor Day weekend. And I do wonder what moves they're going to make. Because Farhan, one thing about Farhan, he runs the team, and I always support him. He's running it too much like Bo Schembechler ran the Tigers. You can't react like it's a football team. He doesn't give guys enough time. With Taylor Rogers, you just signed him to a long-term deal. Now you're trying to get someone to take a salary and he's gone? He hasn't been that bad. They're not pitching him in high-leverage situations. Eric Miller blows harder, I get it. But the one thing about Farhan, and we saw it ultimately, the greatest example was the first day with Connor Joe. Connor Joe's a good player now. You can't treat these guys like they're football players and give them 1 or 2 games, then cut them off the team or send them down. He just yo-yos guys way too much. If you have a plan, let the players execute the plan. You got to give them weeks and months and years, or weeks and months for young guys to give you an evaluation. You can't just pull a plug on a guy after a couple of games. He does that way too much.
Well, I think look, we don't have to announce, or have a funeral or anything like that. But the reality is that they need to now shift their views towards next year and who's a player and who's not, and they've got to really evaluate at the major league level. I mean, I think it's time to see Matos again. I think it's time to see Luciano again. I think it's time to evaluate what you're going to do this offseason, because, look, if he's going to be back, and I think it's debatable that he is, I think it's a real discussion whether he is or not, because basically 2021 did happen. I want to give him credit for that, but every other year is, we miss by a game or 2 or 3 or right around 500, and this team looks no different than that. I think that their first 2 priorities are Chapman and Snell. We have a ton of time to talk about this. Where's Lee? Do you think Jung-Hoo Lee's that guy? Are you going to become more athletic? What exactly are you going to do here? Because based on Harrison and Birdsong, those guys are by no means, even though I'm encouraged by him, those are not sure things. You got to bring Snell back and hope that Ray has a Robbie Ray kind of a season, being that much more removed from Tommy John. It's got to be Webb, Snell, and Ray. You got to see those guys at the back end of the pen, and then you have a lot of evaluation to do. Like you said, first base is wide open to me. What are you going to do at second, especially if you're putting Estrada on waivers? Can you have Fitzgerald at short? Are you going to bring in Adames and pay that kind of money, move Fitzgerald to second? Can he even do that? Can you bring Chapman back? I mean, there are so many questions. Every single year on this team, I feel like they should be getting closer. But you know what? To your point of yo-yoing guys up and down, I don't think they're any closer. I think Ramos, I think Lee. Are we going to go through another year of Yaz? I mean, there's more questions than ever, I think, on this Giants team, because I just don't know who can play. If you bring back Snell and Chapman, I know that they can, but you got questions potentially at first, second, short, right at least, places in your pen. I wasn't a huge fan of the Hicks deal, and now he's injured again. Can he really be a starter? Is he, he'd have 3 years and 33 left as just a reliever or potentially a spot starter. We don't know what Duvall's going to be. Is Walker the full-time closer? I think he is. But, I would think that as we continue to progress through the Farhan era, that we get more answers every single year at the end of the year. And I think we have more questions than we've ever had on this team.
And to me, the symbolism is dripping. And I know Miami's having a bad year. But Gabe Kapler is the assistant GM of the Miami Marlins. And everybody wanted to blame Gabe for everything. And maybe they weren't as prepared last year. I don't know how they went from being the most prepared team, an interesting team, in 2021 to whatever happened last year. But your team, remember that stretch where they were still in it and they went to Arizona late in the year? They had a real bad stretch when Bochy and Texas came in. They didn't play well against the A's. They went to Philly, lost 2 out of 3. And they're doing that now. When Atlanta came in on August the 12th, you had optimism. I thought they're going to do this. Atlanta's hurt. And they're fading. Atlanta had lost 7 of 8, 17 of 27. What are they since? 12-5 or something? They never lose. They finally lost last night in Philadelphia. They hit a couple of bombs. Marsh a 3-run bomb and Castellano a 2-run shot. They finally lost. But they're not fading. So you've always got hope. When we come back on Tuesday, and they're off on Labor Day, I never say you got to sweep because it's hard. But you can't lose 2 out of 3, certainly to Miami, and the math's just not good. And then next week, you got Arizona at home. You go to San Diego. Milwaukee is coming in, and then San Diego. Then you go to Baltimore. You go to Kansas City. You go to Arizona. Then you wind it up against St. Louis. I mean, you know, you can still win. But the math of it is they had their shot when they played Atlanta those 4 games, and they lost 3, and I don't want to say the season ended, but the guys are kind of playing, and Tyler Fitzgerald on that double steal. Where are you throwing the ball, brother? And he threw it to Matt Chapman, who was so startled. Chapman drops nothing. He's like, why are you throwing me the ball? He dropped the ball. The runner's going home. Where are you going with that? Wow.
All right, we've got your sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol coming up next, including what Marshawn Lynch. I don't know if this was just something he made up on the fly or is this something he's been calling CMC for a while, but we've got that in a new podcast with Marshawn Lynch plus other caboose-ish type of stories getting into the long weekend. We'll do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
In the NFL, there is no margin for error. One mistake can change the outcome of a game. That's why 8 out of 10 NFL players have a Sleep Number smart bed. As the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL, Sleep Number is proud to help players unlock their full potential through the power of quality sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number number 1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in store. Do you have a Sleep Number bed? Now you can get one during Sleep Number's biggest sale of the year. You'll save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus, you get free home delivery on select smart beds when you add a base. It ends Labor Day, September the 2nd. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Only at a Sleep Number store or at sleepnumber.com, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slipped through the cracks.
Did you say caboose?
I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Thank you so much for hanging out with us on a Friday edition of the show. We hope that you have a tremendous weekend, have some good plans. College football starts last weekend before the NFL, all that stuff. So we've been talking about this afternoon. We'll finally play the cut for you. So Marshawn Lynch was on with Mike Robinson of the NFL Network, our pal, who was a fullback for the Seahawks. And if people would remember, when he was in the corral, was that in New York? I can't remember if it was at New York or Arizona, whichever one of those Super Bowls Seattle was in.
We had him last year. We had him last year.
Well, no, I mean, Michael Robinson was in that corral. I remember they didn't put Marshawn on any of those stages at the Super Bowl.
Yeah, at the one in New York when it was.
Yeah, and he was kind of talking for him.
I'm just here so I won't get fined.
And all that stuff. So
we
they're
had
old
Michael
friends.
Robinson on the show last year.
Yeah, great guy.
He is a former Niner.
He was drafted by the Niners. Yeah.
He never really mentions that. It's always his Buffalo ties and his Seattle ties. He never mentions his Niners ties. But anyway.
Yeah, I wonder about that. Yeah, because he was. Weren't they the ones to move him to running back from quarterback? I thought the Niners did that.
They did. He was a quarterback at Penn State. They made him a fullback, and then he went to Seattle after that. When did he play for Buffalo? Did he make the team, or did he just go to training camp with them?
Yeah, I don't remember
he's like Jim Braxton.
Yeah, like honorary member of the.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, he was on with us last year. He's a great broadcaster.
He's a good guy.
He's a good guy. So why do you bring him up, John?
Well, because he was. They were talking about a number of different things, and it was weird. They went from Laviska Shenault, who came out of Colorado, been with the Carolina Panthers, Jacksonville. And now he's in Seattle, and they were talking about weird names or something like that, and Marshawn didn't believe that was actually the guy's name, but then quickly they...
Did he say it?
Yeah.
Did he say Laviska?
Yeah, I think he did it all right.
I think he had a bottle of Laviska.
He might have. But then they quickly pivoted to the... And I had never heard this. They pivoted to the nickname that Marshawn gave to CMC. Take a listen to this.
Running backs that remind you of yourself right now. Got to go with
the Snow Bunny Pearl. Yeah, he going crazy. The Snow Bunny Pearl going right now, toting that tater, bro, and he be doing hella shit out the backfield with the ball. That go for shit.
So typical Marshawn, a lot of beeps in there. But between the beeps, he calls CMC Snow Bunny Pearl. Snow Bunny Pearl.
Well,
I never heard
it's
that.
white pearls he's talking about.
Someone's going to have to ask CMC.
Does much? He grew up in Denver. He did play snow there.
So maybe.
Carolina.
Yeah, but we'll have to ask. Somebody's going to have CMC that. Like, does anybody? No, that's an awful long nickname. You know, Snow Bunny
Pearl.
Yeah, it's like three syllables. Like
the Snow Bunny Pearl.
Yeah, Snow Bunny Pearl. I mean, he says it in a loving way. You know, if we continue the thing, he's going 8 beep all over everybody. But never heard that one. Never heard Snow Bunny Pearl.
He's cover of Madden. He's cover of Madden is who he is right now.
Yeah. When is that? Is that out? Is that out?
It's out
already.
It is out.
I got to download it.
Spend all weekend, John.
Probably all I'm going to do.
You and I are playing in studio.
Well, you know, my wife was already angry with me because
19 toss right at your ass all day long.
I got the college football one, and I love it. The recruiting and the whole thing, and I
do recruiting on the college one.
Oh, it's great. It's just you know you can't give me
your Dion showed up.
Yeah, it's amazing. And so it's every time you open that one, it's like, you know, they got a special deal on Madden, and I haven't downloaded it yet because I'm already addicted to the college one, and my wife already doesn't like. She'll walk in, she'll watch like trashy TV all day long and E! Network and all that, and then she'll open the door to my my studio here, and she'll look at me, and then she'll look at the TV, and
you're
then look at me.
playing Madden?
Yeah, and it's like that's the same exact thing as her watching whatever weird shows she likes to watch. Like that relaxes me to play those games, and I don't sit here for hours on end.
So you play the college version? You don't watch Madden? You don't play Madden?
Well, I didn't know it was out yet, but yeah, now that I know,
it is out.
My whole weekend will be shot. That's the whole problem, though. Is now I'll play both. You know, because I like the whole thing. I like playing the games, but I like trading guys. Like, I like that guy, trade that guy, get this guy. You know, I like the whole GM role. I like to play John Lynch and then play the game. You know, get the best players.
Marshawn ever make the cover of Madden?
No,
I don't believe so.
No, he should have.
Marshawn Lynch, and I don't. He did make the All 2010s team, which is quite an honor.
Heck yeah.
Is he a Hall of Fame player? Ew.
Probably not right away, but I don't know.
A first ballot.
No, not a first
ballot. He's eligible,
ballot.
I think, for the first time this year.
But I mean, I think of a guy like Terrell Davis. Like Terrell Davis, a really nice player, but like if Terrell Davis is in,
He
Marshawn
ran
in?
for 2,000 yards and won 2 Super Bowls. He was the best player on the team.
Marshawn won a Super Bowl. Should have won a second if Pete would have gave him the ball. I mean, it's pretty good.
He's in the Hall of Very Good. He's from Oakland, so we'll put him in.
It's pretty good.
Cal Bear,
Yeah.
number 10.
He should be in for riding the cart at one time at Cal, just for that. That was amazing. But
what is it? Snow Bunny Pearl? What do you call it?
Snow Bunny Pearl is what he called CMC. Never heard it. But
White on white is what it is.
That's pretty much
Who's
what
the
he
greatest
said.
white running back of all time? Take the fullback.
McCaffrey. Oh, my gosh.
Well, Paul Hornung was pretty good. Just your halfbacks, not the fullbacks like Larry Zonka.
I have to think about it. He's probably the best. He's probably the best.
He's
Or
probably
is
one of
gonna
the best
end up
running
being
backs
the
to ever
best.
play of all time.
But, I mean, he's probably going to end up being the best. Best
Larry
Caucasian
Zonka
running
was
back.
pretty damn good, but Larry was a fullback.
Yeah, he was more of a. But then, the position has definitely changed. I mean, the guy that can run and catch and do all the things he can do, oh my gosh, it's crazy. All right, here's a few things you need to know. I don't know. I think I know your stance on this. There's a position open at Trader Joe's for the pumpkin spice pundit. You get $1,000 by taste testing and reviewing all the treats at Trader Joe's, and I had no idea that it was this much. So you get $500.
I do like me pumpkin spice, but I'm going to wait till October to sample that.
Well, get this. It says the chosen pumpkin spice pundit will be asked to review Trader Joe's products, including pumpkin waffles, cinnamon rolls, and more than 20 other pumpkin-flavored foods and beverages. 20.
Wow.
I had no idea that they had 20.
It's all beverages. I can't have the
no
burger
food and
ballet.
beverage.
Oh, can I have the
20
meatless?
other
How about the
flavored foods
meatless
and beverages.
meatballs they have? What the hell's that?
No, I don't do those.
What?
I definitely don't do those. I
Those
do
for the
shop at Trader
vegans? Hire
Joe's,
Dave
though.
Fleming for that. I'm not doing that.
Yeah, but I do. I mean, Trader Joe's is good, especially if you're trying to
I like
kind of
Trader
diet.
Joe's.
It's
Right.
good. But you get a $500 Trader Joe's gift card and $1,000 as payment, plus all this free food that you get to eat. But it's all pumpkin flavored. Who knew that they had 20
They should
over
hire
20 type things?
They should hire the Joe, Cool Joe. Hire Joe Montana.
Oh
to
my
do
gosh,
that.
that would cost.
I love scotch.
It's true. They have pumpkin
Will
scotch.
Ferrell? We're gonna put Will
They do
Ferrell
have. You know what they do have is they do have pumpkin flavored Baileys, which is actually pretty good in your coffee.
Hire Hugh Jack City. Get Hugh Jackson.
Dude,
it's Bailey's time. Friday at 1:43.
Well, he
get
does.
a Manny and a Petty and have his Baileys.
He does he does like the
He would
Jamesons.
do it every Friday. Every
He'd do
Friday
whatever.
right now he would do it.
That's there you go.
What does this job pay? I'll do it.
$1,000 plus 500 plus all the pumpkin food. Why does pumpkin spice get ripped on so much? I mean, it is pretty good. Yeah,
Is
as long as you
Trader
don't
Joe's
overdo
just
it.
a local place? Is that just in the Bay Area?
No, it's national.
Oh, it is
it's-
national.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's national. But I had no idea they had over 20.
Who are they going to hire?
items.
Joe Burrow? Who's the most famous Joe out there now?
Well, he does work for the
They
Bengals.
can't
He does
afford
have an orange
Montana.
team.
They'll never be able to get the gold.
Are you kidding me? They'd have
Joe
to give him
Burrow?
they'd have to give him like 10 Trader Joe's, just like the actual stores. Like, okay, Joe, 10 Trader Joe's, but that's a final offer just to do that. And he wouldn't taste anything. He'd hire somebody else to do the tasting. I'll show up. I'll drink a Guinness. I'm not gonna
I'll bring the Golden Joes.
Yeah. This is a little weird. An ultra rare orange lobster's been returned to the sea after ending up in a supermarket seafood section. The lobster, because it's
How
orange.
convenient. Throw him right in the tank.
He was named Clementine because he's orange. There was a store in Long Island in early July, immediately stood out among a group of traditional brown lobsters, but then they realized, get this, an orange lobster is 1 in 30 million. 1 in 30 million.
Orange
and they
lobsters are rare?
Yeah, 1 in 30 million. And they said that they had almost, because people were like, oh, well, orange lobster, I'll take that one out of the tank, I'll eat that one. And they saved it. So, anyway, 1 in 30 million.
So are they more expensive?
Oh, yeah. I mean, they didn't realize that,
I mean,
but at the time,
I like
it's like,
lobster, but are they really worth everything? It's
Yeah.
ridiculous how much
I
you have to
agree with
pay
you
for
there.
that. So what do the orange lobster tails cost?
oh, my God. You couldn't, they can't sell them because they're so rare, I guess. 1 in 30 million.
So the orange lobster just wandered into a...
They took it. They put it in with the
They
rest
threw
of
it
the
right in
lobsters
the,
they caught.
threw it right in there?
Until they got it into the tank and went, what's the orange lobster doing there? And I guess somebody realized, no, that's very rare. So anyway, they saved the rare orange lobster Clementine from sheer
Clementine?
death. Clementine. So.
Threw them right in the boiling water. You hear that?
That's the worst, by the way. I worked in restaurants.
Poor guy.
You can hear those things scream. It's the worst thing ever.
Did you do the lobster races before you threw them in the boiling water?
No, man, never.
Whoever finished first, why didn't last? You get a few more minutes.
That'd be the worst, man. You just sit there
do
like,
lobster races.
Damn it, man. That's it. I'm done.
Orange lobster.
Let's see if I got anything else today. Oh, I don't know if we've heard of this. I know we've discussed this on many of occasions, but I don't know why Philly does it on this weekend. Hundreds cruise Philadelphia streets in the 15th annual Philly Naked Bike Ride. Now, you think the San Francisco Naked Bike Ride is ugly?
Do we still do
imagine?
that?
You imagine the Philly Naked Bike Ride? Oh, my God. They'd be bitching and moaning about the Eagles as they're naked going down the street. Yeesh, that wouldn't be good. Yeah, I was using this to say, when is our naked bike ride? Are we not doing that anymore? Because you'd think it'd be some point in the summer or the fall, right? Early fall.
So
when the weather's nice in the city.
Completely naked on a bike?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hundreds
of people.
Hurt.
It says hundreds of people in various states of undress.
Oh,
God, those are even worse. I'd rather see naked people than those things. I got news for you, pal. You're not in the Tour de France. I see people all the time around I probably live in the most biker place in the whole Bay Area because Saturday mornings and they take over the road and they got their tight pants on.
Exactly. Road, they take it over. You can't get through there.
It's unbelievable. Like I'm driving to breakfast and there's like a whole group of like 100.
You just pray you don't clip somebody. It's
like
terrible.
A biker gang or something like that. Oh, my
the
gosh,
Philly Naked Bike Ride.
Yeah. Philly Naked Bike Ride.
I hear the guy that's going off first on this, John, is Fletcher Cox.
I'm going to so miss him.
Fletcher Cox is going to lead the Philly Naked Bike Ride.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense.
He won't be the only Cox that's participating, though.
By the way, they say that...
It's got to be a bad look. What, do you go right to Pat's and Gino's and get cheesesteak?
Oh, of course you would. Get something to wrap it up, Let's go. Wow. By the way, this isn't bad. It says often temperatures in the 70s during this time. But enough of the bike riders mentioned feeling chilly. They said it feels chilly somewhat. You don't want to be chilly in the naked bike race. I'll tell you that.
Wow.
Anyway, we're missing out on that. Naked bike. Why do you need that?
That hurts. That hurts. That would hurt.
Yeah, you're sitting down. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Wow. I have had those shorts on, but then I put shorts over them.
Biker shorts?
Yeah, I don't. They look terrible, especially when if you're in a coffee place. They always
baggy gym shorts over the biker shorts.
No, we're just like some Nike shorts.
Not a good look. It's not.
I know, but you ever.
But it protects your butt from the bike seat. How does that? Doesn't that hurt?
Yeah, it's got to. You ever been in for your morning coffee on a Saturday or something in a Starbucks or a Pete's or something, and then those guys walk in with their shoes, clickety-clack, and you're like, oh, come on, man. I get it, okay? You're out on a bike ride. Congratulations. Yeesh, enough already. Clickety-clack, I got my bike shoes on, got my shorts. It's like, there's nothing to the imagination there. Like, my goodness, man.
Is Jason Kelsey going in this bike ride, the naked bike ride?
I could see him in a naked bike ride in Philadelphia.
Right there. Yeah.
There's the video of Brandon Aiyuk, by the way. They got him walking in the room and everything. See, he was carrying the feather pen. He did. He had the feather pen in his hand, and then he just dropped it, and then he took the bic. Yeah. His kids.
So we are getting the details on the contract. Very low cap hits, years 1, 2, and 3.
So he's not.
They structured it like the other
probably.
big ones. Big commitment to the bonuses, but low cap hits in years 1, 2, and 3. And what BA wanted was the money up front, or in the early years, as far as the outlay. So it's a 4-year deal for $120, $76 million guaranteed. He gets $47 million by April 1, 2025. Nice. But you can spread all that out over the 4 years. So the key thing is low cap hits, 1, 2, and 3 years. So
when you get Brockton.
Now, is this do they tear up the 5th-year option year? Is this a 4-year extension from year this year, or does it kick in immediately?
Yeah, I think it kicks in immediately.
I think it does kick in.
Yeah, because I think you're right on that. By the way,
they have under contract 4 years, including this year.
Yeah,
is year 1 of 4, right?
You know what's funny is John Lynch is in there, and Brandon Aiyuk walks in, and then right next to Brandon's his son, and he gives John Lynch a hug. If you're that kid, like, you know what's going on. He's old enough to know what's going on. They're making like a trip to the toy store or something like that, or somewhere he wants to go. Gotta believe that, right? Daddy just got $47 million. Well, is he getting a check for $47 million?
Do you have a concept of what $47 million
Probably
is?
not. but he knows it's a lot of money. You got to think that whatever he's had his eye on, PS5, Madden, whatever it is, Brandon's probably springing for something pretty good for the kid today, isn't he?
I would think so. And Brandon's a great dad.
Yeah, he is.
Changed his life. A lot of those guys. Triverius Ward changed completely when he became a father. So
yeah.
Good for
All right.
VA. He deserved it.
For sure. All right, we'll give you a few remnants before we get out of here. Tolbert and Copes at the top of the hour. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Lund continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Papa and Lund for a few more minutes. Thanks for joining us and hanging out on a Friday. The big news, obviously, all day long. Brandon Aiyuk signs with the 49ers, 4 and 120. 76 guaranteed. They're saying before April of 2025. They get $47 million. No new news on Trent Williams, the contract situation. We were 10 days away from that Monday night game, so you got to get that done with Brandon Aiyuk. The Giants are back home to take on the Fish. Well, we mentioned this really quickly in our long 10-minute show yesterday, but Steph Curry, the $62.6 million man, so he's got 3 more years now if you add on that 1-year contract or 1-year extension for Steph Curry. So we did mention that yesterday, but
we
have
opened the
not
show
mentioned
with
it
it yesterday, obviously, but we only did 10 minutes for Giants baseball. It's a landmark deal. They did it because they could only do a 1-year extension by the CBA rules. They could have waited and done a 2-year after this year, but they wanted to get it done. I think there's a motivating factor for both sides to do even more. So it's not like he's going to play just 3 more years and that's it. But they added 1 more year on top of the existing 2. So he is lined up with Draymond Green, who was under contract for 3 more years, and then 1 more year for Steve. But we'll see if they extend Steve out. So $62.6 million. Wow. Biggest contract for a single season in the history of American sport. Although Jason Tatum signed one that's longer term, but that does not kick in until next year, not this coming year, but the year after. So, but he'll even make, I think, closer to 63. But boy, the Bay Area paid some players, didn't they?
Yeah.
Steph Curry, 62.6, and Brandon Aiyuk. We'll see how much the 120 he gets. But as you mentioned, 76 guaranteed. He gets 47 between now and April of 25. And then as they've been looking at the contract now, it is backloaded, so it is very cap friendly for years 1, 2, and 3. So. Warriors doing big things, 49ers doing big things, and here come the Giants, John, on a Labor Day weekend.
And you're going to the game tonight, right?
I am. Drone show after
That
my
will be
buddy
fun.
Craig Minervini is working Marlins broadcast, so we'll see if Gabe Kapler's there. So Blake Snell needs to pitch well tonight, probably an opener. I mean, right now, the way the starters are going 4 innings, every game's an opener. They're just not getting deep into it, so... Have a great weekend, John, and when we come back on Tuesday morning...
It's going to be on.
Well, Blake Snell, I may be in Santa Clara, depending on what time they're practicing Tuesday, but it's go time for the New York Jets. How will Blake Snell do tonight? How will the Giants do over the weekend? But more importantly, will Trent Williams be like Brandon Aiyuk just did an hour ago? Signed, sealed, delivered. Here I am. I'm your man. Is he going to be in by Tuesday?
Very nice song, underrated. Yep, we will be back on Tuesday, and it will be on. It'll be official week. Everybody have a great weekend because, like I said, a lot of great college football games this weekend. Weather's supposed to be nice, so get out a little bit because then it is completely on next Tuesday when we reconvene. Thanks to Matt Mayocko, Trey Wingo, Larry Kruger. If you missed any of those and all interviews on KNBR and all the shows, just go to KNBR.com or any of the apps or platforms. You can check those out as well. Thanks, as always, to Danny and to Walter. Great job, as always, today. They are next. Tolbert and Copes, only here on KNBR AM and FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
They haven't been to nor won a Super Bowl since before man walked on the moon.
The NBA brought him to the Bay, while his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
We're out here at 58 Social, getting ready for the Marlins, the Fish, and the Giants. Stop on by. Beautiful day. If you're going to go to the game, stop on by. If you're not going to go to the game, stop on by. Just stop on by. Say hi. Buy a beverage. Today on the show, it's a full one. We're going to get you covered, too. We got college football covered with Dr. Bob. Bob Stoll will join us at 2:30. John Wilner at 3:50. And then, I guess more football with JT Snow at 2:50. Marcus Thompson, 4:50. Matt Barrows, 5:30. So we'll squeeze in some baseball at some point, and then Steve Kerr at his normal time. So, anyway.
I do want to acknowledge, because yesterday at the end of the show you said could be kind of a goofy show today.
Yeah.
And I'll allow you to be goofy, but we should acknowledge just off the top the sadness in the passing of Johnny Gaudreau and his brother.
Brutal.
That was shocking news.
Yeah. Just guy drinking, decided he wanted to pass a car on the right side. What I read is he was going to pass it on the left, and it moved over to the left, and he couldn't get over to the left, so he just said, screw it, I'm going to go to the right. And they're riding back. They were actually going the same way. And didn't even see him. Ran them both down. It just, that was brutal, reading that. Losing somebody that young that, for the rest of us, enjoy hockey and is, just a really good player. And then the two kids, the wife, his brother, family, and they were going to his sister's wedding that weekend. That just makes your stomach turn when you read stuff like that. Yeah. Absolutely makes just sickening. So that was a bummer reading that, no doubt about it. So we got football coming up. Yep. We got Stanford tonight.
Yep.
And
fun game last night, by the way, Colorado and North Dakota State.
Yeah, I didn't watch that one. I was watching the meat grinder that was Minnesota, North Carolina. That wasn't nearly as much fun. No. I got to be honest. It was competitive. So from that standpoint, it was kind of interesting, I guess you could say. But as far as, playmakers, not really. Electric offense, not really. Look, you could guess that by the final score, 19-17. But,
that's a meat grinder.
I probably should have picked the other game because that one looked pretty good. I know Shedeur Sanders threw for 455 yards. Travis Hunter's just a freak.
Yeah.
An absolute freak.
What is he going to be a DB in the pros? Where's he? What direction do they go? Because he's a good receiver,
DB,
too.
But he's a really good receiver.
He's a damn good receiver.
Yeah, how do you
Derek just pointed out, you see what receivers are making right now?
Yeah, I know. That's a good point. How do you play that many snaps at altitude? That's incredible. I think he played, all the defensive snaps or all but two, and then most of the offense. Just that guy. That's wild to see him do what he can do, but I don't know if it's a great sign. I know, who was it last night, North Dakota State?
Yeah.
I knew it was one of those Dakota States. You're never sure which one. Is it the Jackrabbits or what's North Dakota State? They're not the Buffaloes. Are they the Buffaloes? Okay. No, Colorado's the Buffaloes.
Yeah.
Bison. The Bison. There you go. I knew it was like a Buffalo. Taiwan Bison, Buffalo Bison. And pretty much, I guess we know which wins, Buffalo or Bison. A Buffalo. What's the difference? Beats me. It's like Crow Raven, one of those type deals. What's the difference?
Can I go through that again?
Well, look, if you want me to get into genus, I can do that.
We're doing this one again, dude?
I can get into genus.
I think Susan Slusser debunked you one time, and she was like, you don't know what you're talking about, Tom.
I just know what I read. I know ravens are bigger than crows. So there is a difference there. The ravens are bigger than crows, but same family, yes. Like cousins is what they are. Not brothers, but cousins. So there you go. There's your
what were we talking about? Buffalo bison?
Your bi-yearly reminder that a raven and crow are different, but very much the same.
They're from the Corvidae family?
Correct.
Yeah, it's okay. You knew that. Of course.
I did know that.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
As you said, ravens larger than crows.
Yes.
About the size of a red-tailed hawk. I didn't know that was my I don't know how big that is. I don't have that off the top of my head.
But there is no raven ale, but there is a red-tail ale. Red-tail hawk. So I can't even remember what brewery that was. Red-tail ale. What was that? I used to drink that all the time, too. I forgot. I haven't drank it in so long because all their beers used to be birds, or like birds, and I forget which. That was the one that FP did.
And that's when you got into it.
We're chilling and grilling.
Crows caw and purr.
Yeah, Mendocino Brewing.
Crows will
Mendocino
caw and purr, and Ravens will croak and scream, it says. There you go. Difference in the calls, too. So anyway, that Colorado North Dakota State game was pretty fun last night.
Absolutely.
That was a good jump there, good leap for Buffalo and Bison into that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to. I am looking forward to this weekend, though. This weekend's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Start off with Clemson. I think Clemson and Georgia, and then Miami, Florida, and then Notre Dame, Texas A&M, and then Sunday we get. We have our draft too. We have our fantasy draft on Sunday.
Yeah, what time is that on Sunday?
We're all assuming you're going to take McCaffrey number 1, so don't screw it up. Okay?
Yeah, we'll see.
Don't screw it up.
We'll see. Maybe I won't.
Don't screw it up.
Maybe I won't.
Just do that. Just do it.
What pick does your brother have?
Do what you're supposed to do. Oh, Jeffrey's not. He's way down the list.
Oh,
he
so
was mad.
Yeah, he's upset. He's not going to.
He was like 9, 11, something like that. He goes, and the first thing he texted us when Weston did the
order,
the randomizer. Yeah, he said rigged. And Weston's like, how could it be rigged? I'm
rigged.
He goes, I'm 10th.
You wanted to be 10th, yeah.
He goes, I rig it for me to be 10th? Here's the funny thing, though, is Jeffrey loves the Niners so much, he's going to really mess up the draft for people because he said, I just might take Debo and Aiyuk 1 and 2.
Yeah, I sort of calculated that he might go that direction.
I go, that's going to be, they can throw people into a tailspin. They're not going to know what to do. Because he's like, well, they're not going to be around at the end of the 3rd round. I go, you're probably right. I go, but really 1 and 2, you're not getting much value. He goes, I don't care. I just want to watch my guys play. I'm like, well, you're gonna get 2, and I go, if you want to take Kittle round 3, I go, you can literally have every Niner. You can have every Niner but McCaffrey.
And that's what I'm going to use his emotions against him, to just squeeze him for everything he has and get something out of him from McCaffrey. You know what I mean? Trying to get some early season run from McCaffrey.
You'll get now Niners back.
Yeah. He's like, I don't know. Do I want McCaffrey or do I want?
That's all he's going to have.
You think he'll have Moody? You know what I mean?
You'll literally. He's
going to get Niner D in like the 4th round.
You'll literally be able to get anything you want. Like if you offered him a trade for McCaffrey and just said, give me these, give me 2 top quality players.
Yeah.
Done. Absolutely done. He didn't care. He's like, it's $100. I want to play and I want to watch the Niners.
I want to watch the Niners. I only want to
watch my guys.
I only want to root for the Niners.
Yeah. And then the funny part was that last year you think, when the Niners go on by, he's screwed.
Yeah.
Niners went on by and he beat Weston.
Brutal.
I forget who he picked.
That's
up
fantasy,
and who he
dude.
Took.
That's just
it really is.
It's so. I mean, it's where luck meets some skill for sure. I mean, in knowing, not skill, but in knowing about football, following injuries, knowing depth charts, things like that, and getting lucky on waiver wire pickups.
Gotta get lucky.
You picked up Puka Nacua last year, right? Like, people who picked him up, that was maybe a top receiver for a majority of the season.
Yep, and you get him for free. You didn't have to waste a draft pick on him. So I don't know what I'm going to do this year because I think everyone.
What pick do you have?
I have 3. So I'm assuming you're going to take McCaffrey. Then I'll either have CeeDee Lamb or Tyreek Hill. Or if I'm assuming I'll have one of those 2 guys anyway.
You get one of those 3 guys.
If you don't take McCaffrey, if you don't take McCaffrey, he's going to go 2.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't go 2, I'll take him. I'll tell you, 3, that's where the buck stops. Okay, then I'm going to rob Jeffrey.
McCaffrey would fall into 3. No, I kind of like having that little card in my pocket so I can just screw Jeffrey at some point in the season. I'm like, what do I need? What does he have? I've got like 4 weeks out of McCaffrey.
I can't wait to see how he does it. It's going to be pretty funny.
God, I got to get JP Mason early.
Oh my God.
Got to get that handcuff early so I can make sure I really, really just stick it to him when it's time to unload.
You better get Logan Thomas in the 5th.
Oh, dude, watch me stash Terrence Marshall, dude. Wait till I get him.
Oh, yeah. Kruger will come after you for that one.
Terrence
He's not
Marshall.
even in the league. He'll be like, oh, bro, you ever want to trade him?
It's great. We had Cal Comian yesterday. I brought that up. I mentioned the Terrence Marshall thing, and he said that's the most Krug thing ever. Like, he knew exactly. Krug is hysterical. By the way,
so on brand.
Niner Nightly starts with Krug Monday at 6 o'clock, following our show, 6 to 7, Monday through Friday. Tolbert and Copes with you on the patio of 58 Social. Let's get into a little bit more of what happens now that we look towards football, right? Because we said yesterday, the somewhat annoying and irritating thing about this offseason is that it should be about how good this team is, and we haven't really talked much about it because of what's going on with Aiyuk and Trent Williams and the uncertainty there. Still no Trent, but how much pressure is Brandon Aiyuk facing? We'll get into that next. Tolbert and Copes, 58 Social. It's a sunny Friday only here on the Sports Leader. You want a Brandon Aiyuk update? It's finally done. He signed, sealed, delivered, John, with the San Francisco 49ers on a 4-year, $120 million deal. Let us know how you're feeling about the deal on our socials at KNBR.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Hey, no, as you go to bed tonight, you were expensive, man. You cost us a lot, but you're worth it.
I'm gonna be worth everything. I'm gonna work.
That's good.
We're pumped, man. Enjoy the night with your family, and can't wait to get started.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, buddy.
You guys have a good one.
All right. Thanks, buddy.
Oh, my God.
Tolbert and Copes with you from the Patio 58 Social at Oracle Park. That was the voice of Brandon Aiyuk back when he was drafted in 2020 on his phone call with John and Kyle. Kind of cool listening back to that. I don't know if the phone call went the same way yesterday. When you go to bed tonight, no, you did good. I'm gonna be worth every penny of it. Like I don't think it went down the same way. But 4 years, $120 million. When we now look towards the 2024 season and what's expected of him after not having. I mean, I still think we have to temper some expectations after not having a complete training camp and a complete offseason. That said, that's sort of the double-edged sword for him that comes with getting a contract like this is he's waited all this time. Now you have to perform, or it could stay noisy. And this is a team that's ready to win. That's why they've overpaid probably to keep him here.
Yeah, that is the unknown. You just don't know. Is he going to hit the ground running, or is it going to take him a couple weeks to get going? You don't know because it's all different for different players. Some players come in, they're good to go. Some takes a while. You always worry about injuries when people aren't at practice for a prolonged period of time. So there's really no way of knowing. Just adding to more intrigue. I feel like if and when Trent Williams signs, that's a little easier to jump into. Like the timing, really, I guess there is timing with the offensive line as well, but Trent's been doing it for so long. I wouldn't worry about him so much. Like I don't think guys are going to start blowing by him in like the first couple weeks.
He's still like that big.
Give me
dude.
a couple weeks to get ready. Yeah, I think he'll be fine once they get that thing hammered out. But with Aiyuk, you don't know. But you hope for the best, and you hope that everybody else. Jennings seems to be healthy now. Connolly, hopefully Pearsall is good to go, and they have other options. Like, will he play as much as he normally plays? Will he get as many snaps? Don't know that either. And it's a pretty tough defense they're going up against. So it's going to definitely be intriguing. It's interesting that the line dropped from 5. I don't know where it is now, and I don't know if it'll go back up if Trent Williams signs. But it went from like 5.5, 6. I think it opened at 6, went to 5.5, stayed there for a long time, and then went down to 5, stayed there for a while, and now it's down to 3.5. So I'm wondering if it's going to go back the other way. If and when Trent Williams signs, it'll be interesting to see.
They signed Aiyuk and it went down.
Yeah, no, it was at 3.5 before they
lost them 2 points. Everyone's like, that's not working. No way.
So we'll see. We'll see where they're at. But I would think that Trent Williams is more likely to hit the ground running than Brandon Aiyuk. But again, that's just a guess because all these things work themselves out differently.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you played, you used to say you guys would start playing pickup or start going and just sort of doing run and stuff like that to ramp back up. And I know that the holdout stuff didn't happen in the same way. But like, is there a timing element to basketball offenses in the same way? Is that something that works that is compatible? I think in thinking about what he has to get back in rhythm and timing with in football. I know it's much more. I think it's more. I don't know if it's more finite or just moves quicker and it evolves differently in basketball, so you're adapting as you go.
But I think it's similar.
Yeah.
I think it's similar. I mean, obviously, I never held out because if I did, they would have lost my number. Who are you?
Yeah.
Beat it, kid.
You're holding out right now.
You're out of here. Actually, we're holding you out.
Yeah, right.
I'd have been like, oh, bro, that did not work at all.
That's a back deal.
That did not work in my favor. But, yeah, it's just all about when I say timing, it's just going out there and playing and everything starts clicking. In basketball, it'd be like, okay, when am I going to set this pickup? You don't want to set it up too early. You don't want to set it up too late. You just want to be in a certain spot at the right time so the offense runs smoothly. And when you're not out there with the guys, it takes a little bit of time to get those little things down. I mean, they're not huge things. It doesn't mean you're not in shape, although it takes you a little bit to kind of get in basketball shape. Because it's especially back then, maybe not as much today, but there was physicality in the game. You had to get used to that, and you had to deal with that. And then basketball shape's a little bit different, so it took you a little while to get your wind. And then the timing that comes with everything. So, again, that's not a huge deal. Well, it is a huge deal, the timing, but once you kind of get the reps, you'll get back into it. But it's not like you'll just jump right back into it and the timing's the same. And with receivers and quarterbacks, timing's everything. You got to be where they know you're going to be at a certain time, or they'll throw a pick. If you're not where you're supposed to be, it looks like a bad throw, but it wasn't a bad throw because you were supposed to be there, and all of a sudden he throws it right to the safety. So I don't know. Because it's not like you can go back and look and there's a form to all this stuff. You go, oh yeah, like 95% of the guys, it took them a couple weeks to get going, 92%. It's so different and so personalized that I'm just not sure how it's going to work itself out.
Well, and I think the key difference, too, in basketball and football here is that in football, he's a cog, right? Like, he's a part of the offense. So the timing, where he's supposed to be on the floor, how that activates an offense is not all predicated on something he can do. In basketball, he can just go make something happen. You know what I mean? Like, you've talked about that. Go out there, get a rebound, get in front of somebody, box out, do something to make an impact on the floor. Versus football, he's got to have that cohesion. So when we have breaking news like yesterday on our show, sometimes I'm sort of scrambled and frazzled to get all the information together when we're in segment. So I kind of saw the news. I saw that something was happening behind the glass, right, between Tim and guys are coming in and out. And then, I mean, these guys.
It wasn't they spilled a drink?
No. I couldn't tell for a minute. Then Tim stood up. Still nobody had headphones on, so I figured nobody was listening to the show anyway, at least in the control room.
Per usual.
Yeah, right. But then Tim goes in my ear, we have Brandon Aiyuk news, or Derek says it in my ear. And so then I said, well, hit the breaking news sounder. And then I tried to pull up what the news was, and we had Derek announce what the news was. One of the biggest breaking news things we've had on KNBR in a while. Has anybody fumbled their words worse than Derek did at breaking this news? I think we got the sound. You got it, Ralph? Derek, you want to pop on and give us the news here?
Sure. The 49ers are not trading wide receiver Brandon Aiyuk. He has signed a massive extension.
Brandon Aiyuk.
A 4-year, $120 million guaranteed extension with $76 million in guarantees.
I thought he was going to say 70 semen.
Oh, dude, San Fran semen.
I think I also implied that $120 million of it is guaranteed.
Yeah, you did it. That's why I said it.
You did. A little misspeak on my part.
Yeah, you know what it reminds us of is I think we have another piece of sound from American history that it reminds us of a fumbled announcement.
We, the jury, in the above entitled action, find the defendant Orenthal James Simpson not guilty of the crime of murder.
Pretty close.
I think I did a better job than her.
I don't know, dude.
I think
defendant
Orenthal. What if she just said, screw it, the juice?
Yeah, dude.
What if she just went, the juice is loose?
Dude, that'd be wild.
The juice is loose.
The juice is loose.
Yeah.
Did like a dramatized movie version of it?
Runs around, gives the jury a high five. They give him a football to Spike right there in the courtroom.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. He puts the gloves on, catches a touchdown. Yeah, right there in the courtroom, dude. Oh, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. He did.
And then he waits 20, and then he says, "Wait 20 years. I'll give you some jewelry."
You're going to make jewelry out of this. I'm just saying.
It's going to be good.
Take care. Very similar. Good stuff. Tolbert & Coach with you from the patio of 58 Social. Todd's hanging out.
Yes, he is. My buddy Todd's here.
Todd's here. Derek's here.
Absolutely.
We got our buddy, new buddy Austin here hanging out.
Austin here. Oh, Austin with the center part.
Yeah.
I like it.
I like that, dude. Yeah. And that's it. If you're coming out, come on by the patio.
Where's the other dude?
Yeah, that's what I mean. That was it. I'm only saying who I can see in my line of sight here. Come on by. Beautiful day. Giants and the Marlins Fish get going at 7:15 tonight. Pregame at 6:15. But we got a weekend of college football to get into. Dr. Bob's going to join us coming up next. Then JT Snow following Dr. Bob. Let's get into some of the college football slate this weekend and a little bit of line action with Dr. Bob next on the Sports Leader.
Time to make those weekend wagers. Who you want to bet your Benjamins on? We got you covered with tips and picks. Sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Now here's Tolbert and Copes on KNBR.
Time to get into some college football action with Dr. Bob. Tips and picks sponsored by Twin Pine Casino and Hotel. Celebrate Twin Pine Casino and Hotel's 30th anniversary all year long in Lake County, California, where every visit is a winning experience.
It is time for college football. It's finally here. Well, it was here last week, but it's really here this week as we get some really good matchups and we'll get some trends for week one, what's going on. And to do that, we always lean on our good friend, Dr. Bob, who has all the info. Bob, what is going on?
What's up, man?
Going pretty good. I love the intro. I'm fired up.
You like are you a ska guy?
That's nice.
I'm a huge ska guy.
He kind of seems like he'd be a ska guy, Dr. Bob.
Although I'm not sure who that was. I think maybe Streetlight Manifesto.
No, I don't either. Sounded good.
What was it? Streetlight Manifesto. So I did get that one right.
Well
Ska,
done,
it sounds very similar. So sometimes with the ska bands, it's like 8 bands that sound. Well, they all sound like ska.
Just give me some horns. Yeah, they're on the same.
How was the off season?
You know what? It was better when I was single and didn't have kids. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, well, they can speak for a lot of us.
I believe you.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
You got a lot of thumbs up around here on that one.
Yeah. But,
all right, let's get to the football. Before we get started on individual games, are there any trends that people should be paying attention to early in the season?
Yeah, early in the season, you played football probably, and if anybody played football, early in the season, the defense always has an advantage. NFL week 1 tends to go under, more unders than overs. College football, the first 2 weeks of the season tend to go under. Going back a long way, unders are 55% in the first 2 weeks of the season in college football. And if you keep it to, games with the spread is less than 17 points, because blowouts tend to be higher scoring. If you keep it to the games with less than 17, spread of less than 17 points, the unders are 60% the first 2 weeks, the last 11 years in college football. So lean under. I shade 2 points down from my ratings in the first couple weeks of the season, so that's something you should do if you look at power ratings. The other one is home teams in week 1. Very good. So far this year, 15-8-1 against the number for all games that have a spread on them. I only look at FBS versus FBS teams. In the last 14 seasons, home teams are 56% on over about 600 games in week 1 against the number. If you avoid having the road team with revenge, it's even better at 57.5%. So look toward the home team. I usually add about a point if I'm looking at ratings. I usually add about an extra point for the home field advantage in week 1. Maybe 1.5 is worth it. But shade toward the home teams and the unders.
All right, well, let's start off right there before we get to the big games over the weekend. Let's start tonight as TCU visits Stanford, a line that opened at 10.5, I think popped up to 11, and now down to 8.5. I'm a big fan of Taylor. I think he's really innovative. I think he's really good. They just lost a lot of talent there. NIL has hurt them. Transfer portal has really hurt them. And then TCU, I mean, they're just a couple years removed from a national championship appearance, and they were not good last year. The defense was really rough. I know they had a new defensive coordinator. They went with a new scheme there, but the defense wasn't good. I'm wondering, and Stanford had a couple good games last year. How do you view this one? Because I'd like to lean with Stanford, but I'm wondering if that line move should tell me to say no, going from 10.5 all the way down to 8.5.
I like both these teams. I think both these teams are underrated. First of all, I think all Pac-12 teams, all teams that came from the Pac-12 entered this season a little underrated. Because the Pac-12 was so good last year, and I don't think the market is giving it enough credit. So almost every single Pac-12 team I have is sort of underrated coming into the new season. Stanford should be better. I mean, last year they were depleted.
Yeah.
When Taylor came in, this year they've got tons of experience. If they stick with Ashton Daniels at quarterback and stop playing Justin Lamson, then they're going to be much better. Daniels was much better throwing the ball, and Lamson's supposed to be the running quarterback, But Lamson only averaged 4.4 yards per run on 92 runs, and Daniels averaged 5.5 yards per run on 82 runs. So just don't play Lamson at all, and the Stanford offense will be a lot better. They have a good receiving core. Defense should be better. Still not good for a power conference, but I think Stanford's going to be a lot better, especially on offense. But TCU, you mentioned the defense struggled last year, but they should be much better defensively this season. And I like their quarterback. Josh Hoover was a freshman last year, and he played really, really well. He averaged 6.9 yards per pass play against defenses that would allow 5.7 yards per pass play to an average quarterback. So he was really good for a freshman, and usually the biggest bump for returning starters is in their sophomore year. So I think TCU is going to be much better on both sides of the ball. Stanford's going to be better. I come up with TCU by 8. Line's 8.5. So I think it's a pass.
Okay. All right, let's start with the early game tomorrow. Clemson, Georgia. It's kind of interesting that I was thinking about Clemson all the way back when it was 14. I'm like, it's kind of like the Bama team. I didn't like betting against Bama, and I don't like betting against Georgia, because once they get up on you, then it's really tough, and they come after the quarterback. Carson Beck may be the best quarterback in the country. And then I thought, well, I don't want to do it at 14. Then it was 13. I'm like, well, the money's moving. Should I get it? Nah, let me wait to see if it goes to 14. Well, now it's 11.5, and now I'm thinking, well, I've lost all incentive to take Clemson at this point. And then I was thinking, well, what about Georgia? Then I was thinking, what are you, stupid? Why do you bet until both teams? I go, if you can't figure it out, just go ahead and watch the game. So I think that's what I'm going to end up doing, because, look, I don't want to watch Klubnik again. I did it a couple times last year. It's not a fun not a fun experience. So I think I may just sit back and watch this and see where – I think I know what Georgia is and Kirby Smart. I don't know exactly what Clemson is, so maybe I just watch this game and kind of find out what Clemson is.
Here's the thing. No one really knows what Clemson is. Clemson's offense is you know, in the past. I mean, their offense has been terrible now ever since Trevor Lawrence left. I'm not talking bad for a good team. I'm talking below average. The last 3 years, their offensive rating has been 0.2 yards per play, worse than an average FBS team.
Wow.
And they've been really bad. They brought in Garrett Riley last year to become the offensive coordinator, which was a good hire. But word is that Dabo Swinney didn't let Garrett Riley run the offense that he ran at SMU and ran at TCU, when they took him to the national championship game the year before. And so he kind of handcuffed Riley. So the question is, and they were still bad. I mean, the talent is there. Dabo Swinney has got to stop messing with the offensive coordinator. Let the guy run his offense. And if they do that, then Clemson could be really good, because even though they only have 4 returning starters on defense, they still have tons of talent on defense. I have them as the 13th best defense coming into the season. The question is, will they let Garrett Riley run the offense he wants to run? If they do, they'll be better. Klubnik only averaged 9.8 yards per completion. I mean, geez, throw the ball down the field. Like, what are you doing? Garrett Riley's offense is average about 13.5 yards per completion. So why are you all of a sudden averaging 9.8 yards per completion? Either Klubnik is afraid to throw it down the field and he's not listening to his coach, or they're just, hey, Dabo Swinney will just be conservative and dink and dunk, let the defense win. Whatever it is, if they do that against Georgia, they're going to get killed. But there's a lot of upside to Clemson's offense. And I'm also interested to see what Clemson is, because they could be an underrated team if the offense is the offense that Garrett Riley wants to run. The one thing, so my ratings are about 13, so I don't mind. But here's Georgia. When they're not laying 21 or more, they're 40-16 against the spread since 2007.
Wow.
These are the types of games they cover. Competitive games, they usually cover 40-16 against the spread, as long as they're not laying 21 or more. So if I had to bet it, I'd rather have Georgia just based on that. But I would not be surprised if this were close, if Clemson unleashes the offense a little bit. So we'll see. I'm going to wait and see. I'm not betting the game.
You back in, Tom? Back in on Georgia after that? No. No. That's like 4 no's. Okay.
I feel like I'm going to lose either way I go.
Yeah,
I'm
right.
going to go, what are you doing?
Yeah, you could. Yeah.
I'm talking to Dr. Bob.
Clemson can win 31-10, or they can be, 28-27. I mean, I could see it either way.
Yeah.
Fun game at College Station in the afternoon slate. Notre Dame at Texas A&M. Do you have a side on this one?
Not really. The line's what? Still
3.
around 3, and
Yeah.
I make it 3 also. I mean, Mike Elko takes over for A&M. He was the coach at Duke. I mean, he knows the Notre Dame quarterback pretty well.
Yeah.
It was his quarterback at Duke the last couple of years. Leonard is a big step down from Sam Hartman, who was their transfer quarterback last year. Sam Hartman was always good at Wake Forest, passing the ball and running it at times, and he was great last year. Leonard's a step down. He's not nearly the passing quarterback. He was only 0.5 yards per play better than an average FBS quarterback last season. But he does run the ball well. Leonard's a good runner, and he's more likely to run. He's run for over 1,300 yards and around 7 yards every time he takes off. So that will help, and they have good running backs, and they'll be fine on offense. Defensively, Notre Dame's great. A&M should be better. I like the quarterback. He's coming in. He's young, and he's coming into another season as a starter. He started half the games last year. So the offense should be improved. I like the coaching staff better at A&M this year. It's one of those things where both teams are, they're both like top 15, top 10, top 15 kind of teams. Maybe better. Both teams could be top 10 teams, and it's just a little bit hard to say with the coaching change at A&M and the quarterback change at Notre Dame, but I come up with 3, so I'm just not going to bother.
Okay.
All right, let's look at the game in the Swamp. Florida taking on Miami of Florida. And I did take someone in this one. I took Florida just because Napier over Cristobal. And look, I like Cam Ward, the transfer from Washington State, but I mean, I don't like him that much. I mean, I think people are looking at him like, oh, they're getting Cam Ward. It's like, yeah, I like him, but he's not like, oh, Cam Ward, like the best quarterback in college football. I mean, he was a good get in the transfer portal, but I like Napier. I know he struggled there, and I'd like to see him go back to the Louisiana offense where he just kind of like goes and maybe takes a few more risks. But it's really a bet against Cristobal and the Gators getting points at home. That's kind of what I'm going on here.
Yeah, Cam Ward is one of those guys who's a great fantasy quarterback. So everybody thinks he's a great quarterback. They just threw the ball a lot at Washington State. I mean, he had a good season last year. But I think Van Dyke, who was Miami's quarterback last year, was better than Cam Ward. They did bring in, they have Restrepo back, who's all ACC wide receiver. That's going to help. They bring in Damian Martinez, who's a 2-time all-first-team Pac-10 running back. The thing about Miami is they never play up to their talent level. Never. No. The last time they went over their season win total was 2017. I mean, they just always like Miami, man, they're loaded, and they got all these. They always disappoint. I'm kind of with you here. The big question is, can Florida's defense can't possibly be as bad as it was last season, and it's almost impossible for a team with that much talent to be. They weren't just bad for an SEC defense; they were bad on a national scale. I mean, they gave like 6.4 yards per play. I mean, they were atrocious. That I think is going to get fixed. They bring Graham Mertz back at quarterback. Not great, but he only threw 3 interceptions all year. This guy's going to take care of the ball. Not having Ricky Pearsall is going to be an issue. He averaged nearly 11 yards a target. The rest of the wide receivers average only 7 yards a target. So I don't think Mertz is going to be as good throwing the ball. But once again, he doesn't throw interceptions either. So I think Florida's offense is going to be a little worse. The defense will be a lot better. I have Miami by 1. So I'm kind of with you on this one. I'd rather have Florida plus the points than the other way around, but I'm not betting the game, but I think you're on the right side.
All right, let's go with the one more last game. We'll go with the only game on Sunday, USC and LSU. I know you like this game. I like the same side as well. Which one is it?
Yeah, I took USC plus 6. As you know, you get my stuff, and now it's down 4. I'd still rather have USC. I think they're the better team. My ratings favor them by 1.5, and they're still getting 4 points. So here's the thing. I think everybody's like, oh, Caleb Williams is gone. Oh, my gosh. People don't realize Caleb Williams was the second worst quarterback that Lincoln Riley has ever had. Second worst. Only Spencer Rattler has been worse than Caleb Williams in that offense. So, people are making a big deal out of Caleb Williams being gone. I don't know, Miller Moss looked pretty damn good in the bowl game. I mean, they were a 7-point underdog to Louisville. That's a pretty good defense. And Miller Moss averaged 11.3 yards per pass play and hung up 42 points on Louisville's defense. So I'm not worried about the quarterback. I don't think that's the big deal, losing Williams. Losing Williams running might hurt a little bit. losing Taj Washington, the wide receiver, is going to hurt the offense. So I don't think the offense is going to be as good because Washington was probably the best wide receiver in the country last year. 14 yards a target. It's just ridiculous. Not reception, per target. So I think the USC's offense is going to be a little bit worse, but getting D'Anton Lynn, the defensive coordinator from UCLA was a top 10 defense last year in compensated yards per play allowed. And now Lynn comes over to USC, and USC was average in defense last year on a national scale, like 64th out of 130-something teams. They have the 15th best talent in the country. They're going to regress toward their talent with Lynn as the defense coordinator. I still have them at just 42nd in my ratings heading into the season on defense, but that's probably the low end of how good they could be. They could be better than, I think, defensively with Lynn as the defensive coordinator. So I think USC is an underrated team. LSU, I think, is a little bit over it. I think their defense also was terrible last year. Same thing, better talent. The defense will be better. But the big thing is Daniels had the best season of any quarterback I've ever seen in my 40 years as a handicapper. I mean, he averaged 10.3 yards per pass play. He ran for 1,209 yards at 11.2 yards per run. The rest of the team averaged 5.0 yards per run. So taking Daniels out of that is 4.5 points. Now, I have LSU as the 8th best offense in the country this season, coming into the season, but they're still 11 points worse than they were last year on offense. Defense will be better. Offense is going to be way worse than people think relative to last year, even though they're still a top 10 offense. So I think USC is the play here.
College football is back, and time permitting, we will have Dr. Bob on frequently throughout the course of the year, hopefully on Fridays, but we'll have to see how everything goes. But we look forward to talking to you. It's always fun, so much information, good stuff, and enjoy the week. Have a good week, and we'll talk to you again soon, Bob.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Good stuff with Dr. Bob and some picks for the weekend and some games he thought to stay away from, too. That line moving down on Clemson and Georgia tomorrow morning,
40-16 is a massive number.
Yeah.
Anything under 21.
Anytime
that's wild.
And that's a good sample size, too. What do you say, in the last 6 years or 7 years or something like that?
56 games. I mean, that's enormous. So, no, I'm not going to. I can't. Because if I do and lose, I'm going to be, what are you, dumb?
Yeah.
What are you?
There's still 16 of those.
Yeah, what are you, dense? I don't know. Let's go with that team. And then you lose, you're like, but I like the other team, too. So I'm going to watch that game.
Because 40-17, even at that, sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Still sound about the same to me, and you don't want to be on that 17. You know what I mean?
40-17, they're really good. Yeah, the 17.
I was the 17.
I was 17.
I was the victim. Tolbert and Copes with you from the patio, 58 Social. By the way, it's a Friday. It's a Ska Friday. Raph is playing the music. We're having a good time with the horns. Sunny day. If you're coming on out, come by, have a beer. Even Nicole has popped in on a Friday afternoon on the YouTube chat. Didn't even. What a treat.
No.
What a treat.
You know what? Last time I noticed when I was watching that, I don't know what happened to her. Maybe she wasn't drinking. I'm not sure. But no, she didn't go all caps.
Oh, she was going lowercase
for a little bit. Yeah, she went lowercase. And I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
What's going on? Is she back to all caps?
She's all caps. Yeah. She's all caps.
Man.
Didn't miss a beat.
She must have passed out and hit the caps button.
I just saw it happen, and I was like, oh, Nicole's here? I was like, whoa, man. We are streaming twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app. JT Snow's going to join us for some football talk. We're going football with JT.
Exactly.
That's what we're going to do. We'll see what he thinks about Joe Namath. Derek's a big fan. We'll get to that next. JT Snow joins us on the Sports Leader. Dante Whitner joined Murph and Marcus this morning to react to the news of Brandon Aiyuk finally signing with the 49ers. You can check out that podcast, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app.
Winter is coming. They say it doesn't snow in San Francisco.
Snow swings, high fly ball to right, hit to the corner, to the wall.
We beg to differ.
It's gone! Oh, no. It's gone! Snow has hovered, and we are tied!
Here's Forever Giant JT Snow with Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
A 58 social at Oracle Park. Ralph not missing a beat on Ska Fridays. JT Snow joins us courtesy of the Yuma Guest Line, and he is sponsored by the Hayward Police Department. Visit joinhaywardpd.com today to learn more about how you could be the difference. JT, Tom and I out here for what we don't anticipate to be like an extremely exciting series, Giants and the Marlins. One of the two teams the Giants will face on the schedule that are under 500. We agreed yesterday, after the way we started last week, we should just talk football today.
Well, there's a couple things to talk about. Like, I just heard the guy, Dr. Bob.
Yeah.
I don't really know what was he talking about? Like, Caleb Williams is like the second worst quarterback behind Spencer Rattler. Like
that he'd ever had. Yeah.
I don't know if I get that. He was the number one pick in the draft, and I've been watching Hard Knocks. He looks pretty good for the Bears. But anyways, I'm kind of upset that I didn't get invited out to the patio tonight. Like I told you guys last time, invite me out, I'll come out. But it's all good, and people should be excited because they might win 3 games in a row, get their hopes up, and then just get them dashed again when they face better competition. So I don't know. It's all good. It's a weird world we live in. So,
dude. Well, yeah. It's clearly Derek's fault you didn't get the invite. That's something Tom and I both requested that he send the invite out, and if he didn't, that's something he's gonna have to wear. Okay. In terms of what you just said, I mean, just the thought on the Giants there, I'm with you 100%. Even if they win the 3 in a row, and I think the skepticism is that they didn't even do that against the White Sox, right? They didn't finish business there. They're not doing anything consistently well. And I think if I've got one takeaway over the last couple of weeks when they've remained as inconsistent as they have been all year, is that at least they're doing it with some young guys. And it sort of makes you think maybe they should have gone this direction earlier and a little bit more with more intent. Because at this point, it's like, show me Marco Luciano then. Let me see the young guys. Let's see what we have. Grant McCrae's been pretty fun. Is it sustainable? We just don't know yet.
Yeah, I think they've tried. I think you try and hang in there, but we talked about it a few weeks ago. Like I said, like especially like this year, maybe they should have just gone with young guys. Take a couple years, rebuild. I don't think the fans will care. They want to associate with guys coming up and latch on to somebody. But if you watch the Brewers series, and I watched all 3 games, they're just kind of outclassed by the way the Brewers put the ball in play, steal bases, they pitch, they play defense. And that's what I said this a long time ago. That's the type of team the Giants should try and go out and build for their ballpark, because the Brewers just keep putting pressure on you. They attack the fastball. They don't strike out. They don't walk guys. They play good defense. And it's just, I mean, it's pretty much done now, right? Like, I think they're 7.5 games back of the Braves, and they're going to have to do something ridiculous. But it just
JT, they're going to have to kill the teams ahead of them, literally kill them.
It's not going to. Yeah, I don't think they're catching.
That's the only way they're
catching anybody. Yeah,
murder them. It's not going to happen. If you check they got the D-backs coming, and then their next road trip, the Orioles or Royals. It's not going to happen. So I think, and I said this a long time ago, like the season's been kind of wasted. It's been, and there's going to be some questions some guys are going to have to answer questions, right? Like, I don't know. Like I want the Giants to do well. I want them to win. But when you watch the games, it's like yesterday, like seriously, like 2 hits, like, and then they had a rundown, and Fitzgerald's at short. He kind of screwed up that rundown. They got a run in. It's like I don't know. It's like just I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Yeah, there you go.
Like, I don't know.
Let's go football.
I don't know.
Yeah,
You
well,
missed
it's like when JT was playing and the team wasn't doing great. He goes, you know what? Let the young guys play. Let Damon Minor play.
Yeah, let me
He's
get
gonna
some
sit on the
reps. Yeah.
Well, they tried that, and
I know they tried that. Didn't work.
You let those guys play for a while, and they don't play, and then it's like, well, you should go with the guys that are proven, and everybody thinks they know what they're talking about. They think they have the answer, but it's just like sometimes you just don't have as good of players as other teams, and I think that's what the Giants are. They just don't have as good of baseball players as other teams, and I would if I was a GM or I was making decisions, I don't know if Tyler Fitzgerald is the shortstop. I've watched him play. He kind of has a weird delivery to first base when he throws. I might put him in the outfield. I might put Jung-Hoo in the outfield with Ramos. He might have a great outfield. I'm not sold on McRae. He's hit some home runs, but he strikes out. I don't know. I think there's going to be some guys that have to answer questions. I said this weeks ago, at the end of the year, where do we go? And I think you tear it down and you build a team like the Brewers. And if you watch the Brewers play, they just put the ball in play. They attack the fastball. They don't strike out. Their pitchers throw strikes.
Yep.
And you just build a team like that. And then when they go play the Orioles and the Royals and the other, it's going to get real. And let's try and win the National League West. Let's not settle for a wild card. They're 13 and a half games out behind the Dodgers. We've just accepted to try and get in mediocrity into the wild card. Let's try and win the division. And there's a lot of guys that in the front office and up above that have to answer questions. And so I don't know.
No, I think you're right. And this is a tried and true formula to winning in all sports. Have the better players, right? Just have the better players. And right now they don't have the better players. And when you don't have the better players, you're trying to figure out ways to kind of, okay, let me try and get better. I was just talking to the bartender over here at Social 58, and we were talking about the Giants.
Of course you were.
Yeah, of course. Hey, easy. I know they're getting better by 0.0001% is better than getting worse by 0.001%, but doesn't really move the needle. How far does that get you along? And I think that's what they're going to have to work on. But anyway, I wanted to ask you this because we wanted to talk to you about a little football too. But have you seen the Greg Maddux special that they did on MLB Network or whatever it was? Have you seen that one yet?
I haven't, but I heard about it, and I'm definitely going to watch it. It's the Maddox and Bond thing, and
yes, that was really, really cool. Thinking about both of their thought processes going against one another, and it kind of lets you know how I don't know. I'm trying to find the right word. How that process is a little more complicated than you think it might be, and you've been there. You've been in the batter's box, what a guy throws you, and what you think might be next, and what he's trying to do to your bat, and what he's trying to read off your at bats. Are you doing that every single pitch? Because I know you have a game plan going up to the plate. When do you abandon the game plan, or is it I have a game plan going up to the plate? Let's say I'm looking for an inside fastball. That's what I'm going to look for. I'm going to stick with that. I may even take a strike on the outside portion of the plate, which, by the way, I'll digress a little bit, upsets me about hitters nowadays is they have a game plan, but then with 2 strikes, they still have that game plan. It's bro, it's 2 strikes. Go ahead and try to foul stuff off and give yourself another swing at it. But when you go up there, give us an idea of what your game plan might be. If you remember a certain game plan against a certain pitcher, that'd be interesting. But do you stick with that? And then when do you say, okay, he's not doing what I thought he was going to do. Let me try. Let me go with something different, because I'm always fascinated by that stuff.
Yeah. So, interesting side note. I played in a charity golf event on Monday for the Burns family, and Barry was there, and it was me and Robin, Randy Wynn, and Barry, and we sat there and we talked. And Barry actually left after 9 holes. because he didn't so whatever. He left after 9 holes.
So whatever.
So yeah, okay.
Yeah,
right.
so whatever. It was it was like when he didn't show up for the team photo of years in a row, whatever. So we were just scratching our head. We're like, all right, very, very left, nothing surprising. But anyways, we talked about all that stuff, and it just getting back to your point, Tom. It's like when you face a guy, I think nowadays, and you talk to hitters and the pitchers are better, they throw harder, and we're like, yeah, but if you have a plan, get to the fastball, especially with 2 strikes. And I was telling someone the other day, I'm like, I've never seen so many guys nowadays in baseball get hit in the face, right? There's a lot of guys getting hit in the head, getting hit in the face, because the pitchers, they just throw hard. They know where the ball's going. We all agree that, so the radar gun nowadays gets the ball out of the hand. And when we played, it got the ball across the plate. So it's obviously going to, the miles per hour is going to go slower as it gets to the plate.
Yeah.
So a guy throwing 95, he might have thrown 100 out of the hand. But the hitters, you just watch the hitters, and I think it's the whole thing about, a fly ball is as good as a strikeout and this and that. But it's not. You watch the good teams. You watch the Brewers. You watch they put the ball in play. They attack the fastball. They put it in play, put pressure on the defense. But that's baseball. It's not going to change. It's Tom, in basketball, it's not going to change. It's the game is the game. The old school, and I know people don't like to hear the old school nowadays, but it's just the way it is. It's you can exploit guys nowadays a lot easier than we could. And you used to, to your point, we used to know how a guy attacked us a first at bat and then the second at bat. If we smoked a inside fastball and lined out, we're not going to see that pitch again. So then he's going to go away, and so now we got to look the other way. It just, I don't know if the guys nowadays realize that and how to adjust at bat to at bat, pitch to pitch. So, that's just the way it is.
No, I just find it, I find all that stuff kind of fascinating, the game within the game. We're talking to JT Snow. We do it throughout the course of the year on Fridays. Let's talk a little football, because I know you're a huge football fan, huge Rams fan. And both Copes and I think the Rams are going to be in the playoffs this year. We think they're a really good team. As long as Stafford stays healthy, they might have we've talked about before, the Eagles with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, and the Niners with Debo, and now that Aiyuk signed. Those might be the 2 best wide receiving cores in the league. But now you have Puka and Cooper Kupp, and they're right there with them. There's no doubt about it. I think Kittle may separate. I think Parkinson is the tight end now for the Rams, who's really good. But the running backs, Trent Williams had a hell of a year, and we know what McCaffrey can do. But I just think they're, depending on how their defense plays, they got a lot of young guys this year, and we'll see how they kind of make up the loss of Aaron Donald if he can. Give us your thoughts on the Rams this year and how you think the Rams are going to do.
So I was hoping that Aiyuk and Trent Williams would hold out for weeks, right? I don't want them around, and the fact that they're coming out and saying, I got to sign, put food on the table for my family. It's come on, guys, you guys have made a ton of money. It's not about but anyways, the Rams, I like him. If Stafford can stay healthy, I think McVay needs to roll him out. Stafford's better when he's out of the pocket, doing play fakes, rolling out. If we can make it for the first couple games, because Garoppolo's our backup.
Yep.
And if we can he's suspended, so we can get through the first couple games. I saw Stetson Bennett play in the preseason. He's been good, bad, whatever. So I think that if we can hold the line, and we got a huge game on Sunday night on NBC against the Lions.
I'll be there.
Yeah, and I'm not sold on the Lions head coach, Dan Campbell, whatever. I think he's kind of overboard. I get that. And Tom, you played, you get those guys that are overboard and rah, rah, rah. And then guys start seeing through it. It's like, all right, we need to play. So that's going to be a huge game. But I root for 3 teams. I root for Arizona, Notre Dame, because that's where my dad went.
Okay.
He's an All-American, one of the best receivers ever.
Yep.
And then I root for the Rams. So those are my 3 teams. I got 2 on college Saturday, and I got 1 on Sunday. So it's going to be fun. We all love football. I can't wait.
Yeah, of those 3 schools, obviously, Arizona's my school. I'm indifferent.
Yep, me too.
I'm indifferent about the Rams, not one way or the other. And I love it. I love it when Notre Dame gets beat. They're one of my favorite teams to watch get beat.
So I will tell you, and
Because you JT, if your dad didn't go to Notre Dame, you'd be right there with me. You'd say, "Screw Notre Dame." I love it when they lose.
Right, but well, my senior year, like I got a call from Lou Holtz when I was in senior high school.
Oh, whoa.
Dude, I was all CIF. I was an all CIF quarterback at Los Alamitos. I got a call from Lou Holtz, and he wanted to offer me a scholarship to Notre Dame. But then, being the wise guy that I am, like, is this coming from my dad's, my dad's legacy or mine? And Lou Holtz told me, he's like, I don't like left-handed quarterbacks. And I'm like, okay, I'm gone. I'm going to go to Arizona and play baseball because he doesn't like left-handed quarterbacks. But if any listeners out there, if you ever get a chance to go to South Bend and go to Notre Dame and take in a game and walk around the campus and see it's very, very impressive. And it's a legacy that is unlike any in college football. I know Notre Dame gets a bad rap, but it's very, very cool if you can go to South Bend and take in a game.
Yeah, I definitely want to get there and see a game. Look, I mean, they're one of the – you start talking about historic programs in college football. It's Michigan, it's Ohio State, it's Bama, Texas, USC, Notre Dame.
Penn State.
The Penn State. There's probably like 7 or 8 of them. So I definitely – wow. Did you – that's pretty wild. You made the right decision, but who knows what could have happened with football. That's Notre Dame. That even though he doesn't love left-handed quarterbacks, that had to be tough to pass up. It's it's Notre Dame. 2, your dad went there. Was that when you were talking to your dad about stuff like that? I don't know, what he said or what you thought, or was it just as simple as that for you? Was it like, nah? He doesn't love left-handed quarterbacks. I'm going to play baseball. Or did you think you always would have went baseball anyway?
I think it was like a big decision, but like I remember the day my dad got a phone call, and then he called me in. He's like, "Hey, there's a phone call for you. Lou Holtz was on the phone." I'm like, "Okay," but I always thought maybe it's just like I said earlier, maybe it's just like a respect thing. They're lobbing me a call, and then I wanted to go make my own path. I wanted to go do my own thing.
Yeah.
And my dad was like 100% behind it. And I always thought like, oh, they're just lobbing me a call like Notre Dame. My dad was a great player there. And I was a good high school football player, all CIF and all this. But I'm not, he doesn't like left-handed quarterback. So like, I'm going to go play safety. I run like a 4.7 40. I'm going to get like torched by these guys. So I just went to make, and so that's a tough call for an 18-year-old kid to tell his dad, who was an All-American. My dad finished 5th in the Heisman voting his senior year at Notre Dame, and I'm like, I'm not going to go. And to my dad's credit, he was all behind it. He's like, you should go make your own path and go play baseball. And yeah, I went to, as Tom knows, a little school down in Tucson.
That's right.
And, everything worked out.
Bear down, baby.
But I do think like Notre Dame, if people don't know, they're kind of like the Yankees in baseball. It's Notre Dame in college football. It's like the Cowboys in the NFL. It's like, it's a big deal. Like, they're like big time, and everybody wants Notre Dame to fail. They've never been a part of a
Damn
conference.
The
But
Cowboys suck, too.
like,
they didn't do anything.
So did the
Cowboys
Yankees.
suck.
Yeah, but
I
I
hate
know,
all those teams.
I root for Notre Dame every week. Like the Golden Dome. Like, if you haven't been there, people listening, go visit South Bend, and then you'll get it.
I can't wait to go there, watch a football game with my Notre Dame Sucks T-shirt on. It's going to be incredible. It's going to be fun. Did any other schools recruit you in football?
I did. I got recruited by some of the smaller schools in the Pac-12 back in the day, but now that's gone.
So sad.
And one of the biggest recruits I got was from Mike Price, who was the coach at Weber State, who later went to Alabama and then Washington State. And he came to see me play in high school, and I threw for like 300 yards. And he was at Weber State, and he's like, I've had a bunch of the last two quarterbacks he had were Division I AA All-Americans that played in the NFL, not great careers, but I actually took a trip to Weber State. I got recruited by Air Force Academy in high school, and then I took a trip, some of the smaller schools, like Oregon. Back then, Oregon and UCLA, so I could walk on. But I was just like, no, I'm going to go play baseball.
Yeah. Okay, before we let you go, real quick, did Rob Nen get recruited in football at all?
No.
Damn. Yeah, that was way too quick. No.
They're like, we don't like right-handed whatever position he plays.
We don't like right-handed receivers.
We don't like right-handed receivers. So sorry, you're out.
Yeah, but when you have a slider like that, it's like I'm not going to go play football. So it's funny because I just played with Rob, last Monday up at Green Hills in that tournament, and we had a great time. It's so cool catching up with guys, and
Rob,
fun.
Rob's super cool. He's a really cool dude. Hey, we appreciate it. As always, we'll do it again next Friday. Have a great weekend, JT.
Okay, thanks, guys.
All right, take it easy, JT. JT Snow could have been a Notre Dame quarterback.
That's pretty crazy. Lou Holtz called
Just think, I would have hated him. I would have said you suck.
Yeah, you suck.
Notre Dame.
He wouldn't be on the show right now. He'd be like, we're not calling that Notre Dame quarterback.
It's funny. He listed all the teams I love to see lose.
Yeah.
Cowboys,
Yankees.
love it. Yankees, love it. Notre Dame, love it.
Yeah. Rams, love it. Love it when they lose.
Yeah.
And just to think, if they can get through the first 4 games of Stafford healthy, then he's got that insurance policy of Jimmy Garoppolo.
That's right. Jimmy G.
Didn't have a chance to mention that to him. Tolbert and Coach with your patio, 58 Social. Giants and the Fish coming up at 7:15 this evening. We will talk a little bit more college football in just a little bit with John Wilner, who's going to join us at 3:50. Marcus Thompson, 4:50. And then, Matt Barrows at 5:30 is going to stop by, and Steve Kerr at his usual time later this afternoon. When we come on back, you thought things were bad with Brandon Aiyuk and are iffy with Trent Williams. Look at how terrible things are going for Hassan Reddick and the New York Jets. Who's more likely to play Week 1 Monday Night Football for the Jets or Niners? Is it Reddick or is it Trent Williams? That's next on the Sports Leader.
It sound right, boy. It sound right, boy.
Mayocko joined Papa and Lund this morning and went through all the hoopla of the summer of Brandon Aiyuk. It's finally come to an end. You can hear that entire conversation on the podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Missed an interview or want to hear it again? Catch them all at knbr.com/podcasts. You're tuned in to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
With you from the patio of 58 Social. Giants and the Marlins coming your way 7:15 tonight. 6:15 pregame. We'll have it for you right here on the Sports Leader. Caught up with JT Snow a little while ago. And Dr. Bob Stoll with his college football picks for this weekend. All available at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Still to come, John Wilner at 3:50, Marcus Thompson at 4:50, Matt Barrows 5:30, and Steve Kerr at his usual time, of course, per usual. So as bad as it felt the Brandon Aiyuk situation is, the weirder thing is, and this is something that I do think rings true with a lot of teams. The other day at John Lynch's press conference, Tim Kawakami asked him a question about spending the money for a team that is a Super Bowl ready team, like they're ready to win right now. And John Lynch said, I think in humble GM fashion, well, you've got to earn the right every year to be a Super Bowl contender. I don't totally think that's true based on the 49ers' history and recent success. A team like the Jets, I would say they fancy themselves Super Bowl contenders, right? Based on the talent that they believe they have on the roster, but they've done nothing yet to prove that they are. So this could be the season for them with Aaron Rodgers. And in doing so, they went out and acquired via trade Hassan Reddick, who was looking for an extension. He's in the final year of his 4-year contract. He's due to make $14 million this year. It was like a $45 million contract or something. The difference in the Aiyuk and Hassan Reddick situations are that the Jets acquired him without him having agreed to a contract extension. This is why somebody yesterday said, couldn't the Niners just trade Aiyuk wherever they want? Well, sure, but you're going to get far less in return if you don't believe they're going to sign a contract. Now, Hassan Reddick, and this is out as of yesterday, Joe Douglas of the Jets says he has had 0 recent conversations with Terry Dandy, the agent, and this is kind of a shock, I think, to everybody, has not spoken to or seen Hassan Reddick since April the 1st when they acquired him and he showed up for his physical and his press conference. That's the last time they spoke.
Hell of an April Fool's joke.
Yeah, right. He showed up and he said they'd had conversations about an extension, which is why they felt comfortable pulling the trigger on a trade. He's demanded a trade now from the Jets, and they said they're not going to trade him. If they don't have him week 1 for the 49ers, against the 49ers, they're going to run with a combo of Michael Clemens and Will McDonald IV. He was a 2023 first-round pick, but this is a guy that they were counting on to be their – I mean, we talked about how the Niners' D-line was at its best. We think the year they had D Ford, right, when he was a specialty guy. Son Reddick is a key player for them. They believe that can be a force for Robert Saleh's defensive line. Niners may not have Trent Williams. I think he's still the more likely one to play since John Lynch has had conversations, quote, good conversations with his representation.
Yeah, look, we talked about the noisy offseason. It's kind of the Cowboys, Jets, and 49ers. That's seemingly with the contracts of CeeDee Lamb, which has been resolved, Dak Prescott wanting a new contract, and just it's the Cowboys. They seem to always be noisy because Jerry Jones, I think, kind of likes it that way. He likes to keep the Cowboys' name in everyone's mouth. So the Jets, I don't think they intended this. They were hoping that they'd trade for him and he'd play, but that's not going to be the case. Yeah, I mean, it will be a hit for sure to the Jets. How much? Not sure. I mean, he is a fantastic pass rusher, and it's just more of an overall feeling. But again, I heard Kittle today. I think he was on the Up and Adams podcast.
You never miss an episode.
No. I think they signed a deal with the Niners. Like every Niner player goes on that podcast. It's like, what are we doing here? It's like the Niners' home podcast.
That's why Tom's dialed.
And they asked him his thoughts. Or she asked him his thoughts on Aiyuk signing, and he goes, "It's over." It's like basically everybody's thoughts, like, "Oh God, it's over. Good, we can move on." And well, now you got Trent Williams, but I think with the Jets, it's more about Rodgers to me than Reddick. Like, what does Rodgers have? We don't even know. We have no idea what Aaron Rodgers is going to look like this year. We assume he's still going to be able to throw the ball like always. Still one of the greatest throwers of the ball.
Great touch.
Of all time. Yeah, just everything.
He's got a great receiving core. Yeah. It's going to be fun to watch him and Gary Wilson together.
So that and then Breece Hall.
Yeah, oof.
I mean,
Christian McCaffrey light, maybe.
I think the three guys, and it's funny because those are the three guys that go on the top of the fantasy draft, Bijan Robinson, Breece Hall, Christian McCaffrey, they all kind of do the same thing. They all run the ball, and they all catch the ball. They can all be three down back.
That's what you have to be a three down back.
But Breece Hall's really, really good. So I'm not as concerned because they have enough. I don't know if they have depth at that position, but I think defensive depth. Their cornerbacks are really good. Their secondary solid. So I think they're going to be fine defensively. But I wonder what Aaron Rodgers has. He's played four snaps last year. So we don't.
What was your favorite of the four when you were there? Which snap was your? If you had to rank them.
Oh, the one where he went down and got hurt.
The fourth snap. Yeah,
absolutely.
That's the only one I really remember. If I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah, because it wasn't so much him getting hurt; it was just hearing the silence of the Jets crowd. Yay! Oh no! And then I heard Stacy's mom in my head. And here
there you go. Did they play it when he came out? He ran out of the field. They
did.
Stacey's mom. That's sick. That's so
and
cool.
And then Zach Wilson came on.
That's so good.
But that was, so I'm real curious to find out what Aaron Rodgers is going to be like this year. I think that really is the key to their season. And I know some people might say, look, Rodgers is the least of their problems. Do they get their offensive line? How's their offensive line going to be this year? I'm with you. I think the skill position is going to be fine. But what Aaron Rodgers, what are we going to see? It's another year older. He looks great. I mean, it looks like he's in fantastic shape. But
best shape of his life.
As far everybody is at this time of year. When have you ever heard a GM tell you, this guy's fat ass, man. He's like in terrible shape.
He's overweight.
Yeah. He hasn't been in this bad of shape since he was 11. Eating Reese's Pieces all day. Like this guy.
Looked like Jokic did when he was 11.
Yeah, just a tub. Right. We gotta get this guy in the sauna, lose a few pounds.
Put on one of those bags and that
wrap
plastic.
Him in saran wrap. Throw him in the saunas.
It's a tough look.
We get him a drop of
cut day.
Few LBs. Everybody's in the best shape of their life, so that means nothing to me. But really, what's he going to be like when he gets hit for the first time? Can he still move a little bit like he used to? Because Rodgers, I always thought was the prototypical. Michael Vick was like the first guy, really, that could run and throw. People forget Michael Vick. He was a hell of a thrower.
He's a freak, yeah.
And he could run.
He
We
had
all know
darts, too,
that.
right? He had a
But
hose.
as far as moving around in the pocket, sliding, and then running if he had to, but still trying to pass it, that was Aaron Rodgers. Like, Aaron Rodgers was incredible. When he was younger, he could move. Like, he could hurt you with his feet. Not as much when he got older, but now another year removed from the injury and he's gotten older, what does that look like? Does he still have that? Just a little bit to be able to slide and move and get out to the right? I don't know what his athleticism is going to look like. I think if he's close to the Aaron Rodgers of the Packers a couple years ago, they'll be fine. And then can he stay healthy? You know, when he gets hit or he's getting chased and he gets knocked down, is he a guy that's going to be able to bounce back up? The body doesn't bounce back up from that type of stuff as well as it used to when it was 28. As I like to say, the body's not as elastic as it used to be. I mean, it's harder. The ground's harder. It just feels worse when you get hit, and it feels worse after the game, and it takes you a little bit longer to recover from those type of injuries. So I think if Rodgers makes it to the season and he's relatively injury-free, I think they'll be fine, but I'd still like to see him throw the ball. But here's the thing, and Steve Young talks about this all the time. The game's so much easier to throw it now than it used to be, and he's such a talented thrower of the football that I think he'll be fine in that regard. I do. I think he'll be fine. Like, if he can sit back and throw it, has a couple seconds to throw it, he'll find guys. Now, I don't know if that touch, kind of like a shooter, that touch goes away. I don't think it goes away. I think, shooters can shoot, throwers can throw. So I think he'll be fine there. But where's the athleticism at? And where's the bounce back ability at? Because he's going to get hit, and when he does,
and it's been a season off.
How's he look?
That's
exactly.
That's the football shape stuff we talk about.
Yep, absolutely.
Being callous. Tolbert and Copes with you from the patio of 58 Social. We'll get back into some college football with John Wilner coming up in about 15 minutes at 3:50. So now that all sights are on Trent Williams and getting this contract situation handled, I think as glaring of an issue is not just the contract, but the lack of preparation for not having Trent Williams at left tackle. We'll get into that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes. Tolbert and Copes. Now continue. Follow us on Twitter at KNBR. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
It's a Ska Friday. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon from the patio 58 Social. Still nice out here.
A little rancid.
It is warm out here. I'll tell you what, Raph doesn't miss a beat. You'd have to remind him. Thank God Tim's off. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's always pleasant.
Only knows when Tim's off. We know we're not going to miss it. I have to remind Tim on the air that it's Ska Friday, third segment of the show. I'm haven't heard any ska.
So let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Because I'm sitting here and the sun's hot.
Yeah.
It's hot, and it's only hot on my quad, because that's where the sun. That's it. No other part of the body. Quad's hot. Every other part nice and cool.
Okay.
So it got me thinking.
All right, go ahead.
Which part of your body, aside from the genitals, because that's an easy answer. I'm not going to give you that option. Aside from the genitals, or genitalia, medical term, which part of your body would you least like to have burned?
Bottom of my feet.
Sunburn. Bottom of your feet?
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever had the bottom of my feet.
I don't think either, but I imagine that would suck. I mean, you can't even move around. I mean, Derek,
who gets the bottom of their feet burned?
Well, hold on. A friend of mine, his father was building sandcastles on the beach one time.
Okay.
Yeah, he was sitting with his knees,
and
his feet were to the ocean.
Yeah.
Sun was on the back of his feet. Burned the bottom of his feet. It happens, Tom. It happens.
How'd that go?
Not great.
Not great.
I would say, because I'm
I'm
a fellow bald man like Tom, I would say the top of your head would be absolutely painful.
Yes, yeah, I've got a lot of hair, and I don't burn.
Oh, that's
often,
nice.
Dude. I've sunburned very little. You guys are men of little melanin,
Yes,
so I imagine you have more to speak on this topic.
You have melanin plus.
Yeah,
You're
I
good.
do. Yeah, melanin
You're
plus.
good.
I was much tanner when I was younger.
Okay. I raised a young tan boy with
I remember
olive oil skin.
There's no good place to burn, but the arms are pretty easy between the elbows and shoulders, right?
Yeah, I mean they're
that's easy.
The shower will get you a little bit.
But you're okay.
Cool shower feels okay.
The arms aren't too bad. I'll give you an underrated spot where getting burnt sucks, and I remember this. We were up here when I was younger. Came up to visit my Aunt Nancy, who still lives in Pinole. My mom comes up all the time, and she usually spends half the time with us, half the time with her sister out in Pinole. And I was probably 10, and we went down to Santa Cruz, boardwalk, went to the beach, did the ride, stuff like that. Well, on the beach, I laid out on my stomach and fell asleep, no sunscreen, and just got scorched. Like I am melanin light. Melanin deficient.
Lobster?
I have oh yeah, it was bad.
Rock lobster?
So bad. You put a sheet on. I only slept with a sheet for a week and a half. I couldn't sleep with it anymore. I had to sleep on my stomach because I couldn't sleep on my back. But then the sheet, sometimes I'd get the little water blisters we get when you get burned.
Ooh.
They would burst at night.
I don't know.
I'd take the sheet off and stick to my back. So I had to pull it off my back. So that was painful. I did not enjoy that. But that was bad. I mean, that was the worst, but the back's horrible. But the back of the knees, that crease in there.
Okay, so why is it
because when you're walking, you're always moving that. You can't.
That's a weirder thing to get burned. What, are you laying on your stomach a bunch? That's what I mean. Okay, so
yeah,
that's how the bottom of your feet could get burned too. Would be my thought.
Yeah, but they weren't. They didn't get. They didn't get burned. So
you were tanning with socks on.
Yeah, I was. Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
It was it's like going to the beach. You know what it was? It was kind of going to the beach / porn movie. You wear your socks and you have nothing else on. I had trunks on though.
Yeah.
But the back of your
socks
knee.
for grip.
Yeah,
right.
you don't think absolutely. You don't think about the back of your knees until you burn them.
Yeah.
And then you're anything you do, you get up.
It's a sensitive part. Yeah.
You walk. You sit down on a chair. What hits? Back of your knees usually. It's just, it's the worst.
How about the pits? I bet if you fell asleep like that.
No, I did not do that. I did not fall asleep.
With your hands behind your head,
Yeah.
looking at the sun. Just
I did not
gazing
fall
into
asleep like Mark Spitz in Playgirl. The hands behind your head, just kind of chilling. So I did not. The pits did not get burned, but the back of the knees doesn't happen often. I can't imagine, but an underrated part of and then I love. I got to bring this up.
Underrated. Yeah.
My brother Jeff, who wore his socks really high, and his shorts pretty low. Had the most underrated tan line of all time.
Was it Keith Van Horn?
It was about a 4-inch tan. It was 2 inches
just
above,
like a little gap
2
right there.
inches
Yeah,
above the
dude.
knees and 2 inches below the knees. And when he took his socks off, it was so white. And then if he wore shorts that were a little shorter than the ones he wore when he got burned, it was like just this line. It was like a farmer's tan line, except it was on your leg. But I don't know that I've ever seen a 4-inch tan line before. I mean, it was pretty amazing. Pretty amazing.
I think my favorite tan line I see is the golfer tan line, where you see they take the hat off. Like Rom will have it right now. Yep. As he's balling, he'll take that hat off, and he's got like the line on his forehead because
it's
all he does
beard,
is stand
too.
up. It's got the beard, and his whole face is a different color than everything from his eyebrows up. You know what I mean? Always looks pretty funny.
So I don't know if there's not a lot of places you can get burned, but I just thought I'd throw that out there because that sun, although the sun must have gone behind the clouds because it's a little less intense right now, but the back of the knees, underrated. Wow. Bad place to get burned.
Still going bottom of the feet. And don't forget, the question you asked me didn't include genitalia because that is number one answer.
You can't. Well,
survey says number one answer.
How many people... You got to be at a nudist beach for that, right?
I'm going to start with Kapler. That's where
right?
I'm going number one.
You got to be
Remember we had the whole coconut oil thing?
You got to be at the nudist beach for
that.
I'm
going to get these nice toasted up nice. Yeah, let me get these. It's golden brown. It's over to goes
like if you get your genitalia burnt, that's on you.
Yeah.
It's just on you.
You're doing something
No,
wrong.
there's no sympathy at all whatsoever. It's like, come on.
Builds character, Tom.
You should know. You should know better than that.
Kapler's Fish coming to town tonight, by the way. Isn't Kapler the assistant GM of the Marlins?
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll take your word on that one.
I'm going to be here. I got to get tanned up.
Yeah.
I'll be here in Miami getting tanned. Tolbert and Copes with you, patio 58.
Go get a burger.
Is a mustache a beard? These are, by the way, all things that he said and did as manager of the San Francisco Giants. Giants and the Marlins tonight at 7:15, a 6:15 pregame. We'll have it for you right here on KNBR, the sports leader. Let's get into a little bit more college football. We talk some of the local stuff and some of the changes to college football. Talk about the CFP, basically everything going down that starts again this weekend, week one of the college football season. John Wilner joins us next, and then Marcus Thompson 4:50, and Matt Barrows at 5:30. But first, John Wilner and the college football week one slate. That's next on the Sports Leader. It's a holiday weekend this weekend, but not on Monday. Never for Larry Kruger. Tune in Labor Day Monday as Larry Kruger is back with his brand new show, Niners Nightly. It debuts Monday, September 2nd from 6 to 7. You can listen right here on KNBR, the sports leader.
This is KNBR, and they are Tolbert and Copes. Listen to us here and follow us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Oh, yeah. You got to let it hit that part. I know our good friend, who I haven't talked to in quite some time, that's on me, John Wilner of the Wilner Hotline, who joins us. You got to be a fan of ska, don't you?
Oh, sure. Absolutely.
Well, that sounded ultra convincing,
Come on,
John.
man. You got to sell better than that.
Wow. I mean, do you have somebody there holding you hostage, telling you have to say, I like ska?
No. I'm sorry. I'm in college football mode, man. I'm thinking about, hail to the victors and that kind of thing.
Wow. That's how serious John is.
Yeah,
He goes,
Danny, it's all business, dude.
I'm not thinking about ska.
It's
I'm not
Friday
thinking about
before
heavy
we
metal.
yeah.
I'm just saying about college football. What is because there's a lot of different things coming this year, right? There's no Saban, no Harbaugh. We got 4 teams going into the Big 12. We got 4 teams going into the Big 10. 2 teams going into the SEC. 3 teams going into the ACC. And my conference is dead. All right, I don't want to get depressed, so we'll keep moving on. We got rule changes. There's a 2-minute warning in college football now. We got a 12-team playoff this year. Like, out of all that stuff, what is the one you're most intrigued to see how it works out? The playoffs, the rule changes, or teams that went to different conferences to see how they're going to handle it?
To me, the teams in the different conferences in the playoffs are kind of inseparable. But I think the playoff is going to change college football more than anything in the history of the sport. It's even a bigger change to me than going from the BCS to the 4-team playoff. Because 4 teams was kind of an invitational. This is truly a national event, and it is going to make – so there'll be a few games, like, say, Ohio State, Michigan. That might not mean as much as it used to because there'll be a lot of years where both those teams are going to get in the playoffs no matter what. But now there's going to be dozens and dozens of games in October and the first half of November that mean a lot to a lot of teams that would have never had a chance to get in the playoff. If you've got 2 losses on November 1st, you're still in it. I mean, Florida State's still in it, even after that debacle. So I think it's just going to increase the interest nationally of the sport unlike anything we've ever seen.
And look, that Michigan-Ohio State game may not mean as much as it used to, but it may mean a first-round bye And that's pretty significant when you're talking about the playoffs. After a long season, to be able to get that week off or a couple weeks off. So, yeah, it may not be as intense, but I still think those type of games are going to be really meaningful against two big-time teams because that's what they might be playing for. And that bye could be the difference between winning a championship or not.
No, it might. And that will be one of the big debates will be the four, who gets the 5 seed.
Yeah.
That 5 seed will be an at-large team, right? The conference champions get the top 4 seeds, and it's important for fans to remember, like, the rankings at the end of the season aren't necessarily going to correlate to the seeds because the number 2 team in the SEC could be the 5th seed. So getting that 5th seed will mean you get to play the Group of 5 champion on your home field. So that's going to be a big battle in terms of getting that one versus, say, number 6 when you got to play another, SEC or Big Ten opponent.
Although this is something I read, and maybe you can clarify. I'm not sure if this is true or not. I thought I read it from the NCAA website, so it's probably not true. But the Group of 5, the highest-ranked Group of 5, gets to go to the playoffs. And my understanding was they're ranked wherever they were ranked. So if they were 8th, they'll be 8. If they're 9, they were 9. If they're outside of the top 12, then they're automatically going to put them at 12. Is that correct?
Yeah, if they're outside of the top 12. So really, and most of the years, that's probably going to be the case.
Yeah.
Which means it's really the top 11 teams in the final rankings from the big conferences are getting in, and number 12 would get bumped in favor of the Group of 5 champion.
Got it. Who has more success their first year in their new conference, Texas or Oregon?
Good call. I think they're both similar. Very well positioned. I think Oregon could win the Big Ten. Certainly Oregon's in better shape than USC, Washington, and UCLA going into the new conference. Texas has got a shot to win the SEC, though. I think Oklahoma is a very interesting case because I'm not sure that Oklahoma is better off in the SEC than it was in the Big 12 competitively, right? They were winning the Big 12 pretty regularly. It's going to be harder for them in the SEC, I think, than it will be for Texas, just like it's going to be a lot harder for UCLA in the Big Ten than it will be for USC.
I got a John Wilner hotline with us on the UMA guest line. In terms of local teams, Cal, Stanford, how do they make the jump to the ACC?
I don't know. It's going to be hard for both, but it was going to be hard for both in the Pac-12 too. It's hard these days with NIL and the transfer portal. Those schools are just not built to win at a high level in this new era. And the ACC's pretty competitive. Cal could end up in the middle of the pack. I'm not sure Stanford's quite ready for that. But the whole thing, the whole experiment for those two schools, I still really can't get used to it. I mean, Stanford's got to open ACC play at Syracuse on a Friday night, and then their second game is the following week at Clemson. And in between those two games, they start fall quarter classes. It's just crazy.
So tell me if you think something like this could happen. Because I don't know if you wrote it, John, or somebody else wrote it, that, you know what, who knows what's going to happen here. Maybe the Pac-12 gets back together and everybody comes back to the West Coast. And with college football now, nothing would surprise me anymore. But here's how I think it's going to play out, is that everyone who is someone's going to be part of the Big Ten or SEC at some point, and it's going to be like the AFC and the NFC, and they're going to have their own playoffs, and the Big Ten will have their own playoffs, the SEC will have their own playoffs, maybe the National League, American League's more what I'm trying to say, and then the winner of the SEC and the winner of the Big Ten will end up playing each other in kind of a de facto mini Super Bowl at some point. Is that a possibility at all? I mean, what are we looking at? Because I hate to even ask you this question because who knows what the hell we're looking at in 5 years, but is that even a possibility?
I think it's probably on the list. To me, it's more about the best, just getting the best 32 or 48 teams in one league and having divisions, right? I mean, the thing is that Fox and ESPN run college sports, and they're going to want the best matchups, right? They don't really care about Purdue against Illinois or South Carolina against Kentucky. They want Ohio State against Georgia. And so the way the money is going to flow would lead you to believe that the TV networks are only going to want the very best. I think that a Super League will have, 32, 48 teams. So a lot of the teams that are currently in the power conferences won't make the Super League because there's not enough value to the TV networks.
Talking to John Willer Hotline on the UMA guest line. Do you think there are other, I would say, like older school coaches that could go the way of Nick Saban, or we've seen other coaches jump out of the college ranks and maybe make the move to the NFL, which is normal. But in terms of how NIL and transfer portal stuff has affected the way that they run their programs, I mean, Saban pretty simply said it's just too much now. Things are different and it's not the same situation. Are there other guys who could follow suit, you think, over the next couple of years?
Yeah, I think there are. I mean, you got the Chip Kelly situation too. I think we're going to see other cases like that where a head coach just says, you know what, I want to just draw up plays, make me a coordinator somewhere. The transfer portal and the NIL is only part of it because starting next year they're going to pay the players. That football players are going to get $15-20 million a year, and that's going to change things again. So any coach who has been in this thing since the 90s or early 2000s when it was a whole different world, and they're up 60, 70 years old, I think those guys are all candidates to cut out very soon. The other guys may just want to be coordinators, just sit back and draw up plays.
Wait, hold on a second. Did you just say college players may get $15 to $20 million a year?
Oh yeah, I mean
wow.
That's there's this whole revenue sharing plan from this lawsuit that was settled in the spring, starting next fall. It hasn't been approved by the judge yet, but it probably will be. Starting next fall, every school is going to be able to pay players up to $22 million. The schools, it's a permissive cap, so you don't have to do it. But if you want to compete with Ohio State and Georgia, you're going to have to do it.
Wow.
So the schools will be able to decide how much of that 22 is going to their football players, how much is going to men's basketball, how much is going to all the other athletes. And then within the sport, how much are you giving your quarterback? What are you giving your left tackle? What are you giving your edge rusher? So it's going to be almost like, a salary cap structure, and that's going to start next year. And for schools like Cal and Stanford that aren't, just having, 50,000 season tickets a year, so their revenue is hurting, it's going to be that much harder for them to compete because they got this huge new expense on their budget.
Yeah, but Cal could offer free Zachary's Pizza on Friday night, so that should be huge.
You want some Top Dog under?
Oh, man, get him some deep dish. Should be good to go. Are we going to have to, not we, I mean, we don't run college football, but is college football going to have to do something with the transfer and NIL in that it's a lot like the NFL, but the NFL guys have to sign contracts. Like they have to be somewhere for a certain amount of years before I know a lot of guys hold out the last year of their contract, but there's an obligation there. I mean, we've seen Cam Ward jump around. We've seen Dylan Gabriel jump around. We see a bunch of guys year to year. They're just like here, there, everywhere. You could be at 3 different schools in 3 different years. Are they looking into some sort of regulation with this? Because right now it's a Wild West, and I don't mind it. I think it's good for the players. I like that they have the freedom. They have the chance to earn some money now. But there's got to be some regulation somewhere, or this is what's going to happen. And I lose track a little bit. How do you think that's going to go?
Yeah, it's easy to lose track. The NCAA loses a antitrust lawsuit like every other week. The problem is that the NCAA has screwed up so badly that now the athletes have no incentive to form a union, right? They can't really enforce a lot of the stuff you're talking about because there's no union, so there's no collective bargaining. The players right now, or starting next year with the revenue sharing, the players are going to get their scholarships paid for, they're going to have the revenue sharing cash, and they're still going to have NIL money. They have no incentive to form a union because they got it great.
Yeah.
So the NCAA can't get a handle on all those issues without a union, but it's it's screwed up so much that the players have more than they could have ever hoped for. So I don't know how they're going to get to a point where they can collectively bargain. The players don't have an incentive to unionize and step to the table. They got it great.
All right, let's talk a little football. Is there anybody? I mean, if I'm missing somebody, you could tell me. But I love the 12-team playoff. I love the matchups we're going to get on the 20th and 21st. But it's probably going to come down to Georgia, Oregon, Ohio State, Texas, Bama. Like, there's 5 teams in my mind that could win a national championship. If you feel differently, I'd love to hear it. But is there a surprise team also, maybe outside that top 5, you think may have a legitimate chance?
I don't think there's anybody else that could win that last game or two, right? The semifinals and finals, first couple rounds will be a lot of fun. But, yeah, you get to the last 2 rounds, and it's the same old teams that have all the first-round picks on their offensive and defensive lines. I think Utah is a little bit underrated this year, assuming they could stay healthy, because they are usually, pretty stout. They got a veteran quarterback, and I think the Big 12 is there for the taking. But are they going to be able to line up against Georgia or Texas in the semifinals and win that game? Probably not. The fun part of the playoff is going to be those first 2 rounds where it's a lot of new teams, and you could get a Cinderella for a round or 2. But once we get to the semis, it's going to be all the traditional big boys.
Yeah, to say Cam Rising, a veteran, is an understatement. He's a year away from Social Security. I mean, this guy, he's been around.
He started in the Big 12.
Yes, at Texas.
His first year was with Texas.
Yeah. He's been around.
Moved back in. Right.
He's been around forever. Who has a better season taking over for top-notch coaches? You got Kalen DeBoer down at Alabama taking over for a legend, and then Sharon Moore taking over for Harbaugh in Michigan. Who has a better year between those two?
I think DeBoer will, even though, as soon as he loses his second game, they're going to be calling for his head. I think Michigan's in for a hard year. They don't have a established quarterback. They got all the NCAA stuff hanging over them. They got a tough schedule. I'm thinking Michigan could be one of the bigger disappointments. I mean, that doesn't mean Moore is going to get fired necessarily, but he also is facing very significant NCAA charges that could end up with him getting suspended, next year, because, they just had the Spygate thing, but he also was guilty in a previous violations when they cheated during COVID. So I think Moore is going to be in for some trouble. They could end up losing 4 or 5 games.
All right, most important question of the interview. Who do you like
9
tonight?
and 3.
Stanford getting 9 against TCU. Who do you like?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask me Arizona's record.
No, Arizona's going to go undefeated, possibly win a national championship. And we know that. By the way, before you get to your answer, that was my biggest shock of the offseason was Fafita and McMillan decided to stay. Like, I figured they were as good as gone. The fact that they stayed, they must have enjoyed. I mean, I like Brent Brennan. They must have enjoyed what he had to say. But the fact that there was some little bit of loyalty that they went there, they started there, they wanted to finish there. I thought that was pretty cool. Well, obviously I did because we're going to be pretty good this year. So, but I figured, John, they were as good as gone. As soon as Fish went to Washington, I go, I don't know if they're going to Washington, but they're not going back to Arizona. And they did, and a lot of guys followed, and they're going to be a pretty good team this year.
They should be. Yeah, it was definitely, I think loyalty played a big part. I'm sure at some level Arizona's NIL game stepped up.
Yeah.
And, Fish tried to get a lot of those guys, and his hit rate was not very good, which I thought was kind of telling. And Brennan certainly is very likable, very much a player's coach. So they got a good chance in the Big 12. That's for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about
tonight,
it. Suck it, Fish. Suck it, Fish. It's Stanford plus 9.
I would take the points. I'm not sure about TCU. First game, and Stanford they're just kind of undervalued often because they're off the radar. You don't ever hear a whole lot about them. I don't think that there's any kind of juice given to them because they've got a huge, group of people that bet big on them, right? Yep. So I kind of like them at home. Season opener, that seems to me to be a few too many points.
No, I agree. I took Stanford, and TCU is going to be facing that angry Stanford crowd of 13,000. So
There you go. That's
we'll see how that goes. John, it's always fun having you on. Let's do it again soon.
Thanks a lot. Bear
Thanks,
down,
John.
Tommy.
Bear down, baby. Let's go.
Thanks, John. John Wilner of the Wilner Hotline. I missed any of that, available at KNBR.com and the KNBR app. They're going to pay college players next year out of a pool of up to $22 million. That's wild.
My God.
That's wild. And then have to decide who's
incredible.
going to get the most. I'm going to guess quarterback.
I might go Rodney Dangerfield. Back to school. Zone buster.
Still got some eligibility?
That's right.
Get back in there.
Let's do it.
Get that football eligibility.
Absolutely.
Tolbert and Coach
Still
with you.
good footwork.
As you can hear from the patio of 58 Social, Giants and the Marlins pregame at 6:15. Blake Snell gets the ball tonight. By the way, I just saw this from Susan Slusser. Giants have sent down Tyro Estrada to AAA and called up Brett Wisely.
Really?
Yeah, just outrighted him to AAA
Ouch.
Sacramento. So Tyro Estrada.
I know they put him on waivers.
Yeah.
Dang.
Then option to AAA Sacramento, and now Brett Wisely's been called up to play second base. A little bit more on the 49ers. Tom was listening to the Up and Adams podcast. He said he heard.
Every day.
He heard what George
I'm a
Kittle.
subscriber. Thumbs up. I was giving it a thumbs up.
Heard what George Kittle had to say about the Brandon Aiyuk situation coming to an end. We got that for you. It's all good vibes for the 49ers after Aiyuk signs. To remember, they may, without Trent Williams, have like a bottom 5 offensive line. That's next on the Sports Leader. You want a Brandon Aiyuk update? It's finally done. He signed, sealed, delivered, John, with the San Francisco 49ers on a 4-year, $120 million deal. Let us know how you're feeling about the deal on our socials at KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Making the transition from work life into retirement, it can be jarring and disorienting. Maybe you don't know which way you need to go and when it's time to do it, but it doesn't have to be that way because Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to helping you achieve a smooth transition into retirement life, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works for you. Sooner than you think, you may have an entirely different lifestyle, but that all doesn't have to happen in one giant leap. The experts at O'Donnell Financial Group will help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline. You can transition into retirement confidently and do so on your own terms. So don't wait. Call Greg O'Donnell. I know him. He's great. Give him a call for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number is 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300. Or you can visit him online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
There's Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
It's been a long time coming, but we here, faithful. 4 more years. Let's get it. Let's get to it. Let's go.
How's Brandon? Are you signing the contract? Let's go. Now he's ready. Now that he got paid, he's ready. Tolbert and Copes with you from the patio, 58 Social. Beautiful day, 58 Social open. Come on by. Have a beer, have some food. If you're coming out to the ball game, come say what's up. Ska Friday here. Still going to be joined, by the way, at 4:50 by Marcus Thompson, best sports writer in the country, and then Matt Barrows talking some 49er football at 5:30. We'll get into that as well as a little bit of Giants talk a little bit later on as the Marlins come to town. 6:15 pregame right here on the Sports Leader. So you actually mentioned this earlier, Tom. You said you heard or saw George Kittle's reaction on the Up and Adams podcast to Brandon Aiyuk agreeing to a 4-year, $120 million deal with the 49ers yesterday. And here's what George Kittle told Kay Adams on the Up and Adams podcast. Here's his reaction to the end of this saga.
Hey, Ricky.
Wow. Hi, Ricky.
Hey, what's up? How's it going? Hey, what's going on?
Hey, Ricky, just want to say you were my favorite player for like 8 years. I love you.
Yeah. I think we have the wrong one there. We'll try to queue up. It's the reaction to the Brandon Aiyuk contract. What's Tom? You want to reenact it for us? You're the expert on this.
Not really.
Okay, Raph has it. Raph's got the right one. Here we go.
I found out on Twitter, just like everybody else.
And then what did you think? Was it? I want to guess. I feel like it was like underwhelming, right? It's just been going on too long.
I'm just happy that it's over, and I get Brandon Aiyuk back on the football field, and I get to see his smiling face every single day in the locker room. That's what I'm looking forward to because he's such a good dude. I'm looking forward to just starting this journey again with him. So let's get that boy. Let's get him out there catching football passes from Mr. Purdy.
Did you text him? Have you talked to him yet?
He's a little busy. I definitely shot him a text, just say congratulations. But he probably has a few hundred text messages going through his phone right now because he kind of had a life-changing moment. So we're all excited for him.
Catching football passes from Mr. Purdy. Yeah. Hitting baseball home runs.
Look, this is something that we're not going to really delve into until after the season. But I think it's interesting to just kind of bring up is they signed him. Everybody's pumped. I'm sure they're pumped. Aiyuk certainly is pumped. Fans are pumped. But what ramifications does have is going to come about, let me put it that way, is going to come about via this contract. Like, who can they keep? What direction are they going to go? What happens to Debo? Because this is going to have an effect on the team moving forward. Now, I think most people are cool with it, and fans are cool with it because it's about this year, and you should live in the present. Like I've never been a huge fan of the fan that says, "Yeah, but what about look, we're about next year." But it's always nice to be cognizant of these kind of things. I remember Kyle saying to us, we can sign who we want to sign, but it's going to have an effect on the roster. There are going to be ramifications of that signing, depending on how much money you give them, for how long you give them, what position group is getting that money. So I'm curious what's going to happen. I mean, the easy one is to say, what happens to Debo? Will Debo be back? Would Debo not be back? And again, these are for after the season, not during the season, because I'm with them on this. You want to put the best team out there this year because you haven't got that final prize yet. You've been there, but you haven't got there. And obviously they desperately want to get there like everyone else does. But when you've been so close, wow, that buffalo sauce, man, that got me.
Is that what that was, dude?
I got a whiff of that.
Jeez.
Stings the nostrils.
I thought Derek cut one. I was just going to let it fly.
No. Dude, if you fart like buffalo sauce, I'm okay with that. I'm actually okay with that.
I didn't know what it was. I caught just like a...
That might have happened last week after the hot sauce.
Yeah. I'm not going to say, go ahead and pass gas right in my face. That's rude. But if people were passing gas in my general direction and it was buffalo sauce, I think I'd be okay with that.
Yeah. I guess they're worse. They're worse.
Yeah, if you had an A1 fart, that wouldn't be bad.
No.
I mean, I don't love A1, but it smells pretty good. There are just certain things. How great would that? Can you imagine that being your superpower gift?
That's not a superpower.
No,
it is a gift.
No,
it is a gift.
No, if you could fart whatever flavor you wanted to.
Yeah, 2 truths and a lie. One of them is
that'd be incredible. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, whatever flavor you want. Is that what you
like
said?
buttered popcorn.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Well, that's movie quality right there. That's movie quality.
I like that
Let's
slight
go.
burn smell, too.
No, you don't want the burn smell. I don't think you want that. Like burn ends.
Yeah.
Throw that out there.
How about like fresh baked cinnamon buns?
Oh, are you kidding me?
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, you might get some unwanted attention though. After that, I'm thinking rosemary.
Like rosemary steaks getting cooked up. Yeah.
I was thinking pork loin.
Lavender.
Like a rosemary pork loin. That'd be. Oh my god.
Holiday season comes around, you go like nutmeg and cinnamon.
Oh, you kidding me? I'd be like, we'll get you gassy. I'm gonna feed you that.
Get pine.
Oh, I need that rosemary smell.
Get some pine in there at Christmas time.
All right, back to the night. So this is going to what's the roster construction going to look like? And they still got to do Trent. They have to sign Purdy, which they'll do. And again, this isn't probably for next year per se, everything, because Tim Kawakami always likes to point this out, is that when you sign somebody, their cap hit goes down. And then a couple years later, that's when it spikes, and that's when it's like, okay, we got to start moving some pieces around. But I think we both concurred that this was something they needed to get done. Whether they could or not, that was a question, because they had trade offers. That's the thing that's really interesting about this whole saga, is they had offers. They were willing to trade him. He didn't want to go.
They were actually actively trying to get creative per Diana Rossini in acquiring Cortland Sutton.
Yes.
And then turning around and trying. And that, by the way, that would have been kind of a sweet move. If they had gotten Sutton for a third and then acquired picks for Aiyuk from Pittsburgh, which I imagine would have been a decent load of picks. That would have been a pretty sweet turnaround in how they handled this situation, and you'd have patted John Lynch on the back. I think the amount of money they gave him and for this duration tells you, A, the importance at which they view that position in this offense, though their first option and first choice was not to have to spend that money that they just spent.
Well, I think what it tells me more so than anything, that's the market.
Yep.
Just the market. Like, if you want to keep these guys, this is what you have to pay. We talk about it all the time with quarterbacks. You want to keep Daniel Jones? This is what you got to pay. You're like, don't really want to. Okay, what's my option?
Now it's a bargain.
That's a bad option. I don't know if anything with Daniel Jones is a bargain.
Hey, 15 touchdowns, 10 picks. They were like, sign us up or whatever. He got 5 picks.
I don't know if I'd ever if he's on your roster,
terrible.
I'm not sure it's a bargain. But
it's rough.
That's what you got to do. That's what you had. Sorry, market dictates, and that's where the receivers are right now. So yeah, I mean it's you're gonna have to start picking and choosing a little bit, because to have, I mean, the most expensive receiver room in the league, it's got to be Miami now with Waddle and Hill.
Oh yeah,
right. You're probably looking at a combined $60 million, close to $60 million,
or something like
every
that.
year. That's not easy, but it's okay. When you have, Mostert not making much, Achane not making a whole heck of a lot, Tua just signed. I don't know what they have on their defense that makes a lot of money. Jalen Ramsey, I guess, probably. I mean, he makes.
I think they don't, and that's why they
I would think,
far. Right?
Exactly. So, as an organization, you have to. Okay, what's important to us? What are the most important positions that help us win football games? And the Niners, to their credit, and again, we don't know how long they're going to be able to keep doing this, is they have a linebacker, a defensive end, a left tackle, receivers, and a running back. And they're about to have a quarterback, but that's not somebody they went out and got. They drafted him, and he became really good.
And a tight end.
And a tight end, yes, absolutely. So they made the investment. It's not like they've considered one more important than the other.
All of whom are top 5 at their position in the league. Yeah.
But they're going to have to at some point. We're going to find out what position group they feel leads to wins more so than another position group. And I think we have always said, take the quarterback out because that's a given. Quarterback's going to get what the quarterback's going to get. And then after that, it's left tackle and an end, defensive end.
Yep.
And then after that, it's like, okay, receivers, cornerbacks. Right now it's receivers. The market dictates its receivers. Like, those are the guys. And hell, I don't remember exactly what Bosa's contract was, but I think Justin Jefferson makes more than him now. Yeah. Derek said yes. Like, I'm sorry. As good as Justin Jefferson is, give me a guy that can get to the quarterback. Give me a guy that can force double teams.
He's a skill position, but I don't think it's a premium position.
I don't think so, but we'd be wrong because the NFL seems to think that's a premium position. I mean, look at the prices.
Yeah, it's so funny how that works. And then we give you the note like I did yesterday of the top 25 guys in terms of wide receiver contracts right now in the NFL. 3 have won Super Bowls.
Yeah.
All 3 came before they signed their current
crazy.
contract, which is Evans, Godwin, and Cooper Kupp.
Crazy.
So they get. I mean, that's a baseball
two
thing.
of them
like
on the same team,
right? Two with Brady, right? So they win it in
Exactly.
2020 or whatever with Tom Brady, and the other is Cooper Kupp. Was the year after that, maybe? Year before that, yeah. They lost one to Brady too.
Oh, that buffalo sauce. Whew. You getting a whiff of that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Derek just cut another one.
Are you a dipper? You a dipper in the ranch?
Yeah, he's a dipper. I've been watching him eat too.
I like the pure. Just give me the purity of the buffalo sauce. Give me that. I don't need ranch. I don't need blue cheese.
Oh, I thought you meant you dip into the buffalo sauce. You like it tossed, right? In the sauce when it comes to you.
I like my salad tossed. I don't like the wing sauce.
All right.
What time is it?
There's no gong today. No Tim, no gong.
We have Scott.
59. Thank you, Rob. Real quick on some of the details of Brandon Aiyuk's contract, just in case people are wondering. All this stuff came out on the on how he's going to get paid out. So it starts with a signing bonus of $23 million. He's going to get $11 million paid within 2 weeks, and the rest paid out with his base salary of $20.24. The base salary is only $1.125 million, fully guaranteed. Now, here's where things get more specific. 2025 option bonus is $22.855 million, and here's how the guarantees work out. So of the 2025 compensation, 20.8 of it is fully guaranteed at signing.
Okay.
The other $4 million is guaranteed for injury at signing and fully guaranteed as of April 1st, 2025. So a year from basically the end of at the end of this season, right? Before we hit the next league year. The full guarantee at signing is $45 million. The practical guarantee is $76 million, since the guarantees fully vest in April of next year.
Okay.
So it's a 4-year, $120 million extension with a 5-year, basically at a 5-year total of $134.1 if you count what he's making this year already at the 14. The Niners can pull the plug after 3 years and $76 million. It's year to year after that. So it's similar in that Trent Williams is sort of in that where he doesn't have the guaranteed money anymore, and that's what he's fighting for. But the Niners are paying all of this up front, which allows them to spread out the cap hit a little bit later over time. So people who are saying, how are they going to pay Purdy now? That's still available and on the table.
Yeah, and look, that's important.
Yeah.
Because people get hung up on the $30 million annual salary.
It's not really what they're paying him every year.
In actuality, it's $25 million. 3 years, $76 million, $25 a year, a little over $25. That's really what they're on the hook for. Now, they could go to the 4th year, they can go to the 5th year, and they could pay the whole thing. Rarely that happens. Usually get to that point, and it's all about restructuring. But he's going to get $76 million, and the 3 years that the Niners are kind of on the hook for, $25 million. So it really is 3 years. Like, to me,
yeah, we give you a lot of numbers. This is the basis.
I was going to ask this question: what would you rather have? Would you rather have Aiyuk's contract or DJ Moore's contract? Because I'd rather have DJ Moore's contract because it's $81 million guaranteed.
Yep.
Like, to me, I don't care how long the contract is. I don't care what the average is. Show me the guaranteed money. That's it. Whoever gets the most guaranteed money, that's the contract, I think, that's better. So DJ Moore got 4 years, 110. Amon-Ra St. Brown and Aiyuk got 4 years, 120. But DJ Moore got more guaranteed money. So give me that one. Just give me the guaranteed money.
Well, yeah.
That's what I want. Again, you don't look at it in those terms in the NBA because everybody gets guaranteed money. It's like, okay, who signed for the most? That's the better contract. With the NFL, it gets a little funky. And with the NFL, they're all structured a little bit differently too. But they can be structured however they want to structure them. The guaranteed money is the guaranteed money. Like that, guaranteed means this is what you're getting, period. We owe you this. So the DJ Moore one, I think it was $81 million guaranteed, is the one I'd rather have. But in essence, This is a 3-year, $76 million contract.
And they can get out of it after that.
Exactly. So that's what it is. I mean, it's still a hell of a contract. There's no doubt about it. I mean, you get $76 million guaranteed. That's 14 more than Steph's getting for 1 year.
$23 million in signing with $11 million paid in 2 weeks.
Think about that.
Yeah.
In 1 year, Steph's going to eat up that entire guarantee. All but $14 million. $62 million in a year. That is just wild, man.
Dude, it's like you checked the rundown today. What a nice segue for us. Tolbert and Copes on the patio of 58
Here we
Social.
go.
2 big Bay Area contracts signed yesterday. Steph Curry, 1-year extension for $62.6, and Brandon Aiyuk, the 4-year, $120 million extension. Overtime, whose contract is going to be more beneficial? And will Derek have finished these wings by the time we come back?
Are they
from
that
break?
hot?
I don't know, dude. He's
Really?
actually he's been more into what we're saying right
Dude,
now
he's
than he has
crushing
been.
them, though. The gristle's gone.
I mean, compared to last week, these are nothing. But they're very good.
Have you
They're
seen how
very good
into
at
our
58
show he's been
Social.
today?
Tasty?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's locked in.
Yeah.
We'll have to do the wings again. I feel like I cheated myself.
We can't really eat. Yeah. I mean,
but then you went back in, though, and you, doused him with that
I did.
first
It was
one.
hot, but I felt like I owed you guys more than that. Like I didn't give.
Well,
him my
Copes
full-
owes us
I didn't give him
nothing.
my full effort.
Those
he owes us
those
nothing.
pit stains, dear God.
Yeah, I shouldn't have worn gray.
Yeah.
That was instantaneous.
Yeah.
That was impressive. But yeah, but what we need to do
Demanded
this
more
time-
white pants.
What we need to do is get the slathered wings. Like
Okay.
get the wings that are already sauced.
Yeah.
Like the really hot wings.
All right.
And we'll get those.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm just
I'll do
saying.
it.
I'm just saying.
I'm coming for you.
You were opposed to it at first, and now you're all in on
I
it.
We're down for the
was,
show,
because
dude.
I
like
just-
we're down for the. Like,
yeah.
Like we give to the show. We're just looking for you to give a little.
Yeah. Like, look.
I bought the damn wings.
Yeah.
I think you wrote they got an expense report on those.
I couldn't. You need 48 hours notice.
Yeah.
You closed the month on you.
I just didn't
Yeah.
want to die on the air. Right? I want to eat something hot and die. Like that guy in Dumb and Dumber. That would have been me on the air.
Well, that was rat poison.
That's a little bit different. Right?
Just laughing at him. Oh.
Give me the pills. Give me the pills.
Yeah, I don't want to be that guy. But I do feel like I owed you guys a better effort. Although I will say, the sauce that I put on, that wasn't for the faint of heart. That was still hot. And I put quite a bit of that on, but I didn't put the super hot one on. I tasted it, but I certainly did not get the full effect. Copes got the full effect. I did not get the full effect. So, yeah, you could do whatever you want next time we do it. I just feel like I probably owe us a little better effort.
If you had to die on the air, would you rather do it during Grab Bag or Harmony or Soup du Jour?
I don't want to die during any of those. I like all those segments.
I would finish the segment before I said anything about it. I'd just be like, I think Tom's mic cut out.
I guess Harmony.
He's sitting there in the
like
studio.
to die during Harmony.
Yeah. That's how I want to go.
Be a good visual.
Die with a smile on your face.
Be a good visual.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll go Harmony.
Just choked out, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Let's go Harmony. I don't want to die during Grab Bag. I love Grab Bag.
Grab Bag's good. We can't, no.
Yeah.
Stay with us, Tom. We're almost through Grab Bag.
Who wants to die listening to polka music?
We got a soccer story. Let's go.
It's Shannon Kaler yelling NBA Grab Bag in your ear, dude. You don't want to go. Can't go during that. Tolbert and Copes with your patio 58 Social. Whose contract will be more beneficial to their teams going forward? Steph Curry or Brandon Aiyuk? That's next. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Do you know how many devices the average home has connected to the Wi-Fi? Have you even thought about it? 4 of them, right there. Now through September 21st, new customers can get Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 2 years when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. Plus, get Peacock Premium, a $7.99 monthly value included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today and make the switch. Xfinity, Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. You love sports. You love high def. You love having your Wi-Fi take care of everything your Wi-Fi should be taken care of, which is everything. You will love Xfinity.
They're Tolbert and Copes, and they're back on The Sports Leader. Find us on Insta at KNBR on Instagram. This is KNBR 1045 at 680.
Tolbert and Copes with you from the patio, 58 Social. It's a Ska Friday. It's a nice Friday, too. If you're coming out to see the Giants and the Marlins on this Friday night, come by, say what's up, hang out, have a beer. Shake Todd Link's hand.
He's here.
He's here.
He's here.
He's got a pen. He's got glossy prints, too.
He's America's guest.
Yesterday, two big contracts handed out in Bay Area sports. We've been talking a ton, of course, about the Aiyuk one. One of our texters yesterday, after the Aiyuk news broke, after about an hour and a half, said on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line at 808 KNBR, it's crazy when a $62.6 million one-year contract is the number 2 story.
Yeah.
And we were talking about it before the Aiyuk news broke. So Steph Curry signs that extension. Aiyuk signs the 4-year 120 extension. So you're going to add Steph's 2 years remaining. The Niners have guaranteed money for Aiyuk for the next 3. Really, it's a 5-year deal in total. So between the two deals, which do you think pays off more in the end?
I mean, pays off Aiyuk, but I was thinking of it in terms of more significant. And the significant part of it, I said to myself, of course it's Aiyuk. But I started thinking about the significance of Steph signing that extension, that he's going to be here for 3 more years, that he wants to be here. I mean, basically that's what that's saying. Like, I want to be here. I believe in the organization. I believe we'll go after other big names. I believe we're going to have a chance to win a championship here again, and that my legacy here in the Bay Area means something to me, which I think is significant because I think everybody wants to see Steph Curry retire a Warrior. If you're a Warrior fan and you see what he's done here and he's your guy, you don't want to see him wear another uniform. I mean, he's always going to be a Warrior. He's always going to be your guy if you're a Warriors fan. But it means just a little bit more if that's the only team he plays for. 1, it means the team is trying their best to give him a chance and give the organization a chance to win a championship. 2, it means he wants to be here. He understands the significance of playing for one organization your entire career. Like, you look at guys like Kobe and Tim Duncan. Like, it happened a lot during the 80s. But recently, those are the 2 that I always remember, Kobe and Tim Duncan. And I'm sure it meant a lot to them, too. And what do they have in common? They were always competing for championships. They always gave him a chance to win championships. And even though Kobe at one point during his career threatened to leave, he didn't. And he ended up being a Laker. So I think it's significant like really significant that Steph signed that deal, because it's not just about the money, which is eye-popping. It's really about his belief in the organization going forward. Aiyuk obviously is significant because they need to win a championship.
And it is all
they
about
want
the
to win
money.
a championship. It's definitely a lot about the money.
It's a lot about the money.
Well, if it was
for
all
Aiyuk,
about the money, he would have went to New England.
Fair, yeah.
But I think
fair.
I think it's still about the money.
He
There's
wanted
no
his
doubt.
cake and eat it too.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But look, the Warriors, when Steph's been here, they've won 4 championships.
Yeah.
So he's got that in
He's
his
got
back
nothing to
pocket.
prove. Right.
Aiyuk with the Niners, they haven't won a championship. They've been to NFC championship games. They've been to Super Bowls, but they haven't brought home the ultimate prize. So, I think as far as what is more significant, like now, it's Aiyuk. I mean, there's no question about it. But what is more significant in terms of, like, let's say next 5-10 years? Depends. If the Niners win a championship and Aiyuk has a great season, has a great playoffs, good Super Bowl, then yeah, that was very significant because it helped him win a championship. With Steph, it's more about legacy and his belief in the organization and their belief in how good he'll be in 3 years. But it's also the Warriors saying, look, Steph, look what you helped us build over here. What do you want? What do you want? We're going to find a way to get it to you.
62.6.
That's what he wanted.
They're like, okay.
And that's the respect he deserves.
We got that.
Because I said if Steph made $100 million, that'd probably be about right. Because look at the money they've made over here at Chase Center since they've been over here, and that's
still growing too.
That's due to Steph.
Yeah,
that's due to Steph, and not just Steph, but mainly Steph. So, yeah, I would say in terms of impact, it's Aiyuk, because it's going to make the team better. It's going to give them a real crack, and I think they still had that, but it'll give them a better crack at winning a Super Bowl. With Steph, it's more about, to me, it's more about legacy and their belief that he's not only going to be good in 3 years, but their belief he deserves that type of extension even if he's not. Like if Steph is not worth 62, I think they're okay saying, look, if anybody deserves it, you deserve it for what you mean to the organization. And I think from his standpoint, it's, hey, I believe in you guys. I believe that you're going to do right by me. I believe you're going to do right by the organization. I believe you're going to go out there and continue. If it's not George, if it's not Markkanen, then let's go out there and get somebody else. And they've proven. Like Joe Lacob has proven.
Then it's healed. That's what they said.
Yeah, what's that? Oh, yeah, I don't think so. But I think they're going to continue to go after those guys.
Yeah, I mean they have to.
And they'll spend for those guys. And I think Steph appreciates
You're
that.
pot committed.
So, yeah, I think, as far as immediate impact, it's Aiyuk. Significance, it depends. Talk to me in 3 years. If the Niners win, then I'll tell you it was Aiyuk. If they don't, and Steph ends up playing the entirety of his career here, then I'll say it was Steph.
We can talk more about this on the Aiyuk side of it for sure with Matt Barrows. We can talk about all of it with our guy Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, who's going to join us after we take a quick break. Update is, did Derek quit on the wings?
No, I think he's milking them. He's milking them.
He's pacing himself.
I mean, look at those wings, though.
They're massive.
I mean, this guy's like a velociraptor. There is no meat left.
Yeah, I know, dude.
He is gnawing.
I don't even know if there's enough bones. I think he ate a bone. I think there's
he might have.
There's fewer bones than wings.
You can't waste the meat, Tom.
He gets after it. Wow.
He's eating the cartilage like he's getting in there. There's still meat on that bone. Take that home, throw it in a pot, boil it up. You got yourself a stew going. It's Overton Coast Patio 58 Social. Marcus Thompson of The Athletic, the best sports writer in the country, joins us next on The Sports Leader. Dante Whitner joined Murph and Marcus this morning to react to the news of Brandon Aiyuk finally signing with the 49ers. You can check out that podcast, KNBR.com, and the KNBR app.
It's time for Tolbert, Copes, and Thompson. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland with The Athletics' Marcus Thompson on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The Sports Leader. Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Friday afternoon on the patio 58 Social outside at Oracle Park. Giants and the Marlins. Pregame coming up 6:15. First pitch 7:15. Our next guest joins us every Friday, courtesy of the Yuma Guest Line. Best sports writer in the country. Read him in The Athletic. It's Marcus Thompson. What's up, Marcus? How are you, dude?
What's going on, homies? Y'all out in these streets, huh?
Yeah. We're on these patios. Out in these
Patios are in the streets.
Yeah.
You know. Anything not home is in the streets, baby.
Out under these umbrellas in the streets. In these shaded patios here. With waitresses and servers bringing us waters and wings.
See, they say out in these streets and like Boys in the Hood.
Yeah.
Like the white version of that is like Boys on these patios.
It's like in downtown Lafayette.
Yeah, exactly. Like Lafayette, Dublin, stuff like that.
Yeah, right.
Boys on these swings in the backyard.
If I'm not at home, I'm in these streets. I don't care where it is. I could be at Joe Lacob house. I'm in these streets.
That would definitely be in the streets. I'd be in the cuts. So we were just talking about we had a texter yesterday after the Aiyuk news broke who said, how crazy is it that, or how frequent is it that a 1-year, $62.6 million contract is the second story? So we were asking, what contract between Aiyuk and Steph Curry's extension here is more beneficial to their current teams?
Oh, you got to go with because you got Steph anyway, right? I'm gonna go with Steph just because, like, you solved a major problem. One of the questions going into this season was, do they do enough essentially to take a step and make Steph happy? Because if Steph gets into that final year and he doesn't sign an extension, now you're in trouble. So they kind of got like the big hurdle out the way. You don't have to worry about it now in the way that you did. So I do think that's a big deal. Like, there's a very real world where if you map it out, this thing goes bad and Steph is like, yeah, I can't take this anymore. They've eliminated that. I think he's saying, I'm gonna give you some time, but that time would have been very quick. And then it's the pressure. We've been talking about it all year. I've asked Steve Curry about it every press conference. And in the end, if Brandon Aiyuk didn't come back, like, you still got Debo. You don't have another Steph.
The reason I went the other way is because the Warriors have won 4 championships and the Niners have not won one with Kyle Shanahan. So I think it's interesting, though, because it signifies, I don't know if you would agree with this, Marcus, it signifies to me that Steph believes in the organization. Well, he also believes in $62 million is a lot of money.
$62 million is a lot of money, buddy.
But he believes that, I mean, that guy's got over $500 million anyway, so, but it's still a lot of money. I think he believes in the organization's either ability or desire to acquire a player like Paul George or Larry Markkinen or someone like that. Like, he feels like, and I feel the same way, they're always going to try to win a championship. They're always going to try to put themselves in a position to win a championship. I don't know if that's going to be possible. It's going to be really hard over the next 4 or 5 years. But I think what that signifies to me is he understands his legacy here and all that, but he also believes in the front office and what they will try to do. At least he'll feel like he has an organization that's going to try to win a championship, whether they do or not.
Yeah, it shows he saw enough, right? And it looks like the Warriors didn't do anything, but, you know, Steph was in the room. He was having a conversation. He was there for the Paul George, recruitment session. So he know what they did, and he know how much was in the Warriors' hands. And at the end, he signed, which says, he's like, hey, I know. Like, he's like, I know what happened. And I think he also understands, like, yeah, we just don't have that many options. Like, it's not Mike Dunleavy not wanting to win. It's more like we don't have that many options, and nobody's really trying to help us. So I don't think that would make him leave. As long as they're trying to win, I think that's what he cares about. And I mean, look, in the end, Joe is probably going to try to win. Look, the Cardinal sin happened in 2020. But outside of that, it's been kind of trying to win, right? Maybe they should have traded the draft pick, perhaps, like when you had Kuminga and Moody. But Steph is comfortable with what they've tried to do. He's comfortable saying, I'll stick around. So that's pretty good to me, I think, for Mike Dunleavy. I think that's pretty good. But to me, the interesting part is Steph sets up this kind of 3-year window where he's like, I don't know, the way he set it up, I'll try to get him to say it, but the way he set it up was like, let me get one last deal in, and then I'm going to be 39. Like, all right, we'll see at that point. But to me, the fact that he did it now, instead of doing it next year, when he can get 2 fours and push this into 40, he was just like, look, give me my $62 million now. Let's set up this window. Draymond's deal, my deal. Let's see what we can do. Let's see if y'all really can get us some help and push this. That, to me, was the interesting part.
Yeah, I also heard him say after he signed the deal, look, my kid's got to eat.
Yeah, right. He's had another one, too. He's had another kid.
That's why. Yeah. He got 4 of them things. Huh?
Yeah,
like, that's
man.
crazy.
They're
That's why he
expensive.
signed that check. Like, he's like, listen.
And you know what happens is then he signs another one later on, and then he says, well, I want my youngest ones to be able to see me play.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's the next line. That's what they say.
Exactly. My kid's got to eat and play golf at really nice clubs.
Talking to Marcus Thompson on the UMA guest line. In terms of level of confidence in the Niners, I said my excitement about their possibilities for this year, I think, had been sort of clouded or held back because of the uncertainty around Aiyuk. Still a little bit because of Trent Williams, but we haven't talked as much about the quality of team they are. What's your level of confidence in a team of this caliber repeating success that they had after losing the Super Bowl?
Actually pretty high. I still think they've got a pretty loaded team. I mean, much of it is the same. Presuming, like, Trent gets in the building. I mean, look, you still got McCaffrey. You might be better on the right side, maybe, in the offensive line. I hate, putting all that pressure on, but on the rookie, but looks pretty good. If you can protect Purdy, you got a bunch of offensive weapons. Like, how do they fill in Greenlaw, what that secondary looks like, what the safeties look like, can the defensive line get pressure? Like, they've got pretty good answers for the questions. They'll be a good team. And to me, I feel like as long as they're pretty good by November, I think that's the difference. Like, the urgency to go win 13 games, I don't think it's there. I think they can get a cool 11, 12, and get hot at the right time. That's the most important. But come late in the season, playoff time, I don't think they're not as scary as they was last year, but they certainly aren't scared of anybody. Like, I don't see another team where it's like, uh-oh. The other team, that team is on the other side in the AFC. It's not in the NFC.
Yeah. And I think the NFC has gotten better, too, because now you introduce Detroit, Green Bay into the mix. I think Philly's going to be back. They're going to be better this year. So I think the NFC is getting a little bit deeper. I'm curious this year to find out what the next step is for Brock Purdy. Is he a guy who can be top 5, top 6 guy where you say, look, no matter who we have on the team, we're going to be good. We have this guy. That's Mahomes. Now, you're probably not going to get to that level, of the Mahomes level, where you just say, look, just line some dudes up, we're going to be fine. Because they won a Super Bowl last year, and that was the worst offense they've had since he's been there. And he still managed to get him to the Super Bowl and win it. So, look out again. But I'm real interested, Marcus, to see, like, where does this thing end? Is it like this guy's a Pro Bowler, he's an all-pro guy, like he's just a guy, and we just take it for granted he's a guy? Is he a top 10 guy? Is he going to be a top 15 guy for like 10 years, which is fine. But I think a lot of that will determine how good they are moving forward. Like, what steps can Brock Purdy take, or can he take anymore? Like, if he's the same guy he was last year, I think he's fine. But if he takes another step or two, then look out.
Yeah, I think he might be one of those step back to step forward things.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you look at what happened at the end of the season, the NFL is full of people who dedicate their entire lives figuring this stuff out. And you started seeing some ways to deal with the 49ers and Brock Purdy. There's no better image of that than the Baltimore Ravens game on Christmas Day, right? They had him looking like he played for De La Salle. if the league figures out a way to make him uncomfortable, to me, the success he has will be how he responds to that. And I like how Brock responds to adversity, right? Like, to me, it was super cushy. We didn't know what we had. And then we see him, like, get beat up or lose or look bad, and he seems to bounce back. To me, that's how he grows. Like, even Mahomes had to go through it. So I think he might have a bit of a rough time, especially if Trent is not Trent, right? And you know how important Trent is to Brock Purdy's universe. So even if Trent signs today, he's missed a lot of time. And, maybe if anybody could walk on and be like, all-pro left tackle is Trent Williams. But if he takes a minute to get back, that's going to impact Brock. So I do think there might be some defensive coordinators like, all right, let's see if he's ready for this. We know who you are now. And then he gets over that. That's why I do feel like this might be a struggle a little bit. And then end of the season, find a groove, figure out who you are, and go from there. But I kind of want to see how Brock responds to the rest of the league. Like, I think we might have something on you now, player. I think we got something for you, Brock. What you got? Let's see.
Marcus Thompson with us on the Uma guest line. Okay, who makes more money in 2025, Brock Purdy or Steph Curry?
2025?
62-6.
Let's go. No, 62-6 is 26-27, right? So 2025, Steph's going to be
the
like
NBA
55.
does that stupid years thing. I'm confused by it. Bottom line is Steph's contract at 62-6 or Brock. Who's making
26-27? Come on, Steph. Come on. Brock's not making $60 million a year.
I don't know what the market's going to be.
I kind of think he might, man.
Who's the highest paid quarterback right now? Is it Lamar? Jordan Love. Jordan Love,
that's
right?
Yeah, Jordan Love did, right. And Tua right below him.
What did Jordan Love get?
Is he at 58 or something? 56 or 58? 55 is what Derek says.
Brock will make more than Steph. That's crazy.
That's what I'm saying. The quarterback market's insane.
It's up to 58? Ugh. Jordan Love got 58?
You were covering track. You must have missed that. But, yeah, they're
No, I know he got it. I just didn't remember their number being so high. Jordan Love just fine, yeah.
Tua's right there, too. I think
got like 55, right?
Right. No, Tua's right below. Hold on. I'm pulling it up, so we'll get you the exact number.
Brock's getting 70. Brock's getting 75. 75.
So here we go. Joe Burrow's at 55.
Okay.
Jordan Love's at 55.
Okay.
Trevor Lawrence is at 55. Tua's at 53. Goff's at 53. Herbert 52. Lamar 52. Jalen Hurts 51.
Only thing that gives me pause is I do think, clearly John Lynch is a gangster negotiator. And he might be like, look, you want to get your little $60 million, we'll see you, and pick a bad team and go let them pay you. Or you can be with, like, Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, Brandon Aiyuk. Like, which one you want? You want 50 and stay here or go get all of your money elsewhere? And I think Brock says, nah, I think I'm going to stay right here. So I don't know. I don't know if he's the type to go get every dollar or if he has a year where it's like, I'm commanding top dollar, make me the highest paid. That's the only thing.
Yeah, what happened?
Did we just lose him?
Yeah, we lost him.
Oh, okay.
We lost him.
I think he was about to say Brock's got that corn money too.
Yeah.
So
I think Steph cut his line.
That's deep money. That's deep money right
Steph was
there.
like, don't be talking about me making less than Brock.
You ever heard of the corn mafia?
Yeah.
Get out of here. That thing's incredible.
Big corn ain't gonna stand for that, dude.
You kidding me?
Big corn seed ain't gonna take that from Marcus Thompson.
Oh my goodness.
Like I hear what he's saying. We have our guy. It's Jake in Iowa calls. I talked to him yesterday. Who followed Brock Purdy through college, and he said, I know Brock's not that kind of guy to take that, and I just don't know because when the market dictates that, when an agent thinks you should get what you deserve to get, but we just saw it with Aiyuk, whether that's him or his agent or both, who are pushing for what they want. I mean, he goes out and he does what he did last year. Who's to say he shouldn't be the number one guy when he hits the market next offseason? We got Marcus Thompson back. Go ahead,
I'm
Marcus.
the one to say it. He shouldn't be. No. Is Brock going to be out here like, give me top dollar? I don't know. That just don't sound like Brock. I don't know. I could see it, but all right, where are you going to go if you don't get it? John Lynch is a gangster, man. He might make that dude. He might play hardball. I could see him playing hardball with Brock Purdy, and Brock Purdy ain't about that negotiation life. Give me my 50 and be good. That's what I'm going with.
I don't know. Brock's backed by the Corn Mafia, so we don't know how that's going to go.
Brock is back. You know what I'm saying? Like,
he might be the Corn Mafia.
Yeah.
Brock is. So Steph next year, 25-26, is making 59-6. Does Brock top that? Tua's getting 55, bro. Come on.
Yeah, I know, bro. That's what I'm saying, man.
That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
All right,
Tua's getting 55.
55.
Dude, Jordan Love's getting 55.
55.
Jordan Love's
at least young, right? At least he's young. Like,
Tua's young.
We see Tua. We see this.
We don't even know what Jordan Love. That's my point. Is we haven't even seen it all with him.
Oh, good point. Yeah, good point.
We get 55. Yeah.
All right, month left in the Oakland A's Oakland tenure. They're gone. Are you going to go see them?
No.
No.
I will not. I will go see the Oakland Ballers around the corner from my house, but no, I'm not going to give them a send-off. Plus, they ain't going anyway. We'll see. Another day, another Quelo. She'll love me in the morning.
God, dude, I hope they make him go cover it. I hope you get assigned to do it.
She'll be back. I know, right?
I hope you get assigned to do it.
I'm gonna be
A's Marlins theory.
I'm gonna be hot.
We need you there for all three, Marcus. We need you to do a whole perspective on the final weekend.
I'll be walking the parking lot with the tailgaters. That's where I'm going to hang out with the people.
You'll be out in those streets. What are you doing later? You going to be in the streets or are you going to be at home?
Baby. Yeah, I'm in these streets, man.
Yeah, all right.
That's what we do. It's Friday, it's the weekend. I'm in these streets.
All right. Marcus Thompson of the Athletic.
Marcus shopping for dishes in these streets.
Right. He's going to Sears.
I'm in
these streets, bro.
William Sonoma in these streets. You feel me?
Marcus Thompson, you read him in the Athletic, and he'll have a good, I don't know, 3 to 5 part piece on the final weekend at the Coliseum coming to an Athletic newsstand near you. We'll talk to you next week, Marcus.
All right, peace out.
All right, Marcus.
Marcus Thompson of The Athletic joins us every Friday, does a great job covering all Bay Area sports. When we come on back, we're on the patio, 58 Social, by the way. Giants getting ready to take on Gabe Kapler's Marlins. Gabe Kapler, the assistant GM of the Marlins. I don't know if he's in town or if he's here. Bob Melvin yesterday was pissed after the 6-0 loss to Milwaukee. And some fans have started to rile up a little bit. This was the dream hire. We'll talk about that as it relates to what Gabe Kapler might have done here on the Sports Leader. Mayocko joined Papa and Lund this morning and went through all the hoopla of the summer of Brandon Aiyuk. It's finally come to an end. You can hear that entire conversation on the podcast, KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Catch KNBR at your crib on your Amazon Echo smart speaker. Now back to Tolbert and Copes on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Friday afternoon from the patio, 58 Social. Ska Friday. Raph on the ones and twos today. Tim off. We'll be off till Tuesday, by the way. Holiday weekend. You know who's not off? No days off? Larry Kruger.
No days off.
I'm going to be checking out Santa Clara. And he'll be debuting.
Are you doing a Larry Kruger?
Yeah, I was trying to work on it. It's not good.
No, I don't want you doing people we work with.
We do pop all the time.
No. Yeah, we do. I don't. You do.
I do Kruger.
I can't because I can't.
I told you my one Kruger. I guess now he's back. I shouldn't be doing it. I'll do it to him.
I mean, my papa isn't good.
Nobody's is. It's just like it's all evolved.
I just go, how's my shoe polish?
How is it, John?
Does it look good? It's not on my shoes. It's in my hair.
How is it?
Touchdown!
It's in my head, John.
Oh, my gosh. So good.
Giants and the Marlins. You want to talk about this?
I'd love to. I don't know any Marlins, but I would love to.
We talked about this yesterday. I don't know how many Marlins I could name currently.
I said Berger and Cabrera. That's all I got
Cabrera,
for you.
Jake Berger. And they got that guy who was a Giant for 3 days.
Oh, Hill.
Derek Hill.
Hill. Yep.
Forever Giant.
Oh, they got, he doesn't pitch because he's hurt, but Alcantara, or Alcantara, if you will. He's still a Marlin.
I believe so.
So I got him. That's 3, 4. But you start working your way around the infield, it's like,
Jesus Sanchez, I think he's an outfielder.
Is he?
Yeah,
okay, that one. You got me on that one.
That tracks.
Yeah, you got me on that one. I'll take Marlins for 400.
Oh, dude, you know who else they have?
Marlins for 800. I'm going to be stuck. I'll just go Mike Lowell. How's that work?
Dude, you know what's so
Jeff
funny?
Conine.
So that's what's so funny is I believe Jeff Conine's kid is in their infield, like Griffin Conine or something. I was looking at their roster the other day, and I laughed because I thought that's one of the first Marlins that comes to mind is Jeff Conine. And they had a Conine in their on their active roster. So
we go in. I mean, there's no doubt we can name.
He's Mr. Marlin.
Probably 10 times as many former Marlins.
Oh, easy.
Maybe 15 times because we can name so few Marlins that are on the team now, but we can name so many guys on the team back then because they went to championships.
Shout out Rob Nett and Benny Santiago.
Absolutely. Jeff Beckett on the team. I mean, we can go on and on.
Edgar Renteria.
Council. Sheffield.
Mike and Mark Redmond, pitcher and catcher.
Yep.
2 different
Lowell.
guys. Yeah, Lowell.
Pudge.
You said
Juan Pierre.
Dontrell, Luis Castillo at second base.
It goes on and on and on. But now, not so much.
Charles Johnson.
Not so much.
The catcher.
Them, the White Sox. I can't name any White Sox. Crochet. Got that one. Cannon. Got that one.
Andrew Benintendi.
My buddy says Benintendi.
You know what's funny?
I could have come up with that.
I saw this the other day.
Robert.
Luis
No
Robert.
S, just singular. So, damn, that's rough. You're the Marlins. I can name more White Sox than you. By the way, my buddy brought this up yesterday. Todd, who's here with us. Are the Chicago White Sox going to win 12 games to jump over the Mets, who won 42 games? That's the worst record in the history of baseball, 42 and 120. The Mets, what was that, 68, 67, 62? Yeah. So will they get there? So that's 27 games left, 12 and 15. That's pretty heady for them. 12 and 15 doesn't seem likely. They got 31 wins right now.
They're the only team that is mathematically
31.
eliminated from playoff contention currently.
Well, I said they're mathematically eliminated from next year.
Yeah.
They're so bad this year.
31.
They just said, look, you're out of it next year, too.
31 and 104.
So can they, in 27 games?
No.
I don't think so either. So what's the likelihood? 31. So they would need 10 to finish below.
That's a third of their
the
wins
Mets.
now.
That's 10 and 17. I can't imagine they get that either.
No.
I would look at the schedule. It doesn't matter. It's the White Sox. Who cares?
Everybody's hard.
Yeah, exactly.
They have the toughest schedule.
They're going to be a
in baseball.
massive dog. Can you imagine betting against the White Sox all year? Oh, you'd be rich. I mean, when you lose, it's going to hurt because you're probably minus 200, minus 250. But when they're going to. We're God, that pretzel's massive. We're going to see history.
They bring pretzels out here on a hanger.
Yeah, we're going to see history this year. The White Sox, more than likely, are going to have the worst record in the history of Major League Baseball. We should go back and look who they won series against. Like, at least the Giants saved themselves from that. They won 2 out of 3. At least they won the series against the White Sox. They won I think they swept the Rockies, didn't they? Yeah, I think they swept the Rockies, the White Sox.
I think the White Sox also swept the Rays early in the year.
Did they?
Like in the first month or two of the season. And that's the thing that's funny about it is they had a few series wins early on. Like they weren't competitive really, but most of their wins I think came in the first half of the season. They have 18 home wins. They're 13 and 2. Their road record looks funny. 13 and 53. It's August. It's like
Can you imagine
August.
how miserable a season that is for guys like Benintendi, the vets? The young guys are happy they get to play. Like when you're at that level, you don't care. You're playing big league ball, you're getting paid, and everything goes on film. Everyone knows your stats, goes in the back of your baseball card. Like you're trying to set up your future, like prove you belong in the big leagues. But if you're a vet, I mean, that's a miserable, because it's been miserable for like 2 months, maybe 3 months. Maybe since
February,
opening
bro.
day, it's been miserable.
There are teams that it's so funny. Like everybody wants to compete all the time, but like your team's not going to be great this year when you're coming in or you're rebuilding. Like they've known since they
but I get
reported.
that. But if you go by that, you could say the A's season's been miserable. I think they're having a pretty good time. They played well lately, right? They're one of the better teams in baseball since the All-Star break. Maybe since the beginning of July, they've been playing good ball. So I think they're having a good time. But there's a difference between not making the playoffs, being out of it for 2 months, and being on a historically bad team.
The A's are a normal bad team.
Angels, normal bad team.
Yeah, they're a normal bad team.
This is a historic bad team. I mean, that just miserable. Like, you just, not only do you know you're not going to the playoffs, now it's going to become a story. It's going to become a story for futility. No one wants to be part of that story. So I'm saying they break the record, because you start looking at percentages, they ain't getting there. I think I said they win 1 out of every 4 games, approximately. So with 27 games left, they have probably 7 wins in them. That'd put them at 38. 38 wins. I mean, ouch. That's 38 and 124. 124 losses.
You know what they are in their last 10?
What?
1-9.
Oh.
You know who the one's against?
Giants.
Yeah.
Took them down.
Tough deal. Didn't get that sweep on that
They came in
Wednesday
here and said, you ain't
afternoon,
getting us. Nobody sweeps the White Sox. Well, except for everybody.
Except for everybody else.
Yeah, but not you.
Look at this page right here, just how the season started for them. Remember, they just 0 and whatever to start the year.
Wasn't it like going?
That's
18?
in the middle of July. Well, by the way, they've had 2 14-game losing streaks and 1 21-game losing streak. I think I saw a note that said if you eliminated all of those, they'd still have the worst losing percentage in baseball, which is unbelievable. They're over 100 losses right now. The only other, it doesn't count, I don't think, in Major League history, but the 1899 Cleveland Spiders. That's the other one. They had 20 wins or something, because that was back when one guy owned multiple teams, so he just traded all the good players from one team to the other team. The St. Louis Browns. That's where Cy Young went, I believe, after.
Yeah, I don't think they count.
That doesn't count that one. You're talking modern, World Series era. Yeah.
I don't think they count records from when the local butcher was a celebrity.
Spalding traded all the good players. Yeah.
That's so bad.
By the way, we have some Bob Melvin audio.
I love Bob Melvin audio.
So he was pissed
yesterday. Is he talking about the White Sox?
No, he's talking about the Brewers.
Okay, ooh.
And his own Giants. You
Probably
think
not good.
You think you're pissed? Wait till you hear Giants manager Bob Melvin. They lost 6-0 yesterday. Dropped the series to the Brewers. Here's what he had to say.
Look, it looked like an awful game for us, all the way around, whether it was the pitching, defense, offense. Their guy pitched good. He had a good cutter, he had a good sinker, threw just enough off speed to keep us off balance. As the game went along, our at-bats didn't look any better. We had a good game plan going in, didn't execute it. He pitched well. Yeah, we're in every game but this one. So, look, they keep digging. Today just looked bad because we're, whether we're out of it early and we come back and score some runs, today we just couldn't get it going at all. So it looked bad. And obviously when you win the first game of a series, you'd like to at least win one more. We didn't do that, so it ended up being a bad road trip. We can't be losing series.
Was he mad? That didn't sound mad.
No, it sounded
like a parent. Like, I don't know what's worse, when your parents
mad
or
sound
disappointed. Like, I always found it worse when your parents disappointed. Like, I just expect more from you.
Yeah.
It's like, ooh, just yell at me, curse at me, whatever, ground me, but don't drop that one on me. It's even worse when your mom says it. You know, Tommy, I'm just really disappointed in that decision.
Sounds like these are quotes.
They probably were.
Sounds like a little close to home.
They
It's
probably
even
were.
worse when my mom said it too.
Well, then it was
Exactly
even worse
like
when
that.
Dad came over the top with the spanking.
Yeah,
She got
right.
both of them. It's
Yeah.
like, oh, like Dad, Mom being disappointed is enough. It really
Yeah.
is.
Emotional shame and the
no, it's
physical
not.
abuse
Come
is
here.
good, yeah.
It's like, oh,
Yeah.
God dang
Go
it.
hand in hand.
Okay, this is worse now.
I'll take the shame. I'll take the shame from
yeah,
Mom.
Give me more
Give me the
shame.
disappointment.
Shame me. This hurts. This really hurts.
I think
But that's what it sounded like. It sounded like he was almost at wit's end. Like, I don't know. I don't know what you guys want. I don't know. I don't know if he really believes. Like, we all look at this team, and JT said it a couple hours ago. You're just not talented enough.
Some of the good players.
It's just not who. They're a team that was going to compete from the get-go for a wild card. Like, they weren't beating the Dodgers. And you could say, hey, we should compete against the Dodgers. You should. You have the resources to. But right now, it ain't happening. Sorry. They're way more talented. You could name 3 players that bat at the top of the order that are better than any Giant. It's not close, not even debatable. You could probably go Will Smith and say, okay, he's better. You might go Teoscar Hernandez, and maybe that's where you'd start having a debate. That's the guy that's 5th in their order. That's how good they are. The only reason they're where they're at is because their pitching staff has just been nuked this year. But that's how good they are. They're still able to be first in the division with the pitching staff being nuked. So, look, until you get better players, this is where you're at. It's just where you're at.
Yeah, they don't have the good players. That's
Good enough.
No, they're the good enough players to
Yes.
compete with where baseball is right now. We'll jump off of this and back into some 49er football. Matt Barrows of The Athletic going to join us. We'll talk about how he sees the Brendan Aiyuk situation going down.
Oh, Matt Barrows.
Yeah, maybe we'll hear that. And we'll talk to Barrows about where Trent Williams' situation stands as well. That's next. Then a sound soiree. We are live from the patio at 58 Social outside of Oracle Park. Giants pregame 6:15, first pitch 7:15, and Matt Barrows next, all on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Do you know how many devices the average home has connected to the Wi-Fi? Have you even thought about it? 4 of them, right there. Now through September 21st, new customers can get Xfinity Gig Internet for $25 a month for 2 years when you add Xfinity Mobile with unlimited data. Plus, get Peacock Premium, a $7.99 monthly value included. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it and then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today and make the switch. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply, requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment taxes, fees extra. Gig Wi-Fi requires Xfinity Gateway. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. After promo, regular rates apply. Actual speeds vary. You love sports, you love high def, you love having your Wi-Fi take care of everything your Wi-Fi should be taken care of, which is everything. You will love Xfinity.
Enjoy KNBR in FM at 104.5 FM. Now back to Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you from the Patio 58 Social outside of Oracle Park on a Friday afternoon. Giants and the Marlins, a 7:15 first pitch, but some football to get to first. Matt Barrows. Oh, Matt Barrows joins us courtesy of The Athletic. Hey, Matt, it's over, man. Well, one part's over. The Aiyuk saga has come to an end. How you doing, bro?
I'm good. Yeah, that seemed to be the more tedious of the two. So I'm glad that one was over first.
How many times during the saga did you go back and forth? Oh, he's going to sign. They're going to get him. Oh, I think he's going. No, he's coming. No. How many times?
I mean, I always thought he was coming back. It just made too much sense. I always thought that the 49ers never were really serious about trading him, that the trade stuff was more designed to get him to make a decision. You have all these kind of options on the table, and, only when the waitress comes by and says, okay, have you made your choice yet? Do you actually have to make your order? And I thought that's what the 49ers were trying to do with all that stuff. And that was, 2.5-3 weeks ago. And it still lingered beyond then. And then, obviously, we're starting to reach the real bewitching hour, the time at which if Brandon Aiyuk didn't start practicing now, he probably wouldn't play in the Jets game. And I don't think he wanted to do that. I don't think he wanted to sit out any game. So he got it done.
Okay, that wasn't the fun answer I expected. You didn't go back and forth at all. So let me phrase it this way to try to get at least some entertainment value out of it. Was there – at what point did you feel – were you most close, if not, make it up, most close to thinking he might not be back?
Well, when the home team, the 49ers, have the trade parameters in place, and they're just having their finger over the button to hit go on it. That's when you start to think, oh, gee, this guy really could be gone. But they were in that state for so long, and the rhetoric coming out of it kept, repeating the ball's in Aiyuk's court, the ball's in Aiyuk's court. That told me that, okay, they just want this guy to make a decision, and they're pretty certain that the decision is going to be, I want to stick with my guys. You saw Aiyuk, talking to Debo on the sideline during all these practices, the bro hugs, standing next to John Lynch. It was clear that there was an affection for the 49ers and for his teammates. I always figured that was going to do it. Was I 100% sure? No, but I always thought it was going to kind of end up this way.
Matt Barrows, a voice you hear on the UMA guest line. We were talking about some of the details and the breakdown of the contract, and really they have the out after 3 years. He's getting a lot of it up front, so it really kind of comes out to 3 years, closer to like $25 million when you get to the $76 million in guarantees. What does the structure of the deal tell you about what they're still able to do beyond this season?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because the Debo Samuel extension was 3 years, and I think it's probably desirable for the players because Brandon Aiyuk's 26 years old. He's still going to potentially get a chance to hit free agency before the age of 30. So, potentially some more guaranteed money in the future for both of these guys. But front-loading it like that, this is all done with Brock Purdy in mind. And, we've been hearing Brock Purdy. Now I wonder whether, Diamador Lenore is the next guy that they try to sign. Brock Purdy, of course, they can't do that deal until after the season, after the 2024 season is over. They can extend Diamador Lenore at any point, and I'm sure he's somebody that they want to extend, that they'd love to keep around. I just wonder whether Lenore and Lenore's agent are thinking, okay, this guy's due for a monster year. Let's let it all play out and have him hit the open market.
What are the ramifications of him signing? I mean, vis-a-vis Debo's contract next year and the roster construction as a whole. And Shanahan's always said, we could do what we want, we could sign who we want, but there are going to be consequences. What are the consequences of this contract moving forward?
Yeah, I think it's Deebo Samuel. I mean, it's going to depend on this season. There could be some unforeseen things that we're not expecting, but the way it's kind of drawn up now, I mentioned 3 years for Deebo Samuel. There's an easy out for him. They just drafted a wide receiver in the first round. They drafted a seemingly good one in the fourth round too. They're going to have some options. It's hard to see them hanging on to both guys at what their cost is going to be next year. It seems like it's going to be Deebo Samuel who's the guy who gets let go, and like I said, gets another bite at free agency. And Deebo Samuel certainly has been preparing himself like that's going to be the case. What I've found interesting this offseason is that there doesn't seem to be any bitterness from Deebo Samuel. In fact, I feel like Samuel's the happiest he's been in a while. And it may be because he's sort of got this challenge ahead of him, which was kind of built into the deal back when they extended him a couple of years ago. So it's going to be an interesting year. I mean, we at The Athletic are doing our overs and unders, and a lot of it has to do with, okay, who's going to have the better season? Who's going to have more receiving yards? Deebo Samuel, who looked excellent in training camp, or Brandon Aiyuk, who was absent for training camp. So how that dynamic goes from here on out, I think it's going to be fun to watch.
Matt Bear is the voice you hear of The Athletic, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. In terms of what this does it alleviate anything? Does it just give more clarity on what exactly they can do with Trent Williams? Because I think that's immediately everybody's hyped about the Aiyuk situation, and then what's so funny is the sort of the attitude or what the sound of both Lynch and Kyle were on when they spoke to the media earlier this week was that was the more positive or maybe moving in the right direction situation. Just what are your feelings and thoughts now that one of them is settled?
Yeah, you're right. I think clarity is the key word there. They know what they have and how they can structure everything. I don't think I envision Trent Williams arriving before Labor Day weekend. I think this is sort of his last kind of hurrah away from the team. So I think, after Monday is when we, start hearing that deal might be coming to an end. But, I mean, to me, it was very similar to Nick Bosa last year. I mean, it wasn't a lot of pressure on him to sign, certainly not what we were hearing about Aiyuk and his situation. I think they're secure in Trent Williams coming in kind of last minute and being ready for the New York Jets.
How do you feel in general? Going into this year as opposed to last year, it just feels a little bit different, a lot more noise coming into this season. The NFC's gotten deeper. I think the Rams are better. I think they're going to be a formidable challenge. Detroit, Green Bay are also going to be presumably better than they were last year, if not as good, which is good enough to make the playoffs. And still, look, they were behind in both those games. Could have easily lost Green Bay, could have easily lost Detroit, and they found a way to win those games. But how are you feeling about the pecking order right now in the NFC?
I mean, I still think the 49ers are at the top. I would throw Philadelphia into that list that you just mentioned. They've got a great running back now behind that offensive line to go with a quarterback that runs the ball. I think they're going to be a lot better than what we saw last year. I thought that, in the playoffs, the 49ers were still in sort of sleep mode for those first two games. They beat the Eagles, what was that, December 2? That was their regular season Super Bowl. I mean, given everything that had happened in the playoffs, they had triple underscored that game for a while. They went into Philadelphia and they just blew the doors off the Eagles. And, from that point forth, I feel like they coasted. They obviously didn't play the starters in the finale against the Rams. And it took them a while to wake up. And, they were still able to beat the Packers, and they were still able to beat the Lions despite that. So I still think that they're, markedly ahead of both of those teams. Some teams going to get hot. That's always going to play a big role in this. But like I said, I still think the 49ers are at the top of the class.
Do you think there's a possibility this year that we don't talk about Jake Moody every week?
Well, I mean, the kid, gosh, here I am calling somebody a kid. Yeah, he hit 84% of his field goals last year, which for a rookie is terrific. I thought it was notable that there were 3 rookie kickers taken in Jake Moody's class. 2 of those guys were cut already.
Yep.
Point being that the NFL is not easy for rookie kickers, and Moody, there's no question that he's the guy this year. So I think he's going to be a little bit better than that. I think probably Kyle Shanahan, after watching him kick a pair of 50-plus yarders in the Super Bowl, is going to be a little bit more apt to give him more chances for big kicks like that during the season. So, everything has gone according to plan, really, for Jake Moody at this point. And I think he'll get a little bit better in year 2.
Well, I think that is a massive reason why people say you don't want to draft kickers in the 3rd round, because the attention is automatically on the kickers. If he would have done what he did last year in the 6th round, they would have said, oh, look who the Niners got in the 6th round. That was a steal.
People still would have been pissed. They still would have been mad.
Not as pissed.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have concentrated as much on the kicker. So I think when that happens, it's harder for the kicker. And I think making it through that season, because I thought he was fine last year. I really did. It was tough. The spotlight was on him, unlike maybe other kickers. But now that spotlight is off of him, miss a couple, it's right back on. But I think when you're drafted that high, Matt, it's automatically tough for kickers because you get attention that most kickers don't get the first year.
That's absolutely true. But if you wait until the 6th round, then you're drafting Anders Carlson, who didn't do very well. I mean, there's a reason you spent the 3rd round pick on him, because everybody agreed that he was something special. And I think the 49ers feel pretty good about him. One thing that's different this year is he's not being asked to do these booming kickoffs, these big approach to the kick, and then you give everything into your kickoff. It's more of a like a field goal type kick, at least the approach to the ball. Point being is that you're not going to see guys kick their legs out, have these quad strains and things like that that have happened in previous years. So I think that makes it easier for the kickers overall as well. Now, you may have to see him having to make some tackles, which is, I guess, the big trade-off to these new kickoff rules. But his leg should not be as taxed this year as it was last year.
Well, let me ask you, because I have a feeling everyone is going to start kicking it through the end zone again.
Right.
Because I don't think it's worth kicking it short when the average starting field position is like the 27 or 28 during preseason. Give up the extra 2 yards. They don't have you don't want to give them an opportunity to get to the 50 or the other side of the field. Do you feel differently that they're going to stick with that, kicking it short and letting the guys return? Because I said earlier this week, it's going to be much ado about nothing. People are going to realize they're not getting a huge benefit from it, and they're just going to kick it to the end zone again.
There were 1 or 2 kicks in the 49ers preseason, and one was made by the opponent. I think it was the Saints that bounced and went towards the corner, and they were gathered up and sort of awkwardly, and the guy made it out to maybe the 17 or 18. That to me seems like the ideal play for the kickoff team, that should be something that a highly drafted guy like Jake Moody is capable of doing. So I think they're going to try at least for that style of kickoff. And if he's not able to do that, and they are bringing it back, beyond the 35, you go with the touchback. But I think that there are ways to make it advantageous for the kickoff team.
Look, if that happens, which I don't think it will, because I don't think you can consistently tell the ball where to go once it bounces. I mean, just be a magician and move to Vegas, work at the Excalibur. I mean, you make more money doing that.
Or better gigs in Excalibur. Definitely. Bigger stages.
Yeah, you got to start somewhere. Yeah. You can't go right to the Bellagio.
That is a good start.
That ain't going to happen. Matt's like, are we done? We're talking Vegas.
While we're talking
Bellagio.
While we're talking
Well,
legs.
yeah, no, you're giving me flashbacks to the Super Bowl because that's where I stayed for a week and a half.
Oh, you were at the Bellagio?
No, he was at the Excalibur.
Oh, Excalibur. Oh.
Well, you were in the overflow.
My goodness.
Tough deal.
Let's go athletic. Let's go.
I remember Marcus Thompson was telling us he was there too. Yeah. While we're talking
want you running to Merlin?
Let's get a thought on Wisnowski before we let Matt go. I'm kidding. Matt, I appreciate the time as always, man. Good catching up with you. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, anytime, guys. Talk to you soon.
Thanks, Matt. Appreciate it.
Matt Barrows. Oh, Matt
Right.
Barrows.
Oh, Matt Barrows. They said at the Excalibur. That's
right.
right.
Marcus was talking about it.
Oh, I saw Guinevere. That's so much. Oh, yeah. What'd you have for dinner? Chicken leg, turkey leg. It's awesome. The Excalibur's
brutal.
Not good.
Brutal.
Not good.
Tolbert & Copes with you from the Patio 58 Social. By the way, when you brought up Jake Moody and you said you were pretty good with him last year, I was okay with him too. I mean, I really wanted that one in Cleveland.
That would have been nice.
Yeah, because you know who they lost to.
That would have been nice.
Matt and P.J. Walker. Still not landing that joke?
He got cut the other
Goodbye.
day.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh.
Can't do that joke anymore,
Joke's
Copes.
over.
Can't do it anymore.
It's over.
Want to bet?
Can't do it anymore. All right, let's go to break.
Finally finish those wings. Shut up, Derek.
He's going to use Kenneth Walker.
Jesus, Kenneth Walker.
He'll just find a Walker.
No, that one doesn't work.
You use it anyway if he's gone.
That's a good. I got to get black friends. Tolbert & Copes with you from the Patio 58 Social. We come on back. We got a sound soiree lined up for you. We're getting to some of the best sounds from across the sports world. You might have missed. Deion Sanders explains why Colorado didn't run the ball out at the end of yesterday's game, had to punt it back. And then Shedeur Sanders sort of countered what Deion said. We'll get into a sound soiree next. Tolbert & Copes only here on the Sports Leader. It's a holiday weekend this weekend, but not on Monday. Never for Larry Kruger. Tune in Labor Day Monday as Larry Kruger is back with his brand new show, Niners Nightly. It debuts Monday, September 2nd from 6 to 7. You can listen right here on KNBR, the sports leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. College football week 1. Big slate tomorrow. You can get in on the action with Underdog Fantasy. And then it's fantasy football time for the NFL, which starts next Thursday. We are 10 days away from the Niners kicking off against the Jets. Last year, over 1 million fans got in on the game by making their picks on Underdog Fantasy. And you can join in and win up to 325 times your money just by choosing higher or lower on your favorite player stats. Again, they got college games for tomorrow. You can get it on the NFL as early as next Thursday. Making picks on Underdog is simple, but it's even easier to get started. All you have to do is go to their mobile app or go to UnderdogFantasy.com. When you do, sign up with promo code KNBR like you're listening to right now, and Underdog is going to give you a highly discounted pick to use on your first pick of entry. Plus, they'll give you a first-time deposit offer of up to $1,000 in bonus cash. How great is that? Again, all you have to do is sign up at Underdog Fantasy by downloading the app or UnderdogFantasy.com, promo code KNBR to claim your new customer offer of a gimme first pick and that deposit offer with some bonus cash. You must be 18 or older and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
This is Tolbert and Cope's Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
Patio 58 Social outside of Oracle Park. Giants and the Marlins are keeping us late tonight, Tom. Pregame starts at 6:15. First pitch at 7:15. Beautiful night, though.
It is.
How are you
nice
feeling?
night.
You started with your quad just warming up, and now you're.
Good.
I think Derek lathered up some sunscreen earlier in the corner.
No.
Were you putting sunscreen on, Derek?
Oh, hell yeah.
So Tom is anti-straws, anti-umbrella. Used to be anti-carry rolling your suitcase, but at age Father Time undefeated.
Yes.
So now he rolls the suitcase. Are you anti-sunscreen too?
No, God no. I use 100 SBS.
SBS?
SPF.
I think it's a drink. I think it's a beer you've been having.
Yeah, I have had
SDS,
SPS. But because I didn't think about it today, and the sun hasn't been on my right side for the whole show. I mean, there's a chance I could end up looking like Two-Face tomorrow, where, half my face is red, the other half is white.
Yeah.
And it looks a little funky.
Yeah.
But I think I'll probably be okay.
Start flipping a coin to make your decisions.
Yeah, it wasn't that strong, and I didn't bring sunscreen anyway, so I didn't have a lot of choice. But I think I'm okay. I think. You'll find out
Time will
on
tell.
Tuesday.
Time will tell.
You'll find out.